Jing Yi found herself transported into a sweet and indulgent novel about a wealthy family and the true and false heirs within it. Fortuitously, she was granted the opportunity to lead a life of affluence at a young age. Unfortunately, she was cast as the malicious false heiress who ultimately faced retribution. In the original narrative, Jing Yi was adopted by the Jing family from a young age. Yet her jealousy towards the female protagonist drove her to employ various schemes to undermine her, even conspiring with a rival company to sabotage the Jing family's business. Once discovered by her family, she faced disgrace and lived a wretched existence for the remainder of her days. After her arrival in this world, Jing Yi led a quiet life for 2 years, having encountered only her grandmother from the Jing family, diligently striving to remain a mere shadow. Within the affluent household, this tranquility was disrupted when her ailing grandmother arranged for her to join the Jing family.
Ah, please no.
They've finally reunited as a family. I wouldn't want to be a burden. The atmosphere grew still as the Jing family regarded the bashful Jing Yi with inscrutable expressions. Nevertheless, she was taken back to the country by her relatives. My elder brother truly lives up to the title of workaholic. The Jing family is fortunate to have you. Here's to my future. Jing Ziyu silently observed Jing Yi, who was concerned for his health.
Wow.
A living brother-con princess. Jing Ziqian clenched his fists, gazing at the obediently smiling Jing Yi before him. Indeed, Jing Zijun and the esteemed actor are a match made in heaven. No one can come between my ship. Jing Zijun's cheeks flushed crimson as he lowered his head, avoiding the knowing glances from his family. Chapter 1. Returning home. Beicheng, I have but this one wish. I do not ask you to treat Yi as your own daughter. I merely request that you bring her back with you and take care of her in the future. On the hospital bed, the elderly man grasped the man's hand tightly, his tone pleading. The deep wrinkles on his forehead and around his eyes were heavy, and speaking seemed to require great effort. The girl at the foot of the bed was engulfed in sorrow over her loved one's impending departure, her round almond-shaped eyes swollen from tears, still processing the gravity of the elder's words. Moments later, her eyes widened in disbelief.
Ah, please no.
They have finally reunited as a family. I wouldn't want to be an eyesore. The previously tearful room fell into a profound silence, and before the patient could express confusion, the monitor's screen displayed a flat line. 2 years prior, Jing Yi had entered the story. In an effort to save a kidnapped child, she was fatally stabbed by a trafficker. In the blink of an eye, she transitioned from the brink of death, lamenting her lack of self-defense tools, to awakening on a soft bed beside a silver-haired grandmother, who anxiously inquired about her condition. Jing Yi regained consciousness in a hospital room, listening as the grandmother explained that she had accidentally fallen into a lake, leading to her hospitalization. As she inspected her chest for any signs of injury, she found none. Eventually, she discovered that she had been transported into a sweet romance novel she had previously read, where she was the greatest impediment to the love story of the protagonist, the malicious supporting character Jing Yi. Sharing the same name, she found herself particularly affected by the tale. Jing Yi spent 2 years abroad, during which she had not encountered any member of the Jing family aside from Grandma Jing. Despite the sorrow of losing her only relative, she thrived during this time, as the interest from her savings alone was enough to sustain a comfortable life. She had envisioned a future living alone in her current villa, casually attending classes, confident that her financial means would support her. Surely, the Jing family would not be so cruel as to reclaim the villa, considering that when she arrived, the original owner had done nothing and had not even met the rest of the Jing family. She had resigned herself to a solitary yet prosperous existence in Country M. However, Jing Yi's aspirations were abruptly interrupted as she found herself aboard a flight back home, specifically on the Jing family's private jet. The gazes of her family members flickered towards her, laden with curiosity and scrutiny. Jing Beicheng had rushed to see his mother one last time. Despite the animosity that lingered, after all, she was the one who had given him life. What he did not anticipate was encountering an unexpected situation. He was certain he had heard Jing Yi's voice in the hospital room that day, even though she had not spoken. Moreover, he was not the only one who had perceived that voice. Jing Yi, leaning against her seat and gazing out the window, appeared serene, yet her heart was heavy with unease. Farewell, my lonely yet affluent life. The other passengers in the cabin turned their heads in unison, their attention fixed upon Jing Yi. After several days, they once again heard that voice. Jing Ziqian furrowed his brow, preparing to rise, only to be restrained by his elder brother, Jing Ziyu. The latter subtly shook his head, signaling him to remain calm. His deep-set eyes shifted to a flight attendant nearby, who seemed oblivious to the commotion, her cheeks reddening under Jing Ziyu's gaze. He redirected his attention, taking a sip of his coffee, while his eyes discreetly wandered back to Jing Yi. It appeared that only a select few could hear her voice, namely the 5 members of their family. Jing Zejun, seated opposite Jing Yi, raised her head in curiosity. Noticing that her parents and 2 brothers remained silent, she tempered her own expression. Yet, Jing Yi caught her gaze and turned to offer a gentle smile. Truly the leading lady. She is exceptionally beautiful. Jing Zejun momentarily froze, and upon regaining her composure, she quickly smiled back and nodded at Jing Yi. Leading lady? Did she mean my role in the films? What astonished her even more was Jing Yi's next statement. Indeed, having wealth makes things easier. If I hadn't hired a hacker, I would never have had the chance to send that email to Jing Zeyu's computer. The Jing family aboard the flight heard her words clearly. Lin Ruiqing's hand trembled slightly as she held her teacup, spilling some tea. The complex emotions in Jing Beicheng's eyes flickered momentarily as he swiftly took the cup from her, using a napkin to wipe the water from her hands. Did you burn yourself? Lin Ruiqing shook her head, her gaze inevitably locking onto Jing Yi's eyes. She offered Jing Yi a faint smile before lowering her eyes to her already dried fingers, lost in thought. Jing Beicheng tightened his grip on her hand, silently offering comfort. The brothers Jing Ziyou and Jing Ziqian stood nearby, their astonishment palpable, yet Jing Yi remained oblivious, continuing to admire the scenery, while sighing softly in her heart. Noticing Jing Yi's preoccupation, Jing Ziqian leaned closer to Jing Ziyou. Brother, was that letter really sent by her? Jing Ziyou shook his head, his emotions in turmoil. 3 months prior, he had received an anonymous email, its subject line consisting of only 3 words: Jing Zijuan. Jing Zijuan was his sister, who had vanished 20 years ago. Their family had sought her relentlessly, yet to no avail. Then came the email, which simply stated the current location of Jing Zijuan, with no additional information provided. He had traced the email's origin to a hacker overseas. However, given the significance of the news concerning his long-lost sister, he was unwilling to dismiss this ambiguous message. Subsequently, he dispatched someone to the address mentioned in the email, and to his astonishment, they truly found Jing Zijuan. He swiftly informed his parents and brought Jing Zijuan home. What he did not anticipate was that the letter had been sent by Jing Yi. Jing Ziyou raised his eyes, gazing intently at Jing Yi, who was absorbed in the beauty of the surroundings, listening to her weary lamentations. This was his first encounter with the fabled sister, and she differed from his expectations. Every year, their father would return to visit their grandmother, yet he had never shown much interest in Jing Yi nor mentioned her to them. Their first meeting had occurred in their grandmother's hospital room. She had appeared sorrowful and somewhat reserved upon seeing them, exuding a beauty and gentleness that was striking. Had he not heard the thoughts she harbored within, he might have thought differently. When their father proposed bringing her back to their homeland, she had been taken aback, displaying a demeanor of cautiousness that suggested she did not wish to impose. Simultaneously, Jing Ziyou had heard Jing Yi's voice. Really, I don't want to be a bother. It would be uncomfortable for you if I came, and for me as well. Please, let me spend this solitary yet fulfilling life on my own. Jing Ziyou distinctly noticed the rigidity that crossed his father's face, though it was quickly masked. This Jing Yi seemed to be quite different from the image he had conjured in his mind. Chapter 2. The True and False Heiress. From a tender age, Jing Zijuan was acutely aware that the parents who raised her were not her biological ones. At the mere age of 3, she had lost sight of her true family. 2 decades prior, Jing Zijuan had visited an amusement park with Grandma Jing. On that fateful day, when Grandma Jing stepped into the restroom, the 3-year-old Jing Zijuan vanished without a trace. She was subsequently swept away by a man who whisked her into a vehicle. Within a span of just 2 days, she traversed numerous locations before being discovered by the authorities and placed into a welfare institution. It was there that she was united with her adoptive parents. Jing Zijuan retained some fragmented memories of her abduction during her childhood, compounded by the fact that her adoptive parents had never concealed the truth from her. 5 years ago, when her adoptive parents both fell gravely ill, she bore the weight of familial responsibility. After exploring various part-time avenues, the 18-year-old Jing Zijuan ventured into the entertainment industry. Alas, her adoptive parents succumbed to their ailments 2 years ago. 3 months ago, a man claiming to be her elder brother approached her, followed by a middle-aged couple and a slightly younger man. They conducted a paternity test, which revealed that these 4 individuals were indeed her kin. However, before Jing Zijuan could acclimate to her newfound family, Jing Beicheng informed her of a visit to their grandmother abroad. Despite having unraveled the full narrative of her abduction, Jing Zijuan resolved to accompany them, yearning to meet the little girl whom her grandmother had taken in after her abduction. Reflecting on the whirlwind of events that had transpired over the past few months, it felt as though she had lived a lifetime. Jing Zijuan glanced upward at Jing Yi, who had succumbed to slumber with her head tilted, a faint smile gracing her lips. Although she appeared to be a docile and charming girl, there was an enigmatic quality to her demeanor. Lin Ruiqing's gaze also shifted to Jing Yi, her thoughts seemingly adrift as she regarded the two girls ahead. 20 years prior, Lin Ruiqing had entrusted the 3-year-old Jing Zijuan to Grandma Jing while she and Beicheng had to attend to pressing matters. On that day, Jing Zio and his brother were at school, leaving only Grandma Jing and Jing Zijuan at home. Upon her return, laden with gifts intended for the pouting Jing Zijuan, Lin Ruiqing received a call from Grandma Jing, informing her that Junjun had gone missing. In that moment, the world seemed to crumble around Lin Ruiqing. Together with Jing Beicheng, they scrutinized surveillance footage, reported the incident to the police, and mobilized search efforts, yet all remained futile. She lamented Beicheng for having left on that day, chastised Grandma Jing for venturing out alone, and berated herself for the tragedy. During that harrowing period, the atmosphere in the Jing household was suffocatingly bleak. Lin Ruiqing was perpetually drenched in tears, while Jing Ziqian cried incessantly for his sister, and Grandma Jing was engulfed in guilt. However, her ire was not solely directed at Grandma Jing for losing the child. It intensified when, a month later, the elderly woman returned with a girl of similar age to Junjun. The arrival of this child seemed to shatter Lin Ruiqing's remaining composure, plunging her into a near-complete loss of reason. She screamed for the girl to leave, sweeping everything off the table in a fit of uncontrollable emotion. Jing Beicheng held her tightly, instructing the household servants to take the girl away until her agitation subsided. After that day, Lin Ruiqing never encountered the girl again, nor did she see Grandma Jing. Every year, Jing Beicheng would visit Grandma Jing abroad, yet he never invited her to accompany him. Occasionally, Jing Zio would accompany him on these visits. However, she had not heard any mention of the girl from either of them. After Grandma Jing's passing, Jing Beicheng inquired if she would be willing to bring Jing Yi back with her. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. It was her mother-in-law's final wish before her demise. Regardless of any lingering grievances, it was time to draw a line under the past. Upon seeing Jing Yi again, Lin Ruiqing felt a mix of emotions. A sense of bewilderment. The timid girl had blossomed into a graceful young woman. Lin Ruiqing understood that Jing Yi was the only innocent party in the events of the past. She had committed no wrong. Yet Lin Ruiqing did not want her to claim the life that should have belonged to her own daughter. This sentiment only complicated her feelings further, especially upon learning that it was because of Jing Yi that she had found her daughter. Ruiqing, Jing Beicheng's voice gently pulled Lin Ruiqing from her reverie. If you still mind her, I can arrange for her to stay elsewhere after we return. His tone was soft as he drew his wife closer, concerned about her emotions. Over the years, Lin Ruiqing had been preoccupied with Junjun and had been sensitive to Jing Yi's presence. Although he had promised his mother to care for Jing Yi, he would choose to place her in a more distant location if it troubled his wife. After all, she seemed to prefer not being in their company. Recalling the last time he heard her voice, Jing Beicheng was struck by how memorable the juxtaposition of her reserved expression and her somewhat whimsical voice was. Lin Ruiqing gently shook her head, gazing at the still sleeping Jing Yi, and leaned closer to Jing Beicheng. No need, let her stay here. The house can accommodate her. After all, she is a girl, and it isn't very safe for her to live alone outside. Jing Beicheng looked down at his wife, noticing there was no hint of reluctance in her eyes, which eased his worries. All right, you need not fret. She is likely not a bad child. With Junjun just returning, it will be nice for her to have a companion. Will Junjun be unhappy? Lin Ruiqing had not worried about much until the mention of Junjun, which inevitably led her to think of how the two girls would interact. Since they had promised her mother-in-law to look after Jing Yi, they could not simply disregard her. However, Junjun had just reunited with her family, and they were still getting to know one another. Having another girl suddenly appear in the house would surely concern her about her daughter's feelings. Jing Beicheng glanced at Jing Zio, who was intently observing Jing Yi, gesturing for Lin Ruiqing to look as well. Do you see how curious Junjun is? Does it seem like she minds? Following his gaze, Lin Ruiqing noticed that Jing Zio's expression was filled with curiosity, her gaze boldly fixed on the sleeping Jing Yi, as if she wished to discern what made Jing Yi so special. Jingza harbored no ill will towards Jing Yi. She was merely a pawn in the unfolding drama. And Jingza recognized that it was thanks to Jing Yi that she could more swiftly reunite with her family. Consequently, her impression of Jing Yi grew increasingly favorable. Moreover, she was genuinely intrigued as to why she and her family could discern Jing Yi's innermost thoughts. It seemed that the intensity of the gaze before her caused Jing Yi to shift slightly, prompting Jingza to hastily avert her eyes. After a moment, she looked up to find that the individual had merely changed their position and had resumed slumber. Chapter 3. The Jing family of Jiangbei. After a flurry of activity, Jing Yi finally arrived at the Jing residence. The Jing family was one of the most prominent aristocratic families in Jiangbei, with their Hengjing Group being a renowned internet technology company both domestically and internationally. Xiao Yi, your room is on the third floor, the first one on the left. Junjun's room is also on that floor, spoke Jing Beicheng, the chairman of Hengjing Group. Despite having stepped back from the front lines, his composed and authoritative demeanor in middle age still commanded respect. Jing Yi clutched her suitcase and politely nodded towards Jing Beicheng. Thank you, uncle. Indeed, during their first meeting, she had addressed the couple as uncle and aunt, despite her grandmother's repeated insistence that they were her father and mother. She stubbornly preferred this form of address, believing it fostered a more comfortable atmosphere for both parties. I'll help you carry your luggage upstairs, offered Jing Zio, the current president of Hengjing Group and the eldest son of the Jing family. Jing Zio was a strikingly handsome man with well-defined and dignified features, exuding an air of righteousness. He stepped forward to assist Jing Yi with her suitcase, but she deftly sidestepped him. That's all right, big brother, I can manage. The suitcase isn't heavy, Jing Yi replied with a shy smile, appearing both demure and reserved. On the sofa, Jing Ziqian turned his face slightly, reclining against the cushions with a hint of a sardonic smile at the corners of his lips. Big brother, she can handle it herself. No need to rush to her aid. I'm curious to see if she can manage the 3 flights of stairs. Ziqian, Xiao Qian, Jing Ziqian, the second son of the Jing family and founder of Xingji Entertainment, contrasted sharply with his elder brother S' composed demeanor. He exuded a more relaxed and rebellious charm, tinged with a hint of carelessness. From their very first encounter, Jing Yi had sensed that he was the least welcome member of the family, as the malice lurking in his eyes remained unmistakable even now. With a slight upward curve of her lips, Jing Yi met Jing Ziqian's gaze, confronting the animosity reflected therein. Big brother, second brother is right. I can carry it myself. How audaciously you speak. One would think you were raised on the winds of fortune. Jing Yi retracted the handle of her suitcase, gripping it firmly before lifting it, casting a glance at Jing Ziqian, then turning to ascend the stairs. Jing Zi turned a glance at Jing Ziqian before hastily following Jing Yi up the stairs. You, Jing Ziqian exclaimed, his eyes widening as he caught a glimpse of Jing Yi's thoughts, ready to voice his sentiments. Jing Beicheng frowned as he approached, standing directly before him. Ziqian, before returning to the country, I sought your opinions. If I am not mistaken, your individual dissent has already been overruled. By convention, you are expected to accept Jing Yi living with us. Indeed. Concerning the matter of whether to allow Jing Yi to reside at home, Jing Beicheng convened a family meeting. Naturally, apart from Jing Ziqian, who stood alone in opposition, the other 4 members expressed their approval. In accordance with the family's long-standing principle of majority rule, Jing Ziqian's dissenting vote was swiftly dismissed. He pressed his lips together, his eyes reflecting a profound reluctance. Observing this, Jing Ziyu and Lin Ruiqing approached him. Jing Ziyu furrowed his brow, his gaze imbued with disapproval. Ziqian, while you may not harbor fondness for Jing Yi, it is imperative that you do not maintain such an attitude towards her. Indeed. Xiao Qian, you ought to be grateful to her. It is thanks to her that you were able to find Jun. Jing Ziqian opened his mouth, poised to retort, but upon seeing the trio standing resolutely before him, he felt somewhat deflated. All right, at most, I shall simply speak to her less in the future. That should suffice. It was evident that Jing Yi had also exchanged cold jibes with him, even going so far as to call him wind oil essence. Although this was merely a thought in her mind, it had been heard by all. Why should she direct her ire solely at him? Jing Ziqian crossed his arms and leaned back against the sofa, his expression still tinged with dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Jing Yi effortlessly carried her suitcase up to the 3rd floor. After placing it at the foot of the stairs, she clapped her hands, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Turning to her left, she prepared to drag her suitcase along, when Jing Zijun caught up with her.
Vinky.
Miss Jing. In the presence of the lovely young lady, Jing Yi remained gentle. Jing Zijun appeared somewhat apologetic. My second brother. Jing Yi interjected, Miss Jing. It is quite all right. I am not bothered. It's merely a case of wind oil essence. I am not so affected.
Jing Se-yun smiled warmly.
Jing Yi was indeed a rather intriguing individual. Allow me to show you to your room. She stepped forward, assisting Jing Yi with her suitcase. Upon feeling the suitcase's weight, She cast a surprised glance at her companion. She had assumed the suitcase would not be heavy, given that Jing Yi had effortlessly carried it upstairs, but upon pushing it, the weight became apparent. Jing Yi's lips curled into a shy smile, her expression radiating warmth. Jing Zhe-jun's smile broadened in response. She guided Jing Yi to her room, pushing the suitcase inside. Jing Yi peered into the room, her immediate reaction being that it was indeed quite spacious. The room was predominantly cream-colored, resembling a fully equipped suite more than a mere bedroom. It featured a sleeping area, a dressing room, an ensuite bathroom, and a spacious balcony, all seamlessly integrated. Despite having mentally prepared herself, as the initial shock of arriving at the Jing household had already left her astounded, she could not help but feel a renewed sense of wonder at the sight before her. The room had clearly been tidied in advance. This side was the dressing room, and the makeup area was within, while the bathroom was situated nearby. The balcony offered a view of the stunning scenery of Zhejiang, and the nightscape of Jiangbei was equally magnificent. Jing Zhe-jun patiently began to describe the layout of the room to Jing Yi. Upon hearing about the river view, Jing Yi leaned in with curiosity. In addition to your father, mother, and 2 elder brothers, you may also encounter Uncle Li and Aunt Wang at home. Uncle Li is the middle-aged man you met upon your arrival. He serves as the housekeeper, and you may direct any inquiries to him. Aunt Wang is likely busy in the kitchen. In truth, Jingza has only just acquainted herself with the other 2 members of the household, as Lin Ruiqing introduced her when she first arrived. Now, she is similarly guiding Jing Yi through the intricacies of the home. A smile dances in Jing Yi's eyes as she observes Jingza, who is still engaged in the introductions. Jingza truly possesses a gentle nature, perfectly befitting the role of the protagonist. Jing Yi can discern between boasting and sincerity. Jingza's detailed explanations stem from her genuine concern about feeling out of place in the household. Jingza momentarily freezes, a blush creeping across her cheeks, feeling somewhat flustered. Have I spoken too much? Jing Yi shakes her head, her smile deepening. No, I simply appreciate Miss Jing's introduction. Allow me to formally introduce myself. Hello, Jing Yi, my name is Jingza. Jingza extends her right hand, her serene smile radiating a subtle warmth. Jing Yi's round almond-shaped eyes narrow into crescent moons, her dimples shallow, her laughter sweet and endearing. Hello, Jingza, I am Jing Yi. Chapter 4. The reunion banquet. When Jing Yi and Jingza descend, Aunt Wang has already prepared the meal, and Jingza Yu and the others are seated at the dining table, awaiting their dinner. I apologize for keeping everyone waiting. Jing Yi takes a seat beside Jingza. Observing this, Jingza Qian wishes to say something. Yet upon receiving a warning glance from Jingza Yu, he swallows his words. Since everyone is gathered, let us eat. Little Yi, I wasn't sure of your preferences, so I asked Aunt Wang to prepare some specialties. Do give them a try. Jing Yi's dimples appear, presenting a display of obedience. Thank you, Auntie. Everything looks delicious. So, I shall partake, without hesitation. This beef brisket is divine. The shrimp is delightful as well. With the addition of a new guest, the Jing family dinner table seems somewhat quiet, though this tranquility is merely superficial. Jingza Yu and the others exchange glances at Jing Yi's exclamations, their eyes twitching slightly. Meals have never been so lively in this household. However, seeing that Jing Yi enjoys the dishes, Lin Ruiqing feels a sense of relief and begins to relish her dinner. In contrast, Jingza Qian is the only one at the table wearing a discontented expression, itching to retort, but as he opens his mouth, he is met with 3 pairs of watchful eyes, which dampens his spirits. Regardless, he has little appetite. Watching Jing Yi enjoy her meal only worsens his mood. You must be exhausted after these past few days. Once we finish dining, be sure to rest well and recuperate. Jing Bei-chung serves Lin Ruiqing a piece of mandarin fish. His wife's health has been fragile over the years, and with her recent preoccupations following Grandma Jing's passing, he is concerned she may not manage well. Lin Ruiqing does not refuse. It is indeed time to care for her health. She has just reunited with her daughter and wishes for more time to spend with her. Her gaze inevitably drifted towards Jing Yi, and fortunately, she seemed at ease. Xiao Yi, you should take some time to rest these days. Once you feel better, let Zhe Yu and Zhe Qian take you on a delightful tour around Jiangbei. That day, Jing Yi had wept inconsolably, not in wails, but quietly kneeling nearby, tears cascading down her face. Lin Ruiqing thought to herself how profoundly sad she must be. After all, that was her only family, regardless of who Grandma Jing truly was. To Jing Yi, she was undoubtedly a kind, gentle, and loving relative. Having grown up abroad for many years, returning home must be quite an adjustment for her. So Lin Ruiqing endeavored to make her feel as comfortable as possible. Upon hearing Lin Ruiqing's voice, Jing Yi lifted her head and responded with a smile, still retaining her charmingly shy demeanor. However, Jing Zaiqian could not bear to watch any longer. Hasn't she rested enough? She was drooling on the plane. The smile on Jing Yi's lips faltered momentarily, her brows arching as she turned back with a radiant smile. Caught off guard, Jing Zaiqian's gaze momentarily faltered. I didn't realize my second brother was so concerned about me. Thank you for your care. Jing Zaiqian frowned. Who is concerned about you? Can you not be so self-indulgent? Jing Yi, with an apologetic expression, replied, I'm sorry, second brother. I might be somewhat clumsy with words. I envy how articulate you are, speaking whatever comes to mind without a second thought. I didn't mean to imply you speak without thinking. I hope you're not upset. Really, if I drink too much of that medicinal oil, will Xingji turn into a water pipe company?
You.
Jing Zaiqian's face turned a shade darker. Cough, cough. Jing Zaiyu cleared his throat a few times, lifted a cup of water from the side, and discreetly kicked Jing Zaiqian under the table, signaling him to be quiet. Jing Zaiqian was infuriated. Every time he attempted to retort, he was interrupted by family. He had already endured numerous one-sided attacks from Jing Yi. However, upon catching the warning glances from Jing Beicheng and Lin Ruiqing, he swallowed his anger. You've got some nerve, Jing Yi. He glared at her, only to find his sister with her head bowed, biting her lip to stifle her laughter. Her body trembling slightly. He felt somewhat hurt. How could even his sister be mocking him? In truth, it wasn't just Jing Zaiqian. Jing Zaiyu beside him also had a glint of amusement in his eyes, though he chose to keep it discreet for the sake of his younger brother's dignity. The atmosphere at the dining table became considerably more relaxed. After dinner, Jing Zaiqian was preparing to take Jing Yi for a stroll outside the villa when Jing Beicheng called out to the two of them. He suddenly recalled something he had forgotten to mention earlier due to the earlier interruptions at the table. Oh, there's one more thing. His gaze subtly swept over Jing Yi and Jing Zaiqian standing at the doorway. The banquet arranged for Junjun is set for next Tuesday. Jing Zaiqian instinctively glanced at Jing Yi beside him. She was aware that their father had organized the banquet for her, intending to formally introduce her identity at the event. Although she did not particularly care about being the daughter of a wealthy family, finding her biological parents was already a source of immense joy. She did not wish to decline her parents' kindness, especially since the banquet had been in preparation for quite some time. She had never anticipated receiving such news in this particular setting. A banquet. I've managed to attend the legendary gathering of the elite. Surely, they will take me along. Jing Yi thought to herself. However, she paid little mind to it. After all, having finally found her biological daughter, it was only natural for the Jing family's lineage to be proclaimed to the world, lest her daughter feel slighted. Why is everyone staring at me? Wasn't it about Lord Jingzai's banquet? The 5 individuals hastily averted their gazes, feigning engagement in other activities. Lord Jingzai quickly interjected, attempting to cover up his intentions. Mom, Dad, we could simply have a small family dinner instead. This suggestion was promptly dismissed by Jing Beicheng. Setting aside the fact that the banquet preparations were already underway, they were unwilling to compromise Lord Jingzai in any regard. In addition to Jing Beicheng's dissent, there was another voice in the living room that stood out conspicuously. No way. The essential ritual of recognizing kin in high society. If I miss this, I shall regret it for life. A smile briefly graced Jing Zai's lips, but upon noticing Jing Yi's gaze, it diminished somewhat.
Meanwhile, Jing Zaiqian scoffed quietly.
He had encountered carefree individuals before, but none as oblivious as her. Did she truly comprehend the implications of her father's words spoken in her presence? Observing the children in the living room, Lin Ruiqing's displeasure eased slightly. After Jing Yi and Lord Jingzai departed, her lips finally relaxed. Casting a glance at Jing Beicheng before ascending the stairs, Jing Beicheng rubbed his nose and followed her upstairs, his posture still tall and composed, though a flicker of hesitation in his eyes betrayed his unease. Jing Zaiqian nudged Jing Zaiyu beside him, gesturing for him to observe Jing Beicheng's retreating figure, his expression betraying a hint of amusement. Only after Jing Beicheng was out of sight did he turn away, lazily leaning against the sofa with his long legs crossed, embodying the demeanor of a carefree young master. Chapter 5. The Bet. You should tone it down. Dad will catch you in a moment.
Jing Zaiqian was unconcerned.
He had just seen that their father was far too occupied to notice him now. Recalling Lin Ruiqing's earlier expression, he leaned closer to his brother, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Brother, how long do you think it will take Dad to placate Mom this time? This had become their essential entertainment. Every time Jing Beicheng managed to upset Lin Ruiqing, they would speculate on the duration required for their father to mend the situation. Jing Yi cast a glance at him. At nearly 30 years old, why did his behavior still seem so childish? 1 hour. The money offered is free for the taking. Jing Qian dismissed this answer. An hour seemed far too long for their father, clearly undermining all those years of experience he had accumulated. His narrow eyes sparkled mischievously, and with a slight smirk, he extended 2 fingers towards Jing Ziyu. Half an hour, 20,000. Mom, doesn't he appear to be too displeased today? Given Dada's skills, he could resolve this in half an hour. Jing Ziyu raised an eyebrow, proposing a more substantial wager. 20,000? That seems rather paltry. I'm more intrigued by the profit share from your last film investment. Jing Qian's eyes widened in shock, abruptly sitting up straight, abandoning his earlier nonchalance. Brother, you are rather ruthless. In the past, this was merely a playful game between us, hence the stakes were modest. However, this time, Jing Zio evidently seeks to impart a lasting lesson. Not willing to play? Then I shall demand my share from Hengjing's last software venture. Who dares to shy away? Let us see who can be more ruthless. Jing Zio nonchalantly shrugged, indifferent to what his younger brother desired, for he was confident of his victory. He was assured that their father would not descend from the second floor for at least another hour. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Jing Beiqing followed Lin Ruiqing into the room. Lin Ruiqing took a seat on the sofa, her expression devoid of emotion. As Jing Beiqing approached to sit beside her, she promptly shifted away. It was evident that she was extremely upset. Jing Beiqing cleared his throat, contemplating how to placate her. Why did you have to bring up the banquet in front of Xiao Yi? Lin Ruiqing could no longer contain her frustration. This matter could have been addressed delicately, and there was no need to overwhelm Xiao Yi on her first day at home. What truly infuriated her was her husband's approach towards a young girl in her 20s, even if it was for their daughter's sake. Jing Beiqing sighed and leaned closer to Lin Ruiqing, firmly grasping her hand to prevent her from retreating. The banquet was a foregone conclusion. It was merely a question of timing. Sensing that he was about to evade the topic, Lin Ruiqing glared at him, her expression tinged with anger, prompting Jing Beiqing to halt his words. All right, I will speak candidly. I do wish for Jing Yi to comprehend certain matters first. For instance, Jing Ziyun deserves more. Although it may seem harsh, Jing Beiqing felt compelled to act thusly. Perhaps at this moment, they do recognize that Jing Yi is not a bad person. On the contrary, she possesses a remarkably innocent heart. However, he could not guarantee that, over time, her innocence would remain unchanged or that it would not adversely affect Jing Ziyun. He had witnessed too many relatives turn against one another for the sake of fame and fortune, and they were not even blood relatives. Lin Ruiqing, exasperated, retorted that such matters could be communicated gradually, without treating her so harshly right upon her return. Ruiqing, the longer we delay, the more difficult it becomes to broach the subject. It is necessary to discuss it eventually, so what harm is there in addressing it sooner? Lin Ruiqing opened her mouth to counter, but upon seeing Jing Beiqing's earnest expression, she fell silent. She understood that his words were indeed correct and were made with consideration for both her and Jing Ziyun. Yet, her emotions became increasingly complex. She was uncertain whether to feel relieved that Jing Yi was oblivious to the deeper implications of Jing Beiqing's words or to feel guilty about her own selfishness. Rest assured, I do not truly wish to make things difficult for her. I merely aim to nip any unnecessary troubles in the bud. Perhaps due to his long tenure in a high position, Jing Beiqing had adopted a more straightforward approach to problem solving, preferring to achieve efficiency in addressing the same issue. Lin Ruiqing sighed, her heart feeling heavier. At that moment, Jing Beiqing too felt a twinge of regret for not being more attuned to his wife's feelings. Though she did not voice it, he was acutely aware that she harbored a sense of guilt towards that child. However, in his perspective, they owed nothing to Jing Yi. Their mother had adopted her from the welfare institution, providing her with a life of affluence and affection. And they would continue to care for her as long as she remained unchanged. Jing Beiqing embraced Lin Ruiqing's shoulders, allowing her to lean against him, gently alleviating her mood as he continued to explain in hushed tones. The atmosphere upstairs gradually improved, yet downstairs remained particularly somber, with only Jing Ziqian enveloped in gloom. As time ticked by, Jing Beiqing and his wife had yet to descend, causing Jing Ziqian's heart to grow heavier with each passing moment. The hard-earned extra income was on the verge of being handed over to his brother. During that half hour, Jing Ziqian's demeanor shifted from confidently lounging on the sofa to a state of impatience as he occasionally glanced towards the stairs, eventually succumbing to a sense of despair while sprawled on the couch. Jing Zio casually raised his hand to check the time, shifting his gaze to the despondent Jing Ziqian, who lay lifelessly on the sofa. There were only 5 minutes left until the hour was complete. If it exceeded the hour his brother mentioned, then their wager would be void. Suddenly, Jing Ziqian sat up, his eyes wide with excitement, a glimmer of elation illuminating his expression. As if he believed his earnings had not yet slipped from his grasp, Jing Ziqian remained noncommittal, patiently awaiting the sound of footsteps from Jing Beicheng and his wife. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he glanced at his watch, raising an eyebrow at the now despondent Jing Ziqian. The money goes into my account. He then lazily reclined against a chair, embodying a picture of leisure, contrasting sharply with the forlorn figure of Jing Ziqian on the sofa. As Lin Ruiqing descended the stairs, she was met with the sight of her two sons in such contrasting states, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Xiao Qian, what's the matter? His head rested on the sofa, swaying slightly, his mood noticeably low.
Mom, me fine.
I just suddenly realized that the greatest disappointment in life is when you think you are on the brink of success, only to find yourself plunging into a deeper abyss. Jing Beicheng shared her confusion, utterly bewildered by his younger brother's philosophical musings. Lin Ruiqing, suspecting her younger son had encountered some grave matter, was about to inquire further. Jing Ziyou chuckled softly, a smile spreading across his face. Mom, don't worry about him. He's fine. Since the elder son had assured her there was no issue, she decided to dismiss Jing Ziqian's melancholy and took Jing Beicheng to check on the two girls who had yet to return from their outing. Chapter 6. Life in Affluence. In the early morning, Jing Yi awoke from her soft bed. Though it wasn't expansive, she could still turn freely. She rolled from one end of the bed to the other, and then leisurely stretched, preparing to rise. Her days had been spent in such a manner, enjoying the luxury of waking naturally, then descending for breakfast, playing racing or fighting games in the basement arcade, and finally having dinner, allowing the day to pass in blissful simplicity. Alas, another languid day begins. Though her tone was filled with a sigh, her eyes sparkled with anticipation, wondering what delicious meal Aunt Wang had prepared for that morning. Life at the Jing residence was far better than she had ever imagined. After completing her morning routine, Jing Yi changed her clothes and prepared to descend the stairs. She presumed that, as usual, she would find the house empty, with everyone else having already left. Jing Ziyu was always the first to depart for Hingjing Group, while Jing Ziqian, despite appearing somewhat laid back, could not afford to be idle. Given that he was part of an entertainment company, Jing Zijun had also gone on set to film, and although Jing Beicheng and Lin Ruiqing had retreated from the limelight, they still received numerous invitations that kept them occupied. However, just as Jing Yi reached the bottom of the stairs, she encountered Jing Ziyu. Her astonishment was palpable, making it impossible for him to overlook her presence. He, too, was taken aback to see Jing Yi awake at this hour. "Big brother, aren't you going to work today?" she inquired. "No, I was working overtime last night," he replied. Jing Yi widened her eyes in disbelief as she regarded him. "So you worked all night, and just returned to rest now?" Jing Ziyu nodded in acknowledgement. It was then that Jing Yi noticed the dark circles under his eyes, which evoked a sense of admiration within her. The role of a CEO is not one to be taken lightly. This is quite demanding. Then you should hurry upstairs to rest. Work is important, but so is your health. Jing Yi stepped aside to allow Jing Ziyu to ascend the stairs, her expression filled with concern. His polite smile had yet to fully materialize when another voice interjected, "Big brother truly lives up to the title of workaholic. The Jing family is fortunate to have you. Keep it up. For my future." Momentarily taken aback, Jing Ziyu quickly masked his emotions, smiling at Jing Yi in gratitude before proceeding upstairs. Left behind, Jing Yi shook her head in exasperation and cheerfully went to find Aunt Wang to resolve her breakfast. By 2 in the afternoon, Jing Ziyu finally roused from his slumber. In truth, he did not always work this hard. Otherwise, why would the company recruit so many skilled professionals? His late-night endeavor was prompted by a sudden call from the company's secretary, alerting him to a hacker breach in the system, which necessitated his immediate return to the office. Thanks to the multi-layered security measures, no information had been compromised, but the incident was significant enough to warrant Jing Ziyu's attention. The turmoil persisted until now. As he made his way downstairs, Jing Ziyu did not see Jing Yi and assumed she had retreated to the basement to play video games. Aunt Wang approached him. "Theo, you're awake? Come quickly. I've prepared lunch for you." "Thank you, Aunt Wang," he replied. Aunt Wang had been with the Jing family longer than Jing Ziyu had been alive, fostering a close relationship with them. Seated at the dining table, he watched as Aunt Wang brought out dish after dish. "Aunt Wang, are these new recipes you've been experimenting with?" Before him lay an array of grain porridge and nourishing soup, alongside a cup of tea whose contents were indiscernible to him by scent alone. Aunt Wang wiped her hands and approached with a smile. You, my dear, work late and don't even think to inform me. It was little E who told me you just got back from work. That's why I hurried to prepare these meals for you. Jing Yi glanced at the assorted porridge, a smile gracing his lips, pleased that she cared enough to support his future endeavors. And what is this cup? Aunt Wang glanced at the cup of health tea on the table, her expression somewhat perplexed. This is the health tea brewed by Xiao Yi, she informed. Therefore, Jing Yi awaited Aunt Wang to reveal its ingredients. With a hint of apology, Aunt Wang smiled and said, I'm sorry, Zio. I don't know what Xiao Yi put in it, but she assured me it is beneficial for health. She was preparing a porridge of mixed grains when she turned her head and noticed Jing Yi had already prepared the health tea and placed it aside, stating it was for her elder brother. Jing Zio's smile faltered as he gazed at the health tea, his expression inscrutable. Acknowledging her thoughtful gesture, he nonetheless lifted the cup, ready to take a sip. Aunt Wang watched intently, intrigued by the concoction. The moment the tea touched his lips, he merely sampled its flavor before hastily withdrawing the cup. Indeed, it was rather unpalatable. Observing Jing Zio's reluctance to continue, Aunt Wang felt a tinge of disappointment and prepared to return to the kitchen. By the way, Xiao Yi is sunbathing in the courtyard. You can ask her about it after your meal. With that reassurance, Aunt Wang left, eagerly anticipating Jing Zio to unveil the mystery. Meanwhile, Jing Yi, basking in the sun in the courtyard, remained blissfully unaware of the confusion her health tea had stirred between the two in the dining room. At that moment, she was comfortably dozing in a lounge chair, enjoying the warmth. As Jing Zio stepped outside, he was greeted by the sight of someone fully clad in protective gear, ostensibly sunbathing. He found her behavior rather perplexing, with not a single inch of skin exposed. Could this truly be considered sunbathing? Is this sunbathing? He inquired. Jing Yi raised her sunglasses and, upon noticing Jing Zio standing beside her, her eyes sparkled with joy, her smile as radiant as the gentle sun. Brother, have you eaten? Yes, I came to ask about that cup of health tea. Jing Yi seemed to ponder for a moment before recalling the tea he mentioned. Oh, that. I heard that those who stay up late should replenish their health. So I rummaged through the kitchen for some cassia seeds and what not to brew together. There shouldn't be anything harmful in it. Jing Zio's lips twitched. What did she mean by shouldn't be? She still hadn't clarified what exactly was in it. Brother, would you like to sunbathe together? Jing Yi invited him. Noticing he remained by her side, it must be said, she looked truly at ease. Thus, another lounge chair was added to the lawn. Jing Zio found himself uncertain why he was indulging in such a trivial activity with Jing Yi, yet his mood was not unpleasant. He closed his eyes and reclined leisurely, curiously asking, Aren't you hot dressed like that? In truth, he yearned to question the very essence of this peculiar form of sunbathing. 10 layers of sun protection for sunbathing? The corners of Jing Yi's mouth curled slightly beneath her hat. She extended a small hand, giving a gentle wave before swiftly retreating it into her sleeve. Brother, I'm not hot. This way, I won't get sunburned. This sun protection outfit is quite expensive. It feels cool and cozy under the sunlight. This is the best way to sunbathe. Jing Zio was left even more bewildered. What kind of sunbathing was this? However, observing her enjoyment, he chose to remain silent, closing his eyes and quietly soaking in the sun. As Jing Ziqian returned home, he was greeted by the sight of two individuals lounging brazenly in the courtyard, basking in the sun. It would not have been surprising to see Jing Yi in such a position, but to his astonishment, he also spotted his elder brother. Chapter 7. The Brother Complex of the Little Princess. What on earth is happening? Today, Jing Yi managed to finish work a tad earlier, allowing him to return home and share a meal with his family. Yet, the atmosphere at the dining table felt rather off. Jing Yi quietly scanned the table, casting furtive glances at Jing Ziqian and then at Jing Yi. The food before him had completely lost its allure. Were they bickering? He hadn't heard Jing Yi mention anything about it. Furthermore, it seemed that his second brother's resentment was directed not only at Jing Yi but also at their elder brother. Was there something involving him too? He had only been away for a single day, yet it appeared that a multitude of events had transpired in his absence. At the table, Jing Yi remained unfazed by Jing Ziqian's accusatory gaze, continuing to savor her dinner. After all, his disdain for her was not a recent development. She had long since grown accustomed to it. Aunt Wang's braised lion's head is simply exquisite. Meanwhile, Jing Zio paid no mind to the tension, calmly serving himself vegetables and occasionally engaging in conversation with Jing Beicheng, deliberately ignoring Jing Ziqian's scrutiny. Jing Beicheng and his wife noticed the children's glances, yet, Uncertain of the situation, they chose not to intervene, opting instead to take a leisurely stroll in the courtyard after the meal. In the living room, Jing Yi sat on the sofa, glancing around, and noticing that Jing Ziqian's mood was still rather somber, he couldn't bring himself to feign ignorance. Second brother, what troubles you? Jing Ziqian felt as if he might be overwhelmed with emotion. His sister was the only one in the family who cared for him. He grasped Jing Yi's hand, lamenting about the scene he had witnessed that afternoon in the courtyard. On the other side, Jing Yi could no longer contain herself and made an uncharacteristic gesture. She rolled her eyes, while Jing Yi cast a helpless glance at the one who was lamenting. So, it's merely because the two of them were sunbathing together? Jing Yi's tone was uncertain. Was this really the same cool and aloof second brother she knew? Jing Ziqian's expression immediately turned serious, emphasizing that it was not just that. She chuckled awkwardly, attempting to console Jing Ziqian, yet found herself at a loss for words. Given his demeanor, there was no need to avoid Jing Yi. It would be difficult to provoke anger, and it was likely to be amusing instead. Is this never-ending? Junjun, why don't you and Xiaoyi go play? Just ignore him. The elder brother intervened, prompting Jing Yi to smile apologetically, retracting his hand and swiftly moving to Jing Yi's side, guiding her back to their room. Once the spectators had departed, Jing Ziqian ceased his antics, leaning back in his chair and reverting to his usual languid demeanor. His intention had merely been to amuse his sister. Occasional silliness was harmless and could even strengthen their sibling bond. Your relationship has grown so close that you can sunbathe together? Jing Yi remarked calmly, noting that she had moved into the Jing household and, by all accounts, was part of the family now. Don't you think your objections to her are excessive? Jing Ziqian scoffed, crossing his long legs. I've never seen you sunbathing either. Jing Yi harbored some reservations towards Jing Yi, yet they were not particularly significant. What truly troubled him was his brother's inexplicable kindness towards a newcomer. At this moment, Jing Yi felt a headache brewing. He raised a hand to massage his temples and caught sight of the familiar cup of herbal tea. To his surprise, Aunt Wang had yet to dispose of it. Was it truly necessary to keep this mysterious concoction of health tea? As he approached to dispose of its contents, a flicker of thought crossed his mind. Was it so wrong to enjoy a bit of sunlight after working late and taking a nap in the afternoon? Jing Ziqian raised an eyebrow, his silence speaking volumes, conveying his dissatisfaction with Jing Yi's rationale. Had he ever taken the time to bask in the sun himself? Each time he was consumed by work. Yet now he found the leisure to accompany Jing Yi in sunbathing? It was evident that the notion of sunbathing was not his brother's idea. Such a picturesque and heartwarming scene seemed utterly out of character for him. One could easily discern the sardonic expression etched on Jing Ziqian's face. Speak up. What will it take for you to relent? Divide my spoils and return them. Jing Ziqian retorted swiftly, casting doubt on the authenticity of his words. Upon meeting Jing Yi's gaze, he felt a twinge of guilt, but, recalling that he was in the right, bolstered his confidence. Fine, I shall transfer it to you shortly. But you must refrain from causing further disturbances in front of Junjun and Xiaoyi. Such compliance? Jing Ziqian eyed him warily, suspecting ulterior motives. Nevertheless, Jing Yi stood to head towards the study, casually handing the cup of herbal tea to Jing Ziqian. Rest assured, having promised you, I have no intention of going back on my word. Here, you must be parched after all that shouting. This tea is freshly brewed. Jing Ziqian, unsuspecting, believed his elder brother was merely showing concern for him, even feeling a twinge of gratitude and guilt. Truly, he was my dear brother, despite my machinations. He still worried whether I was thirsty. After such an extended conversation, he realized he indeed felt parched and raised the cup to drink it all at once. Lost in his sentimental reverie, he failed to notice Jing Yi had already ascended the stairs, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Suddenly, with barely half of the tea consumed, Jing Ziqian spat it out in shock. Hearing the commotion behind him, the amusement in Jing Yi's eyes deepened as he quickened his pace upstairs. What is this? It's utterly atrocious. Jing Yi. The shout echoed from downstairs as Jing Ziqian curiously peeked outside, quickly returning his gaze. Jing Yi was animatedly recounting her afternoon spent sunbathing with her elder brother. The revelation that even the usually composed elder brother had engaged in such an activity surprised Jing Ziqian. Was it possible that the second brother was genuinely upset solely over this matter? Right? You two find it rather unreasonable. With Jing Ziqian's affirmation, Jing Yi's voice grew louder. Emboldened by the feeling of having found an ally, Jing Yi cautiously glanced outside the door and then whispered to Jing Yi, moreover, I believe he is utterly infatuated with his brother. That mournful gaze throughout the afternoon was simply nerve-wracking. His brotherly obsession is glaringly apparent. Jing Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. Could it be that he wishes to bask in the sun with you? Jing Yi replied with evident disdain. Bask in the sun? With someone like him? He would probably prefer to use a ruler to keep me and my brother apart. The instant he returns. It's nothing but sarcasm. He is practically a living embodiment of a brotherly princess. Jing Yi chuckled, finding Jing Yi's description rather vivid. Thankfully, their second brother hadn't overheard this, or else they would surely have engaged in another heated exchange, as their verbal sparring had become so frequent lately that it had become commonplace. Chapter 8. Shi in the early morning. The phone incessantly rang, disturbing Jing Yi from her slumber. With a mix of annoyance and resignation, she rose and picked up the phone. Hello? Who is this?
Jing Yi.
You've returned to the country and didn't even contact me. Are you trying to sever our friendship? The voice on the other end was exceedingly loud, causing Jing Yi to instinctively hold the phone away from her ear, but the booming shout thoroughly dispelled any remnants of her drowsiness. It dawned on her that it was her friend, Shi. When Jing Yi had first arrived, her original self had already spent 3 years studying financial management abroad. If it were simple conversational exchanges, it would have been manageable. Jing Yi's English was quite proficient. However, upon returning to school, she felt utterly lost. Having no understanding of financial management and being unable to grasp the myriad of technical terms and jargon spoken by her professors. Indeed, during her first semester back, she failed her courses along with Shi. Moreover, if they failed the retake, neither would receive their diplomas. During that period, they fought side by side as comrades, spending every day in the library, helping each other with questions and answers. Ultimately, they managed to pass their retakes and became very good friends. After graduation, Shi tearfully bid farewell, insisting that Jing Yi must visit her upon returning to the country. Now, the situation was dire. Over the past half-month, Jing Yi had absorbed an overwhelming amount of information and completely neglected to contact Shi. Shi, you still remember me. I thought you might have forgotten me.
Jing Yi.
Jing Yi held the phone further away, sensing her friend was truly furious. Shi, let me explain. It wasn't my intention to ignore you. I've just been overwhelmed lately, and I finally wrapped up my tasks, intending to reach out to you soon.
Jing Yi spoke earnestly.
Though her eyes betrayed a sense of guilt, the line fell silent, leading Jing Yi to believe her friend was still upset, prompting her to continue apologizing. At last, a voice emerged from the other end. Forget it. Let us discuss this in person. You have time today, right? Yes. If she wants to meet, I must certainly make time. After arranging the time and place, Jing Yi ended the call. She exhaled in relief. If she discovered that she had been occupied for half a month without even thinking to contact her, the rest of the year would be unbearable. Nonetheless, why had she been so agreeable just now? Jing Yi initially believed that the clumsy excuse would inevitably be exposed. However, she decided to postpone her concerns until they met. Shaking her head to dispel her worries, she rose and made her way to the bathroom. Aunt Wang, I want to be having dinner at home tonight. Please inform Uncle and Aunt for me. Upon hearing Jing Yi's voice, Aunt Wang emerged from the kitchen. Are you not having lunch either? Lunch? Jing Yi halted her hurried steps. Although she felt a twinge of reluctance, she ultimately chose to forego it, knowing that if she delayed, she would surely become even more irritable. Noticing the look of longing on Jing Yi's face, Aunt Wang chuckled. I can make it for you tomorrow. By the way, I've prepared some dessert. Would you like to have a little to tide you over? Jing Yi eagerly nodded and followed Aunt Wang into the kitchen. How beautiful! She exclaimed, carefully taking a piece and placing it in her mouth, her eyes instantly lighting up. Delicious. This must be what they call sweet without being cloying. Aunt Wang, witnessing her delight, felt a warm satisfaction. Cooking for Jing Yi truly brought her a sense of accomplishment. Jing Yi paused, gazing longingly at the array of delightful treats before her. If she indulged any further, she would find it difficult to leave the kitchen. Uncle Li, may I take the black supercar from the garage out today? Jing Yi inquired as she found Uncle Li in the courtyard. She had coveted that car for quite some time and had recently learned from Jing Zio that it belonged to him. She had assumed that her elder brother, with his personality, would prefer a more stately vehicle. With a gentle smile, Uncle Li replied, Of course, Miss Jing. The young master has instructed that you may drive any car in the garage. I will fetch the keys for you. Jing Zio had made arrangements a few days prior. Jing Yi followed Uncle Li with a hint of excitement in her demeanor. You can just call me Xiao Yi. It feels a bit awkward being addressed as Miss Jing all the time. She wondered how her elder brother felt whenever Uncle Li referred to him as the young master. Uncle Li, holding the keys, led Jing Yi to the garage, maintaining his usual polite and meticulous demeanor. That will not do, Miss Jing. Since you are in the Jing family, I must uphold the utmost professionalism. The sports car you requested is over there. Here are the keys.
Vink Yisiket.
Realizing that the formal address was unlikely to change, it would seem unprofessional otherwise. Accepting the keys with gratitude, she made her way toward the car she had long admired. Is this the world-renowned knight? She wondered upon approaching the black sports car, her gaze revealing her admiration. With its sleek black body, piano lacquer finish, and aerodynamic design, the seamless connection between the windshield and side windows made it a true work of art. Jing Yi found it difficult to bring herself to drive it away. Yet, such an opportunity was rare. The melodious roar of the engine surged from the exhaust, reverberating through the air as Jing Yi drove the black supercar away from the villa. Before her lay an open road, where she could relish a brief moment of acceleration. The scenery along the road whizzed past. Yet there was not a trace of trepidation on Jing Yi's face. Instead, her excitement grew, feeling her heartbeat synchronize with the roar of the sports car. Truly, it deserved its place among the top 3 supercars in the world. As they approached the urban streets, Jing Yi gradually slowed down, smoothly navigating the road. Although there were few vehicles around, she had no intention of accelerating further. After all, safety comes first on the myriad roads that lay ahead. Her smile remained radiant. Jing Yi parked her car in front of a traditional courtyard restaurant specializing in government-style cuisine, casting a glance inside to confirm she had not made a mistake. "Excuse me, where's the parking lot?" she inquired. A nearby attendant hurried forward, gesturing in a direction, and after Jing Yi's car moved past, another attendant emerged, lightly nudging him. "Why aren't you assisting the guests with parking? Are you not afraid of the supervisor finding out?" The attendant's smile grew somewhat strained, his gaze fixated on the sleek black sports car, his tone edged with frustration. "You ought to open your eyes and see what kind of car that is. If it gets scratched, not only will the supervisor notice the penalty, even my entire fortune wouldn't suffice to cover it." Upon hearing this, those nearby grew inquisitive, craning their necks for a glimpse, catching only the silhouette of the black car. Chapter 9. Her name is Jing Zijuan. After parking, Jing Yi followed the attendant into a private room where Shi was already seated, having ordered the dishes. Her round face was taut, displaying a serious expression. Noting this, Jing Yi quickly brightened her smile, her dimples appearing as she approached Shi.
See.
"Long time no see. I've missed you so much." Shi shot her a glance, skepticism evident in her eyes. "Miss me? You've been back for nearly a month and haven't you bothered to contact me. Is that what you call missing me?" Jing Yi discerned Shi's discontent and let out a few awkward chuckles, inching closer. All right, it's my fault. I'll reflect on it. I'll make it up to you. It's all due to my rapidly fading memory." With a serious expression, Jing Yi vowed to compensate Shi for her wounded feelings. Ultimately, Shi could no longer maintain her stern demeanor. The corners of her mouth slowly lifted as she embraced Jing Yi, joy radiating from her eyes, her previous grievances softened by happiness.
Vinky.
"You heartless person. Coming back for so long without contacting me. Are we even best friends anymore?" Jing Yi gently patted her back, laughing. "All right, it's all my fault. I'll cover your meals for the month. After this, we'll go shopping. Feel free to take whatever you want." Shi looked up in surprise. "Really?" Jing Yi raised an eyebrow. "Of course. I've become somewhat of a little rich lady now. I can manage that much. However, I'm hungry." Filling her stomach was now the priority, as she had only nibbled on a few pastries that morning. Shi reluctantly released her, playfully scolding, "What a touching scene. And all you care about is food." Jing Yi felt a tad wronged. She was genuinely hungry. Finally, they began to eat. "By the way, how did you know I was back in the country?" Jing Yi asked, picking up a piece of boiled meat. Shi opened her mouth to respond but suddenly hesitated, her fingers unconsciously tightening around her chopsticks, a flicker of conflicted emotions crossing her gaze. This only deepened Jing Yi's confusion. "What is it? Is it inconvenient to speak with me?" After a moment's hesitation, Shi ultimately decided to confide in Jing Yi about the matter. This story takes us back 3 days prior when Shi accompanied her mother to an extravagant gala. At that event, she overheard several young ladies discussing the Jing family. Although her own family did not hold much prominence in Jiangbei, she had certainly heard of the illustrious Jing clan. Initially, she assumed it was merely gossip about a wealthy family, but she was startled to hear Jing Yi's name mentioned. Could it possibly be a case of coincidence with a namesake? At that moment, She felt a twinge of doubt, for during her time abroad, Jing Yi had never disclosed her connection to the Jing family of Jiangbei. However, as the young ladies continued to share more information, Shi became increasingly convinced that the Jing Yi they spoke of was indeed her own acquaintance. Thus, she thought to call Jing Yi and tease her about it, not expecting to uncover the truth. "You haven't heard that you are a daughter of the Jing family?" Shi remained astonished that her dear friend was, in fact, a scion of a prominent family, not just any affluent family, but one of considerable repute. How could one not be surprised? Jing Yi, however, took it lightly. Upon hearing she refer to her as a wealthy heiress, she merely chuckled. "A daughter of a wealthy family? Don't be ridiculous. I hardly fit that description." Then, Jing Yi succinctly recounted the entire affair to Shi. No wonder those girls had suggested that Shi seemed hesitant to speak further. Jing Yi could easily guess that the remarks were probably unflattering, yet her curiosity was piqued. Having just returned to the country, she had yet to meet any other socialites and was genuinely intrigued about how they might discuss her. Shi, feeling helpless, wondered why Jing Yi seemed to relish the drama. They had claimed that the Jing family had found their true heiress and that this impostor had the audacity to return. Is that all? Shi shot her a sidelong glance, knowing full well that their comments had likely been far more scathing. Jing Yi chuckled dismissively. After all, it was merely fodder for the elite, and it would not affect her leisurely mornings or the interest accruing in her bank account. Yet, she was only an adopted daughter. So how had such a ruse of true and false heiresses come to pass? In the novel, the original character had, upon returning to the country, swiftly befriended several socialites and had begun to intentionally leverage her identity as the Jing family's daughter, thus spawning the true-false heiress debacle. However, she had spent nearly all her time at the Jing residence since returning and had not made any acquaintances among the elite. Was it possible that certain plot lines were destined to unfold? A heaviness settled in Jing Yi's heart, replacing her earlier lightheartedness. Shi, misinterpreting her mood as a reaction to the comments made by those girls, hurried to console her. "Oh, those are just idle words. If it comes to it, I'll stand up for you next time." Jing Yi looked at Shi, who was fervently vowing to defend her honor, and smiled, her eyes curving like crescent moons. The person before her was her first friend in this world. She was a sweet, charming, and innocent girl, quite different from her. "I'm just teasing. It's merely a few words. Can they really devour me?" She felt a hint of defiance, for those remarks were indeed rather harsh. "But truly, do you feel uncomfortable being part of the Jing family?" She had only ever heard Jing Yi speak of her grandmother. Growing up abroad, she likely wasn't very familiar with the current Jing family. "No, don't worry. The Jing family is quite amiable, at least so far. They have been easy to get along with, even if there's an added element of medicated oil, which can be seen as a condiment for a rather mundane and tranquil life." Seeing that her expression showed no hint of reluctance, she finally felt at ease. "And what about the legendary true daughter?" Jing Yi looked up in surprise, gazing at Shi. "Haven't you heard what her name is?" Jing Yi assumed she would have known Jing Zijuan's name by now, considering even she had gained some notoriety within the high society circles. Shi's eyes reflected confusion. "What do you mean? Should I know her?" She had indeed heard early on that the Jing family had found their biological daughter, but such matters concerning the upper echelons of society held no relevance for her. Jing Yi smiled mysteriously and said, "Her name is Jing Zijuan." Upon hearing this, Shi furrowed her brow slightly, the name sounding familiar. Realization struck her, and she abruptly lifted her head, her expression one of shock. "Jing Zijuan? The only Jing Zijuan I know is the female general from that drama I adore." Jing Yi calmly nodded, watching Shi's astonishment with composure. They had both watched the same drama, so she was well aware of Shi's admiration for Jing Zijuan. Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. In just one afternoon, this is an overwhelming amount of information. So those marketing accounts were telling the truth. Previously, she thought the claims from those accounts were exaggerated, mocking the gossip about a lost heiress being reunited with her wealthy parents. "However, I still stand by your side," Shi suddenly declared, firmly expressing her stance to Jing Yi. Jing Yi momentarily paused with her chopsticks, amusement flickering in her eyes. "It's not like we're about to fight. Rest assured, Jing Zijuan is a gentle soul, easy to get along with." Chapter 10. The Shun Family. Before arriving, she had considered that if Jing Yi felt uncomfortable with the Jing family, she would invite her to stay at her home. Although her family was not among the elite, they were relatively well off, and she wouldn't let Jing Yi feel any discomfort. Moreover, She could occasionally bask in the reputation of the Jiangbei Shin family, leveraging their influence. However, upon hearing Jing Yi say that she got along well with Jing Zijuan Shin, she felt a measure of relief. What have you been busy with since returning to the country? After addressing all of Shin Shi's queries, Jing Yi finally had the chance to inquire about her life post-return. You aren't really planning to inherit the family business, are you? Jing Yi recalled that Shin Shi had little interest in financial management. Otherwise, they wouldn't have encountered each other on the way to a retake exam. Shin Shi shrugged nonchalantly. Same old, same old. My brother keeps an eye on things at home, and I occasionally drift into the company. After all, my parents don't expect me to earn money or achieve great success. Life is fairly ordinary. Jing Yi looked at her incredulously. Is that what you call ordinary? Had it not been for her becoming a freeloader in the Jing family, she might have envied Shin Shi. But my family hasn't been particularly peaceful lately, and my parents have even less time to manage me. During this period, aside from her, the family members were utterly preoccupied. Even her mother, usually idle at home, had become so busy that she scarcely had time to savor tea with her old friends or accompany her on shopping excursions. Jing Yi placed a bowl of almond tofu beside Shin Shi. Her curiosity piqued. What's the matter? Shin Shi sighed, recalling her father's grave words. Are you aware of the Shin family in Jiangbei? In Jiangbei, there are 3 prominent families, the Jing, Shen, and Wang families, each owning a leading company in the region. Jing Yi remembered that in the original narrative, the Wang family had consistently opposed the Jing family. However, she was not well versed in the Shin family. She furrowed her brow and looked up, awaiting Shin Shi's explanation. Recently, the Wari group under the Shin family has undergone significant restructuring. The upper management has been entirely replaced over the past month and a half, which has kept my parents extremely busy. Although I'm not quite sure what they are occupied with, considering they are merely distant relatives, it seems excessive. Shi. Are you the legendary heiress of a prestigious family? Jing Yi mused, suggesting that Shin Shi must have some connection to the Shin family. Shin Shi rolled her eyes. If I were an heiress, would I still be asking my parents for living expenses every month? That would be quite uncharacteristic of an heiress. My family is only slightly related. The true Shin family doesn't possess any heiresses. On this note, Shin Shi leaned closer to Jing Yi, eager to share gossip about the Shin family. The Shin family has only one son named Shen Huaichu, who has returned to take over all the family business, prompting the recent changes. I actually wasn't familiar with the name Shen Huaichu until I heard my family mention him frequently during this time. When my brother spoke of this, he even added some intriguing tidbits. It seems that his parents perished in a car accident. However, the crucial point is that he returned to reclaim what rightfully belonged to him and became the ruler of the Shin family. As Shin Shi recounted the tale, her excitement grew, and Jing Yi couldn't help but chuckle at her enthusiastic storytelling. Are you narrating a story or sharing gossip? Shin Shi waved her hand dismissively. Regardless. Since Shen Huaichu acquired shares and ascended to the leadership of Wari and the Shin family, my parents have been exceedingly busy, although I remain oblivious to the specifics. Jing Yi reflected on the original narrative, realizing that it had been quite some time, and she scarcely recalled the intricate plot details. Shen Huaichu? Why did he not ring any bells? Never mind. I shan't trouble myself further, she thought, picking up her chopsticks to continue dining with Shin Shi. After their meal, Shin Shi suggested they go shopping, but the distance was considerable, prompting Jing Yi to propose they drive. She had specifically brought out her car, the Black Knight, eager to put it to good use. Then let us be off. We shall take your car to the mall. Shin Shi linked her arm with Jing Yi's as they made their way outside the courtyard. Upon reaching the parking lot, Shin Shi's gaze immediately fell upon the sleek black vehicle that Jing Yi had mentioned. The distinction was undeniably apparent, despite the surrounding luxury vehicles. They paled in comparison to the one before them. When they arrived, a small crowd was already gathered, engaged in spirited discussion about the car. Is that the black one you mentioned? Shin Shi gazed at the vehicle in disbelief. To describe such a magnificent machine with such simplistic words seemed almost a disservice. Jing Yi nodded, finding nothing amiss in her observation. It was indeed black. Come on, let me take you for a spin. Driving this beauty is exhilarating. She tugged at Shin Shi, playfully urging the onlookers to step aside, but the couple blocking their path displayed palpable impatience. The woman, seemingly irked by Jing Yi's request, scrutinized both her and Shin Shi with a dismissive gaze. What do you mean, step aside? If you want to admire luxury cars, don't be so desperate. Haven't you seen a fine vehicle in ages? Jing Yi narrowed her eyes, restraining Shin Shi, who was ready to confront the couple. The woman's voice rose above the murmurs of the crowd, drawing curious glances. Seemingly undeterred, she turned to her companion, feigning exasperation. Darling, why are so many women today so enamored with superficiality? It's truly baffling. The man beside her wore an expression of superiority, his gaze equally disdainful. Do you genuinely believe she is merely interested in the car? More likely, she is here for the owner. He scoffed, casting a knowing glance at Jing Yi. She is rather attractive. A flicker of disdain crossed Jing Yi's eyes. Indeed, the mere value of her husband's car is 5 million. What do you think this one is worth? Observing the couple boast about their own vehicle, Jing Yi pressed the car key, prompting the door to open in a dramatic fashion. A charming dimple graced her smile, yet her eyes betrayed no mirth. May I suggest you move aside now? The atmosphere shifted abruptly, and the expressions of the couple soured. Shi, equally unimpressed, stepped forward and brushed past them. Just because you can't afford a fine car, do you assume others cannot either? The woman opened her mouth to retort, but the man quickly pulled her back. Realizing the gravity of their situation, those who could afford such a vehicle were not to be trifled with. Once she settled into her seat. Jing Yi leaned against the window, casting a glance at the couple. 5 million for a car? I must confess, I haven't encountered one before. She tilted her head, a smirk playing on her lips, her gaze laced with mockery as the window slowly ascended, the roar of the engine accompanying it. The crowd began to murmur, and the man's expression darkened as he led the woman away. Chapter 11. Essential Oil. Inside the sports car, she clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "You were incredibly cool just now." Their faces were positively green. The mere recollection of their expressions filled her with joy. Jing Yi, gripping the steering wheel, allowed a slight smile to curve her lips as she focused ahead. Enjoy the moment, but remember, this car belongs to Jing Zio. I merely borrowed it for a drive. Shi, unfazed, replied, "Regardless, you certainly earned some pride. Who cares whose car it is? You were magnificent." She admired the interior of the sports car. Though unaware of its price, its appearance alone suggested an extravagant value. She sighed. If everything were to adhere to such standards, my family might not be able to afford you.
Huh?
Jing Yi responded with a hint of confusion, but their destination soon arrived, and she refrained from asking further questions. Big brother? You finished work so early today? After bidding farewell to Shi, Jing Yi returned to the Jing household, surprised to find both Jing Ziyu and Jing Ziqian present. Jing Ziqian, seated on the sofa, expressed his dissatisfaction by deliberately clearing his throat, attempting to draw Jing Yi's attention. She ignored him and engaged in conversation with Jing Ziyu instead. It was Jing Ziqian who could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "What? A grown man like me sitting here, and Miss Jing doesn't even notice? Here we go again." Under normal circumstances, Jing Yi would have argued back with Jing Ziqian, but today, having met a long-lost friend, her spirits were high. "Today, I am in a good mood and shall not hold it against you." Jing Yi flashed a charming smile, her lips curving slightly upward. Second brother. Jing Ziqian was momentarily taken aback. It seemed her good cheer was indeed extraordinary, as she did not retort as she usually would. Jing Ziyu, with a faint smile, inquired, "You finished work early today, have you eaten?" Jing Yi nodded with a smile, her dimples becoming more pronounced. Observing the two engaged in conversation once more, Jing Ziqian's displeasure grew, as he coldly regarded Jing Yi's cheerful countenance.
Unfazed being Zekianes mood.
Jing Yi leaned closer to Jing Ziyu, excitedly discussing the sleek black sports car. "Big brother, that car, the Black Knight, is simply magnificent." Black Knight? Jing Ziqian's eyes widened in disbelief. "You drove the Black Knight?" Jing Yi was startled, glaring at the astonished Jing Ziqian, who stood up in shock. "Yes. So what? What is wrong with him to shout so loudly?" Jing Ziqian looked at his brother, shocked and slightly hurt. How could he not raise his voice? The Black Knight had been purchased by Jing Ziyu at an auction 6 months prior, and since then, he had asked his brother for a chance to drive it, only to be told it was meant for admiration rather than usage. "Weren't you the one who said it was merely for display?" Jing Ziyu, uncharacteristically hesitant, admitted that he was not particularly fond of sports cars and had indeed bought it for appreciation. "Isn't that what Jing Yi wanted to try? If you wish to drive it," Jing Ziyu extended the recently acquired keys to Jing Ziqian. However, Jing Ziqian seemed ungrateful, crossing his arms and dismissively stating, "I refuse to accept handouts." Jing Yi slightly pouted, observing Jing Ziqian's prideful demeanor. If there's food, one should eat. Being picky is unnecessary, especially when it's the Black Knight. After a moment's hesitation, Jing Ziqian reconsidered Jing Yi's point, seizing the opportunity before Jing Ziyu fully withdrew his hand. Jing Ziqian snatched the keys. Jing Ziyu raised an eyebrow, a smirk forming on his lips, successfully averting an unnecessary conflict. With a mischievous grin, Jing Ziqian watched as Jing Yi devoured the fruit platter delivered by Aunt Wang. I never expected you could drive. Quite surprising. His tone remained as sarcastic as ever. But Jing Yi merely smiled, choosing not to engage. A narrow-minded view indeed. Jing Ziyu's gaze flickered. Here we go again. He contemplated whether it would be prudent to retreat. Jing Ziqian paused for a moment, about to retort, but he stifled his response, though not for long. The night. Such a car, reduced to the city's roads, was a travesty to its stature. After all, it was the only limited edition supercar in existence. Jing Yi cast him a glance, took a bite of guava, and then calmly raised her chin, her face a picture of innocence. Is that so? Then, second brother, do not tarnish the night. Keep it in pristine condition for admiration and return the keys to eldest brother. Jing Ziyu lifted his teacup, feeling he could linger a while longer. Jing Ziqian was momentarily at a loss for words, huffing, when I do take it out, you'll witness what a true supercar is. Second brother. City speed limits and reckless driving lead to tears among kin. Jing Ziyu's hand, holding the teacup, trembled slightly. His lips pressed together to suppress the upward curl of his mouth. Jing Ziqian shot him a glare. Brother, don't think I can't see you smirking behind that teacup. I know the traffic rules. I was talking about the racetrack. A glint of pride flickered in Jing Ziqian's eyes. Are you aware of the Jiangbei Mountain Circuit? That is the most optimal place for a supercar to truly shine. Admittedly, Jing Ziqian's words stirred something within Jing Yi. A professional racetrack. His triumphant grin was evident, and he could tell Jing Yi was intrigued by his mention of the racetrack. However, he did not receive the enthusiastic response he had anticipated. Before returning her focus to the fruit, Jing Ziqian, feeling a twinge of urgency, questioned, Is that it? Aren't you going to say anything? Jing Yi raised her head, her expression one of confusion. Say what? Jing Ziqian felt his patience waning. How could someone be so oblivious? Jing Ziyu's hand quivered slightly as he observed the dynamic between Jing Yi and Jing Ziqian. He found it rather amusing. Jing Ziqian had grown up in a privileged environment as the youngest son, bearing a hint of pride and arrogance in his demeanor. He often worried that his brother's personality might lead to misfortune, but it seemed that Xiao Yi could temper his sharp edges. Yet, he was also curious as to why Jing Ziqian and Jing Yi appeared to be at odds by nature. Sure enough, within moments, they were bickering once more. I heard from Aunt Wang that you went out with friends today. I didn't know you had friends. Jing Yi smiled slightly at Jing Ziqian. That's why I envy you, second brother. You aren't bothered by friends, nor are you pressured to attend gatherings. It's so liberating to be alone. Essential oil. It's surprising that someone like you even has friends. Jing Ziyu's eyes twitched as he discreetly watched Jing Ziqian, who was now rising in agitation to argue with Jing Yi. Who says I have no friends? Huh. I never said second brother has no friends. Jing Ziyu sighed softly, feeling a sense of helplessness. It truly felt like two elementary school students quarreling. Perhaps he should retreat upstairs. Chapter 12. The Eve of the Banquet. Meanwhile, upstairs, Lin Ruiqing and Jing Zijuan were oblivious to the tumult below. As Lin Ruiqing discussed the banquet scheduled for the following day with Jing Zijuan, she grasped Jing Zi's hand, her eyes brimming with profound affection and tenderness. That should suffice. There's no need to worry. I merely wish to introduce you to everyone, she assured. Jing Zi pressed her lips together and nodded. Indeed, she felt somewhat anxious, as facing an audience was quite different. At the banquet, she would be subjected to the scrutiny of many, even though they would strive to mask their true emotions behind smiles. Nevertheless, at least their thoughts would remain concealed beneath the surface. Mother, could you possibly reduce my role a bit? Lin Ruiqing looked puzzled, questioning what she meant by shortening her part. Jing Zi paused, realizing that after a period of filming, she had unconsciously likened the upcoming banquet to a performance. No, I just need to make a brief appearance, and we could skip the subsequent formalities. However, she did feel that the banquet resembled an act, with everyone playing their parts, albeit in a rather tedious manner, making it hardly worth attending.
Disinterest.
Lin Ruiqing inquired, What is bothering you? Jing Zi hesitated. I just feel this is a matter concerning our family, that's all. Her voice trailed off. as if she felt guilty for not fully appreciating the efforts of Jing Beicheng and Lin Ruiqing. Gazing into her mother's gentle and loving eyes, she felt a deeper sense of remorse. For the past 20 years, she had not been by her mother's side, and now, not even for a trivial banquet, was she willing to fulfill her parents' wishes.
Lin Ruiqing smiled softly, lightly patting Ying's hand.
I understand. Our dear Junjun isn't accustomed to such gatherings. But your father and I simply wish to formally introduce our daughter to everyone. At this, Lin Ruiqing's voice quivered slightly as she lovingly caressed Jing Zi's face, yearning to reclaim the lost years watching her daughter blossom into a graceful young woman. While I know your adoptive parents care for you deeply, your father and I wish to make amends for the past 2 decades, striving to provide you with the best. As Lin Ruiqing's gentle words washed over her, Jing Zi felt her eyes moisten, and she instinctively embraced her mother. Lin Ruiqing gently patted her back, reassuring her, "Rest assured, I shall endeavor to keep it brief. However, are you perhaps worried about E? Jing Zi straightened, her eyes widening in surprise. Did you notice? She indeed harbored concerns about whether Jing Yi would mind, but she hadn't anticipated Lin Ruiqing would discern her unease. Lin Ruiqing smiled with relief. It seems you and Yi get along quite well. She had envisioned the dynamics between the two girls, but hadn't expected them to bond so quickly. A hint of a smile flickered in Jing Zi's eyes. Perhaps it was because Yi was simply delightful to be around. This was Jing Zi's first encounter with someone so effortlessly adaptable. Jing Yi appeared indifferent to how her identity might alter perceptions or discussions, unconcerned with the Jing family status. Her only preoccupation was likely what delicious dishes Aunt Wang would prepare today. Lin Ruiqing seemed to recall something, her smile broadening. Don't worry. Your father has made other arrangements. Just then, a knock resounded at the door, and Jing Beicheng's voice called from outside. Have you two settled everything? He cast a glance downstairs, where a cacophony was already brewing. The mother and daughter exchanged knowing looks and erupted into laughter. It was evident that Jing Yi and Jing Ziqian were at it again. Downstairs, Jing Ziyu was initially poised to rise and retreat to his study. But upon noticing Jing Beicheng and the others descending, he settled back into his seat. It seemed that the impending conflict was about to cease. Indeed, the bickering abruptly halted. Jing Yi resumed her focus on the fruit before her, while Jing Ziqian returned to the sofa, arms crossed, wearing an expression of vexation. Jing Zijun took a seat beside Jing Yi, eagerly devouring the strawberries she offered. Lin Ruiqing and Jing Beicheng settled on the opposite sofa, directing their inquiries toward Jing Ziqian. What trivial dispute are you having with Yi this time? You're both 30 years old, yet you act like children. 29. Jing Yi interjected quietly, rolling her eyes. What difference does it make between 29 and 30? What distinction exists between 29 and 30? Jing Beicheng's lips tightened, his demeanor taking on an air of authority. Jing Yi's eyes sparkled with a hint of delight, believing she shared a subtle understanding with Jing Beicheng. The gazes of the others converged upon them, their expressions inscrutable. Father, you truly are a master of imitation. Plagiarism. Jing Beicheng cleared his throat a few times, his expression slightly awkward. Jing Ziqian, sensing the moment, refrained from further rebuttal, though his eyes continued to convey his dissent. Lin Ruiqing observed the two girls nestled together, sharing fruit, her expression softening. The banquet tomorrow evening will be organized by Uncle Li in the morning, so you and Junjun should try on some dresses to see if you find something you like. Jing Yi responded with a bright smile, her joy radiating sweetly. Jing Beicheng and Jing Ziyu discussed the arrangements for the forthcoming banquet. Aren't you eating any more? This guava is quite sweet, Jing Yi remarked, casually offering more to Jing Zijun. I can't indulge any further. My filming wraps in a few days, and I must maintain my discipline for a while longer. This production is set in the Republic of China era, primarily featuring kittheos, thus Jing Zijun has been deliberately dieting during this period. Otherwise, upon returning to the set, if her costumes no longer fit, the director would surely reprimand her. Jing Yi popped the guava from her fork into her mouth, sighing. Being an actor is truly arduous. Perhaps being a slacker would be preferable. With her cheeks full, Jing Yi appeared adorably charming, prompting Jing Zijun to pinch her cheek playfully. In comparison to being a slacker, being an actor indeed comes with its own set of challenges. Initially, Jing Zijun entered the entertainment industry for financial reasons and was fortunate enough to land the role of the second female lead in Junlin. This opportunity catapulted her into the limelight. Following the success of that production, Jing Zijun transitioned from obscurity to the ranks of third-tier rising stars. More significantly, Her newfound fame afforded her greater opportunities for roles, gradually enabling her to repay the medical expenses for her adoptive parents. Although subsequent projects have been mediocre and her adoptive parents have since passed, Jing Zhe-jun remains grateful for that pivotal role. Jing Yi observed Jing Zhe-jun's distant gaze. Though unaware of her thoughts, she keenly sensed an unusual melancholy in her demeanor. Why does it seem like her spirits are somewhat low? The conversation on the other side momentarily paused before resuming, though Jing Yi remained oblivious to the furtive glances directed her way by several individuals. Would you like some more? She awkwardly inquired of Jing Zejun, not being particularly adept at coaxing others. Upon regaining his focus, Jing Zejun's lips curved into a subtle smile, his gaze softening as he accepted a piece of fruit from her. Chapter 13. The banquet of the true heiress. Numerous distinguished figures from Jiangbei gradually made their entrance into the banquet hall hosted by the Jing family. Guests adorned in elegant attire wove through the crowd, each wearing a demeanor of restrained yet appropriate smiles. Servers clad in tailcoats navigated the throngs, deftly offering trays of high-stemmed glasses to the attendees. Jing Yi found herself on the opposite side of the hall with Xinxi. Even before the festivities commenced, fatigue began to weigh upon her. She raised a hand to cover her mouth and stifled a yawn discreetly. She had anticipated the event to be more engaging, perhaps with more delectable fare, though the food was indeed quite delightful, yet it paled in comparison to Aunt Wang's culinary creations. More importantly, it was just she and Shen Shi at their table, with passers-by occasionally glancing over, making it quite difficult for her to enjoy her meal.
Meanwhile,
Shen Shi appeared quite intrigued as she observed the ebb and flow of guests. That's the mogul I often see on the economic channel. And there's the industry benchmark my brother frequently mentions. Shen Shi had made a special effort to accompany Jing Yi. As her previous invitation to the Jing family's banquet had been a rare opportunity, her father would never have received an invitation otherwise. Just as Shen Shi intended to engage Jing Yi in conversation, she noticed the weariness in Jing Yi's eyes and was taken aback. You're tired already? The banquet has only just begun, and the main event hasn't even unfolded yet. Jing Yi languidly reclined on the sofa, wondering if Shen Shi felt any sense of monotony. She was nearly at her wit's end. Shen Shi shot her a disapproving glance, adjusting the hem of her dress. How could someone look so exquisite in a shimmering feather gown, with softly curled hair and a feathered hairpin, yet choose to hide in a corner and now lounge on the sofa? This is the customary flow of a banquet. If you find it dull, why not indulge in some refreshments? Get up. Who attends a banquet like this? Shen Shi exclaimed, pulling Jing Yi off the sofa and tidying her hair. That phrase seemed eerily familiar. Indeed, it echoed words spoken by her mother. The actions she found herself performing mirrored that sentiment. Shen Shi felt a touch of exasperation, as if she had aged considerably in the span of merely attending a banquet. As she continued to fix Jing Yi's hair, a handsome gentleman approached. Shen Shi's eyes brightened, and she was about to beckon Jing Yi to look when she overheard their exchange.
little E.
Big brother. Shen Shi's pupils widened slightly. This was indeed Jing Yi's elder brother, Jing Zio. He exuded an air of maturity and composure. As his gaze fell upon Shen Shi, she straightened her posture and greeted him politely. Hello, big brother. I am Shen Shi, a friend of Yi.
Hello, he replied.
Jing Zio's lips curled into a faint smile as he gently nodded towards Shen Shi. Shen Shi, a relative of the Shin family and a close friend of Jing Yi during her university days, was a companion brought along by Jing Yi, deserving of due respect. If the atmosphere grew tedious, he suggested, one could take their friend upstairs for some amusement. Later, the hotel would serve Western cuisine, which might be worth a try. No, brother, Jun hasn't made her appearance yet. I shall wait until her debut concludes before stepping out for some fresh air.
Debut?
A barely perceptible amusement flickered in Jing Zio's eyes. Very well. The lighter-colored fruit wine over there is specially mixed. Its flavor is not too overpowering, so do sample it, albeit in moderation. Jing Zio noticed Jing Yi's lack of interest in the banquet's offerings. Indeed, Jing Yi's expression brightened a bit. Is that so? Then I shall go and taste it shortly. With a smile, Jing Zio exchanged a few casual words with Shen Shi before taking his leave. Observing Jing Zio engaging amiably with the guests, Shen Shi remarked, Your brother is truly handsome. He exudes both composure and gentlemanly charm. Jing Yi nodded in agreement, though her gaze was already drawn to the fruit wine Jing Zio had mentioned. She pulled Shen Shi over, lifting one of the glasses. Shi, this is plum wine. Would you care to try it? Jing Yi offered her glass to Shen Shi and took another for herself, intending to have a sip first. Just then, a slender, Well-defined hand grasped her wrist. Jing Yi frowned slightly and glanced over. Of course, it's you. Who else could it be but Jing Ziyou's younger brother, Jing Ziqian, who was concerned about Jing Yi getting tipsy and causing a scene. Xin Shi, surprised by the arrival, recognized him as someone Jing Yi knew and refrained from approaching, her eyes reflecting curiosity. Is this the second brother she mentioned, the one with the wind oil essence? His aura differs from that of the elder brother. Although his features are equally exquisite, there is a distinct rogue charm about him. If he looked like this, she wouldn't care whether he was the wind oil essence or not. Are you planning to get drunk and create a ruckus at the banquet? Jing Ziqian snatched the plum wine from her hand, intending to return it to its original place. This is fruit wine. Brother said the alcohol content is low. Let me have a taste. Fruit wine, you say? Jing Ziqian hesitated, unsure whether to keep it or set it down. Ultimately, he yielded to Jing Yi's reproachful tone and returned the drink to her. Drink sparingly. Should you intoxicate yourself, there will be no one to carry you back. Jing Yi shot him a glance and took a sip. Delicious. Jing Ziqian's lips curled into a slight smirk as he observed Jing Yi's glass nearing emptiness. Unable to resist advising her to drink less. Young Master Jing. It has been a while. A gentleman in a tailored suit approached, appearing somewhat older than Jing Ziqian. However, Jing Yi was more astonished by the manner of address than anything else. Young Master Jing. Which character from a youth angst novel is this? Ha ha ha. Jing Ziqian's smile faltered. He had not found anything amiss with that title until Jing Yi's comment rendered it utterly peculiar. His expression betrayed no unusual feelings as he raised his glass and clinked it with the gentleman opposite him. Mr. Su, it has been a while. The man across from him wore an expression of sheer delight, having finally found an opportunity to converse with Jing Ziqian alone. To his surprise, Jing Ziqian seemed to remember him somewhat. I have heard that the artists under Xingji have recently garnered several prestigious awards. Your career is truly flourishing, young Master Jing. You flatter me, Su. This is merely a small endeavor, Jing Ziqian replied modestly. If this is merely a small endeavor, then what do we make of our years of hard work? Su continued, there is no need for such humility, young Master Jing. I hope that in the future, our company might collaborate with Xingji. It would indeed be an honor for Xingji to partner with your esteemed company. Xingji, established by Jing Ziqian himself, had earned accolades, and hearing such praise brought him a sense of joy. He cast a glance at Jing Yi, who maintained her demure demeanor. Could it be that someone nearing 30 still takes flattery at face value? Jing Ziqian paused momentarily, maintaining his composure as the man before him continued the conversation. Did Jing Yi genuinely believe him to be a fool? Chapter 14. Make your appearance known. As night fell, the main event of the banquet commenced. Jing Zijuan descended the stairs, arm in arm with Lin Ruiqing, while Jing Beiqing stepped forward to greet them. Tonight, Jing Zijuan donned a black mermaid gown adorned with a butterfly bow, her sleek, raven hair cascading over her fair shoulders. Is this the long-lost heiress the Jing family has reclaimed? Murmured a guest. She seems rather presentable. This girl looks familiar. Have I seen her somewhere before? Murmured another. As the guests below exchanged thoughts, all the while maintaining polite and cheerful expressions. With a radiant smile, Jing Zijuan placed her hand in the palm extended by Jing Beiqing, standing at the center of the banquet hall stage. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this banquet. Today, without the chairman of Hengjing present, my wife and I are merely ordinary parents wishing to share our joy with you all. Jing Beiqing glanced at Jing Zijuan, who noticed the slight redness in her father's eyes. 3 months prior, the Jing family had found their heiress, lost for over 20 years. Jing Beiqing, typically a figure of authority and composure, was seldom seen in such an emotional state. Today, we simply wish for you to meet her and to announce that the eldest daughter of the Jing family has returned. Jing Ziqian watched from below, feeling joy for his sister, parents, and himself. His eyes were filled with emotion as he stood among the guests, applauding, his gaze drifting to the nearby Jing Yi. A moment of realization struck him regarding Jing Yi's current situation. While he felt happiness for Jing Beiqing's words, not wishing for anyone to usurp what belonged to Jing Zijuan, even the title of Jing family's heiress, he could not shake a slight worry. Jing Ziqian furrowed his brow, scanning the crowd until he spotted Jing Yi, who was clapping enthusiastically, her fervor surpassing that of the surrounding guests. The crowd was too loud for him to hear her thoughts, but judging by her demeanor, she likely had not pondered as deeply as he had. A smile crept onto Jing Ziqian's lips, his slender eyes glimmering with mirth as he turned to join the applause with the guests. Meanwhile, Jing Beicheng had finished introducing Jing Zijuan and glanced at Jing Yi still standing beside him.
You should come up as well.
As Jing Yi was caught up in the lively atmosphere, she was suddenly startled to hear her own name being called, her expression one of surprise and confusion. Was she being summoned to the stage? The gazes of the crowd followed the direction of Jing Beicheng's glance. Xin Shi, sensing the tension, quickly urged her to step forward. The intensity of those stares was almost unbearable. With a stiff smile, Jing Yi summoned her courage and ascended the stage. The youngest child of the family, she had been raised abroad by her grandmother and had only recently returned to her homeland. The longer Jing Beicheng spoke, the more bewildered Jing Yi became, uncertain as to why this additional segment had been introduced. At last, once Jing Beicheng concluded, Jing Yi descended the stage, dragging Jing Zejun with her, leaving Jing Beicheng and Lin Ruiqing to continue mingling with the guests. Why is this even my concern? She approached Xin Shi, finally feeling a sense of relief, her earlier anxiety dissipating, though she still appeared somewhat shaken. A smile flickered in Jing Zejun's eyes, her gentle demeanor becoming more pronounced. So, you were nervous too? Yet you laughed at me yesterday. Jing Yi, caught off guard, opened her mouth but found no retort, her eyes glistening as they fixated on Jing Zejun. Seeing her in this state, Jing Zejun chose not to press further, instead turning her attention to the quietly standing Xin Shi. And who might this be? This is my friend, Xin Shi. Xin Shi, visibly anxious, stammered, Jiusheng, no. Miss Jing, hello, I am Xin Shi. In her nervousness, she inadvertently used Jing Zejun's character name from the play, Jiang Jiusheng, the name she portrayed in Junlin. Realizing this, Jing Zejun's smile softened, her voice gentle. Hello, Miss Xin, I am Jing Zejun, Jing Yi's sister. Jing Yi felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. After all, she was only a month younger than Jing Zejun. She is your fan, and noticed you seemed a bit nervous. Understanding Xin Shi's fervent admiration for the show, Jing Yi conveyed her thoughts to Jing Zejun. Thank you. Would you like a signed photo or an autograph? Xin Shi's eyes lit up, her nervousness dissipating as she gazed at Jing Zejun with delight. Is that possible? Jing Zejun's lips curled into a smile, her demeanor warm. Of course, I didn't bring anything today. But I will have bring it to you when we return.
Great.
Just as they were about to engage in further conversation, a group of socialites approached, glasses in hand. Miss Jing. Jing Zejun turned to greet them politely, though she recognized none of them. I am. The more she listened, the more perplexed Jing Zejun became. Were these three individuals from the same family? Or perhaps they were related? She nearly asked outright whether they were sisters, though such a question would be rather impolite. While Jing Zejun was lost in thought, Jing Yi struggled to suppress a smile, her entire body trembling with restraint. No wonder this scene felt familiar. It resembled the plastic sisters who follow the original character around in novels. When she first encountered this name in a book, she had laughed uncontrollably. Hello, Miss Jing. Congratulations on finding your family. I am genuinely happy for you. One of the socialites stepped forward, her face earnest, seemingly genuinely pleased for Jing Zejun. I believe her name is. This was the only thought lingering in Jing's heart. Thank you. After speaking, the others approached with beaming smiles. Miss Jing, it's a pleasure to meet you. Hello. Subsequently, the group engaged in trivial chatter, yet they entirely neglected to greet Jing Yi, even though Jing Beicheng had already introduced her identity. Even Xin Shi noticed this, let alone Jingza, whose eyes revealed a flicker of displeasure. Jingza, however, did not mind others fawning over her due to her status as a Jing family heiress. She had anticipated today's scenario the moment she entered the Jing household. Nevertheless, she disapproved of their treatment towards Jing Yi. With a gentle laugh, she linked arms with Jing Yi. Thank you, ladies, for your congratulations. I am truly delighted to have found family and gained a beautiful sister. The three sisters before her appeared somewhat awkward, as they had deliberately overlooked Jing Yi's presence. After all, rumors of the true and false heiresses circulated within their circle, and they assumed Jingza had grown fond of the idea that Jing Yi was merely an impostor. The trio hastily turned their attention to Jing Yi, who responded politely, unbothered by their demeanor, as it spared her considerable effort. However, she was well aware that the Jing family stood firmly behind her. Chapter 15. A War of Words. After departing from the Shi sisters, Jing Yi led Jingza and Xin Shi to the area outside the banquet hall. She surveyed her surroundings, finding a suitable spot to sit, inhaling the fresh outdoor air deeply. At last, I feel revived. The two laughed at Jing Yi, questioning her exaggerated expression. Jing Yi maintained a serious facade, nodding. Not at all exaggerated. Attending such a banquet is not for the ordinary. One must wear a mask of smiles throughout. Maintaining proper decorum is paramount. And one cannot even enjoy a proper meal. Jingza could not help but chuckle at Jing Yi's animated discourse. Xinxi settled onto a nearby wooden bench, gazing up at the opulent and grand banquet hall in the distance. Who in their right mind would sit outside during a banquet? A gentle breeze swept by, causing Xinxi to shiver involuntarily, heightening the sense of desolation. Jing Yi noticed Xinxi's reaction. Are you cold? Perhaps we should head inside. Her tone carried a hint of guilt. Xinxi smiled lightly, dismissively waving her hand. It's merely a sudden shift in temperature. After all, it's not that cold for the season. Moreover, the prospect of socializing indoors after returning felt rather tedious to Xinxi. Wait for me a moment. I'll grab a few items from the car, she declared, striding purposefully toward the parking area. Xinxi watched Jing Yi's brisk pace, her eyes widening slightly. Did she not realize she was in formal attire? Miss Xin, have you known me for a long time? Jingza's voice snapped Xinxi back to reality, prompting her to turn toward Jingza. It's been a while, around 4 or 5 years. Although I didn't speak much with Jing Yi in the first 2 years. When Xinxi first encountered Jing Yi, her initial impression was that of someone aloof and difficult to approach. It was only later, through mutual classes, that they became acquainted, revealing Jing Yi's genuinely amiable nature. We are university classmates. Jingza nodded, aware that Jing Yi was studying financial management abroad. Although it did not seem like a field Jing Yi would typically choose, he did not dwell on it further. Is Miss Xin also interested in financial management? Jingza inquired. Curiosity piqued. Xinxi smiled shyly, admitting that she was not particularly interested. In fact, she had failed due to her inability to comprehend the material. Lacking a strong preference for any other subject at the time, she had merely followed her brother's choice of major. Listening to Xinxi, a smile unconsciously crept upon Jingza's lips. It seemed that Jing Yi's friend was quite an interesting individual. Perhaps sensing Jingza's gentle demeanor, Xinxi became more talkative. The reason I became friends with Yi is that she also struggled with her studies at that time. We spent our days together in the library, holding each other accountable. Xinxi recalled being astonished upon seeing Jing Yi at the office receiving her report card. As classmates, she was well aware of Jing Yi's academic prowess, which consistently placed her among the top 3 in their class. She never imagined that Jing Yi would also face academic challenges, especially in the same subject as her. It was no wonder she was taken aback. After all, she could hardly fathom that some classmates could undergo such transformations over time. Even now, she believed her previous misconceptions about Jing Yi stemmed from her own biases. When Jing Yi learned that her original major was financial management, she felt utterly disheartened. After all, she was a pure liberal arts student. Wasn't this a matter of life and death for her? Following several failed courses, she attracted the attention of her professors, who warned her of the impending risk of not graduating, prompting Jing Yi to force herself to catch up. Meanwhile, the two conversed animatedly. On the other side, Jing Yi had already reached the parking lot and retrieved a few garments from her car. Just as she exited the parking area, she overheard some familiar voices. What a pity. I wish I had chatted more with the second young master of the Jing family. Indeed, I barely exchanged greetings before he left. I wanted to converse further. Did you see Jing's expression just now? He seemed so unsophisticated. Has he never heard of an English name? Oh, come on. He just entered the upper class and is originally from a small place. You ought to be understanding. And that fake heiress. If I were her, I would be too embarrassed to return. This is the Jing family, after all. One would naturally want to cling to their status. You probably don't realize that even the Jing family's restroom is likely larger than her living space. Haha, your words are quite sharp. However, I think their relationship seems rather good. Must you be so naive? Can't you see how obvious their act is? Please, they must maintain a facade of decorum. It's all just posturing, relying on the status of being a Jing family heiress. Do you know that Jingza is an actress? I saw her auditioning last time. I thought she would behave and embrace her role as a Jing family heiress, but who knew she would still pursue acting? Are you trying to snatch her opportunity? To become a star? I would never lower myself to that level. My father would scold me. They continued to mock Jingza while walking toward the parking lot, until an individual appeared before them. Jing Yi stood before them, holding her clothes, a smile gracing her lips, albeit devoid of warmth. The 3 individuals displayed evident signs of anxiety, having assumed that the parking lot would be deserted, thus speaking freely. Ladies, just emerged from the restroom? Jing Yi's mellifluous voice resonated. Upon hearing her words, The expressions of the trio soured. Miss Jing, we were just. Despite her being a member of the Jing family, they still held reservations, unwilling to confront her directly. Did you not just exit the restroom? Or perhaps your little mouths have been smeared with laxatives. One of the girls who had previously belittled Jing Yi stood forth, exclaiming, Miss Jing, your words are rather excessive. Jing Yi arched an eyebrow and smiled, her enchanting almond-shaped eyes locking onto the girl, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Excessive? Ladies, you ought to be grateful that I merely uttered a few words. What are you? Speaking so haltingly, do you require a refresher course? Is it now fashionable to encase one's brain and treat it as mere decoration? What are you so haughty about? You are merely an adopted substitute of the Jing family. Not even worthy of being called a legitimate child. The person on the left appeared exasperated. Jing Yi chuckled lightly, her gaze innocent, yet laced with sarcasm. At least I am a person with a modicum of shame, and I would never flatter someone to their face while cursing them behind their back. If you cannot articulate properly, I suggest you refrain from sitting at the same table as others at future gatherings. The girl, her face flushed, intended to retort, but her companions pulled her away, preparing to leave. Observing their retreating figures, Jing Yi's smile faded gradually, her gaze growing somber. Chapter 16. A world where only Jing Yi is hurt. Meanwhile, Jing Yi and Shi had been conversing for a while when he noticed Jing Yi had yet to return, prompting a flicker of concern. As they prepared to rise and investigate, they spotted Jing Yi approaching from a distance, holding her clothes, her expression less than favorable. Those three crows have turned into spirits, incessantly chattering. Jing Yi, somewhat apprehensive, ventured to inquire, why did you take so long? I ran into those three from the Shi family, which delayed me. The Shi family? Who are they? A hint of confusion crossed Jing Yi's face. Shi, however, quickly pieced it together. You mean those few, who just greeted us? Exactly them. Jing Yi's brows furrowed slightly as he recalled the three socialites who had come to make introductions. Did they give you a hard time? Jing Yi shook her head. They wouldn't dare. They can only speak ill of me from the shadows. They seem unaware that this is no longer an era where such behavior is tolerated. They treat actors as mere puppets. I didn't perform well this time, but I will certainly retaliate next time. The trio likely did not anticipate that their disparaging remarks in the parking lot would reach her ears. After being chastised by Jing Yi, they not only felt discontented but also worried whether she would relay this incident to Jing Yi. After all, she was the newly reclaimed heiress of the Jing family, and now they had thoroughly offended her. Jing Yi held the clothing, staring blankly at Jing Yi. She glanced over, puzzled, and inquired, "What's wrong?" Jing Yi smiled gently, tenderly ruffling her hair. "It's nothing, I just feel that having a little sister is truly wonderful." As Jing Yi grappled with the sudden realization of being the youngest member of the family, she had something to say. "I'm only a month younger than you," Jing Yi, with a subtle smile gracing his lips, replied. "Being a month older still makes me the sister." "Well then, I shall take my leave, bye." Shi waved from the car window towards Jing Yi. "Take care," she responded. After bidding farewell to Shi, Jing Yi and the others prepared to depart. Jing Biqing and Jing Zia were still deep in discussion, while Jing Yi accompanied Lin Ruiqing into the living room, with Jing Ziqian lazily trailing behind. Jing Yi yawned, appearing quite weary. Jing Ziqian glanced at her careless demeanor with a hint of disdain. "What a waste of such a beautiful gown. You hardly look like a princess." Jing Yi reclined on the sofa. "Fatigued, I'm not a princess to begin with." "I was wrong. I shouldn't have been interested in the banquet," she added. Jing Ziqian, sounding somewhat exasperated, responded, "You lack ambition." Jing Yi, unfazed and lacking the energy to spar with him, retorted, "If lacking ambition is the case, then you must be the princess." Jing Ziqian merely scoffed. Jing Yi chuckled softly, and Lin Ruiqing could not suppress a smile. It appeared that Jing Biqing and Jing Zia had concluded their discussions, and they approached, as Jing Yi sluggishly rose to make her way upstairs for a rest. "There's one more thing," she said, looking up at Jing Zia, her eyes widening in surprise. "At this hour, there's something else." Jing Zia cleared his throat, assuring her it would only take a few minutes. Jing Yi lazily sank back onto the sofa again. "I've scheduled a physical examination for Xiao Yi and Junjin the day after tomorrow." Jing Yi looked puzzled. "A physical examination? Why the sudden need for one?" Jing Zia elaborated. "Our family undergoes annual checkups. Since Junjun and Xiao Yi have just returned, I thought it prudent for them to have a checkup." Of course, the ultimate purpose of this examination was Jing Yi. He sought to ascertain whether her recent peculiar experiences were due to a physical ailment or some other cause. Half a month prior, Jingxia had visited a private hospital under Jing's auspices. What do you mean? Are you asking if it's possible to hear others' thoughts? Is it ventriloquism? His doctor friend found the inquiry amusing, even questioning if his friend was overly fatigued from work. Jingxia struggled to articulate his thoughts. Being too direct might jeopardize Jing Yi's tranquil life. Nonetheless, he was keen to determine if there was indeed an issue with Jing Yi's health that allowed them to hear her innermost thoughts. Not ventriloquism? Then it's highly likely there is something amiss with your body. Come in for a checkup. Thus, Jingxia found himself being escorted by his friend for an examination. He felt somewhat resigned. If it was only he who could hear her thoughts, it might indicate a personal issue, yet everyone else in the family could hear them too. Nevertheless, it prompted Jingxia to consider a full examination for Jing Yi. In order to alleviate any undue worry on her part, he enlisted Jingxia to accompany him. However, Jing Yi harbored no doubts. Instead, another matter crossed her mind. A physical examination? This fortuitously aligned with the situation. A few individuals discreetly glanced at the now upright Jing Yi, their expressions tinged with confusion. The reason for Jing Zi's childhood disappearance had rendered Lin Ruiqing's health rather fragile. Despite the Jing family's substantial wealth, which allowed for her ongoing care, illness often strikes unexpectedly and without warning. During the period when the original story uncovered Jing Zi's whereabouts, Lin Ruiqing fell ill, only to later discover the sudden deterioration of her condition. Even with the Jing family's access to world-class medical resources, it merely prolonged Lin Ruiqing's life for a few more years. This was a deeply buried concern in Jing Yi's heart, and she had been seeking opportunities to address this looming threat. Thus, she hardly noticed how clumsy Jingxia's excuse was. Instead, she perceived it as an excellent opportunity. Uncle and aunt, let us all go for a checkup together. Big brother should come too. The only one left out, Jing Ziqian, looked at Lin Ruiqing with a hint of surprise, puzzled as to why Jing Yi mentioned her.
Yi.
Your uncle and I just had a physical examination a few months ago. Lin Ruiqing felt there was no need for another checkup, given that they had just undergone one recently. Nevertheless, Jing Yi was particularly insistent. Aunt, let us go together. After all, we all need to get checked. It will save us the trouble at the hospital. Early detection leads to early resolution. And we should also check on Big Brother's health. We cannot let it deteriorate. Jingxia raised an eyebrow. After all, he held the reins of her future. He understood. What do you think, Big Brother? Jing Yi's beautiful almond-shaped eyes sparkled with anticipation. Jingxia's lips curved into a slight smile as he nodded. Lin Ruiqing did not press the matter further. After all, it was merely a physical examination, not a significant request. Jing Yi's expression lightened considerably, feeling that a major concern in her heart was finally on the verge of resolution. Well then, can we go back and rest? Jingxia, amused by the eager Jing Yi, nodded affirmatively. Before Jing Yi could rise to return to her room, Jing Ziqian's cold voice interrupted. Is that so? I believe you seem to have forgotten something. Jing Ziqian, arms crossed, leaned against the sofa, his countenance decidedly displeased. Chapter 17. Lin Ruiqing's illness. At a private hospital in Jiangbei, the Jing family was gathered for their physical examinations. This private hospital was situated atop a mountain in Jiangbei. Upon arrival, Jing Yi found the geographical location rather peculiar. Who would establish a hospital on a mountaintop? Jingxia explained that since it was a private hospital not open to the public, the location was chosen with greater emphasis on patient privacy. Furthermore, this hospital boasted top-tier medical technology, facilities, and services, renowned globally. Jing Yi and Jing Zi stood on the balcony, gazing down at the scenery of Jiangbei. Jing Zi discreetly glanced at Jing Yi, who had been silent throughout their journey. He wondered if she was worried about something or merely lost in thought.
Yi.
There's no need for concern. It's simply a routine checkup, Jing Zi quietly reassured her. Jing Yi responded listlessly and drifted back into her reverie. Jing's gaze was tinged with a hint of concern, a rarity for the usually composed Jing Yi. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Turning swiftly, Jing Yi discovered it was Dr. Jingxia, the physician friend he had inquired about previously. Jing Yi, the results of everyone's health examinations have been released, Jingxia announced as he stepped forward. His attention particularly focused on Jing Yi. Are there any issues with your reports? The health reports of both young ladies show no significant problems, the doctor replied. However, it is noteworthy that Miss Jingxia's report indicates a weakened immune system. If possible, she should avoid prolonged dieting and make appropriate adjustments to her dietary habits. Jingxia felt a twinge of guilt as she caught the scrutinizing gazes of those around her. Admittedly, she had been rather strict with herself lately, but thankfully, the filming was nearing completion. And what about Xiao Yi? Nothing alarming came up? She inquired, surprised. The doctor reassured her. Miss Jing Yi's health is quite robust, with no minor ailments detected. Her lethargic schedule remains normal? Jing Zia inquired, astonished. Even Jing Biqing and the others looked taken aback. Jing Yi, observing their expressions, felt a surge of defiance. What do you mean? Deep sleep is the best form of wellness, and I assure you, I eat well and exercise diligently. Jing Zia, though slightly disappointed, felt relieved that no issues had been found that could affect Jing Yi's health. However, before he could fully relax, a subsequent remark from his friend caused his heart to race. Everyone else's health is stable, except for your aunt. The room fell into a hushed silence, filled with shock and unease.
What did you say?
Jing Zia stammered, quickly regaining his composure. The doctor glanced at him before shifting his gaze to Lin Ruiqing. Your aunt's condition is concerning, although it appears to be in the early stages. The potential for deterioration exists, and it would be prudent for her to be hospitalized for observation. Jing Biqing rose abruptly, striding toward the doctor. The physician handed him the report, meticulously explaining the issues regarding Lin Ruiqing's health. Jing Biqing's brow furrowed deeply. She undergoes annual checkups. Why was this not detected earlier? Human health is complex. Many conditions can lie dormant until they suddenly worsen. Fortunately, we have caught it in time, the doctor clarified. Jing Biqing remained unconsoled, his expression grave, his hand trembling slightly as he clutched the report. Ironically, Lin Ruiqing appeared to be the most composed individual in the household. Beicheng, she called gently. Jing Biqing looked up and handed the report to Jing Ziqian, returning to Lin Ruiqing's side, firmly grasping her hand. Meanwhile, Jing Yi let out a sigh of relief, her previous anxiety dissipating. Thank goodness. It's just a mild issue. There's still time to address it. Her words served as a beacon of hope for the Jing family, reminding them that all was not lost. Zio, a detailed treatment plan will be formulated once your aunt is admitted for further examinations, the doctor stated. Jing Zia nodded, leaving with the doctor to arrange for Lin Ruiqing's hospitalization. Jing Yi offered a comforting pat on Jing's back, providing silent reassurance. Jing's eyes were slightly reddened, evidently startled just moments ago. After a long and arduous search, she had finally located her biological parents, only to find herself almost the subject of a cruel jest from fate. Jingza embraced Jing Yi, who was taken aback but gently patted her back in a silent gesture of comfort. Yi, I am truly grateful to you. You all need not remain here. As the doctor indicated, it is merely a matter of hospitalization for now, with no surgery required at this stage. Lin Ruiqing observed the group standing before her and urged them to return to their respective pursuits. Those who worked should work, those who acted should act, and those who rested should rest. Yet, none were inclined to budge. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Ruiqing remarked, even if I require assistance, your father is right here. There's no need for such a multitude to surround me. If you're not feeling cramped, I certainly am. Jing Yi quietly lifted her gaze to the spacious single-occupancy ward. It's quite spacious, she noted. This was the most renowned private hospital in Jiangbei, affiliated with Hengjing. Hence it was only natural that Lin Ruiqing would not be assigned to an ordinary ward. It was Jing Yi's first encounter with a patient room that featured a reception area, and she couldn't help but shake her head in admiration. Truly, it was fit for a proprietor. Even illness warranted a space for visitors. Lin Ruiqing found herself momentarily silenced by Jing Yi's observation, casting a glance at Jing Biqing, who wore a faint smile at her side. In any case, I don't require such a large crowd. Go about your business. It's quite troubling to behold. Jing Zia and others exchanged glances at Lin Ruiqing, hesitant, yet clearly wishing to remain and care for her. After all, Lin Ruiqing had never been gravely ill, and her daughters were all deeply concerned. The atmosphere in the ward became tense. Jing Yi quietly raised her hand, her voice soft. How about I stay to take care of Auntie?
All right, it is settled then.
Jing Ziqian did not hesitate for a second, fearing that Jing Yi might change her mind. Jing Yi cast him a sidelong glance.
Great.
I am the only one exempt from work. This heavy responsibility now rests solely on my shoulders. After all, I am but an idle wanderer while you all are busy.
Better that way.
Brother, is she taking advantage of us? Jing Zia shot a warning glance at Jing Ziqian and turned to Jing Yi. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. Jing Yi assured with unwavering confidence. What could possibly go wrong? The hospital has nurses and doctors, and with my uncle around, my role is merely to keep company and alleviate boredom. At most, I can act as a delivery person. If Annie finds the hospital food unpalatable, I can always bring over some meals prepared by Aunt Wang. I wonder how delicious Aunt Wang's health meals are. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Jingxi's eyes, and she consented to Jing Yi remaining. After all, this was Jiangbei's private hospital, boasting the finest medical resources and services. Even if they were all present, their presence might be less beneficial than Jing Yi's ability to lift spirits. Jingxi hesitated but ultimately decided against insisting on staying. Since Jing Yi would be there, she would complete her subsequent obligations before returning to accompany Lin Ruiqing. Thus, Jing Yi officially embarked on her role as a caregiver. Chapter 18. Orphan. Jing Yi was not mistaken. She truly became a delivery person. At this moment, Jing Yi was sharing a meal prepared by Aunt Wang with Lin Ruiqing and Jing Biqing. It is not that the hospital lacked preparation. Rather, she simply felt that Aunt Wang's cooking was far superior. Under the persistent prodding of Jing Yi, Lin Ruiqing, who initially found the hospital meals quite acceptable, began to reminisce about Aunt Wang's dishes. Consequently, Jing Beicheng had no choice but to inquire with the doctor about any dietary restrictions. At last, Jing Yi's wish was fulfilled as she enjoyed Aunt Wang's nourishing meal. Although it paled in comparison to the usual fare, it possessed a unique charm of its own. So far, Jing Yi's role as a caregiver had been relatively easy, the only challenge being that, while she was meant to engage in conversation to alleviate boredom, she was at a loss for topics to discuss with Lin Ruiqing. Fortunately, Jing Beicheng was present during her visits, allowing Jing Yi to comfortably assume the role of a lucky charm. However, things did not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. Today, Jing Beicheng abruptly announced that he needed to return to Hengjing to handle some work matters. For Jing Yi, this announcement felt like a bolt from the blue. What on earth is happening, big brother? The company is in your hands, and you still require Uncle's intervention to resolve issues. You truly betray my trust. Although Jing Beicheng harbored similar thoughts, as a director of the company, certain matters necessitated his involvement. No matter how much Jing Yi lamented, he was resolute in his decision to leave that day. After giving Jing Yi a few instructions, he bid farewell to Lin Ruiqing. Before he reached the door, Jing Yi's voice echoed once more. You always say you'll stay with Auntie, but men's words are but deceitful specters. The corner of Jing Beicheng's mouth twitched. This girl was becoming increasingly unruly. He turned to glance at his wife, whose eyes sparkled with amusement, and, with a hint of exasperation, opened the door to depart. The atmosphere in the hospital room grew quiet. Jing Yi lowered her head slightly, her hands entwined, incessantly pressing her pink-tipped nails.
Quick.
Say something. The atmosphere has become awkward. Lin Ruiqing, however, did not find it awkward at all. She was quite entertained by Jing Yi's chatter. A gentle smile graced her face. Since Jing Yi had come to their home, they had yet to spend time alone together. While she interacted well with Zhejuan and Ziqian, she seemed somewhat reserved when it came to engaging with herself and Jing Beicheng. Noticing the smile on Lin Ruiqing's face fade slightly, she said, If you find it boring, you can go out for a stroll. With doctors and nurses around, you needn't worry about me.
Vink je pauset momentarily, climbing.
How could I possibly leave you alone in the hospital room? She realized that her earlier demeanor might have led Lin Ruiqing to think she was bored. Feeling a twinge of regret, she acknowledged that it was not boredom she felt, but rather an uncertainty about how to interact with an elder. Jing Yi was an orphan, having been abandoned at the doorstep of an orphanage during the winter when she was just born, healthy and free of ailments. Sometimes, she pondered why her parents could not have waited until spring to abandon her. Did they not fear that no one would discover that tiny bundle and that she might perish from the cold? Growing up in the orphanage, she had always understood that she was a child cast aside. Initially, she did not remain indifferent. She was indeed perturbed by the remarks of others regarding her lack of parents, and she felt the sting of being labeled as a child abandoned in an orphanage. Her grandmother, advanced in age, was unable to attend to her every need, and with numerous children in the orphanage, she had to learn to navigate many challenges on her own. Whether it was dealing with theft or being cornered in the restroom, she faced these trials alone. There was no need for her to complain to anyone or to seek sympathy. She was capable of resolving all matters independently. Thus, once she acquired the means to earn, her first endeavor was to learn martial arts, for there are indeed individuals who simply do not comprehend the language of humanity. Eventually, she balanced work and study, successfully completing her high school education and receiving an acceptance letter from a university. She believed that her life was poised to embark on a new chapter. However, upon discovering human traffickers, while attempting to rescue a child, she was mortally wounded. In that fleeting moment before closing her eyes, Her only thought was a sense of relief that she had reported the incident beforehand. When she reopened her eyes, she found herself in an entirely different world. Upon her arrival in this new realm, the affection of Grandma Jing left her somewhat bewildered. She soon realized that the warmth she felt from Grandma Jing was reminiscent of the care she received from the matron of the orphanage. Their 2 years together were harmonious. Jing Yi had never quite understood how to interact with elders, having only known the grandmother from the orphanage and Grandma Jing. Furthermore, she was at a loss as to how to engage with parental figures. Although Jing Beicheng and Lin Ruiqing were not her biological parents, she felt compelled to treat them as such. Feeling somewhat disheartened, she slumped, appearing rather pitiable. Just as Lin Ruiqing was about to reassure her not to overthink, Jing Yi spoke first. "Auntie, I apologize. It is not that I do not wish to accompany you, but rather, I am uncertain how to interact with you. Elders typically favor obedient girls, yet I am unsure of what kind you prefer. Perhaps you favor the elegant and dignified type? If I could remain silent, I might feign that persona, but I am here to engage in conversation. How could I possibly remain mute? The dilemma is that speaking too much risks shattering my carefully constructed image." As Jing Yi's thoughts spiraled further, Lin Ruiqing's gentle voice called her back. Come sit here." Lin Ruiqing patted the soft stool beside the hospital bed, inviting Jing Yi to join her. With a slight bite of her lip, Jing Yi approached and sat down, her demeanor reflecting a palpable unease. Lin Ruiqing tenderly stroked Jing Yi's head, her voice soft and soothing. "In truth, I am the one who is uncertain about how to interact with you." As Lin Ruiqing gazed at Jing Yi, memories of their first encounter flooded back. "You may not recall, but when you first arrived, I treated you quite poorly. I perceived you as an affront, a substitute brought to replace my dear Junjun, who was lost to me. How could I bear to have a child of similar age return to me?" Jing Yi, unsure of how to respond, lowered her head and listened intently as Lin Ruiqing continued. "I was furious and told you to leave. You were terrified, gripping your grandmother's sleeve tightly, trembling. Eventually, she took you away." In the hospital room of Grandma Jing, it was the first time Lin Ruiqing encountered Jing Yi after she had grown up. Lin Ruiqing felt a myriad of emotions, so intricate that she momentarily overlooked her own anxiety. Unsure of how to initiate a conversation with Jing Yi, she ultimately chose silence. "Upon your arrival at the Jing household, I have longed to express my gratitude." "Thank you?" Jing Yi responded with a hint of confusion, lifting her gaze. Lin Ruiqing smiled gently, her eyes still radiating warmth. "Thank you for your willingness to return to the Jing family. Thank you for helping me find Junjun, for your readiness to integrate into the Jing household, and for your steadfastness in bringing me along for the health checkup." Chapter 19. Mending Relationships. Lin Ruiqing reached out to grasp Jing Yi's hand, her expression imbued with solemnity. "I have also long owed you an apology." Jing Yi was taken aback, her face displaying a mix of surprise and bewilderment. "Auntie, why are you apologizing?" Lin Ruiqing's lips moved, as if she harbored a multitude of sentiments to convey. "It was due to my misplaced ire from years ago that you spent over 20 years growing up abroad." Jing Yi quickly waved her hand, appearing somewhat flustered. "Auntie, you needn't apologize at all. If it weren't for the Jing family, how could I have thrived in such a privileged environment? Without Grandma Jing, Jing Yi might have spent her childhood in an orphanage. Compared to children who grew up in such circumstances for over a decade, Jing Yi was indeed fortunate." Jing Yi's gaze was pure and untainted. "As for the misplaced blame you mentioned, I cannot speak for the 3-year-old Jing Yi. But you owe nothing to the grown Jing Yi." Lin Ruiqing's eyes glistened with emotion, her smile growing ever warmer. "Then let us lay everything bare. I am just beginning to learn how to be a mother to 2 daughters, and you are experiencing your first interactions with an elder. We are even now." Jing Yi's pupils flickered slightly, momentarily stunned. Did she just mention 2 daughters? Lin Ruiqing's face broke into a smile, tenderly ruffling her hair. "It may be too early to discuss such matters. Let her take her time to ponder. Downstairs, there is a milk tea shop that the nurse mentioned is quite delightful." Jing Yi immediately straightened in her seat, her small face brimming with seriousness. "Auntie, I must avoid sugary treats. I distinctly remember the doctor's dietary restrictions." Lin Ruiqing chuckled lightly, her smile deepening. "It's not for me, it's for you. You've been accompanying me with light meals lately, so you may indulge in what you like." Jing Yi's eyes curved into crescent moons, a dimple appearing at the corner of her mouth. Actually, Wang's health meals are quite tasty too." Lin Ruiqing couldn't help but smile in return. "If you desire anything, let Qian bring it for you. He should be arriving shortly." Jing Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement as she quickly pulled out her phone. Hello, second brother? How did you know I needed something from you? Auntie asked you to bring me food. The milk tea shop downstairs, the one with the green sign, I want their signature drink with 3-part sweetness. And next to the tea shop, there's a duck neck vendor. Please order me some duck neck and tofu knots. And across the street is a cake shop. I want 2 donuts, and you are such a pig. Lin Ruiqing couldn't help but chuckle softly, realizing that she had familiarized herself with all the nearby food shops. Even recalling the nurse's remark that the signature dish, 3-part sweet, was the best. When Jing Ziqian arrived, Jing Yi was engaged in a lively conversation with Lin Ruiqing, both laughing so heartily that their eyes were nearly crescent-shaped. Second brother. This exclamation was less an address and more an eager call for the snacks in his hands. Resembling a famished wolf, Jing Yi swiftly snatched the treats from Jing Ziqian's grasp and turned to leave. Jing Ziqian, however, had no time to pay her any mind and approached Lin Ruiqing, who was still smiling at Jing Yi. Mother, how are you feeling today? Lin Ruiqing nodded with a smile. Quite well. The doctor says my recovery is progressing nicely. Some of Jing Ziqian's worries dissipated. Lin Ruiqing's illness had genuinely alarmed him. During this period, he had been in constant communication with Jing Ziyou and the doctors to ascertain Lin Ruiqing's condition, and now he felt somewhat reassured. Mother, from tomorrow onward, I shall accompany you. Although he had readily arranged for Jing Yi to keep her company, he could not genuinely allow her to replace their presence beside Lin Ruiqing. Junjun has also mentioned she will come tomorrow. You might discuss this with her. Isn't Junjun busy with the production crew? Jing Ziqian recalled that Jing Zijuan's project was nearing completion, implying she had numerous obligations. She stated that she is nearly done. Jing Ziqian nodded. Since his sister was coming, he would take a step back. After a few casual exchanges, Jing Ziqian's attention was drawn to Jing Yi, who was thoroughly enjoying herself. He leaned closer to her and seized a donut, catching a glance from the person beside him. Jing Ziqian raised an eyebrow. What is this? I traveled quite a distance to bring these, and you won't even indulge in one? Jing Yi then relented and took a single donut. Though Jing Ziqian typically had little affinity for sweets, watching Jing Yi relish her treats sparked his own appetite. He took a bite, only to furrow his brow in confusion, eyeing the remaining half of the donut skeptically. What is so delightful about this? The texture is off, and it's overwhelmingly sweet. He placed the leftover donut on the table and, donning gloves, sampled a duck neck. This is just mediocre as well. Jing Yi then observed him devouring bite after bite, her eyes widening in astonishment. You're nearly finishing everything. How stingy. I've only had a few, she retorted, popping several more snacks into her mouth. Leave some for me. If you don't guard your food, everything you ordered will end up in Jing Ziqian's stomach. What is so appealing about these snacks? If they're not tasty, why do you consume so much? What's wrong with tasting them? Is this merely tasting? Lin Ruiqing shook her head in exasperation. Thankfully, the isolation of the hospital room was effective, or else the doctors and nurses would surely be summoned. Before their bickering could escalate further, Jing Beiqing pushed the door open, and the commotion within the room ceased abruptly. Jing Ziqian, where did you go wrong? Considering that his wife was still in the hospital, Jing Beiqing hastily returned after resolving matters related to their collaboration. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of 2 grown individuals quarreling in the ward, still so immature despite being in their 20s or 30s. Lin Ruiqing looked at the 2 standing obediently before her husband, thinking it would be worthwhile to capture this moment for Xiaoyu and Junjun to see. As he approached his 30th year, Jing Ziqian, a prominent figure in a publicly listed company, found himself standing in a corner, reflecting upon his missteps. Who could have imagined that the illustrious young Master Jing would be subjected to such a punishment at home? Jing Yi stifled a chuckle but quickly composed herself upon catching Jing Beiqing's gaze, standing obediently to the side. And you? Jing Beiqing inquired of Jing Yi. This marked Jing Yi's inaugural experience of being punished in such a manner. Although she had jested about Jing Ziqian, she felt a pang of embarrassment concerning her own behavior. Moreover, Jing Beiqing, when serious, exuded an undeniable authority. In a subdued voice, she murmured, I shouldn't have spoken loudly in the hospital. Nor should I have been stingy by not allowing second brother to join in the meal. Additionally, it was wrong of me to promise to accompany my aunt yet leave her unattended. Jing Beiqing nodded, seemingly satisfied with her response. Jing Ziqian widened his eyes in astonishment, clearly shocked that Jing Yi had discerned his father's vulnerabilities in such a short time. Ah, it seems little Yi has recognized her faults. Go and converse with your aunt, he instructed. Jing Yi's eyes twinkled, her dimples appearing as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, uncle. I shall certainly amend my ways. As she departed, she cast a fleeting glance at Jing Yiqian. He swore that her expression was one of sheer pride. Chapter 20. The Courier Girl Elder Brother. Have you been working late again? Jing Yi exclaimed as she descended the stairs, spotting Jing Zio, who was poised to ascend. Her eyes widened, under the impression that he had been laboring all night long, only now returning home. Jing Zio shook his head. No, I just returned from Mother S' place. I need to grab a document before heading back to the office. Earlier that day, he had visited Lin Ruiqing at the hospital, inquiring about her recovery. The doctor had reported that she was improving well and would likely be discharged soon. Not wishing to intrude on the time Jing Ziyun and Jing Beiqing spent with her, Jing Zio had returned home to tidy up before returning to work. Jing Yi let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. I thought you had become such a workaholic that you were willing to forsake your health. Jing Zio smirked. Life is precious, and I intend to keep it. Jing Yi ambled leisurely to the dining room for a meal. Sunlight streamed through the windows of the courtyard, creating a rare moment of tranquility. She stretched luxuriously, relishing the rare opportunity to sleep in and rise at her own pace, having recently adjusted her schedule to accommodate Lin Ruiqing's needs. Today, however, she was free to enjoy a leisurely breakfast. Aunt Wang had even prepared a new delicacy, baked buns. The golden crust sprinkled with sesame seeds was utterly tantalizing. Jing Yi eagerly grabbed one, savoring its exquisite flavors. In an instant, her eyes brightened. The crust was crisp, the lamb filling devoid of any gamey taste. Tender and infused with a hint of cumin. It had been ages since she had tasted such a delight. Aunt Wang, these baked buns are absolutely delicious. Aunt Wang beamed, her eyes crinkling with joy. The sound of Jing Zio's footsteps echoed as he descended the stairs. Elder brother, would you care to join me for a bite? These baked buns are simply divine. Jing Yi peeked out, glancing at Jing Ziyu, who had already made his way to the living room, and extended an invitation to dine together. Jing Ziyu pondered for a moment. With no significant meetings on his agenda, he decided to join her. Do you have any plans for the afternoon? Jing Yi placed a slice of ham into her bowl, preparing to lounge and watch television. Jing Ziyu paused, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Though he was aware that Jing Yi's nature likely meant there would be no serious undertakings, he often found himself pleasantly surprised by her responses. Shall we visit Zai Qian's company? Jing Yi's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked at Jing Ziyu. Jing Zai Qian's company. That's Starry Entertainment? Brother, are you going to Second Brother's company this afternoon? Jing Ziyu had no such intention. He was merely tasked with delivering a document that Zai Qian had inadvertently left at home. He had already arranged for Uncle Li to take it over, but thought Jing Yi might be interested in her brother's entertainment enterprise, hence his inquiry. Then I shall go. There's no need for Uncle Li to arrange it. I will personally deliver the document. An entertainment company. I presume there will be many handsome stars. Jing Ziyu glanced at Jing Yi, his lips curving upwards involuntarily. After all, Starry Entertainment was among the top tier in the industry, boasting not just handsome men, but also esteemed actors and popular celebrities in abundance. He sampled a roasted bun she had highly recommended, and it was indeed delightful. Brother, may I take the night out for a spin? Jing Yi's eyes danced with anticipation, her tone transforming into one of excitement. Since her previous outing with the car, she had been yearning for another opportunity. If I could drive to Jing Zai Qian's company, he would surely be envious. They often found time to tease each other. Once lunch was nearly finished, Jing Ziyu set down his chopsticks and picked up a wet tissue to wipe his hands. Whenever you wish to take it out, just ask Uncle Li for the keys, or simply keep the keys with you, so you need not ask me. Jing Yi was genuinely taken aback, staring wide-eyed at him, her expression brimming with joy. Thank you, brother. This is the night we're talking about. Seemingly wanting to add something, Jing Ziyu cautioned, only one rule, prioritize safety. He was uncertain why Jing Yi harbored such a passion for sports cars, yet he recognized that she was a competent driver who would not recklessly speed. Otherwise, he would not feel at ease allowing her to take it out alone. I know. Safety first. Jing Ziyu's lips lifted in a gentle smile. It was time for him to return to the office. The document was with Uncle Li, and she could simply ask for it when she was ready to leave. All right. Goodbye, brother. With Jing Ziyu back at the office, Jing Yi hastily filled her stomach and prepared to tidy up. Clearly, the allure of the night surpassed that of mere food. She opened the door to her room's walk-in closet, gazing at the plethora of clothes before her. Upon her arrival, the room was still devoid of an abundance of clothing and accessories. Just 2 days after Jing Yi moved in, Lin Ruiqing arranged for several boutiques and luxury stores to fill the space with garments. When she suddenly looked up, The myriad styles dazzled her, leaving her momentarily indecisive about what to wear. This one will do. Jing Yi slipped into a short white shirt paired with light brown cargo pants and grabbed an orange-hued cardigan, quickly tidying herself before preparing to step out.
Uncle.
Is this the document that second brother requested? Jing Yi inquired as she approached the courtyard. Uncle Li, holding a folder, stood respectfully at the entrance. Upon seeing Jing Yi emerge, he extended the document towards her. Jing Zhe had already briefed him beforehand. Indeed, Miss Yi. This is the document that the young master instructed me to deliver to you, along with the keys. Allow me to escort you to the garage. Jing Yi accepted the items with a smile, replying, There's no need, Uncle Li. I can manage on my own. You may carry on with your tasks. She was well aware of the garage's location and thus declined his offer. Uncle Li hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to insist.
Knight.
I have arrived. The sleek, piano-finished sports car awaited her at the center of the garage, and Jing Yi spotted it instantly. As she opened the door and settled into the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel, she felt an undeniable thrill. No matter how many cars she had driven, the sensations offered by Knight always left her in awe, truly a top-tier luxury vehicle. The familiar roar of the engine filled the air as Uncle Li, busy with his own affairs in the courtyard, glanced up to see the sleek black car swiftly departing from the villa. Since Miss Yi's arrival, it seemed that the Jing family had undergone a transformation, becoming noticeably livelier. On several occasions, he had overheard the sounds of laughter and chatter from the living room, initially worrying that the second young master and Miss Yi might be quarreling. However, he soon grew accustomed to it. More importantly, he was grateful for Miss Yi's presence. Otherwise, Madame might have faced considerable distress this time. Uncle Li chuckled softly and resumed his work. Chapter 21. Xingji Entertainment. A black sports car pulled up at the entrance of Xingji Company. The striking vehicle attracted the attention of passers-by, prompting those inside the office building to curiously glance outside, speculating that one of the company's artists had arrived. However, upon the driver's exit, it became clear that she was not someone they recognized. She was an exceptionally beautiful young woman, her high ponytail swaying gently, with softly curled hair glistening in the sunlight. Her skin was fair and smooth, her eyes bright and expressive, and her figure was slender and graceful, radiating youthful vitality. Coupled with the striking sports car, the contrast was even more pronounced. Jing Yi stepped out of the black sports car and gazed up at the unique architecture before her. Unlike traditional office buildings, the exterior was adorned with dazzling glass windows arranged in a grid, even forming graceful curves. Through these windows, the spacious and well-lit interior office could be glimpsed, leaving a lasting impression. Jing Yi lingered for a moment, taking in the sight, before confidently striding through the entrance. Before her stood a colossal display screen, incessantly showcasing the company's emblem along with a myriad of photographs and posters of various artists, highlighting the illustrious talents under the company's banner. Jing Yi did not linger for long, as she held a document intended for Jing Ziqian. Excuse me, could you please inform me which office Jing Ziqian is in? She inquired. Are you referring to Mr. Jing? The receptionist's polite smile appeared somewhat strained. She almost echoed Jing Yi's casual address towards Jing Ziqian but quickly corrected herself. This was the first instance of someone directly addressing Jing Ziqian by his full name at Xingji. Jing Yi nodded and informed the receptionist that she was there to deliver a document. Do you have an appointment? The receptionist questioned, puzzled as to why the manager hadn't mentioned anyone was coming to deliver a document. It seemed that dealing with the boss was quite troublesome. Jing Yi smiled at the receptionist, requesting her to wait a moment. It was certain she had not made an appointment in advance, so she decided to make a spontaneous one. As the receptionist observed her retrieving her phone, she waited for a few seconds. Jing Yi's clear and melodious voice resonated. Jing Ziqian, do you still need your document? It seemed as if there was a response from the other end, prompting Jing Yi to quickly amend her address. Second brother, your document has been delivered. The receptionist watched her with a mix of surprise and disbelief. Was this the recently returned younger sister of Mr. Jing, Jing Zijuan? However, she recalled that Jing Zijuan did not resemble this girl at all. She had even seen Jing Zijuan's performances. After hanging up, Jing Yi smiled at the receptionist, her expression tinged with a hint of embarrassment. I apologize for interrupting your work. He will come down shortly to collect it. The girl before her was indeed lovely, embodying a vibrant youthfulness, with a slender waist that could be clasped in one hand and a voice that was both polite and endearing. Nonetheless, this did not prevent the receptionist from gasping upon hearing her words.
No.
What I meant was that if you had an appointment, I could have taken it upstairs for you. The receptionist quickly stepped out, fearing that any delay might cost her job. Observing the receptionist's flustered demeanor, Jing Yi reassured her, it's all right. After all, it's his document, and he can come to fetch it himself. By the way, how did you know my surname is Jing? The receptionist was taken aback, realizing she had merely guessed in a moment of urgency, and was astonished to find it was indeed true. Just which Miss Jing was this? While the receptionist remained in a state of confusion, Jing Ziqian emerged from the elevator.
Vinky.
If I hear you call me by my full name again, you'll be in trouble. Jing Yi quickly donned a bright smile, waving the document in her hand with an innocent demeanor. Second brother. I'm here to deliver your document. Seeing this, Jing Ziqian chose not to pursue the matter further, casting her a sidelong glance as he reached for the document with a somewhat nonchalant tone. Didn't you intend to rest at home today? I came to deliver it because it's for you, second brother. Jing Yi's eyes sparkled with delight. If it weren't for eldest brother mentioning there were handsome men at Xingji, I wouldn't have come. Jing Ziqian flipped through the document, briefly glancing at Jing Yi before returning his gaze to the papers. Do not assume that he is oblivious to her innermost thoughts. He is well aware of her sardonic commentary. As Jing Yi observed Jing Ziqian perusing documents, boredom prompted her gaze to wander, ultimately landing on the large screen displaying a photograph of Wen Qingyan alongside his recent schedule. Second brother, Wen Qingyan is from your company? She exclaimed, her face a canvas of astonishment as she tugged at Jing Ziqian's sleeve, her eyes fixed on the figure on the screen. Jing Ziqian frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure crossing his features. Please don't tell me you have never familiarized yourself with Xingji. I've mentioned this individual several times, and yet you remain oblivious to our company star. Jing Yi offered an awkward smile, realizing she had indeed paid little heed to Jing Ziqian's words. Previously, she had assumed he was merely boasting, but it turned out he possessed genuine credentials. However, her surprise did not stem from the fact that Xingji had an acclaimed actor. Rather, it was the revelation that Wen Qingyan was the male lead of the original story. She almost forgot the impending crisis Xingji would encounter. The original text barely touched upon this aspect, and all Jing Yi remembered were two prominent artists from Jing Ziqian's company. One who, due to his ties to the Wang family, conspired against Jing Ziqian, precipitating a crisis for Xingji, and the other who, unwilling to leave Xingji, suffered significant damage to his reputation. It was only now that Jing Yi recalled when Qingyan was the artist who refused to depart from Xingji. In the original narrative, his steadfastness during a tumultuous time resulted in a temporary downturn in his career. The other individual's name eluded her, but she recalled he shared a close bond with Jing Ziqian. Noticing Jing Yi deep in thought, furrowing her brow, Jing Ziqian lightly tapped her head, interrupting her reverie. What are you pondering? Wen Qingyan is currently occupied with filming and will not be present at the company. If you wish to see handsome men, I can have someone show you some of the new artists shortly. Am I that transparent? She mused, knowing full well that if Jing Ziqian heard her thoughts, he would certainly nod vigorously in agreement. At that moment, another individual emerged from the elevator, a bespectacled man who stood beside Jing Ziqian. President Jing, Vice President Su, and Director Li are already in the conference room. Jing Ziqian glanced at his watch. I have a meeting to attend shortly. Feel free to explore the company, but do not cause any trouble. Secretary Li, please have Xiao Wang accompany her. What? Do you think I would cause trouble? I can't even stroll through the company without someone shadowing me. How condescending. The defiance on Jing Yi's face was unmistakable, but upon catching Jing Ziqian's glance, she quickly adopted a more compliant demeanor. Jing Ziqian turned, accompanied by his secretary, leaving Jing Yi with her arms crossed and a look of discontent. Meanwhile, the front desk staff remained astounded. Is that Jing Yi, the sister of President Jing? She must be quite close to him. Excuse me, Miss Jing. A front desk attendant approached respectfully. Besides Wen Qingyan, are there any other prominent stars in your company? It appeared that President Jing's sister was indeed not well acquainted with his company. In addition to the esteemed Wen Qingyan, Xingji boasts an acclaimed actress and 3 rising stars. Recently, we have also produced several idols from talent shows who have gained considerable fame. Chapter 22. Jiang Miao Miao. The front desk was not merely praising their company, rather, in recent years, the development of Xingji artists had been remarkably impressive. So far, she had not heard of any entertainment company that could rival Xingji. After listening to a lengthy account of the company's illustrious history from the receptionist, Jing Yi finally inquired, what is the name of that acclaimed actress? Oh. Her name is Jiang Miao Miao. Sister Miao Miao rose to fame through her remarkable performance in a film titled Jiang Miao Miao? The name sounded oddly familiar. Could it possibly be her? Jing Yi struggled to recall the events of the original story, feeling somewhat vexed. Just as she was lost in thought, the person assigned by Jing Ziqian arrived. It was a girl approximately Jing Yi's age, seemingly rushed and slightly breathless. Miss Jing, I am Xiao Wang, sent by President Jing to show you around. I apologize for keeping you waiting. A smile blossomed on Jing Yi's lips. I haven't waited long. Your arrival was quite prompt. Xiao Wang, still flushed from her run, smiled sheepishly at Jing Yi. Well then, please follow me. Jing Yi expressed her gratitude to the receptionist and accompanied Xiao Wang into the elevator. As Jing Yi departed, those nearby approached the front desk. Xiao Lu, is that President Jing's sister? Upon hearing the news of the president's sister's arrival, the administrative department downstairs erupted in excitement, eager to witness the scene. They had heard that President Jing had recently reunited with his sister, who was rumored to be an actress. The receptionist cautiously glanced around and whispered to her colleagues. It seems she's not Jing Zijuan, but another sister? The crowd expressed their astonishment. Another one? I thought she did not resemble the Jing Zijuan I know. The company, while not widely disseminating information about Jing Zijuan, had its own internal sources. Those associated with Xingji were aware that Jing Zijuan was indeed Jing Ziqian's sister. They belonged to the same circle and naturally remembered faces to avoid inadvertently offending the Jing family in the future. I just heard President Jing refer to her as Jing Yi, the receptionist added mysteriously. I know. I heard she is an adopted daughter. An adopted daughter? The crowd's eyes widened as they turned to the speaker. With an air of mystery, the person continued. I have relatives who attended a banquet at the Jing family's residence. President Jing's father acknowledged her as an adopted daughter who has been raised abroad. The others seemed to savor this newfound gossip, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. But how does this person have so much information we don't know? Attending President Jing's banquet. How did someone capable of mingling in such elite circles end up here? Meanwhile, in the elevator, Jing Yi observed the somewhat nervous Xiao Wang and smiled. We should be of similar age. You can simply call me Xiao Jing or Xiao Yi. Xiao Wang hesitated for a moment, realizing the elevator had stopped, and quickly positioned herself to hold the door for Jing Yi. Xiao Jing? How could I dare? It feels akin to addressing President Jing. After all, I'm not your superior and hold no significant title. Just call me Xiao Yi, Jing Yi replied, finding it quite awkward to be addressed as Miss Jing everywhere she went. Xiao Wang reluctantly acquiesced, and indeed, Jing Yi did not hear her refer to her as Miss Jing again, though she also never called her Xiao Yi. Here lies the artist management department of the company, primarily tasked with discovering and nurturing new talent, signing contracts with artists, and arranging their schedules and events. Generally, Starry Entertainment is divided into several key departments, including artist management, production, publicity, and marketing. In addition to these primary divisions, the company also comprises numerous auxiliary departments, such as legal affairs, human resources, and administrative management. After hearing all this, Jing Yi felt utterly bewildered. She sensed that she was not merely visiting the artists, but rather being prepared to take over the company. Was it necessary for a mere bystander like her to acquire such intricate knowledge? If Jing Ziqian were to hear this, he would undoubtedly insist it was essential. For the detailed account provided by Xiao Wang was entirely at Jing Ziqian's behest. Mr. Jing had emphasized the need to convey all pertinent information about Starry, including the internal structure of the company and the composition of its artists, to Miss Jing with utmost clarity. Xiao Wang, having memorized Secretary Li's admonition, was anxious not to overlook any detail. She paused, her expression somewhat troubled. Was there something she had articulated poorly? Jing Yi had no desire to interrupt Xiao Wang's introduction, but if she continued at this pace, it would soon be dusk, and she might not hear the parts she wished to know. Where is the tea room? She inquired. Starry provides a lounge and tea room on every floor. The tea room is just over there, Xiao Wang replied, leading Jing Yi to the adjacent tea room. Jing Yi was somewhat astonished. It was so accommodating. She had assumed that with Jing Ziqian's disposition, he would likely be a capitalist who shortchanges his employees. What would you like to drink? I don't drink. You should have a cup of water first, she replied. Xiao Wang was momentarily taken aback, yet Jing Yi gravitated towards the snack area. After biting her lip, she poured herself a cup of water. Would you like a snack? Xiao Wang quickly shook her head. Jing Yi smiled, her lips curving upward, looking both beautiful and demure. Are all the artists in that management department? She asked, settling onto the couch in the lounge and engaging in casual conversation. Some of them are. Artists typically come to the company only when necessary. Some may be in the publicity department discussing promotional strategies, or in the production department involved in creative work. That explains why I haven't seen many artists along the way, she mused. What about Jiang Miao Miao? Does someone of her caliber frequently visit the company? Miss Miao Miao rarely comes to the company. When there are matters to address, her manager will handle the communication and arrangements. If she does come, it's primarily to see Mr.
Jing.
Jing Yi raised an eyebrow and nodded in understanding, discarding the empty snack bag into the trash. It seemed to hinge on her popularity. For an artist of Jiang Miao Miao's stature, aside from work that required her presence on camera, there was little that necessitated her direct involvement. But how can I ascertain if Jiang Miao Miao is indeed the one who has wronged Jing Ziqian? Xiao Wang observed Jing Yi in silence, appearing lost in thought. Are you a fan of Miss Miao Miao? She asked. Jing Yi snapped back to reality, smiling as she replied, yes, I quite enjoy her performances. However, she hardly remembered her own encounters. How could she have possibly watched Jiang Miao Miao's shows? You can speak directly to Mr. Jing about it. Miss Miao Miao and Mr. Jing share a close relationship. One could say she was nurtured to stardom by him.
What did you say?
Jing Yi seemed to have grasped a crucial keyword. Her reaction somewhat intense. Xiao Wang hesitated, reiterating, I must say, Sister Miao Miao can be considered as someone whom President Jing has elevated to fame. Unexpectedly, I, Jing Ziqian, the one who has propelled her to stardom, now find myself betrayed by her for the sake of a man. Jiang Miao Miao, you truly are remarkable. Chapter 23. The Parking Space Dispute. Xiao Wang gazed at Jing Yi in a daze. She appeared to have regained some joy. Was her emotional fluctuation too extreme? Having heard the information she sought and recalled vital matters, Jing Yi felt considerably more at ease. Cautiously, Xiao Wang inquired, do you require my assistance in obtaining a signed photograph from Sister Miao Miao? We have quite a few signed memorabilia from artists at the company.
Winky chocolate.
Shaking her head. No, let us instead observe the new artist that my second brother mentioned. After all, she wasn't truly a fan of Jiang Miao Miao. Why would she need her autograph? Very well, they should be training on the 6th floor. Allow me to escort you there. Jing Yi was filled with anticipation, especially since the front desk had given such glowing introductions, mentioning both the Oscar-winning actors and the trending stars. One might assume that all the attractive individuals in Jiangbei had gathered at Xingji. Here we are. Xiao Wang knocked on the door and led Jing Yi inside. The individuals within were practicing their dance routines, and upon hearing the door open, they remained focused, eyes glued to the mirror as they continued their movements. The dance instructor, however, glanced over, recognizing Xiao Wang. Wang assistant, what brings you here? And this is? He rose, discreetly sizing up Jing Yi, seemingly intrigued. Is she a new artist at the company? Quite lovely indeed. This is President Jing's sister. She has come to observe the artists. The dance instructor immediately withdrew his scrutinizing gaze and politely greeted Jing Yi. Ah, so you are Miss Jing. Hello. I am the dance instructor at Xingji. The boy band who had been practicing also paused, having overheard that this was President Jing's sister. Miss Jing, greetings. Miss Jing. Several young men rushed forward to greet Jing Yi. She chuckled awkwardly, taken aback by their enthusiasm, retreating a step. She had expected merely to observe from the doorway, never anticipating she would venture into the practice room. Seeing that they wished to say more, Jing Yi hurriedly interrupted, I don't want to disturb your practice, and quickly ushered Xiao Wang back outside. Shall we check out a few other artists? Xiao Wang cautiously inquired, observing Jing Yi's apprehensive demeanor. Jing Yi promptly waved her hand, declining, no, it's better not to interrupt their training. Most importantly, these individuals were not as attractive as she had envisioned. After all, having two dashing, high-quality presidents and a handsome uncle around her daily, her standards had undoubtedly been subconsciously elevated. Which other places would you like to explore? I can guide you. After this little tour, Jing Yi felt somewhat fatigued and was not inclined to trouble Xiao Wang any further. No need, thank you for today. I wonder if second brother has finished his meeting? Jing Yi planned to inform Jing Ziqian before returning home. This outing was less enjoyable than simply resting at home. Please hold on a moment, I will check for you. I appreciate your help. Jing Yi approached the lounge on the first floor, where a cluster of people had gathered, creating a lively atmosphere. Really? I heard it from my relatives. You're lying. We have a wealthy capitalist among us. No. It seems our conversation has veered off course. The receptionist suddenly noticed Jing Yi's presence, cleared her throat deliberately, and greeted her with a smile. Miss Jing. Jing Yi's eyes sparkled as she smiled, radiating sweetness and beauty. Hello, everyone. The surrounding crowd became even more chaotic, responding to her greeting before dispersing like a bowl of egg drop soup. Jing Yi felt a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped to eavesdrop on their gossip. Outside the company, a luxury vehicle was parked behind the knight. Sister Meow Meow, there's a car parked ahead. We might have to stop here. A woman inside the car was resting her eyes. Is it Zai Qian's car? The assistant hesitated. It doesn't seem to resemble President Jing's vehicle. At least, I haven't seen Zai Qian drive this one. The woman's expression grew slightly impatient as she instructed the receptionist to move it. The assistant mentioned that the car was indeed the knight, and the parking spot was designated for vehicles, conveniently located near Xing Ji's entrance. Just a few steps away lay the company's main door. The woman appeared reluctant to compromise and park at the rear, leaving the assistant in a quandary. After a moment of silence, Zhang Miao Miao finally opened her eyes. Her brow furrowed. What are we waiting for? Sister Meow Meow, look at that car. Zhang Miao Miao hesitated as she gazed at the sports car ahead. Having been in the entertainment industry for nearly a decade, she understood that a car often represented its owner's status. And this particular vehicle was not one to be casually moved. Forget it. Just park here. Open the door. Zhang Miao Miao's tone conveyed her displeasure. The driver promptly opened the door, and the assistant stepped out first to assist Zhang Miao Miao, concerned that any delay might exacerbate her irritation. Zhang Miao Miao grasped the assistant's hand, slipped into her prepared high heels, and made her way toward the entrance of Xing Ji. Upon seeing her arrive, the receptionist hurried out to greet her. Good afternoon, Sister Meow Meow. Zhang Miao Miao cast a fleeting glance at her, responding nonchalantly with a mere Whose car is that at the entrance? A sudden unease gripped the receptionist as she instinctively glanced toward Jing Yi, who was resting on the sofa. Zhang Miao Miao noticed the direction of her gaze and followed it. She lifted her chin slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Jing Yi, and asked indifferently, Is it hers? The receptionist quickly affirmed, Yes, it is. Before she could elaborate on Jing Yi's identity, Zhang Miao Miao had already made her way over, with the receptionist hastily trailing behind. Zhang Miao Miao held a prominent position at Xing Ji, having been nurtured by Zai Qian himself, giving her considerable influence in the company. However, Jing Yi was also the sister of President Jing, and the receptionist was genuinely concerned about a potential confrontation, as Zhang Miao Miao was not one to be trifled with. As Jing Yi rested on the sofa, she was suddenly alerted by the sound of high heels and opened her eyes to find a group of people standing before her. Among them, the person in the center seemed to harbor ill intentions. Is that car at the entrance yours? Zhang Miao Miao repeated her question. Jing Yi, somewhat puzzled, turned to glance at the knight in the parking area.
Yes.
Zhang Miao Miao surveyed her surroundings, noting that the attire was the latest collection from her family this year. Initially, she assumed the new car belonged to Jing Ziqian, but since it was not his, its ownership was of little consequence. Zhang Miao Miao glanced at her assistant, who stepped forward and requested, Could you please move your car? Jing Yi, perplexed, turned to Zhang Miao Miao and inquired, Am I obstructing a fire lane or impeding traffic? Zhang Miao Miao remained silent, her gaze increasingly hostile. The assistant continued, That is Sister Meow Meow's parking space. In truth, it hardly belonged to anyone. It was usually either Jing Ziqian's or Zhang Miao Miao's. When Qing Yan was indifferent to such matters. Strictly speaking, only Zhang Miao Miao cared about that spot. The front desk felt a bit awkward and contemplated intervening, but no one seemed interested in hearing her out.
Think you checked it lightly.
If this is indeed a private parking space, there should be a sign indicating it. Otherwise, I might assume it is a public one. Everyone at Xingji knew that spot was designated for Sister Meow Meow's vehicle. She is indeed Zhang Miao Miao? Chapter 24. This is my sister. Jing Ziqian had just descended when he noticed a group gathered, with Jing Yi at the center. Furrowing his brow, he wondered what the commotion was about. Didn't they have work to attend to? Zhang Miao Miao turned upon seeing Jing Ziqian, instantly transforming her demeanor. She no longer supported her assistant, but smiled and approached Jing Ziqian's side. Ziqian, it's been a while. Jing Ziqian regarded her with a nod, but said nothing in return. Jing Yi stood nearby, arms crossed, calmly observing the unfolding drama of friends reuniting. What is going on? The front desk opened her mouth to speak. But Zhang Miao Miao looked at her assistant, who had just stepped forward. Mr. Jing, we would like to ask this young lady to move her car. But she seems rather unwilling. Jing Yi's expression remained impassive, showing no inclination to refute, causing the front desk to feel anxious on her behalf. Is this how one wishes to play the antagonist? Such a low level of performance. Zhang Miao Miao stepped forward as well, speaking softly. Ziqian, I have always parked my car there, as you know. I merely wanted to discuss this with the young lady. She appeared to recall something, adopting a somewhat troubled expression. Tugging at her assistant's arm with a demeanor that suggested I feel wronged, but do not wish to burden you with my troubles, Jing Yi chuckled quietly, leaving those around them in confusion. This performance was even more pitiful, and her tactics were rather outdated. TSK, some individuals desperately conceal their age. Yet their words betray them instantly. Jing Ziqian was well aware of Jing Yi's thoughts and knew she was likely criticizing Jiang Miao's manner of addressing him. When Jing Yi noticed Jing Ziqian looking her way, she maintained a stern expression and exclaimed, "What? Do you want me to apologize?" Jing Ziqian, taken aback by her accusatory tone, shot her a helpless glance, thinking to himself, "Who asked you to apologize? It's merely a parking space if it's occupied." "It's occupied. There are other spots available. Didn't Xingji arrange for a parking lot? Surely an entire floor should suffice." Jiang Miao was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated that such a trivial matter would elicit a preference from Jing Ziqian in her favor, as had often been the case in the past, where he tended to overlook inconsequentialities. Jing Ziqian smiled and introduced, Miao, this is my sister, Jing Yi. It's a fortuitous moment for you to meet." "So, she truly is Jing Ziqian's sister. What a serendipitous connection. Since it is his sister's vehicle, let it be parked there," Jiang Miao remarked with a smile. Exchanging greetings with Jing Yi, she had assumed that, even if Jing Ziqian had recently found a sister, there was no need to pay her excessive attention, given that she had known Jing Ziqian for several years, while Jing Jun had only known him for a few months. Moreover, Jing Yi was, after all,
merely a fade.
However, Jing Ziqian's demeanor seemed to diverge from her expectations, prompting Jiang Miao to suppress her inner discontent and maintain a gentle expression. Jing Yi cast a glance at Jing Ziqian beside her, somewhat surprised that he would side with her. "So, you are the legendary Miao. Indeed. You are quite lovely. Is the Black Knight not going to stop? Perhaps the driver should exercise caution. It's quite an expensive vehicle," she said, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Her voice sweet. The receptionist behind them bit her lip tightly, fearing that a laugh might escape and be noticed by Jiang Miao. The smile on Jiang Miao's face grew somewhat rigid, yet she quickly regained her composure. "Is that so? Did Ziqian gift it to you? He is so kind to his sister." Jiang Yi understood the unspoken implications in Jiang Miao's words, her laughter widening. Her round almond-shaped eyes meeting Jiang Miao's gaze. "He doesn't tee of the funds. The car belongs to our elder brother." Jing Ziqian playfully tapped her forehead, their relationship appearing quite affectionate. "As if I lack money. I can certainly afford a Black Knight." Such boastfulness. "You had to borrow it from your brother." "That is only because there is but one in the world, and it was purchased by my brother." The assistant nearby trembled slightly, relieved that they had not impulsively moved the car. Otherwise, even 10 vehicles of that caliber could not be compensated. Jiang Miao's smile was on the verge of faltering. Jing Yi before her seemed less agreeable than she had initially perceived. "What brings you to the company today?" Jing Ziqian sought to alleviate Jiang Miao's awkward situation. Jiang Miao smiled at Jing Ziqian, responding, "There are some work-related matters I wish to discuss with you." Jing Ziqian nodded and turned to Jing Yi. "Wait for me. I will accompany you back." "No. Aunt Wang has prepared afternoon tea. If we delay any longer, it will grow cold." Jing Yi resolutely declined, finding the reunion of friends somewhat distasteful. Impossible for it to be cold. "Wait for me. We shall return together." Jing Yi was equally stubborn, insisting, "I will return first. After all, I won't be able to eat much if I go with you." It was evident that Jing Yi recalled the last occasion when Jing Ziqian had devoured all her snacks. Jing Ziqian opened his mouth to retort but feared that, should this continue, his image in the company would plummet. This girl had inadvertently revealed such trivial matters. Reluctantly, Jing Ziqian conceded, "Fine, drive safely." Jing Yi nodded obediently, preparing to depart. Before leaving, she paused before Jiang Miao. Jing Ziqian felt a pang of unease, a premonition of something amiss. Indeed, he witnessed Jing Yi smiling sweetly as she addressed Jiang Miao, saying, "Sister Miao, you can now park your chauffeur-driven car." With that, she departed gracefully, leaving Jing Ziqian to glare at her retreating figure. Truly, even in her departure, she managed to instigate trouble for him. Observing Jiang Miao's somewhat awkward expression, Jing Ziqian suggested, "Let's discuss this in my office." Jiang Miao smiled and followed Jing Ziqian, teasingly inquiring, "It seems you quite like this sister of yours?" With a playful tone, she probed into Jing Yi's standing in Jing Ziqian's heart. If it were Jing Zijun, she could comprehend the affection, considering she was a sister lost for many years, naturally deserving of some indulgence. Yet, Jing Yi was not a daughter by birth. Having lived abroad, how could they have cultivated any profound emotional bond? Jing Ziqian retorted, "Where do you see me liking her? She only knows how to argue with me daily. She contradicts me at every turn, hardly resembling a sister at all. Jiang Miao Miao chuckled softly, withholding further comments, her eyes betraying an inscrutable expression. Jing Zaiqian opened the door to his office and instructed Secretary Li to prepare a cup of coffee for her. Just plain water will suffice. I am about to join the production team, so I shall forego the coffee, she replied. Jing Zaiqian regarded her quizzically. Had she not always been inseparable from her coffee? By the way, what brings you to me? He inquired, taking a seat across from Jiang Miao Miao without further thought. Oh, I asked Sister Li to help me secure Director Su's project, along with some variety shows, and I wanted to consult with the publicity department, she explained. Variety shows? Haven't you always been averse to participating in them? Wasn't it said that actors should maintain an air of mystery?
Ying Ziqiang questioned, perplexed.
Moreover, wouldn't the workload be too demanding? Didn't you just recover from an illness recently? A hint of discomfort flickered in Jiang Miao Miao's gaze as she smiled at Jing Zaiqian, after resting for a while. I found it rather dull and thought it was time to engage more with the public. Besides, they are merely light-hearted variety shows. Seeing her resolve, Jing Zaiqian chose not to press further, simply instructing his secretary to summon the members of the publicity department for a meeting. Chapter 25. Jing Yi's hobbies. Is that so? My mother will be discharged from the hospital next week? In a private hospital in Jiangbei. The doctor was discussing Lin Ruiqing's treatment with Jing Beicheng and Jing Zaijun. The doctor noted the treatment progress in his notebook, and upon hearing Jing Zaijun's question, he looked up with a smile. Yes, Mrs. Jing's treatment is progressing well. She will be fully recovered by next week. Jing Zaijun's smile deepened, for this was the most uplifting news she had received in quite some time. Jing Beicheng, who had been by Lin Ruiqing's side, also managed a rare smile. He had been the most concerned during this period. Having finally found his daughter and reunited the family, he had hoped his wife's health would gradually improve. But the sudden news of her deteriorating condition struck him like a bolt from the blue. Thankfully, everything was well now. Lin Ruiqing held his hand, her smile gentle. Thank you, doctor. Jing Zaijun cheerfully escorted the doctor out and happily nestled beside her parents. Lin Ruiqing affectionately ruffled her hair, and the joy in Jing Zaijun's eyes seemed almost to overflow. That's wonderful, Mom. You'll be coming home next week. Lin Ruiqing sighed in relief, glad to finally be returning home. During this period, although Jing Yi and the others took turns caring for her and engaging her in conversation, it still felt quite different from being at home. Was it true that even mothers could feel bored? Yet, I had heard that the ward had been rather lively just a few days ago. Jing Zai sat beside her, a radiant and gentle smile gracing his lips. Jing Beicheng glanced at Lin Ruiqing. Realizing that Lin Ruiqing had betrayed the incident of Jing Zaiqian and Jing Yi being punished by standing for a while to Jing Zai, Lin Ruiqing gazed at Jing Zai, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Jing Beicheng. Jing Beicheng chuckled lightly, dismissing it. After all, the embarrassment was not his to bear, and those two could bicker anywhere. He had thoroughly sold out Jing Zaiqian and Jing Yi. The amusement in Jing Zai's eyes deepened. She had heard from Lin Ruiqing that the two had been punished for fighting over food. At that moment, she thought it a pity that no one had taken a picture to commemorate the event, and Lin Ruiqing had agreed, but ultimately decided to spare them some dignity. Knock, knock. The ward door swung open, and Jing Yi peeked in, looking adorable as she asked, Is this the customer with the last 4 digits 1234? Your meal has arrived. The others in the room couldn't help but smile at her quirky appearance. Jing Yi had sent a message to Jing Zai earlier, inquiring about their lunch preferences, and after Aunt Wang prepared the meal, she brought it over. Jing Zai was curious as to why Jing Yi had risen so early today, only to hear her absurd yet quintessentially Jing Yi response. She was hungry. Thus, today's lunch was entrusted to the little takeout delivery girl. This is my order. I must trouble this delivery person, Jing Zai said as he stepped forward to take the plentiful lunch from her hands. Jing Zai was somewhat surprised and glanced at the copious amount of food Jing Yi had brought. How had she managed to carry so much on her own? Lin Ruiqing inquired why she hadn't invited a few more people to help with the delivery. It's fine. I thought everything looked delicious, so I packed it all together, Jing Yi replied. As they laid all the food out before them, Jing Yi began to realize it might indeed be a bit excessive. Jing Beicheng picked up a piece of fish for Lin Ruiqing, even expertly removing the bones. Help! The domineering CEO male lead is right beside me. Removing fish bones is so characteristic of a male lead. Jing Beicheng momentarily paused with his chopsticks, but quickly resumed eating, while Lin Ruiqing felt a bit uneasy. Jing Zai raised her eyes, a smile dancing in them. After spending time with Jing Beicheng, she had come to see him as a gentle and affectionate person when he interacted with Lin Ruiqing.
Yi Jertai understands me.
she thought.
Yi.
Would you like some fish? Lin Ruiqing attempted to interrupt Jing Yi's wandering thoughts, pointing to the cod in front of her, wishing to serve her a piece. Auntie, you enjoy your meal. Don't mind me. I heard from your elder brother that you've been out driving sports cars lately? Jing Beiqing intended to engage in casual conversation with the child, but having seldom interacted with his daughter. His tone remained that of how he typically spoke to Jing Ziyu and the others. Jing Yi felt a bit anxious, fearing that Jing Beiqing disapproved of her indulging in such risky activities. After all, the grandmother at the welfare home was quite worried about her engaging in such pastimes. So she usually opted for activities more suited to a typical girl. Given the multitude of children in the welfare institution, she felt compelled to shield her grandmother from the knowledge of her perilous hobby, lest it cause her undue worry. Subsequently, Jing Yi adapted to this facade, even in her interactions with Grandma Jing. During her 2 years abroad, she had forged connections with like-minded individuals, yet she dared not disclose this to her grandmother. Much like in this moment, she hesitated to share her passions with Jing Beiqing and Lin Ruiqing. Jing Zikin noticed a hint of unease in Jing Yi's demeanor and was about to interject. Jing Yi, however, smiled reassuringly, saying, "It's nothing really. I just found that car quite appealing. It's shiny and beautifully designed. Rest assured, I drive at a very cautious speed." Jing Zikin paused, recognizing that Jing Yi indeed harbored a fondness for that car. Each time she spoke of the sports car named Knight, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Even Lin Ruiqing sensed something amiss with Jing Yi and shot a disapproving glare at the taciturn Jing Beiqing. He opened his mouth to clarify, yet found himself at a loss for words. "I actually think girls who drive sports cars are quite cool. There's no rule against it," Lin Ruiqing asserted. Jing Yi looked up, a bit bewildered, unsure why Lin Ruiqing had suddenly made such a statement. "Andy, I believe," she began, "whether it's for aesthetics or passion, both are admirable pursuits. You must try this snow-swallow dessert. Aunt Wang makes it exceptionally delicious. Don't mind your uncle, he's just old-fashioned and not very articulate." The globally renowned chairman of Hengjing Group, indeed not one to engage in frivolous chatter, Jing Beiqing silently nodded in acquiescence. Jing Yi's eyes glistened, and she broke into a sweet smile. "So, Annie thinks driving a sports car is cool?" she mused. Jing Beiqing cleared his throat, eager to add something. However, upon meeting the knowing gazes of Lin Ruiqing and Jing Zikin, he swallowed his words. He had no intention of saying anything further. Then, from the dining table came Jing Beiqing's slightly cautious voice. "If you truly like it, perhaps you could buy a few more to keep at home. There's ample space." Jing Yi nodded, her smile softening. Lin Ruiqing shot him a glance. "Is that how you plan to purchase them?" she inquired. Jing Yi's eyes lit up with anticipation as she turned to Jing Beiqing. He chuckled helplessly, pondering whether a chairman of Hengjing could truly be so frugal. As for pocket money, both Yi and Jun were accustomed to buying what they fancied. Truly, a generous benefactor. He spares no expense. Jing Zikin and Jing Yi leaned closer, sharing a quiet laugh.
Thank you, Dad.
"Thank you, Uncle." Jing Beiqing's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed, having multiple daughters call him Dad was not so bad after all. Chapter 26. Lin Ruiqing's Discharge. The day of Lin Ruiqing's discharge arrived, and Jing Beiqing supported her as she rested in the hospital room. Jing Zio was conversing with a doctor regarding post-discharge care. When he recalled a previous conversation about Jing Zio, "Auntie's health seems fine, but what about you, Zio? Are you truly not considering a psychological evaluation?" The doctor remained somewhat concerned. Although Jing Zio's health report showed no issues, he could not entirely dismiss the possibility of psychological factors at play. Jing Zio smiled wryly, pondering how to explain that both his physical and mental health were perfectly intact. "Rest assured, I am acutely aware of the situation. Should any issues arise, I shall undoubtedly reach out to you. As for the previous matter, consider it merely a manifestation of my curiosity." The doctor cast a skeptical glance in his direction but refrained from pressing the issue. "Very well, but do ensure you contact me if anything seems amiss." In the hospital room, Jing Ziyukian was directing Jing Yi, instructing her to tidy up. He handed over his clothing to Jing Yi, who was busy organizing their belongings. On the opposite side of the bed, Jing Ziyun was also engaged in packing, occasionally glancing up at the playful duo with a bemused smile. Jing Yi shot Jing Ziyukian an exasperated look, but accepted the clothes nonetheless. With nothing else to occupy her, she had been temporarily appointed as his assistant, primarily to lend a helping hand. "The suitcase is right beside you. How short are your arms?" "And this as well." Jing Yi took the jacket, casting another glare. Jing Ziyuqian, however, could not help but smile more broadly. It seems I relish your disdain for me, even as you remain unable to best me. Jing Jun, has your filming wrapped up? Jing Ziyuqian inquired. Jing Ziyun nodded, continuing with his tasks. Yes, it's nearly done. Only the subsequent promotional activities remain. Have you considered joining my company? This was not the first time Jing Ziyuqian had broached this subject with Jing Ziyun. His reasoning was straightforward. As the owner of an entertainment company, why not invite Jing Ziyun, who aspired to be an actress, to join him? This way, he could safeguard her and provide superior resources. After all, he was the one who had nurtured a leading actress to prominence. A subtle shadow crossed Jing Ziyun's smile, and her movements faltered slightly, revealing her uncertainty. Jing Yi perceptively noticed the shift and quickly interjected, "What is the matter? Xingji is impressive. But your company's current leading lady is Jiang Miao Miao. What resources can you offer to Junjun?" Jing Ziyuqian furrowed his brow and retorted, "With a company as large as Xingji, am I unable to procure excellent resources? What if both Jiang Miao Miao and Junjun were to vie for the same script? Who would receive it?" Jing Ziyuqian hesitated momentarily, but soon regained his composure, reasoning that a script typically offered more than one role. He could hardly believe that both would coincidentally desire the same character. Jing Yi raised an eyebrow. "Second brother, you haven't directly addressed my question." He truly seems to value Jiang Miao Miao more than I anticipated. Jing Ziyuqian tightened his lips, aware that he inherently favored his sister. However, Jiang Miao Miao was someone he had cultivated, and it was unreasonable to expect her to walk away empty-handed. He regarded Jing Yi with a serious gaze. This issue is all too real. Even among artists from different companies, any disputes regarding script roles can be negotiated. Furthermore, should such a scenario arise, I would undoubtedly lean towards my sister. Jing Yi studied Jing Ziyuqian intently, her eyes filled with meaning. "Second brother, do you believe Junjun lacks the capability to secure that script? If he recognized that even artists from disparate companies must negotiate, what would that entail? It would either come down to status or skill." Yet, when confronted with Jing Ziyun, Jing Ziyuqian seemed to instinctively overlook that option. Jing Ziqian paused for a moment, perceiving that this was an intentional provocation. Apart from this remark, he seemed unable to find grounds for rebuttal. Lin Ruiqing and Jing Beicheng, however, felt that every statement made by Jing Yi was indeed problematic. Jing Zijuan also had her choices. Perhaps her company was not as illustrious as Xingji. Yet she invariably had her own considerations. Jing Ziqian had been unable to comprehend this point, and upon finding Jing Zijuan, he wished to lay everything bare before her, fearful that a single misstep might lead her to harm herself. Jing Zijuan's hands tightened slightly as she looked at the two, her expression tinged with concern. Why were they arguing again? Jing Ziyou pushed the door open and entered, witnessing the two engaged in their usual bickering. "Brother, you must mediate. Jing Yi is always opposing me. You are the one being unreasonable. Let me speak first."
Stop.
Jing Ziyou interjected, raising both hands to halt the advancing duo. He had no intention of listening to either side. After all, these were trivial matters unworthy of debate. If they must argue, could they not do so at home? Although the hospital room was soundproof, there should still be some decorum. At this, Jing Ziqian relented, and Jing Yi returned to Jing Zijuan's side, patting her hand with a smile. The previously somber Jing Zijuan couldn't help but smile in return. "By the way, what is the title of the play that just wrapped up?" Seizing the moment as the previous topic had faded, Jing Yi sought to engage Jing Zijuan in a conversation that might uplift her spirits. "All I do all day is sleep and eat. I can't remember anything," Jing Ziqian remarked coldly from the side, earning several reproachful glances.
Bum.
"Haideng Iju," Jing Zijuan hastily replied, fearing that the two might again quarrel over her. Jing Yi's movements slowed as she folded her clothes, a look of profound confusion crossing her face. "Haideng Iju? Why does that name sound so familiar?" At such moments, Jing Yi could not help but resent her limited memory, struggling to recall even the simplest of things. The others paid little mind, assuming Jing Yi had heard the name of the drama from some entertainment news. Now that the play is over, can we finally enjoy a good meal? Jing Ziyou recalled Jing Zijuan's previous health examination that revealed her low immunity. "I would have forgotten if you hadn't reminded me. Junjun, while filming is important, you must take care of your health. Have Aunt Wang prepare some nourishing meals for you, and you mustn't continue that restrictive diet. If necessary, consider hiring a personal trainer."
All right, Mom.
Jing Zijuan smiled bashfully. In truth, the director of this play was rather strict. To achieve a better effect, The qipao was tailored a bit small, compelling Jing Zijuan to intentionally eat less to fit into it. Jing Yi leaned closer to Jing Zijuan and whispered, "Could you ask Aunt Wang to prepare an extra portion for me?" Jing Zijuan smiled warmly and affectionately pinched Jing Yi's cheek. "Of course. You can have whatever you wish." Chapter 27. The newly appointed president. Jing Yi had arranged to meet Xin Shi in the afternoon, and she had already arrived at the CAF. As Xin Shi entered, she spotted Jing Yi and quickly made her way over. She draped her coat over the back of a chair and ordered a coffee from the menu. "Why did you arrive so early today?" "I hitched a ride with Jing Ziqian. It just so happens that he was heading out as well, although we inevitably had a bit of a clash during the drive." "Has Madame Jing been discharged from the hospital?" Xin Shi hadn't seen Jing Yi for some time and was aware that she had recently been accompanying Lin Ruiqing. Jing Yi nodded. "Yes. She was discharged just a few days ago." "That's good to hear." Xin Shi accepted the coffee handed to her by the waiter, expressing her gratitude, then looked up to find Jing Yi appearing somewhat unsettled. She was absent-mindedly stirring her coffee, her demeanor suggesting a lack of focus. "What's the matter? Are you troubled by something? It seems I've forgotten something quite important." Xin Shi hesitated, asking, "Forgotten? Can it truly be something of great significance?" Jing Yi shot her a glance, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. "You know my memory is particularly poor. Otherwise, I wouldn't have failed so many courses back then." Xin Shi recalled the scene of Jing Yi furiously cramming in the library and nodded in agreement. "What could it be? Perhaps if you share it with me, it might jog your memory." Jing Yi pondered for a moment, realizing the merit in Xin Shi's suggestion. "Do you know that Zejun recently filmed a TV drama?" Xin Shi's eyes brightened instantly. "Of course, it's The Begonia Still Blooms." Jing Yi believed the matter was indeed related to this drama, so she sought to delve deeper. "What kind of show is it?" Upon hearing this, Xin Shi became animated, embodying the essence of a fan eager to promote her favorite. "It's a drama set in the Republican era, telling the story of a wealthy young lady." Jing Yi was taken aback. She had merely wanted a general overview, not a detailed synopsis, yet Xin Shi was already on a roll. Finally, Xin Shi concluded her enthusiastic recounting of the show. Raising her coffee for a sip, she remarked, "After all that talking, I'm quite parched. Have you remembered the important thing?" Jing Yi looked up in confusion, shaking her head. This summary hasn't helped at all. Xin Shi was at a loss for how to assist her. "Is Miss Jing perhaps dieting for this drama?" Jing Yi looked up, surprised. "How did you know?" "It's in the reports. Compared to when she attended the last banquet, she seems to have lost quite a bit of weight. The cameras tend to slightly widen a person's horizontal proportions, so she must appear even slimmer in everyday life." Jing Yi nodded in agreement. "Yes, I heard the director is very strict. To look good on camera, the qipao was tailored to be quite slim, so she's been deliberately dieting." Xin Shi shook her head in exasperation. "Though I'm a fan of Jing Zijuan, I don't quite understand. Having already entered the upper echelons of society as a distinguished heiress of the Jing family, with her brother being the owner of an entertainment company, why does Jing Zijuan still work so hard?" Jing Yi chuckled softly. "Otherwise, how could she be Jing Zijuan? And what does that mean?" Xin Shi was puzzled by this ambiguous remark. Jing Yi chose not to elaborate, shifting the conversation. "How have things been at your home lately?" She recalled Xin Shi mentioning the recent restructuring within her group. After all, being a renowned noble family in Jiangbei, Jing Yi felt it essential to acquire more knowledge about it to better navigate future occurrences. Otherwise, she would be left in a state of forgetfulness, unable to recall even the simplest details, unsure of where to begin her thoughts. It seemed that some dissonant voices had been quelled, as a significant restructuring had taken place. Previously, there were some older members causing disturbances, but it appeared that matters had now been settled. Such prowess? What a formidable individual indeed. Jing Yi found herself quite intrigued by the current president of Wari Group. Xin Shi wholeheartedly agreed. It was not an exaggeration. After all, to completely transform one of the top 3 companies in Jiangbei, Wari Group, within merely a month was no feat for an ordinary person. Whenever Xin Shi's family mentioned Shen Huaichu, it was with a mixture of admiration and trepidation, which piqued her curiosity further. "Has your brother and the others been affected?" Jing Yi presumed that Xin Shi's relatives were preoccupied due to their position within the group, fearing that the new administration's fervor might inadvertently impact them. Xin Shi, puzzled, inquired, "Why would they be affected?" This left Jing Yi bewildered. "Aren't they employed by the group?" Only then did Xin Shi realize Jing Yi had misunderstood. Her family merely had distant connections, and her father had opted to establish his own company to avoid the harsh demeanor of the upper echelons of the group. "Then why is your family so busy?" When the topic arose, Shunxi found herself at a loss for words, because my father is preparing to make a substantial profit. Shunxi's father held a profound appreciation for Shen Huaichu's capabilities, perceiving him as someone who prioritized profit over relationships. He was attempting to establish a rapport with Wari, gearing up for a lucrative endeavor. Jing Yi, though lacking an understanding of corporate alliances, was nonetheless eager to indulge in the intrigues of the affluent. Only focusing on profit? How can one discern that? Upon the subject, Shunxi became animated. Setting her coffee cup down. Wasn't the former president of Wari Group his uncle? Although it remains unclear whether this individual played a role in his parents' car accident. The moment the current president acquired the shares, he dismissed his uncle from his position, along with his confidants. Upon her father's return, he discussed this matter with the family. It had escalated significantly since many had devoted their youth to Wari. Outside and inside Wari Group, there were numerous voices raised in desperation. Yet, Shen Huaichu spared no one. Anyone with even the slightest connection to his uncle was compelled to vacate their positions. More significantly, within a few days, his uncle was imprisoned on charges of illegal fundraising. Were the charges legitimate? Of course, there is no baseless allegation here. There exists concrete evidence. She was astonished by the amount her father mentioned. Hence, her family could hardly be deemed a noble house. Otherwise, she would not have been so surprised by the figure. Jing Yi, on the other hand, believed that this individual had executed a splendid maneuver, both decisive and efficient. My father thinks so, too. Thus, he has begun to seek connections with Wari. Jing Yi reflected, realizing that life among the elite was not as easy as it seemed. Perhaps leading a more unambitious life, like hers, was the preferable path. Recently, her savings account balance had increased once more, and every time she beheld the additional zeros, her spirit soared. Chapter 28. Reminiscence. The sun descended slowly, casting a golden-green hue upon the Jing family's courtyard. Jing Beicheng and Lin Ruiqing strolled hand in hand outside the villa, feeling the chill in the air. "Shall we head back?" he suggested, tightening the shawl draped over her shoulders, concerned she might catch a chill. Lin Ruiqing wished to continue their walk. During her hospitalization, she felt as though she had almost grown into the hospital bed itself. Jing Beicheng, with no choice but to indulge her, accompanied her as they meandered through the courtyard. The surroundings were enveloped in a tranquil silence, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the breeze. Lin Ruiqing mused that their home was usually bustling with activity, and this sudden quietude felt rather disconcerting. Jing Beicheng glanced at her, offering to summon the others if she felt bored. Lin Ruiqing chuckled at his suggestion, casting him a bemused look. "The children all have their own affairs. Why would you call them back?" Jing Ziyou had informed them earlier that he would be working late, while Jing Ziqian was also preoccupied with a meeting that would take some time to conclude. Jing Ziyun had a prior engagement with the director and would not be home for dinner, and Jing Yi was out socializing with friends. Thus, the household had been left with just the two of them for the time being. Jing Beicheng was unconcerned with the absence of others. He simply disliked the hint of melancholy that lingered on Lin Ruiqing's face. She continued, "Before Yi arrived, the home felt much the same. Back then, we hadn't yet found Jing Ziyun, and I had almost convinced myself that he was living well in my absence. Jing Ziyou and Jing Ziqian were often busy at the company, leaving only me and Jing Beicheng at home. After we located Jing Ziyun, we were still somewhat unfamiliar with one another, and the atmosphere in the house felt rather unnatural. But once Jing Yi joined us, the house was never devoid of laughter, unless a few were out. Now, I find myself somewhat unaccustomed to this silence." Lin Ruiqing sighed. "I must admit, I feel a bit aged now." Jing Beicheng frowned, unwilling to accept such a notion. "How could you possibly be old?" She shot him an indignant glance. "Not only am I aging, but you are as well." Jing Beicheng opened his mouth to retort, hesitating before finally conceding, "Very well, we shall grow old together." Seeing that he had refrained from arguing, Lin Ruiqing could not help but laugh. "Well, it's all right. Even as I age, I have you by my side." Jing Beicheng firmly grasped Lin Ruiqing's hand, on the verge of expressing something when suddenly, a lively voice interrupted their melancholy. "Auntie, uncle." They both turned in unison towards the entrance, where Jing Yi had returned. After finishing a meal with Shunxi, Jing Yi had come home, escorted by her. Initially, she had intended to invite Shunxi into the Jing residence, but upon hearing that Jing Beicheng was present, Shunxi promptly declined. This was a formidable figure even her father could not approach, and she dared not act recklessly in Jing Beicheng's presence. Jing Yi found it amusing. She simply wanted her to come over for a visit, not to behave improperly. Xin Shi, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "If I step inside and see uncle at first glance, I will become nervous, and nervousness leads to blunders. Blunders are inappropriate." Jing Yi could only concede, waving her hand to bid farewell. As she stepped through the door, she was greeted by a heartwarming and picturesque scene. Under the setting sun, a couple was strolling hand in hand. Unable to contain herself, Jing Yi called out to them. As she approached, she suddenly realized she might be intruding.
Oh.
Am I interrupting uncle and auntie? Lin Ruiqing, delighted by Jing Yi's return, released Jing Beiqing's hand and took a few steps toward her. Why didn't you spend more time with your friends? Have you eaten? Jing Yi supported her, smiling sweetly. I have. Have you and uncle eaten? We have. But Aunt Wang should still have some nourishing soup simmering. Would you like to have some? Absolutely. The two of them held hands, heading home, leaving Jing Beiqing standing alone in the courtyard as the sun set. It was indeed a reality. The child was back and no longer needed him. Jing Beiqing could only sigh as he stepped inside the house. Jing Yi and Lin Ruiqing had already seated themselves at the dining table, where 2 bowls of soup awaited them, containing the 3 delicacies bird's nest specially prepared by Aunt Wang for Lin Ruiqing. Jing Yi took a spoonful and her eyes sparkled. Auntie, this is delicious. Lin Ruiqing smiled, encouraging her to drink more. Jing Beiqing entered quietly, sitting beside Lin Ruiqing, while Aunt Wang placed a bowl in front of him as well. Did you not drive out today? Lin Ruiqing, concerned that Jing Beiqing's previous words might have caused Jing Yi to feel wronged, asked. Jing Yi looked up, her face adorned with a charming smile. Actually, my second brother had to go out today, so I just hitched a ride with him. And how did you return? Jing Yi, using her spoon, took another sip. Cece brought me back. After the banquet, Lin Ruiqing had learned that Jing Yi had a good friend in Jiangbei, Xin Shi. She had some impression of the round-faced girl. Why didn't you invite your friend to come over? Jing Yi recalled Xin Shi's nervous demeanor and chuckled. She was a bit anxious, so she didn't come. Actually, she was probably afraid to see uncle. Jing Beiqing, quietly sipping his soup, paused, reflecting on how he had never interacted with Jing Yi's friend, feeling a tinge of grievance. Lin Ruiqing smiled knowingly, fully aware of her husband's image in the eyes of others. Next time, let her know she doesn't need to be nervous. She can see us as ordinary parents. Jing Yi nodded. I told her the same. Perhaps uncle's reputation precedes him. Lin Ruiqing concurred, noting that Jing Beiqing's position as chairman of Jing Group was more prominent than simply being someone's father, which often intimidated others. Have Junjun and the others not returned yet? Jing Yi glanced around, noticing the absence of the other 3, and asked curiously. Lin Ruiqing explained, Xiaoyu is working overtime today. As expected, the eldest brother is still working late. Xiao Qian has a meeting today, discussing subsequent promotions with the artist. What artist requires Jing Xiao to personally arrange things? It wouldn't be Zhang Miao Miao, would it? Junjun is dining out with the director and investors. Dining with investors? In Jing Yi's mind, a fleeting thought seemed to spark, her eyes widening abruptly, the earlier tranquility replaced by an unmistakable tension. Dinner? Auntie, with which investor is Junjun dining? Lin Ruiqing, puzzled by Jing Yi's sudden anxiety, spoke up. It's about that project she filmed, The Begonia Still Blooms. Auntie, where are they dining? Lin Ruiqing hesitated before replying.
It seems to be at ULI.
Jing Yi's mind exploded with realization. She suddenly leapt to her feet and dashed towards the door. Auntie, uncle, I have something urgent to attend to. I shall return shortly. Chapter 29, An Incident Involving Jing Zijuan. Upon bursting out of the villa, Jing Yi swiftly retrieved the knight from the garage. Fortunately, the keys she had intended to return to Uncle Li had slipped her mind, and now they remained in her possession. The roar of the night filled the air, yet it was different from usual. This was the first instance Uncle Li witnessed Jing Yi driving the sports car at such a velocity, and concern creased his brow. After a moment of hesitation, he retreated back into the villa. Inside, Jing Beiqing was comforting Lin Ruiqing, assuring her that Jing Yi likely remembered an unfinished task, prompting her hurried exit. Nevertheless, the worry etched on Lin Ruiqing's face did not dissipate. But Yi appears quite flustered, and at this hour, what could warrant such urgency? What cannot wait until tomorrow? She reassured herself, acknowledging that she was in her 20s and capable of safeguarding her own well-being. Should anything arise, she would surely seek assistance from Ziqian and the others. With a sigh, Lin Ruiqing found herself too preoccupied to indulge in any nourishing remedies, preparing to ask Aunt Wang to clear the table when Uncle Li hastened towards her. Sir, Madam, Miss E has driven out. Jing Beiqing signaled Lin Ruiqing with his eyes to remain calm before responding to Uncle Li. She must have had pressing matters to attend to. It's nothing to worry about. However, Uncle Li's expression revealed a complexity beyond Jing Beiqing's assumptions. What seems to be the issue? He inquired. Miss Yi's speed was alarming. I am concerned. This was not the first time Uncle Li had witnessed Jing Yi driving out, and if her demeanor had been typical, he would not have sought Jing Beiqing's input. Yet, the sheer acceleration was impossible to ignore, especially in the night. Lin Ruiqing's worry deepened. She had observed the urgency in Jing Yi's eyes moments earlier. At this late hour, how could she possibly drive so fast? I cannot be at ease. Turning to Jing Beiqing, she placed her hand gently on his forearm, her face a portrait of concern. Perhaps we should contact Xiao Yu and have him check on Yi. He might be able to assist her. After a moment's contemplation, Jing Beiqing nodded, patting Lin Ruiqing's hand reassuringly to instill calm. In the office of the president of Hengjing Group, Jing Ziyou was engrossed in the paperwork that had accumulated over time. During Lin Ruiqing's illness, Jing Ziyou had visited the hospital almost daily to monitor her condition and consult with the doctors regarding her treatment. Consequently, his work had gradually piled up. As the completion of his work drew near, Jing Ziyou lifted his gaze, seeking to alleviate the discomfort in his neck. In that moment, he truly resembled the workaholic that Jing Yi had described. Recalling her underlying concerns, a smile unconsciously crept upon his lips. Suddenly, the phone on his desk rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he was surprised to see it was his father. At this hour, his father should have been accompanying Lin Ruiqing for an evening stroll. He answered the call. Dad? On the other end, Jing Beiqing informed him of the events that had transpired since Jing Yi's return. She has taken Black Night out? Jing Ziyou's lips curled slightly. It's all right, Dad. Yi knows how to drive. However, as his father continued speaking, a flicker of concern appeared in Jing Ziyou's eyes. All right, I understand. I will contact her immediately. He ended the call, his brow furrowed. Even when driving, Jing Yi was always cautious. What could have transpired to make her so anxious? As night fell, the city of Jiangbei shimmered like a dream under the glow of myriad lights. A pair of piercing headlights sliced through the darkness, illuminating the road ahead. The striking black sports car sped through the streets with breathtaking velocity, capturing the attention of numerous pedestrians. This was the very car she had previously filmed for the Begonia Remains. It seemed she was headed to Uli. Lin Ruiqing's voice echoed in Jing Yi's mind as she raced towards the Uli hotel. After leaving the Jing residence, her foot had remained firmly on the accelerator. Her expression was one of unyielding urgency, her heart racing with trepidation.
The phone rang.
Hello, brother. It was Jing Ziyou on the line. What has happened to Yi? Dad said you dashed out in Black Night. The worry in his voice was palpable. Jing Yi tightened her grip on the steering wheel, her gaze resolutely fixed ahead, refusing to ease up on the accelerator. For she had finally recalled the crucial matter at hand. The Begonia Remains. The Begonia Remains. How could she have forgotten something so significant, especially when the title had been mentioned repeatedly? A sense of guilt washed over her. She ought to have remembered this much sooner. Due to this production, Jing Zijuan had not garnered the audience's acclaim, but rather the harassment of investors and the scrutiny of public opinion. In the original narrative, Jing Zijuan participated in The Begonia Remains, a script she cherished and had devoted herself to filming. She had believed herself fortunate, with a dedicated director and generous investors who had never imposed financial strain upon them. Yet, Jing Zijuan remained oblivious to the fact that from the outset, the investors had not come for the project itself. Their ultimate aim was the beautiful rising star, Jing Zijuan. Thus, at a gathering following the completion of filming, one of the investors had slipped something into Jing Zijuan's cup. The director was aware of this. Yet in pursuit of sponsorship, he had refrained from warning her, even concocting an excuse to leave with her agent, leaving Jing Zijuan alone to confront the investor, effectively becoming his accomplice. Although the investor ultimately failed in his intentions at the moment he was about to act, when Qin Yan, who was also at the hotel, fortuitously discovered the situation and saved Jing Zijuan. However, for a considerable time thereafter, Jing Zijuan faced significant criticism and public scrutiny online, only to be quelled by Jing Ziyou, who managed to suppress the entire incident. Brother, you must go to the Uli hotel immediately. The urgency in Jing Yi's voice was markedly different from her usual tone. After a brief pause, she continued, Junjun is dining with an investor today, but I've been unable to reach her by phone. I suspect she may be in danger. And I'm heading there now. Junjun? Jing Ziyou queried, somewhat bewildered, yet he could sense Jing Yi's palpable anxiety. which left no room for further questions before she abruptly ended the call. Rising swiftly, Jing Ziyou grabbed his coat and attempted to contact Jing Zijuan, but to no avail. If the call had gone through, Jing Yi would not have been racing there in such a frenzy. Realizing that something might be seriously amiss, he hastened out of his office. Xiao Chun, please assist me in verifying whether Jing Zijuan is at the Uli Hotel and in which private room. Chapter 30. The Intrusion. Today, Jing Zijuan was scheduled to dine with the investor as previously arranged by the director. Accompanied by her manager, she arrived at the banquet.
Directori.
We had a prior agreement. I won't hinder you with the budget. You must not deceive me regarding Jing Zijuan's situation. Inside the Uli Hotel, a middle-aged man in his 40s was discussing something, seated opposite the director of the Camellia Still Blooms. The director's expression bore a hint of sycophancy as the investor raised his glass, prompting him to quickly lift his own in response. Rest assured, rest assured. But shouldn't we first consult Zijuan? She might have her own opinions. The man across the table chuckled, causing the director to fall silent. Are you implying that she would agree? Director Li, having navigated the entertainment industry for so long, should be able to discern people's true intentions, shouldn't he? If it weren't for the investor's incompetence in even securing a room at the hotel, would he have waited until now to take action? The investor was audacious. However, the director lacked such boldness and cast a wary glance at the wine nearby, knowing it contained something dubious. Observing the director's timidity, the investor sipped his drink, his eyes gleaming with derision. No wonder he had never received an award in all these years. Were it not for Jing Zijuan being the lead in this production, he would not squander his resources on it. Just remember, your task is merely to deceive the manager. The rest is of no concern to you. He swirled the glass in his hand, his murky eyes reflecting an air of inevitability. Very well, very well. The director wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Though the filming had concluded, the subsequent promotion would require funding. He felt a pang of sympathy for Jing Zijuan, yet he had staked all his bets on this film. Approaching 50, he had yet to achieve anything in this industry. Regardless of the circumstances, the Camellia Still Blooms must not be tarnished by anyone. Mr. Su, Director Li, my apologies for our tardiness. Jing Zijuan entered the private room with her manager. You have finally arrived. Zijuan, please take a seat here. The director hurriedly moved a chair, gesturing for Jing Zijuan to sit beside the investor. Jingzi gently nodded, smiling as he moved closer, glancing around at the two of them with a hint of confusion. Have Ego and the others not arrived? Isn't this the wrap party for the crew? The director forced a smile, explaining that they all had other commitments and could not make it, leaving just the four of them today. Jingzi felt a sense of relief wash over him as he noticed the investor raising his glass and promptly lifted his own in response. It's no matter. Even with just four of us, let us toast to the soaring success of the Begonia Still Blooms. Thank you, Mr. Su. As Jingzi drank from his glass, the investor's eyes sparkled with eagerness, while the director grew increasingly restless. At the dining table, the investor engaged in casual conversation with Jingzi, during which he exchanged a significant glance with the director. Suddenly, the director clutched his stomach, feigning discomfort. Director, are you feeling unwell? Jingzi inquired with concern. The director continued to hold his abdomen, exclaiming that perhaps he had overindulged in drink. Worry etched on his face, Jingzi offered. Shall I escort you back to rest? However, the director quickly declined. No need, no need. Just have Xiaoli accompany me to the restroom. You stay here and keep Mr. Su company. Jingzi's agent hesitated. Leaving Jingzi alone in the room did not seem prudent, especially with a man present. Yet, the director appeared genuinely ill. Xiaoli, it's just the restroom next door. Jingzi thought, sighing internally as he nodded at his agent. The two exited the private room, and Jingzi felt a bit awkward, rummaging through his bag under the table, only to realize that his phone was likely left in the car. Just as he was about to speak, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he felt a sudden weakness. Realizing something was amiss, he attempted to leave, but the investor stood at the door, smiling at him. Meanwhile, Jing Yi was experiencing sharp tire sounds as she arrived at the Uli Hotel. She still could not get through to Jingzi. Without hesitation, she jumped out of the car and dashed towards the suite number sent by Jing Ziyu. Third floor. Third floor. Miss. Miss. The front desk staff, seeing Jing Yi rush past, frantically signaled the security to follow her. However, Jing Yi was swift, and by the time security arrived, she had already ascended to the third floor, facing a long corridor. Which room is Zizhu Courtyard? The hotel was vast, and Jing Yi appeared increasingly anxious, yet she meticulously checked each room as she moved along the hallway. She spotted two figures exiting one of the rooms, and her instincts told her that was the place. Xiaoli, how about you accompany me to get some painkillers? My stomach is really bothering me. The man supporting him looked uncertain. Director Li, Zizan is still inside. After all, she's a girl, and being alone with Mr. Su is always. Xiaoli, Mr. Su is not that type of person. He was well aware of the implications of leaving Jingzi alone with Mr. Su. Yet this was indeed the ultimate purpose of the gathering. If he couldn't manage to keep the agent at a distance, there was a strong possibility he would disrupt Mr. Su's affairs by barging into the suite. I understand that General Su is not the kind of person who would engage in such behavior, yet if caught in the act, it would be difficult to clarify. The agent glanced towards the room, initially believing that simply assisting the director to the restroom would suffice. However, it appeared that the director intended to leave the hotel. Once he departed, controlling the ensuing events would prove impossible. This was a five-star hotel, known for its discretion, and besides, he was merely stepping downstairs to procure some medicine. A matter that would be resolved swiftly. The director, noticing the agent's reluctance to cooperate, grew increasingly anxious. If he sensed any irregularities or heard any sounds from within, how could he possibly maintain control? At that moment, while the director was still struggling to persuade Jing Zijuan's agent, intent on pressing the advantage, a girl suddenly stood before him. His expression soured with impatience. General Su was continuously pressuring him for cooperation, and Jing Zijuan's agent was already difficult to manage. So the emergence of yet another individual was unwelcome. Just as he was about to voice his irritation, the girl spoke first, inquiring if he was the director of the Camellia Still Blooms. Assuming she was a paparazzo, the director's demeanor shifted to one of alarm as he feigned composure, rebuking her. What of it? Which publication are you from? This is an upscale hotel, and outsiders are not permitted. You should leave at once. Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful punch struck his face, causing him to stagger and collapse to the ground. Dizziness enveloped him as he touched his nose. Feeling the warmth of blood and growing increasingly frantic, the agent, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, stepped forward to shield the director, demanding, "Who are you? Why are you attacking people?" Observing Jing Yi's demeanor, he felt a surge of trepidation. Amidst his hesitation, a sound of shattering glass emerged from the room, prompting Jing Yi to abruptly raise her head and kick the door open, rushing inside. Chapter 31. Jing Yi's Fury. Miss Jing, I have finally managed to secure some private time with you. The investor advanced slowly towards Jing Zijuan, who, gripped by fear, attempted to retreat. Yet her body felt utterly weak. Her head spun, and she sensed she might faint at any moment.
Li Ye.
She yearned to call out, but her voice was barely a whisper, laced with powerlessness and dread. She could not succumb. She could not faint. Jing Zijuan bit her lip, striving to remain conscious. Her lips turning pale, leaving deep impressions from her teeth, and she could taste the metallic tang of blood. The investor inched closer, a gluttonous smirk creeping across his face. You need not call out. Your agent is likely outside the hotel, accompanying Director Li. Jing Zijuan could only watch helplessly, paralyzed by despair. His hand traveled from her face down her neck, sending shivers through her body as a profound sense of humiliation washed over her. Spotting a wine glass nearby, she summoned the last vestiges of her strength to knock it to the ground, producing a sharp and piercing sound of shattering glass. This was her final glimmer of hope. Just as the investor prepared to close in on her, the door was forcefully kicked open. Jing Zijuan's eyes, previously filled with despair, flickered with a hint of hope as she beheld Jing Yi.
Get out,
she commanded. The interrupted investor seethed with anger, but upon seeing Jing Zijuan sprawled on the sofa, Jing Yi's fury intensified. Her gaze, devoid of the usual warmth, was now sharp and frigid. Scoundrel! She gritted her teeth and immediately charged at the investor. Jing Yi's fist flew out with force, aiming for his face, and struck his chin with a resounding impact. Caught off guard, the investor fell to the ground, the shattering of glass and the harsh sound of friction echoing through the air. Jing Yi swiftly removed her coat and draped it over Jing Zijuan. The figure on the sofa, with reddened eyes, shed tears upon seeing a familiar face.
Yi.
Jing Yi felt a surge of fury within her, but managed to force a smile as she looked at Jing Zijuan, urging, "Wait for me here." The fallen investor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression dark and menacing. Clearly, he had no idea where this girl had emerged from. "Miss, I advise you to mind your own business. Go back to where you came from." "Oh really? I have a penchant for meddling." Jing Yi flexed her wrists and charged again. The investor, wearing a sinister expression, grabbed a bottle from the table, ready to strike.
E.
Jing Yi sidestepped, causing the bottle to smash against the table, and delivered a high kick to the approaching man. The investor, taken by surprise, was knocked to the ground in a heap. Without granting him a moment's respite, Jing Yi lunged at him, pinning him down. "You better let me go. Do you even know who I am?" The investor grimaced in pain, baring his teeth as he threatened Jing Yi with venomous words. Emotionless, she balled her fists once more, landing precise and powerful punches on his face and body.
Yugoslavia.
"Are you blind? Do you no longer want your funding?" The commotion in the room caught the manager's attention, who had initially intended to summon the director but hurried inside upon hearing the noise. The scene inside was chaotic, although it was a one-sided assault. He only realized the gravity of the situation when he saw Jing Zijuan. He had wondered why the director was so insistent on dragging him out. The manager attempted to maneuver around to see Jing Zijuan, but froze in shock at Jing Yi's fierce demeanor. The director was equally apprehensive. Not only was he no match for her, but the sight of Jing Zijuan's manager, exuding an intimidating aura that suggested any attempt to intervene would be met with retaliation, was enough to deter him. Jing Zijuan, concerned that Jing Yi might escalate the situation, called out to her. "E." Her voice finally brought Jing Yi to a halt. She too was growing weary, gazing at the investor, who was now too pained to utter a word. Jing Yi seized him and hurled him against the wall, a smile returning to her face. However, the investor's fear only intensified. Regardless of Jing Yi's beauty, her fists were undeniably forceful. "You just asked if you know who you are?" The investor shook his head in terror, his eyes filled with dread. Jing Yi smirked slightly, gesturing towards Jing Zijuan. "You ought to find out who she is, or else you might not know how you met your end." The investor looked bewildered. He had conducted his research and found Jing Zijuan to be merely a girl from an ordinary family, having lost her parents a few years prior and now navigating the treacherous waters of the entertainment industry alone. Observing his expression, Jing Yi instantly understood that he was utterly unaware of Jing Zi's status as the scion of the Jing family. It was not surprising. Had he known, he likely would have refrained from taking such liberties. The more she contemplated the situation, the angrier she became. This investor was insufferable, and that director was no better. How dare they presume that because she hails from a modest family, they could act with impunity? The investor hastily shook his head, fear evident in his eyes. "My apologies,
Miss.
I have been blind to your stature and have offended you, Miss Jing. I will make amends. Whatever compensation you seek, I can arrange it." Jing Yi laughed in exasperation, her anger boiling over, and was about to retort when Jing Ziyu and Jing Ziqian arrived at the door, followed closely by a throng of hotel staff. Jing Yi raised an eyebrow. "Compensation, you say? Those two will inform you of what Jing Zi requires. Come in and close the door," she commanded. "Have some regard for Jing Zi's celebrity status. Do you fear that tomorrow's headlines will lack her name?" Jing Ziqian and Jing Ziyu rushed in only to witness the unfolding scene. Before either could roll up their sleeves, Jing Yi's voice reminded them of the crowd trailing behind. Jing Ziqian swiftly shut the door, effectively isolating everyone outside, including the director and the agent. Jing Yi approached Jing Zi, tightening the clothing around her. "Did he do anything?" she inquired softly. With red-rimmed eyes, Jing Zi tugged at her lip, her voice barely audible. "No, he hadn't the chance to do anything before you arrived." Jing Yi's heart ached for her. She gently embraced Jing Zi, patting her back. Behind them, Jing Zi's soft sobs broke the silence. I am so scared." Just moments ago, Jing Zi had felt utterly hopeless, believing her life was irrevocably altered. She was bewildered as to why the director had vanished and her agent had not returned, leaving her alone in that room. In her despair, Jing Yi had appeared, igniting a flicker of hope within her. Yet, seeing Jing Yi alone had initially caused her concern about her ability to defend herself. It was only when she witnessed Jing Yi's prowess that she felt reassured enough to remain on the sofa and await her return. "It's all right, I'm here," Jing Yi murmured soothingly, allowing Jing Zi to express her fear and anxiety. Chapter 32. She bears the surname Jing, of the Jing family. Outside the door, the hotel manager paced anxiously, worry etched across his face. The employees, bewildered, murmured amongst themselves, "What do we do? A daughter of the Jing family is in trouble at our hotel." The manager halted abruptly, casting a furious glare at the speaker. "If I knew what to do, would I be here fretting?" Moments prior, Jing Ziyu and Jing Ziqian had entered the hotel, while the front desk staff did not recognize them. The manager was already informed about Jing Ziyu's arrival. He had been instructed to hasten to the Zizhu courtyard. where it was reported that the Jing heiress was in distress. Before he could address the matter, the two had arrived, leaving him no choice but to follow them in a hurried jog. The director, appearing somewhat flustered, overheard their conversation and suddenly widened his eyes, gripping the manager's arm tightly. "What did you say? Who is the daughter of the Jing family?" The manager wore an expression of palpable impatience, his attention no longer devoted to attending to any guests. Who else could it be but Jing Zijuan? The director's face turned ashen, his grip tightening around the manager's arm. Which Jing family? Which Jing family? The manager, utterly exasperated, forcefully withdrew his hand, exclaiming that there were several Jing families in Jiangbei. With that, he dismissed the director and plunged into frantic contemplation on how to navigate the ensuing chaos. The director stood frozen, his expression one of bewilderment, while the agent beside him widened his eyes, clearly just as shocked by the revelation. He continued to ponder Jing Zijuan's identity when suddenly, the director seized his collar. "Why didn't you inform me that she was the heiress of the Jing family? Had he known sooner, he would not have succumbed to the investor's threats and entangled himself with the Jing family. Now that the members of the Jing family had arrived, how could he justify his actions? Would he be branded an accomplice in the scheme?" The agent forcibly pushed him away, brow furrowed. "Director Lee, have you lost your mind? Just because she isn't the Jing family as heiress doesn't warrant such treatment. Besides, he only just learned this news." The agent surveyed the room, choosing silence. In such a precarious situation, words could easily be twisted, leading to disastrous consequences if they fell into the wrong hands online. Inside the private room, Jing Ziqian was delivering a brutal beating to the investor, while Jing Ziyou observed quietly for a moment before intervening. Continuing the assault would cross a line. Even if that scoundrel perished here, it would hardly be considered an accident. Until Jing Yi's voice cut through the tension, urging them to cease. As they needed to take Junjun to the hospital, that scoundrel might have drugged her. Jing Yi had sensed something amiss with Jing Zijuan's condition earlier. Her voice was subdued, and she lacked strength. In the corner, the investor struggled to breathe, and Jing Ziqian landed one final, forceful punch before halting. He approached Jing Yi. Concern etched on his face as he gazed at Jing Zijuan, whose cheeks were stained with tears. Jing Ziyou crouched down, his eyes glistening with icy resolve. In the corner, the investor gasped for air. Su Qingyun, 45 years old, a native of Jiangbei, general manager of Chiffon Capital, with a wife and son at home. An investor in the camellia remains, am I correct? The investor, writhing in pain, could barely comprehend. Who are you? Perhaps you know that Jing Zijuan bears the Jing surname? The investor, still reeling from the agony, failed to grasp the implications until Jing Ziyou reiterated, the Jing family. The investor felt as if paralyzed, a chill creeping into his heart. The Jing family? Which Jing family? Jing Ziyou rose, his face still an impassive mask. "I will call an ambulance for you, but you will also receive a summons." How could such a small company be so thoroughly corrupted yet continue to operate? Jing Ziyou disregarded the investor's reaction and opened the door. President Jing, the anxious manager waiting outside, hastened to approach. "Ensure everyone leaves. I do not wish for any news regarding this matter to surface tomorrow." The manager immediately steeled himself, assuring, "Rest assured, I will inform all hotel staff." He departed with his team, leaving only the director and agent outside. The agent felt the need to consult Jing Zijuan before making any decisions. Despite Jing Ziyou's profound dissatisfaction, he was oblivious to the management practices of the entertainment company. In his perspective, the agents were grossly incompetent. They had failed to thoroughly investigate the individuals attending the event, the venue, and the surrounding environment prior to the artist's attendance. Furthermore, they had neglected to identify potential threats surrounding the artist, remaining unaware that their talent had come into contact with inappropriate elements. Jing Ziyou's gaze was icy as he regarded the director, who leaned nervously against the wall. "Are you the director of the Camellia Still Blooms?" This was the second time he had heard such a title today. The first instance had resulted in a punch. The director now appeared somewhat triggered by this designation. "Mr. Jing, I had no idea that Ziyun was the daughter of the Jing family. It was all Su's coercion. He threatened to withdraw his investment if I did not comply with his demands. The Camellia Still Blooms is also Ziyun's labor of love. She would certainly not wish to see it falter." The director approached Jing Ziyou, visibly flustered, even stammering. While he may not have understood the Jing family stature, he was acutely aware of the standing of the second young master of the Jing family, whose Star Trail Entertainment held considerable influence in the industry. Rumor had it that his elder brother's status was even more formidable. He could never have imagined that Jing Ziyun possessed such an identity. remaining unaware of the efforts she was quietly pursuing. Deep down, the director silently resented Jing Ziyun but dared not voice his thoughts. Indeed, Ziyun had invested considerable effort into this production. It seemed unlikely that Su's funding would be of any use now. Jing Ziyou recalled the doctor's words and the joy with which Jing Ziyun had spoken of this project, and his gaze towards the director grew increasingly frigid. However, the director misinterpreted Jing Ziyou's demeanor, believing that a turning point had arrived. Before his hopeful smile could fully form, Jing Ziyou's next statement shattered his hopes entirely. Thus, Star Trail will assume the entirety of the production, and there is no need for you to concern yourself any further. What I mean is, you need not trouble yourself in the future. The director stood frozen, his eyes wide with despair. Shall we go? Jing Ziyou had already turned his back, with Jing Ziyun standing at the doorway, while Jing Yi draped a coat over her shoulders. Jing Ziyou nodded, leading a few individuals down the stairs. The agent, observing the director, collapsed on the floor, mumbling to himself, sighed. He should contemplate how to explain the situation to the boss. You all take Ziyun to the hospital. I will drive over shortly. Jing Yi then recalled that the knight was still parked at the hotel entrance, so she intended to drive it over to avoid an extra trip. As Jing Yi covered Jing Ziyun with her coat and prepared to exit the vehicle, she was halted by Ziyun's gentle grasp. With reddened eyes, Jing Ziyun simply gazed at her. Fine, let us set the knight aside for now. Jing Yi settled back beside Jing Ziyun, allowing her to lean against her. Chapter 33. Wen Qingyan. Next to the Yulai Hotel, adjacent to the Purple Bamboo Garden, Wen Qingyan sat on the sofa, while his assistant reported the events that had just transpired. It has been clarified that Sister Ziyun seems to have been deceived by the director and investors of the Camellia Still Blooms, but they did not succeed, fortunately. As Ziyun's family has arrived, the assistant had been accompanying Wen Qingyan for several years and was quite familiar with Jing Ziyun, having often greeted him during their time at Junlin. Coincidentally, Wen Qingyan had booked a private room at the hotel for a gathering with friends. Just as he was bidding farewell, a commotion began to arise next door, the noise growing somewhat louder. Concerned, Wen Qingyan instructed his assistant to investigate the matter, only to discover that it was none other than Jing Ziyun. Upon hearing that Jing Ziyun was next door, Wen Qingyan immediately sprang to his feet, intent on rushing over. But his assistant restrained him, assuring him that the situation had been resolved. It was precisely due to Wen Qingyan's excessive worry that the assistant had sought to ascertain the details. Tricked into dining? A flicker of concern crossed Wen Qingyan's eyes as he contemplated what Jing Ziyun might have endured. He recalled that the director of Haiding Ijio was named Li Yu. Was it not? Furrowing his brow, he glanced at his assistant and inquired, Is it Li Yu? The assistant nodded vigorously, having seen him earlier, presumably sprawled on the floor, appearing significantly affected. Wen Qingyan pressed his lips together, lost in thought as he reflected on the director, his gaze growing colder. Wen Ge. Is Sister Ziyun the sister of President Jing? The assistant's voice interrupted his reverie. Startled, Wen Qingyan returned to the moment, a glint of surprise in his eyes. He had assumed this news was common knowledge throughout Xingji, yet his assistant appeared unaware. The assistant, of course, was oblivious, as Wen Qingyan had been preoccupied with filming and had not had the opportunity to return to Xingji, let alone learn the source of this information. When he had first seen Jing Ziyun carrying someone, he had been momentarily stunned, questioning his own vision. But if Miss Jing is President Jing's sister, then why did she audition for roles herself? Why did she remain silent when her script was stolen? Why does she not reveal the slightest hint of her identity? These were questions Wen Qingyan had pondered before. He thought that if that were the case, she would no longer be Jing Ziyun. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Wen Qingyan's lips. Regardless of her family background, to him, she was simply Jing Ziyun. However, Wen Ge. I just saw another girl inside, who seems to be Sister Ziyun's sister. I heard that the investor was hit by her, and she hit quite hard. I couldn't believe it. That girl is rather adorable. A girl? Is it the one named Jing Yi? The same one who faced off against Jiang Miao Miao and emerged unscathed? Wen Qingyan had heard of Jing Yi's name, albeit vaguely, from the staff at Xingji. The tale of Jing Yi had circulated within the company for nearly a month, particularly given that she was recognized as Jing Ziyun's sister and had managed to leave the confrontation with Jiang Miao Miao without a scratch. Yet, such matters were not of primary concern to Wen Qingyan. Go and check on Ziyun's situation. See if it is serious. Understood, Wen Ge. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Jing Ziyun and her companions had arrived at a private hospital. The doctor, holding the report, addressed Jing Ziyun's companions, stating that there were still traces of medication in Miss Jing's system, but it posed no harm to her health. she would simply be somewhat weak. Though there was nothing serious to worry about. Jing Beiqing gazed solemnly at the slumbering Jing Zijuan in the hospital bed, troubled by her continued unconsciousness. The medication's effects had yet to fully dissipate. However, there was no cause for alarm, as she would likely awaken shortly. Yet, he couldn't help but reflect on the alarming frequency with which the Jing family had been visiting the hospital lately. It hadn't been long since Jing Foren's discharge, and now, Jing Zio's sister had been admitted. Jing Zio, equally disheartened, found himself devoid of the energy to engage in idle chatter with friends. Meanwhile, Jing Zijuan lay quietly asleep, having succumbed to fatigue en route to the hospital. Lin Ruiqing remained vigilantly at her bedside, her eyes filled with concern. Jing Beiqing stood silently beside them, offering his silent support. The previous night, upon realizing that the 4 children had not returned home, Jing Beiqing sensed trouble. His attempts to reach them by phone went unanswered, prompting him to consider going to the company to investigate. Shortly thereafter, he received a call from Jing Zio, informing him that they were all at the hospital. He and Lin Ruiqing rushed over, and upon seeing Jing Zijuan lying in the hospital bed, Lin Ruiqing was nearly overwhelmed with fear. As dawn broke, the sky remained shrouded in gloom. Jing Yi, unable to contain her exhaustion, had fallen asleep on the sofa, draped in a suit jacket. Jing Ziqian, with dark circles under his eyes, sat beside her, cautiously applying ointment to her injured hand. He had noticed the redness on her knuckles the night before, wondering how much force she had exerted. No wonder she had been too fatigued to resist when he intervened. To his surprise, she still possessed some fighting spirit. Who would have imagined she had any skills in martial arts? Seemingly restless in her sleep, Jing Yi stirred slightly, prompting Jing Ziqian to quickly retract the ointment and feign slumber. Once he sensed the stillness around him, he gradually opened his eyes, realizing it was merely a change in position that had alarmed him. With a sigh of relief, he leaned in again to tenderly apply the ointment to her hand. At that moment, Jing Zijuan's eyelashes fluttered, signaling her impending awakening. As her eyes slowly opened, she met the worried gazes of Lin Ruiqing and Jing Beiqing, her eyes misty with emotion. Mom, Dad. Jun, you're awake. How are you feeling? Are you still in pain? Jing Zijuan gently shook her head, forcing a smile to reassure them that she was no longer uncomfortable. She glanced around and noted Jing Zio approaching, while Jing Ziqian rose to his feet. Noticing the absence of Jing Yi, she inquired, "Where is Yi?" Lin Ruiqing gestured towards the sofa, speaking softly. "She is asleep. She kept watch over you all night, only just falling asleep as dawn broke." Jing Zijuan turned to see Jing Yi resting on the sofa, a faint smile gracing her lips. "I'm so sorry for causing you all this trouble, big brother." Jing Zio frowned, disliking her distant tone. "What are you saying? You are my sister, and it is my duty to protect you. We are family." Jing Zijuan responded with a fragile smile. "I've entrusted that role to Xingji. That director will no longer appear in the entertainment industry." Jing Zijuan nodded slightly, a hint of sadness in her gaze. Was it for the sake of investment? After a moment's hesitation, Jing Zio affirmed with a nod. "Indeed, the director has invested great thought into this production, to the extent that one could unhesitatingly betray her." Jun, do not dwell on these matters for now. You ought to rest," Lin Ruiqing interjected, preventing Jing Ziyu from contemplating further. Chapter 34. Some Simple Self-Defense Techniques. Jing Yi cradled her chin, gazing blankly at the irritable Jing Ziyu, who was alone in his agitation. The others in the ward remained remarkably calm. The events traced back to the morning. After spending an entire day in the hospital, Jing Ziyu was deemed no longer in critical condition, and the doctor had declared her fit for discharge. Noticing that Jing Ziyu was nearly recovered, Jing Ziyu broached the topic of her agent. Jing Ziyu suggested changing agents. Yet Jing Ziyu was not entirely in agreement, believing that a switch of companies would be more prudent. Upon reclaiming Jing Ziyu had already drafted her contract, preparing to sign her into his own company. A furrowed brow hinted at his underlying frustration as he remarked, Jun, I still do not understand. Your second brother operates within the entertainment industry. What difference does it make whether you are with my company or another?" Each time this topic arose, Jing Ziyu would divert the conversation, and this instance was no different. However, this time, it provoked Jing Ziyu's ire. If it were merely a case of competing for a script, it might be acceptable, but given the gravity of the situation, it was evident that both the agent and the company were inadequate. Could it be that his star trace was inferior to those mediocre companies?
Jing Yi,
The sound echoing conspicuously in the serene ward. Noticing the attention of others drawn towards her, she awkwardly chuckled a few times, striving to diminish her presence. Was my yawn really that loud? Jing Yi shot her a glare before continuing to question Jing Yi. Jun, are you concerned that my star trace lacks resources? Or is it that we cannot provide you with a superior platform? Realizing the misunderstanding behind Jing Yi's inquiry, Jing Yi panicked slightly, eager to clarify. Second brother. That is not what I meant. Then tell your second brother, what are your true thoughts? Perhaps, once she joins Star Trace Entertainment, she will simply be known as the sister of President Jing Yi, rather than as Jing Yi herself. Jing Yi was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words.
Meanwhile,
Jing Yi wore a complex expression. He had refrained from voicing an opinion on the matter, yet deep down, he too hoped for Jing Yi to be part of Star Trace. However, it appeared that he had yet to understand Jing Yi as well as Jing Yi did. Lin Ruiqing sighed quietly, seated nearby in silence. Both brothers wished to offer Jing Yi something, yet they had never considered what she truly desired. Upon hearing Jing Yi's words, Jing Yi bit her lip, attempting to suppress the bittersweet emotions swelling within her. Unbeknownst to Jing Yi, the ward had once again fallen silent, and observing the bewildered Jing Yi, he sighed inwardly. The achievements she has toiled for are on the verge of being overshadowed by the label of being Jing Yi's sister. How could she possibly accept that? Jing Yi sniffled, forcing a smile as she turned her gaze towards Jing Yi. Second brother. I am not concerned that Xingji lacks resources or a platform. It cannot possibly be worse than when I first entered the entertainment industry. After all, Xingji is a substantial platform. Jing Ziqian lowered his head in silence, appearing somewhat despondent. Initially, I sought to earn money for my adoptive parents' medical expenses. Lacking formal training and the backing of a prominent company, I entered the industry solely on the merit of my appearance. Lin Ruiqing reminisced about the days Jing Ziqian endured, feeling a pang of sympathy while Jing Beicheng embraced her, offering silent comfort. However, they have since passed, and there is no longer a need for me to earn funds for surgeries, yet I chose to remain in the entertainment world. I have played minor roles, supporting characters, and have been an unnoticed presence, but it was only when I received the role of the second female lead that I felt all those moments were worthwhile. To become a proficient actress, I have made numerous efforts, yet there are also many things I have not done. As Jing Yi mentioned, once I entered Xingji, I was no longer known as Jing Ziqian. Xingji offers me much. Excellent scripts, abundant resources, and a talented crew. Jing Ziqian understood that with Jing Ziqian's care and affection, these opportunities would undoubtedly be presented to her without her having to struggle through auditions or compete for roles and scripts. Some even questioned her identity, wondering why. With such a background, she seemed to feign a diligent persona. Jing Ziqian opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. Jing Ziqian smiled gently, yet second brother, after all these years, it seems I can only act. I still wish to see how far I can go. Jing Ziqian's words nearly prompted Jing Yi to applaud, but seeing Jing Ziqian's expression, her raised hand fell back down. It would be better not to provoke him. Jing Yi wished to remain an observer, but Jing Ziqian offered her no such opportunity, deliberately settling beside her with a stern face, asking for her opinion.
Huh?
Jing Yi, bewildered, pointed at herself. My opinion? But uncle and auntie haven't spoken. What can I possibly contribute? Noticing everyone in the room was looking at her, Jing Yi realized there was no escaping this. Well, I believe there is no conflict. Second brother, you can protect your interests, and even if Junjun is at another company, it should not hinder your protection of her. As for her career, Junjun will manage it herself. Jing Ziqian crossed his arms, gazing at Jing Ziqian, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation, and sighed. All right. I shall not insist that you come to Xingji. The atmosphere in the room lightened as smiles appeared, alleviating the previous tension. However, the manager must be replaced. That manager is both inept and lacks the ability to seize opportunities. How could I trust him with Jing Ziqian again? Jing Ziqian hesitated. In truth, Brotherly has been quite good to her. Although his demeanor is somewhat timid, he has taken care of her well. Nevertheless, since Jing Ziqian has compromised, she too must take a step back, especially as the higher-ups at the company should now be aware of her identity. At last, there seemed to be a resolution, and Jing Yi's expression brightened somewhat. Jing Ziqian, observing her smile, couldn't help but lift the corners of his mouth. By the way, Yi, how is your hand? Jing Yi was momentarily taken aback, nearly forgetting the matter at hand, primarily because it seemed to have lost its significance. Lin Ruiqing glanced at her hand and remarked, Xiao Qian applied some medicine to you last night. It appears to be improving. You should apply it a few more times over the next few days. Jing Ziqian, wearing a solemn expression, sat beside her, exuding an air of indifference. Could he truly be that benevolent? I hope he hasn't tea poisoned it. Jing Ziqian forced a smile, reminiscent of a villain from a period drama. Do you think I would be so kind as to apply medicine for you? I've poisoned it. Jing Yi's eyes widened in realization. I knew you poisoned it. Do not jest with her. Lin Ruiqing chuckled, patting Jing Ziqian's arm. He was so cautious when applying the medicine last night, fearing he might disturb your slumber. Jing Yi cast a sidelong glance at the haughty figure next to her, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. By the way, do you still practice martial arts? Lin Ruiqing inquired, her curiosity piqued. Jing Yi's smile faltered slightly. I've merely learned a few basic moves for self-defense. Jing Zijuan recalled the scene from earlier, observing Jing Yi's movements, which hardly seemed to align with someone who had merely learned a few basic techniques. Jing Ziyou and his brother were also skeptical, but chose not to expose Jing Yi's secret. Lin Ruiqing smiled gently. I think it's quite commendable. Girls should learn such skills. It would be beneficial for Jun to learn as well, for both self-defense and fitness. Jing Yi relaxed a bit, raising her head to smile at Lin Ruiqing. Chapter 35. A Prank. I'll sleep with Yi tonight. Just drop her off at her room. In the dining room, the Jing family gathered for dinner. Lin Ruiqing had asked Aunt Wang to prepare some nourishing dishes, intending to deliver them to her room later, when suddenly Jing Zijuan made an unexpected announcement. Since Jing Zijuan was being discharged today, Aunt Wang had prepared a lavish feast. And Jing Yi was deeply immersed in savoring each dish when she heard Jing Zijuan's explosive statement. The rib she had been holding with her chopsticks fell into her bowl, and her eyes reflected confusion. Huh? When did this happen? How was I not informed? A glimmer of amusement danced in Jing Zijuan's eyes as he offered her a piece of beef brisket, realizing that his newfound decision stemmed from a sudden sense of comfort in Jing Yi's presence. Jing Yi stared at the beef brisket in her bowl, hesitating for a moment before picking it up and devouring it in one bite. This must be bribery. It is indeed delicious, tender, and flavorful. I have a question. Jing Yi raised her hand, drawing curious glances from the others. Jing Zijuan inquired, what question do you have? Will there be a portion for me in tonight's nourishment? Eat, eat. All you think about is eating. You'll turn into a balloon. Jing Yi shot a glare at Jing Ziqian, attempting to return his cruel jibe. Lin Ruiqing's lips curled into a smile. Of course, there will be a portion for you. Then it settled. Thankfully, my bed is spacious enough. After dinner, Jing Yi felt a bit overstuffed and was strolling in the living room with Jing Zijuan, attempting to aid digestion. If I had known, I wouldn't have eaten so much. I'm going to burst. Jing Ziyou returned to his study, while Jing Beicheng and Lin Ruiqing went to their respective rooms to rest, leaving only Jing Ziqian in the living room, along with Jing Yi and Jing Zijuan, who continued their leisurely walk. Jing Ziqian sat on the sofa and asked, Are you interested in watching a movie? Jingzhou was perplexed as to why there was suddenly a suggestion to watch a film. After all, there was a private cinema just downstairs. Why not utilize that? Feeling rather lethargic, he planned to watch a brief segment before retiring. Jing Ziqian swiftly selected a movie, his fingers dancing over the buttons with such speed that Jing Yi barely caught a glimpse of the title. She found the situation somewhat peculiar. Yet with nothing else to occupy her, she settled onto the sofa, nestling beside Jingzhe. Is this an art film from abroad? I never imagined this was the genre Jing Xiao favored, she mused. Jing Ziyu seemed to pay her no mind, yet his peripheral vision remained keenly attuned to their reactions. As the film commenced, he discreetly shifted closer to the edge of the sofa, noticing that neither had noted his presence. Jing Yi was engrossed in the film, as was Jingzhe. On the screen, a woman walked along a quaint path. The opening narration set the stage for the story, a newlywed bride returning from her family home, making her way to the small town where she had wed. Jing Jun, have you seen this movie? Jingzhe shook his head, observing that the film's filter appeared rather dark. The woman continued her journey down the path for an extended period, piquing Jing Yi's curiosity. Was her husband's family home that distant, or was this merely a narrative device? I have no idea. Perhaps art films tend to linger on such shots, Jingzhe replied, lacking confidence. At that moment, Jing Ziqian was leaning against the wall, a playful glint in his eyes, seemingly concocting a scheme. The woman in the film eventually halted, as if she had reached her destination. Jing Yi watched intently, eager to see how the actor portraying the husband appeared. However, instead of the husband, the woman suddenly turned around, revealing a face devoid of features. Jing Yi's mouth fell agape in shock, too stunned to feel fear. Abruptly, the living room lights extinguished, plunging the space into darkness. The faceless visage became even more pronounced.
Ah,
The commotion in the living room was so loud that Jing Yi, in his study, heard it and hurried downstairs. Lin Ruiqing and Jing Beicheng also caught wind of the ruckus and rushed out to investigate. Descending the stairs, the trio beheld Jing Yi, who was chasing Jing Ziqian, shouting and brandishing threats, while Jing Ziqian ran ahead, laughing heartily.
ha ha ha.
You were truly frightened. Jing Yi, today is your day. Jing Yi, exasperated, retorted, Jing Ziqian. Just wait until I get my hands on you. It was evident that Jing Ziqian had once again provoked Jing Yi's ire. The two circled the living room several times. Eventually, Jingzi managed to persuade Jing Yi to cease her pursuit. Although startled, her reaction was not as pronounced as Jing Yi's. Jing Ziqian leaned against the living room wall, still clutching his stomach, laughing uproariously.
Ha ha ha.
It was only through Jingzi's recounting that the three learned the sequence of events. Jingzi smirked slightly, thinking his brother continually pushed the boundaries of immaturity, leaving him at a loss for words. He retreated back to his study. Lin Ruiqing approached Jing Ziqian, delivering a few sharp pats on his back, her tone dripping with disdain yet tinged with laughter. How old are you to still be playing such childish tricks? It is rather immature, isn't it? Jing Ziqian wiped away his tears and, gazing at Jing Yi, who was glaring at him in anger, could not help but smile. After returning home, he pondered over the incident, never expecting to be presented with such an opportunity. To his surprise, she had let her guard down, completely absorbed in the scenes of the film, having never seen it before. Indeed, it was a straightforward and rather brutal horror movie. Jing Ziqian had even chosen one that was relatively less gruesome, fearing the graphic content might be overwhelming. Thinking of this, he could not contain his laughter, amused that the usually fearless Jing Yi could be frightened by a horror film. Lin Ruiqing had no way to deal with him, merely chuckling, knowing that he would eventually learn the consequences when he truly faced retribution. After soothing Jing Yi for a while and ensuring she was all right, Lin Ruiqing ascended the stairs with Jing Beicheng. Jing Yi shot a glare at Jing Ziqian, who was still reveling in his triumph. Junjun, let's go. Ignore this immature brat. She pulled Jing Ziyun and turned to head upstairs, retreating to her room. Immature? His antics hardly classified as childish. They merely reflected their effectiveness. However, he dared not voice this in Jing Yi's presence, for if she were to retaliate, he might not withstand the consequences. Jing Ziqian continued to bask in the sweetness of his victory, his smile deepening. All right, don't be angry anymore. After Jing Ziyun finished washing up, Jing Yi remained on the sofa, furiously pounding on a cushion, seemingly imagining it was Jing Ziqian. I'm so furious. That childish brat. Essential oil. Tsundra brother complex little princess. Jing Yi employed every term she could think of, still appearing unsatisfied. Jing Ziyun leaned closer to her, suggesting, then why not tease him back next time? Jing Yi considered this, but she knew he would be on guard for a while. She would have to wait for another opportunity. I'm going to take a shower now. Thankfully, someone is here to keep me company tonight. Chapter 36, Grandma Jing. As night fell, a mirror-like moon hung in the sky, surrounded by twinkling stars. The bustling Zhongbei had quieted down, and the Jing family had succumbed to slumber, save for a single room where a dim light flickered, accompanied by soft whispers. Two girls nestled in bed, with a faint lamp glowing beside them. Jing Ziyun sought a topic to ease Jing Yi's frayed nerves. What kind of person was Grandma? Jing Ziyun had not seen Grandma Jing since the age of 3, and her memories had long faded. The only encounter etched in his mind was in the hospital room when Grandma Jing was on her deathbed. She grasped his hand, her expression a mix of agitation and guilt, tears streaming down her face as she repeatedly uttered, I'm sorry, Grandma. Jing Yi's lips curved into a subtle smile. She was a most elegant elder, though aged, with silver strands and many signs of time etched upon her face. She always bore a gentle smile, exuding the warmth of a kind grandmother. She cherished basking in the sun each afternoon in the yard, yet was meticulous about sun protection. Jing Yi found it amusing that someone would wear sun-protective clothing and a hat while sunbathing. Hurry, and put on your sun-protective clothing. Have you applied the sunscreen? Grandma, why should I apply sunscreen while basking in the sun? You are simply too young, relishing in your youthful complexion without a care in the world. Now hurry along. Under the dim light, Jingzi caught sight of Jing Yi's warm smile, which radiated comfort. Yet, Grandma always insisted on calcium supplements while also lamenting the increasing age spots and wrinkles on her face, leading her to wrap herself up to enjoy the sun. Jing Yi nestled within her blankets, the room suffused with a cozy ambience. Despite her slightly stooped posture, she walked with surprising vigor, ever mindful of her appearance. Entirely unlike an elderly woman in her 80s. The soft glow of the bedroom light illuminated Jing Yi's face. And Jing's amused that she must have a deep affection for her grandmother, as she was the only family member throughout her upbringing. She cherished gatherings with her elderly friends, indulging in afternoon tea. Grandma and Amwang have gone shopping. You'll have to manage dinner on your own tonight. Would you like to join for afternoon tea? Just tea, mind you, no cakes. You should limit your sweets. Jingza gradually found tranquility, envisioning a spirited elder in her mind. Despite her seemingly vibrant life, there were moments when she sat idly in the garden, her eyes full of sorrow. After Jingza went missing, Grandma took Jing Yi abroad. They seldom returned home, and even phone calls became rare. In truth, Jing Biqing had broached the topic, and Jing Yi had urged her grandmother to return. Understanding that an elderly woman living abroad with her granddaughter could often feel isolated. While Jing Yi felt indifferent, she wished for her grandmother to escape such loneliness. However, her grandmother, with her stubborn nature, insisted she was living freely abroad, surrounded by her friends and granddaughter, and thus had no desire to return. But I know she has always felt a sense of guilt, believing she has no right to return to that place. For years, Grandma had been searching for her, maintaining contact with missing person agencies despite being abroad. Jing Yi did not seek to justify her grandmother's actions. She had no authority to forgive Jingza, merely wishing to clear the misunderstandings held by the Jing family regarding her grandmother. Jingza's emotions were tumultuous as she quietly listened to Jing Yi's depictions of Grandma. She, too, was a resolute individual. Once she made a decision, no one could sway her. Jing Yi gazed into the distance, her mind awash with memories of her daily life with Grandma. A smile gracing her lips. I have never met my uncle abroad, as Grandma always sent me away, insisting I attend to my own affairs and not linger at home. Jingza felt puzzled. According to Jing Yi, Grandma would not treat her that way. Jing Yi chuckled and continued, she just feared that if I stayed, my uncle would give me a hard time. Initially, Jing Yi had not understood this. The original owner of her life had never comprehended it either, believing all her life that Grandma prevented her from meeting the Jing family due to her own perceived inadequacies. Yet, Grandma had always held a deep affection for Jing Yi. She simply felt remorse for her past actions and wished to spare Jing Yi from the burden of such guilt. Later, Jing Beicheng and his companions paid another visit. On that day, Jing Yi happened to be at home, while Grandma Jing mistakenly recalled their arrival time. It was only when the sound of their vehicle approached that Grandma Jing realized her error. What followed was a delightful recounting of past events by Jing Yi, captivating Jing Zijuan with her narrative. I thought to myself that there would be no escape from this encounter. I would have to meet them.
To my surprise,
Grandma seized my hand and rushed upstairs, repeatedly cautioning me not to descend. It was on that day that Jing Yi overheard their conversation. From her vantage point above, Jing Yi discerned the voice of a middle-aged man, exuding authority. Mother, will you never allow Jing Yi to meet us in her lifetime? Only after I am gone can you see her. Mother, Grandma, that's not what he means. Jing Yi then heard a younger voice interject. I understand your intentions, but I am at fault, not Yi. She owes you nothing and has no obligation to appease your sentiments. The middle-aged man's voice dripped with fatigue. Mother, when will you return with me? Beicheng, if I return, what will become of Ruiqing, who has only just begun to recover? So, are you prepared to confine Jing Yi here for a lifetime? I suppose I shall remain here for eternity. I have stated before that only upon my demise will you and Yi be able to meet. I hope that when that time comes, you will show her compassion. Considering her orphan status, Jing Yi gazed into the distance, aware of her grandmother's stubbornness, which rendered our first meeting a momentous occasion, marking the first encounter of me with the entire Jing family. A trace of sorrow flickered in Jing Yi's eyes, which did not escape Jing Zijuan's notice. He approached her and softly said, then allow me to share the story of my adoptive parents.
certainly.
Jing Zijuan's adoptive parents were an unremarkable couple who, due to health issues, had no children of their own and decided to adopt her from an orphanage. My mother told me that the moment she laid eyes on me at the orphanage, she thought I was a truly beautiful little girl and made the decision to bring me home. A smile involuntarily crept upon Jing Yi's lips, as she seemed to envision the small version of Jing Zijuan. They were, in truth, an ordinary working-class family. Yet they never deprived me financially and even helped monitor my missing person information upon discovering I had been abducted. However, when I turned 18, they fell gravely ill. Chapter 37. The Gift. At Hunjing Group, Jing Yi had just concluded a meeting and was the first to exit the conference room. Accompanying him was a man in his 30s, carrying a laptop and following closely behind. The Baoqing group had sent an invitation, announcing a jewelry auction set for the following Tuesday. Jing Yi strode into the elevator, glancing at his secretary. I recall someone from Baoqing mentioning that the auction features 2 special gemstone necklaces? Yes, replied the assistant, extracting a thin magazine from the files and handing it to Jing Yi. He opened it, perusing the contents, and pointed to 2 items. Let's bid on these 2. And also include a jade bracelet. Jing Yi indicated the 2 sapphire necklaces, one of which was a pearl necklace adorned with a pendant shaped like a flower, crafted from sapphires and diamonds, with a chain composed of lustrous pearls. One piece is a diamond necklace, adorned with a pendant featuring a pure yet uniquely shaped sapphire, while the chain is composed of individual diamonds. Very well, General Manager Jing. Assistant Chen returned the magazine to its original place. This was presumably intended for General Manager Jing's 2 younger sisters. However, to whom it was given was of no concern to him. His sole responsibility was to present the items to General Manager Jing following next week's bidding. At 11 in the morning, General Manager Shen from Wari Group would arrive to discuss the collaboration details between the 2 companies. The assistant continued to report on Jing Yi's upcoming work schedule, noting that the conference room had been arranged and the relevant contract documents were placed on your desk. Jing Yi nodded lightly, glanced at his watch, and stepped into his office. Assistant Chen paused at the doorway, and after Jing Yi settled in, he turned to head toward his own desk. Jing Yi would likely spend the following hours reviewing documents and managing tasks, leaving little time for his assistant to call upon him. Nevertheless, this did not imply that he could be idle. Assistant Chen rose, clutching the merchandise magazine, and entered the president's office, approaching a colleague. Xiao Lu. For the auction of Baoqing Group next Tuesday, you are responsible for coordinating with the auction staff and bidding for these 3 items via phone. Understood, Assistant Chen. Before Chen's arrival, the office had been enveloped in tranquility, with young employees diligently attending to their tasks, brows furrowed and expressions serious. The air filled with the rhythmic tapping of keyboards. Occasionally, a few employees in professional attire hurriedly navigated between the office and their workstations. The previously quiet office had suddenly become abuzz, with chatter regarding the jewelry auction. Their president, who had rarely been seen with a woman, was unexpectedly interested in a jewelry auction and bidding on 3 items at that. Assistant Chen, is our president involved with someone? A few colleagues gathered, their faces alight with curiosity. Were this a conversation in front of the president, they would not dare to be so brazen. Yet, despite Assistant Chen's usual stern demeanor, he was quite approachable, often shielding any minor oversights at work. Most importantly, Assistant Chen himself had a penchant for gossip. He cast a sidelong glance at them. Curious about the president's private affairs? Do you wish to jeopardize your jobs? Seeing his serious expression, the employees were undeterred, their eyes still gleaming with intrigue. Assistant Chen cleared his throat a few times and glanced toward Jing Yi's office. General Manager Jing recently found his 2 sisters. A few employees suddenly recalled the recent rumors circulating within the company regarding the president discovering his long-lost sisters. So, it is indeed Jing Yi? Asked one girl, her voice tinged with excitement. She was a fan of Jing Yi and never imagined that one day her idol would turn out to be a scion of a wealthy family. Assistant Chen nodded slightly, and the surrounding murmurs grew somewhat louder. You all ought to keep your gossip down. Seeing the volume rise, Assistant Chen felt compelled to remind them. They might not value their jobs, but he depended on this position to support himself, even though he was not yet married. So, what about the other sister? Why ask so many questions? Just know that the president treats both sisters equally. At least on the surface, everything appeared the same. Assistant Chen waved the magazine in his hand, subtly reminding the various contemplative staff members. They nodded in understanding. Assistant Chen did not elaborate further, instructing Xiao Lu to keep this matter in mind. After the auction concludes, the items will be in Director Jing's possession. The young employee promptly agreed. Once Assistant Chen departed, the previously quiet office buzzed with conversation once more. Hey, do you think the other sister is the one brought back from abroad? A colleague leaned in, whispering. Of course. It is said she was raised by Director Jing's grandmother and has only recently returned to the Jing family. Wow, how could those 2 young ladies possibly coexist harmoniously? One is the legitimate heiress who has finally returned to high society, while the other has enjoyed a life of luxury since childhood, masquerading as a rich girl. Just thinking about it evokes the notion that the 2 would undoubtedly be at odds with each other. Most of the office shared the sentiment, with several nodding in agreement upon hearing the remark. However, we can't exactly label her as a false heiress. She wasn't switched at birth and didn't grow up in the Jing household, so it feels more like a familial connection, another colleague countered, instantly voicing dissent. How can that not count? Even if she lived abroad, she was still raised by the old matriarch of the Jing family. Without even mentioning her living conditions, that alone qualifies her as an adopted daughter, does it not? What difference does it make? The two of them have hardly met, so how could they possibly clash? The earlier fan of Jing Yi expressed her discontent, feeling that her colleagues spoke as if they had witnessed everything firsthand. Furthermore, she didn't believe Jing Yi would quarrel with that girl, given his gentle nature. The others, however, regarded her as overly naive, truly believing the world operates on a principle of mutual goodwill. Come on, this is the Jing family. The Hengjing group ranks among the world's elite. Who wouldn't be tempted? Just the title of a Jing family young lady is a dazzling business card in itself. As the discussion intensified, Xiao Lu, who had been assigned work, flipped through the auction magazine, casually observing the starting prices of 2 necklaces. I think you all are wasting your breath. 1 necklace could buy an entire apartment in Jiangbei. And you still debate whether the 2 heiresses will clash. Moreover, this is merely the starting price. Upon hearing his words, several colleagues gathered around, their eyes widening as they beheld the numerous zeros displayed next to the prices. Even after years at Hengjing, their comprehension of such sums was continually being challenged. One curious colleague asked, Xiao Lu, didn't assistant Chen refrain from stating a specific budget? What about you? Xiao Lu smiled faintly, implying that the absence of a stated budget meant that regardless of how high the bids go, these items must appear in Director Jing's office after next Tuesday. This essentially indicated that there was no budget cap. Chapter 38. Shen Huaichu. Assistant Chen knocked on the door. Director Jing, Mr. Shen from Huawei has arrived. Jing Zio looked up at his watch and replied, take him to the conference room. I will be there shortly. Understood. Jing Zio rose to adjust his attire, taking the documents from the desk as he exited the office. In the conference room, Mr. Shen awaited, a man clad in a dark, impeccably tailored suit, with his equally formally dressed assistant standing behind him. Upon Jing Zio's entrance, he stood, extending a hand for a handshake. Mr. Jing, he greeted. The man possessed a handsome visage, with defined features, sharp brows, and piercing eyes that bore a cold indifference, an air of aloofness surrounding him. Even in a meeting with a partner, his expression remained devoid of warmth, exuding an aura that discouraged familiarity. This was not the first encounter between Jing Zio and Shen Huayu, yet it marked the inaugural meeting between Hengjing and Huawei in a substantive sense. Since Shen Huayu's return, he had stirred considerable commotion in Jiangbei, and Jing Zio was well aware of the events that had transpired within the Shen family and Huawei group during this period. To this day, Jing Zio found himself admiring Shen Huayu, who was several years his junior. The Huawei group, a financial conglomerate under the Shen family, encompassed various sectors, including banking, investment, insurance, and wealth management. In recent years, the Shen family had experienced a downturn, their influence waning compared to the rising Wang family, particularly regarding the Huawei group. However, a leadership change had occurred at Huawei several months prior. With Huawei's resurgence, Jing Zio found himself intrigued by the company, as well as by Shen Huayu. He had even discussed Shen Huayu with Jing Beicheng, sharing his intentions of collaborating with Huawei. Jing Beicheng wholeheartedly supported Jing Zio's aspirations. Please take a seat. I apologize for the wait, Jing Zio said as he settled opposite Shen Huayu, placing the documents on the table. The office held only the 4 of them, and thus began the formal discussion of strategic cooperation between Jing Zio and Shen Huayu. Meanwhile, at the Jing residence, Jing Yi and Jing Ziyun had conversed until the early hours, only rising near noon. Jing Beicheng had already begun watching the midday news in the living room. Lin Ruiqing observed the two, still bleary-eyed, and remarked with amusement, "What morning? It's nearly noon now. If they delayed any longer, she would have to call them down for lunch." Jing Ziyun smiled sheepishly, acknowledging their late rise. They had lost track of time during their conversation and struggled to awaken that morning. "Now that we're up, let us eat. Aunt Wang has prepared lunch." At the dining table, Jing Beicheng served Lin Ruiqing a bowl of soup. Noticing Jing Yi's gaze, he paused momentarily before also ladling bowls for Jing Ziyun and Jing Yi. "Thank you, uncle." "Thank you, dad," they expressed in unison. Lin Ruiqing beamed at the sight of her 2 lovely daughters. "Jing Yun, take some time to rest and perhaps go out with Yi. There's no rush to return to work." Jing Ziyun nodded, contemplating that even without recent events, she had intended to take a break. Having just wrapped up a film, Her standing in the entertainment industry did not afford her the luxury of seamlessly transitioning to another project. Especially after completing Junlin, she had not encountered any compelling scripts. Although she had once been fond of the script for Haidang Yijio. Now, with the current circumstances, the future remained uncertain. Lin Ruiqing seemed to have thought of something. And with a smile, she said, "Perhaps you two could join us on our trip." Jing Zijuan and Jing Yi simultaneously lifted their heads, exchanging a glance filled with surprise. Jing Zijuan inquired, "Mom, are you and Dad going on a trip?" Lin Ruiqing nodded. This plan had been discussed between her and Jing Beiqing a few days prior. After a recent hospitalization, Lin Ruiqing reflected on many things. She realized she spent too little time with her daughter, and both sons had yet to start their own families, while she also wished to bond more with Jing Yi. However, what weighed most on her mind was that despite having been with Jing Beicheng for many years, her time spent with him was surprisingly minimal. Thus, the idea of traveling together arose. Jing Beicheng remained composed, serving Lin Ruiqing some bamboo shoots. "Do you both wish to go as well? Originally, I intended to take your mother out for a leisurely stroll. If you want to join, I might have to rearrange our itinerary, as our preferred destinations may not suit you." Jing Zijuan listened to Jing Beicheng in a daze, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Jing Yi stole a glance at Jing Beicheng, then at Lin Ruiqing. "It seems like he doesn't particularly welcome our company." Lin Ruiqing's expression turned somewhat awkward as she pinched the person beside her, and Jing Beicheng paused briefly, quickly regaining his composure. He indeed preferred that their planned trip remain undisturbed by family, even if it involved two beloved girls. However, the difference between traveling as a couple and as a family of four was significant to him. Family trips could be arranged for another time. Jing Yi continued to observe quietly, while Jing Zijuan suppressed a smile, biting his lip. Lin Ruiqing shot a glare at Jing Beicheng, stating, "Your father has retired from Hingjing, and we usually have little to do. We thought we might take the opportunity to travel while we can still walk." Jing Yi nodded in agreement while savoring the ribs in her bowl. Retirement offers just the right blend of leisure and resources. We must seize this time to explore. Otherwise, once grandchildren arrive, we may find it hard to leave home. Lin Ruiqing wholeheartedly concurred. She had no intention of pressuring her children to marry. But once grandchildren came along, she doubted she would feel at ease traveling. "Where are you two planning to go?" Although Jing Yi was not inclined to join Lin Ruiqing and Jing Beicheng on their trip, her curiosity about their destination remained. Lin Ruiqing glanced at Jing Beicheng, uncertain of their travel plans, but she knew he was aware of her preferences, as he managed all the arrangements. Jing Beicheng mentioned a few locations, and Jing Yi's envy deepened.
Wow.
Uncle even took care of all the planning. Lin Ruiqing smiled, asking, "So, would you like to come along?" Jing Beicheng subtly looked over, and the two quickly shook their heads. "Mom, I won't be going. I need to rest for a while and have other work to attend to." "And you, Yi?" Jing Yi swiftly replied, "I won't be going either. I don't like traveling. I prefer staying at home." Jing Zijuan lowered his head, stifling a laugh. Jing Beicheng's eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement. Perhaps it was for the best that he did not accompany them. "I shall finance the excursion myself. Whether we journey afar or remain at home is of little consequence." Jing Yi and Jing Zijuan remarked, "Indeed, you seem disinclined for us to join you." In Chapter 39, Jing Ziqian was taken aback upon hearing the news of Jing Beicheng and his spouse planning a trip. It struck him as peculiar, as he could not recall a time when his parents had ventured out on their own for leisure. Jing Beicheng looked up at him calmly, expressing a desire to escape for a few tranquil days. Jing Ziqian was momentarily speechless, while Jing Yi's lips curled into a subtle smile. "When do you intend to depart?" Lin Ruiqing inquired, with a cheerful demeanor. "We are uncertain, merely sketching a rough itinerary," she replied. Jing Ziqian nodded, refraining from further questioning. A brief sojourn could prove refreshing. Lin Ruiqing had scarcely enjoyed a moment of relaxation in recent years, perpetually preoccupied with concerns for Jing Zijuan's well-being. Now that the family was reunited, it was indeed time for some respite. "Are you two also joining?" Jing Ziqian asked Jing Yi and Jing Zijuan. Presuming the trip was arranged for Jing Zijuan's benefit, both individuals shook their heads in unison. "I have work commitments soon," one declared. "I shall remain at home." Jing Ziqian regarded them with curiosity. Their resolute refusals were rather unexpected. "Very well then, I shall take you out another day." Since Jing Zijuan and Jing Yi had come to visit, he had yet to properly show them around Zhongbei. With Jing Zijuan on a break and Jing Yi mostly at home, it seemed fitting to take them out for a leisurely outing. Surely, it is not another visit to his company to see those mediocre male celebrities, he mused, intending to decline such an idea.
Winky.
Do not think that your pretense of watching television can conceal your thoughts from me. Jing Ziqian teased, his smile tinged with mockery. What do you think of our company stars? He pressed. Jing Yi widened her eyes slightly, chuckling awkwardly. They are quite impressive. The entertainment industry's leading firm boasts the illustrious Wen Qingyan and the renowned Jiang Miaomiao, with countless rising stars under their wing. She began reciting the accolades of Xingji one by one. Jing Ziqian nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that Xiaowang had indeed provided Jing Yi with a thorough education on Xingji. However, Jing Yi added, but, brother, I need not visit Xingji again, as there may be no parking available. Jing Ziqian shot her a glare, bemused by her relentless remarks. Is she truly worried about parking, given her previous demeanor? Lin Ruiqing looked puzzled. What parking issue? Jing Yi suddenly realized she had let slip a detail.
Oh.
It's nothing significant, merely a minor misunderstanding from our last visit to your company with the artists. Observing Jing Yi's flustered expression, Lin Ruiqing sensed there was more beneath the surface. She turned her gaze toward Jing Ziqian, who found himself compelled to explain the previous altercation between Jing Yi and Jiang Miaomiao. Jing Zijuan was already familiar with the incident, as he too knew the celebrated actress well. Jing Zijuan and Jiang Miaomiao had previously collaborated on a film, and the entertainment industry is rife with complexities, often showcasing two faces of individuals. Jing Yi, however, did not anticipate that Jing Zijuan would encounter Jiang Miaomiao, which caused her some apprehension, as Jiang Miaomiao was not particularly easy to get along with. Given the previous incident, Jing Yi feared that she might have already made an unfavorable impression on Jiang Miaomiao. Lin Ruiqing furrowed her brows and inquired, is it truly necessary to quarrel over a mere parking space? Setting aside Jing Yi's identity, Jiang Miaomiao was hardly in a position to claim rights based on mere arrival order. Jing Beiqing pondered more deeply. While he lacked intimate knowledge of the entertainment industry, the mere fact of a parking space could signify Jiang Miaomiao's standing within Xingji. He did not obstruct his youngest son's venture into the entertainment realm, as the business of Hengjing had never piqued his interest. Creating a new path was commendable in its own right. Jing Beicheng had been closely observing Xingji's trajectory, which was indeed promising, yet the entertainment industry was notoriously tumultuous, and he remained uncertain about his son's management style. Ultimately, he hesitated to voice criticism, as Jing Ziqian was, after all, a member of the company. Jing Ziqian felt somewhat awkward, for Jiang Miaomiao was undeniably one of his company's artists. Jing Yi noticed the discomfort in Jing Ziqian's demeanor and felt reluctant to see him reprimanded. She hastily clarified, Auntie, it was merely a misunderstanding. And I am not affiliated with my second brother's company. Accidentally occupying the parking space indeed caused them some trouble. You were merely delivering documents, not creating chaos. How could that be deemed a nuisance? However, since Jing Yi had spoken in his defense, and given that at the time Jing Ziqian had also sided with her, Lin Ruiqing chose not to press the matter further. Yet, her curiosity regarding the individual named Jiang Miaomiao lingered. Jun, do you know Jiang Miaomiao? Jing Zijuan turned to Lin Ruiqing, unsure if it could be classified as knowing her, but she was aware of the person. Although they had acted in the same film, their interactions had been minimal. Lin Ruiqing nodded in understanding. The lack of acquaintance suggested that Jiang Miaomiao had not provoked Jing Zijuan. Second brother, what kind of person do you perceive Jiang Miaomiao to be? Jing Zijuan unexpectedly interjected, prompting surprise from Jing Yi. Jing Ziqian assumed that Jing Zijuan's inquiry stemmed from a prejudice against Jiang Miaomiao due to the parking incident. He responded earnestly, Jun, while Miaomiao may exhibit some arrogance, her abilities are undeniably commendable. Otherwise, she would not have attained the status of a leading figure at Xingji. Her work speaks for itself. And I intend for Jiang Miaomiao to mentor you as well. Jing Zijuan nodded, lowering her gaze to conceal the complex emotions swirling within.
Goodness.
Jing Ziqian's regard for Jiang Miaomiao has clearly evolved beyond mere superficial appreciation. Jing Ziqian remained unaware of Jing Yi's animosity towards Jiang Miaomiao and wondered if it could indeed be attributed to the prior parking incident. However, he hesitated to directly inquire, as Jing Yi outwardly displayed no dissatisfaction towards Jiang Miaomiao. Jun, as for character, I shall refrain from comment, for one can only truly know a person's heart through experience. Nevertheless, Miaomiao is an actress, and you are aware of her numerous accolades. Perhaps you could find time to exchange insights on acting. Best to avoid that. No need, second brother. The two voices resonated in unison. Lin Ruiqing opened her mouth, suppressing her dissenting voice. Seeing that her daughter was aware of the situation, she refrained from intervening. Noticing Jing Ziqian's slight disheartenment, Jing Yi nudged his shoulder playfully.
Oh.
Junjun is so remarkable. What need is there for acting skills? She is the leading lady herself. Second brother, I am not very acquainted with Meow Meow either. Inviting someone to care for me without reason puts you in their debt and makes things awkward for Meow Meow. Therefore, it would be better for me to learn on the job as I shoot. Jing Ziqian sighed, tugging at the corners of his mouth in resignation. All right. You make the calls, you two little ancestors. Chapter 40. The ungrateful wolf. Jing Yi, puzzled, asked, what were we just discussing? Were we talking about travel? How did we stray so far off topic? Jing Ziqian shot a glance at the person beside him. I mentioned taking you both to Jiangbei for a stroll. Not to Xingji. Jing Yi chuckled awkwardly, realizing it was her misunderstanding that had diverted the conversation. Since they were not going to Xingji, she was curious about the alternative. How about the Jiangbei racing track? Are we going? Jing Ziqian was well aware of Jing Yi's interest in racing. Within days of arriving, she had set her sights on the only sports car owned by her elder brother. The last time racing was mentioned, her eyes had sparkled with excitement. As the investor in the Jiangbei racing track, he saw no harm in taking them for a visit. He casually mentioned the racing track, and indeed, he observed the anticipated reaction. The people beside him lit up with excitement. The racing track. Lin Ruiqing's voice chimed in simultaneously. Jing Yi suppressed her smile, striving to appear disinterested. Lin Ruiqing, somewhat perplexed about Jing Ziqian's decision to take them to the racing track, noted Jing Yi's enthusiasm and her effort to mask it. She chose not to comment further, smiling at Jing Yi and thinking that wandering around could be quite delightful. Jing Jun smiled at Jing Yi and inquired on her behalf. All right, second brother. When shall we go? Jing Yi looked at Jing Jun with surprise, thinking he too shared her interest in racing. Jing Ziqian pondered his upcoming work schedule. How about tomorrow? Sounds great. Jing Yi immediately agreed. Even Jing Beiqing couldn't help but smile. At the entrance of the Wari Group's president's office, a woman stormed in, brimming with indignation. Madam Shen, you cannot enter. An assistant blocked her path. Get out of my way. Madam Shen, you have no appointment. And the president is currently in a meeting. The middle-aged woman forcefully pushed the assistant aside and barged into the office. Inside, Shen Huaichu was in discussion with two current executives. Upon seeing the intruder, his expression remained unperturbed, cold as ever. Please step outside. Understood. The executive, having overheard the commotion outside, moved towards the door at Shen Huaichu's command, catching sight of the visitor, someone he recognized. The assistant did not stop the middle-aged woman. Feeling anxious inside, Shen Huaichu calmly stated, You two, please leave. Understood. The assistant turned to exit, closing the office door behind him. He halted before the workstation, his expression fraught with tension, his anxious gaze betraying an inner turmoil. The woman who had just entered was the former president's wife, a figure he recognized. Yet he was acutely aware that Shen Huaichu would not wish to see her. Nevertheless, he was unable to prevent Madame Shen from advancing. The assistant had only recently been appointed to this position by the president, as the previous assistant had long since departed, leaving behind an invaluable opportunity for him. Being one of the few who had witnessed the substantial upheaval within the upper echelons of the company, he understood well the decisiveness and efficiency of Shen Huaichu's methods. Inside the office, Madame Shen burst in, glaring menacingly at Shen Huaichu. You ungrateful wretch! Do you possess no conscience? The funds for your living expenses and education over the years came from your uncle. You have cast him aside, and now you sit here comfortably, usurping his position. Those funds would have never turned against their owner, even if they were used to raise a mere dog. Shen Huaichu cast her a fleeting glance, his expression cold and detached, seemingly indifferent to her vitriol. Conscience? Money? Aunt, are you referring to the inheritance from my parents, or to the riches you and your family seized after their demise? What do you mean by your parents' inheritance? Your uncle is not your father's brother? Why does the Shen family wealth not include his share? Was there foul play in that car back then? Madame Shen's complexion turned pale, panic flickering in her eyes. What nonsense are you speaking? That incident was merely an accident. You slander your own uncle and aunt without any evidence. Are you even human? Her voice was hoarse and trembling, an effort to maintain her composure betrayed by the quaver in her words. Shen Huaichu smiled, yet his tone was laced with an icy chill that sent shivers down one's spine. Am I human? Aunt, I ceased to be human 20 years ago. In that car accident, my parents, your elder brother and sister-in-law, were obliterated by that massive truck. They could not escape, but I did. 20 years prior, Shen Huaichu's parents, accompanied by their under 10-year-old son, had set out for a day of leisure, but the vehicle never reached its destination. While traveling at high speed, the car suddenly lost control. Shen Huaichu's father desperately yanked the steering wheel in an attempt to halt the car, only to collide with a rapidly approaching truck. His mother clutched him tightly, shielding him with her body, but before help could arrive, both had succumbed. Shen Huaichu was the sole survivor of that tragic accident. Madame Shen instinctively recoiled a step, her pulse quickening under the piercing gaze of Shen Huaichu, who appeared as a vengeful specter poised to drag her away. You speak of stability? How can I not be unsettled while you bask in the glory and wealth bestowed by the Shen family for 2 decades, while I have only occupied this position for a few days? Madame Shen's legs weakened, her lips quivering as the realization dawned upon her that Shen Huaichu would not easily relent. Huaichu, I beg you, please spare your uncle, spare your brother. Have mercy on our family, I implore you.
Spare?
Why did you not extend such mercy to them back then? Shen, that useless wretch. Does he even need to lift a finger? A mere glutton, and as for his uncle, he has occupied this position for many years, lingering from the zenith of Huawei to its gradual decline, equally a failure. Shen Huaichu let out a cold laugh, lowering his head to continue with his work, his voice growing increasingly frigid. Aunt, I have spared him. Otherwise, what you would witness may not be your uncle alive. At least now. You still have a few remaining years of life to visit him occasionally. Madame Shen's eyes gradually filled with hatred, her gaze bloodshot and laced with venomous resentment. You are a devil. Why didn't you perish alongside him back then? A slight smirk tugged at Shen Huaichu's lips, for he once shared that very thought. If you did not die, how could I? He pressed the intercom on the table, his tone icy as he summoned security. The assistant promptly entered with several security guards, ready to escort the woman away as she twisted her mouth in curses directed at Shen Huaichu.
Shen Huaichu.
May you suffer a terrible fate. A terrible fate? He had heard such sentiments too often of late. It would be best if these people lived long enough to witness his demise. Shen Huaichu lowered his gaze slightly, continuing to flip through the documents in his hand. Expressionless as he stated, should this situation arise again, do not bother returning. The assistant breathed a sigh of relief. Rest assured, Mr. Shen, I shall not repeat the same mistake. Chapter 41, Shanxi Racing Circuit. The Shanxi Racing Circuit, renowned track in the country, is one of the most famous landmarks in Jiangbei. Nestled within a vast expanse of grassland, the circuit is surrounded by towering fences approximately 3 meters high, constructed from sturdy metal and covered with thick crash nets. Inside the enclosure, the racetrack is oval-shaped, measuring about half a kilometer in length and 50 meters in width, featuring a grand and intricate racing path that is truly spectacular. As the principal investor, Jing Yi enjoys not only the privilege of daily access to the track, but also a share of the profits from annual professional events. Presently, Jing Yi stands atop a lofty grandstand, taking in the rich panorama of the track below, her expression filled with astonishment. Second brother, how much did you invest in this racing circuit? Jing Yi gazed at the track, her voice somewhat ethereal. Leaning casually against the railing, Jing Yi replied, I don't quite recall the exact amount, but the earnings from events over the years have already made it worthwhile. Jing Yi's pupils widened. My estimates of the Jing family's financial prowess were far too conservative. Jing Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. And what did you estimate? Young Master Jing. A group of men clad in racing suits approached, friends of Jing Yi whom he had invited for a day of racing. They waved from a distance, greeting him warmly. After all, he was alone. Even accompanying his 2 younger sisters to race would be a challenge, so he had called upon several friends for support. As they drew nearer, Jing Yi introduced his sisters. These are my 2 younger sisters, Jing Yi and Jing Zijuan. These gentlemen are my friends. Hello, sisters. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am a devoted fan of Zijuan's performances. As someone frequently in the company of Jing Yi, how could they possibly be unaware of the recent arrival of 2 girls from the Jing family? Regardless of whether they are genuine fans, it is essential to foster a closer relationship. Hello, Jing Yi greeted with a smile. You must be Yi, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Li Qingsheng, but you may call me Brother Sheng. I've heard from your brother that you have quite an interest in racing. How about I take you for a spin later? A young man with striking red hair approached, a playful smirk adorning his lips as he glanced at Jing Yi. The girl possessed large, glimmering eyes, elegantly defined features, and glossy, wavy black hair cascading to her chest, exuding an aura of youthful charm. She was undoubtedly the type of girl he favored. Jing Yi shot a warning glare at the red-haired youth, indicating that he should temper his enthusiasm. This lad was notorious for charming girls, and Jing Ziqian certainly did not wish for his sister to be subjected to such advances. "Hello, Brother Sheng?" Jing Yi replied with a cheerful smile, a delicate dimple gracing her cheek. Truly, a friend of Jing Ziqian possesses a unique charm. Jing Ziqian sensed that this was not entirely a compliment. As he observed the red-haired youth flirting with Jing Yi, another individual emerged, grinning as he addressed Jing Ziqian. "How about I take Ziqian's sister for a quick lap? We can enjoy the scenery of the racetrack." At that moment, Jing Ziqian felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would not have invited these individuals, for each one seemed to harbor ulterior motives, approaching like hyenas drawn to flesh. "Enough already. I brought you all here for companionship." The red-haired youth raised an eyebrow, retreating to join his friends, confident that with two sisters present, he would manage to engage one of them in conversation. "Shall I show you two around?"
he suggested.
Jing Yi and her companion nodded, following Jing Ziqian as they descended from the viewing platform towards the racetrack. Jing Ziqian noted the spark in Jing Yi's eyes as they brightened with excitement. Her enthusiasm for racing was indeed remarkable. "Over there is the track, featuring various layouts," he explained. "Yes, the angle of that sharp turn over there." Jing Yi listened intently, and the red-haired youth, seizing an opportunity, eagerly interjected, continuing to elaborate for the two girls. Although he attempted to present himself as confident and charming, Jing Ziqian's interest in racing was limited, and Jing Yi's focus remained on the track's configuration, rendering his efforts futile. Noticing that his sisters were oblivious to the red-haired youth's antics, Jing Ziqian chose to disregard his ostentatious display, allowing him to usurp his role as the guide. "Over there are the high-tech facilities of the racetrack, including high-speed cameras, radar monitoring, and wireless communication equipment," he continued. As a venue capable of hosting international professional events, the Shanxi racetrack was equipped with numerous facilities to ensure the seamless execution of races, with the paramount concern being the safety of the drivers. Jing Yi gazed attentively at the large screen before her, nodding in understanding, seemingly treating the red-haired youth as her commentator. Li Chengsheng sensed that Jing Yi's attention was not on him, a flicker of determination evident in his eyes. Meanwhile, Jing Ziqian, arms crossed, observed with a subtle smile dancing in his deep, penetrating gaze. Did he truly believe that the daughter of the Jing family was the kind of girl who could be easily captured with a mere display of charm? Here, in the realm of modified race cars, tended to by the dedicated staff, stood Jing Xiao's racing machine. Jing Ziqian's car was crafted by a professional racing team, a transformation of a Martin sports car into a racing marvel. Its body, adorned in a deep crimson hue, resembled a spirited stallion, instantly captivating Jing Yi's gaze. "Over there is my racing car," Li Chengsheng pointed to a striking vehicle not far away. Its smooth contours were equally impressive. Yet its vibrant paintwork prompted Jing Yi to acknowledge that everyone has their own preferences, which she respected. Jun, would you like to give it a try? I can take you." Jing Yi's suggestion left Jing Ziqian's friends somewhat astonished. Perhaps we should take you for a spin," they suggested, mindful that they were sent by Jing Xiao to accompany her, and any mishap would be a heavy burden on their shoulders. Jing Ziqian scoffed dismissively. It was one thing to tease Jing Yi, but how dare they look down upon his sister? I won't join you. I prefer to watch from the stands." Jing Ziqian had little interest in racing. He would rather observe the competition from the sidelines. Jing Yi pondered for a moment, but did not press the issue, turning to Jing Ziqian with eyes full of anticipation. "Second brother, may I drive that car?" she asked, pointing to his racing machine. Unsurprisingly, Jing Ziqian realized from her previous reactions that she had set her sights on that car. What could he do? Since they were here, he would surely let Jing Yi enjoy herself. He wouldn't deny her even a single ride. Moreover, he had never witnessed her true abilities behind the wheel. "You can drive," he granted. Chapter 42. Everyone move aside. I'm about to begin. The group felt a twinge of surprise. They hadn't expected Jing Ziqian to be so trusting in allowing Jing Yi to drive alone. They silently resolved to take it easy on her, mindful that excessive speed might frighten her. However, before Jing Yi could revel in her excitement, Jing Ziqian promptly added, "Just remember to drive safely. This is a racetrack, not a regular speed-limited street." Though he had previously teased Jing Yi about driving in the city at night being a waste of talent, watching her take to the racetrack made him worry she might overexert herself and encounter an accident. Jing Yi nodded her head enthusiastically, her bright eyes sparkling with obedience. Yet, Jing Ziqian remained uneasy. Who could tell if she truly heeded his words? "Jing Xiao, how about I take Yi for a spin first?" Li Chengsheng was reluctant to miss any opportunity. Jing Ziqian glanced at him, but before he could respond, Jing Yi preemptively declined. No need. I'll familiarize myself with the car and take a couple of laps. Excitedly, she followed the staff to don her gear, leaving Li Chengsheng looking dejected as his plans fell through. With a slight smile, Jing Ziqian reminded the others. Keep a close eye on her safety, and don't let her speed too much. They nodded in understanding, fully aware that there was no intention of showcasing their driving skills in front of a novice. Jing Yi donned her professional racing suit and secured her helmet before settling into Jing Ziqian's Ferrari. With a sense of nostalgia, she caressed the steering wheel, gripping it firmly. Jing Ziqian led Jing Zijuan back to the grandstand, where the staff had already set up technological equipment to ensure he could observe their racing performance more clearly. Jing Zijuan gazed at the striking red car that had just taken to the track. "Brother, I didn't expect you to have another sports car hidden away here," she remarked, having thought the number of vehicles in their garage was already astonishing enough. Little did she know, he possessed additional cars beyond the confines of home. Jing Ziqian watched the red sports car as it familiarized itself with the track, acknowledging that it was merely for occasional enjoyment. It was a car invested in at the time, used sparingly. The vibrant vehicle circled the track, adapting to its contours. For now, its speed reassured Jing Ziqian, even igniting a desire for Jing Yi to maintain that pace during her time on the track. After all, with no other spectators present, there was no need for excessive acceleration to showcase skills. Safety was paramount. Unlike Jing Ziqian's vague apprehension, Jing Zijuan was filled with anticipation, eager to witness the delightful surprises Jing Yi would unveil on the racing circuit. Are you sure you want to race against us?" Li Chengsheng leaned out of the car window, observing Jing Yi's sweet smile, his expression tinged with hesitation. He believed that merely completing a few laps on the track would suffice. Jing Yi's lips curled into a gentle smile, dimples appearing, enhancing her sweet and demure demeanor. "It's fine, Shengge. I will know my limits. We've come to the racetrack, so not racing at least once would be such a waste." Li Chengsheng glanced at the other brothers, ultimately conceding, knowing he would slow his pace to accommodate Jing Yi. With everyone in agreement, Jing Yi returned to her car, donned her helmet, tightened her grip on the steering wheel, and awaited the signal to depart. The onlookers in the grandstand felt a tinge of nervousness. 3, 2, 1.
Go.
The red sports car surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, the sound of its tires gripping the asphalt resonating like a war drum throughout the venue. Jing Ziqian's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the car speed away, momentarily lost in thought. What is happening with Jing Yi? I clearly warned her to drive safely. Not only was Jing Ziqian taken aback, but the other racers, who had initially aimed to go easy, were equally astonished and instinctively accelerated in pursuit. One car, affected by the surrounding vehicles, lost control on a curve, skidding off the track before swiftly regaining its footing and rejoining the fierce competition. Yet, none of this concerned Jing Yi, who effortlessly maneuvered ahead on the track, adapting her steering with the road's twists and turns. With unwavering focus, she scrutinized the path ahead, her body tense, and her expression transformed from earlier innocence to that of a warrior born for the racetrack. A colorful car trailed closely behind her.
Li Chengsheng,
who had initially intended to look after Jing Yi, had entirely abandoned that thought. His sole focus was on ensuring he did not falter in front of the enchanting younger sister, especially since the other party was a novice. Li Chengsheng exerted every ounce of his skill as the vibrantly colored race car drew ever closer to Jing Yi's vehicle, attempting to overtake her. A bend in the racetrack loomed ahead. Jing Yi inhaled deeply, her body tensing to its utmost, as she deftly maneuvered the steering wheel to the prescribed angle, propelling her car forward like a cheetah charging toward the curve. The tires screeched sharply against the asphalt, the car tilted at an angle, billowing smoke and emitting a piercing sound. The red car exhibited the epitome of smooth drifting, widening the gap between itself and the pursuing vehicle. The driver of the car behind marveled at the spectacle, questioning whether his sister truly was a novice. Such skill would not be out of place even in professional races. Jing Ziqian was uncertain of the standards that defined a skilled racer, but it was clear that the red car was significantly faster than the others. She recognized that Jing Yi was currently in first place. Second brother. Yi is amazing. She's in the lead. Jing Ziqian's voice resonated with joy and excitement, oblivious to the rather displeased expression of Jing Ziqian at her side. However, as she observed the smoke trailing from the drifting car, a hint of concern crept in. Second brother, is the smoke from Yi's car normal? Jing Ziqian hesitated, worried that perhaps the speed was too much for the vehicle. Beside her, Jing Ziqian furrowed his brow. Normal, my foot. He was tempted to curse at the sight of Jing Yi's maneuvers, urging her to drive more safely instead of indulging in drifting around corners. As they exited the bend, a serious little face revealed a smile beneath Jing Yi's helmet. She knew she had triumphed in this race. The stallion surged toward the finish line, crossing it, with the other cars trailing behind, crossing the line moments later. Once the car came to a halt, Jing Yi sighed in relief, cheerfully patting the steering wheel before stepping out. She removed her helmet, beaming as she waved to Li Chengsheng and the others who had parked nearby. Jing Ziqian's friends managed a strained smile, their expressions complex. Especially that of the red-haired Li Chengsheng, who had not anticipated Jing Yi's remarkable racing prowess, hoping to showcase his own skills before her. Have you raced before? The curiosity of those around her was palpable, for her performance hardly resembled that of a novice. Jing Yi smiled, dimples forming as she replied, I've raced a few times abroad. A few times? The others were deeply skeptical of that figure. Did she truly appear as if she had merely dabbled? Whether to attribute her prowess to reserved potential or innate talent, their expressions became increasingly enigmatic. Jing Yi turned to see Jing Ziqin and Jing Ziqian approaching. She waved happily at them, unaware of the flicker of anger in Jing Ziqian's eyes. Chapter 43. Jing Yi's Reluctance.
Vinky.
Jing Ziqian's voice cut through her joy before she could share her happiness with Jing Ziqin. Is this how you pay attention to safety? Observing Jing Ziqian's stern countenance, Jing Yi felt a pang of guilt and feigned composure as she remarked, I have been attentive to safety. After all, she was not perpetually accelerating. Jing Yi drew closer to Jun Zijuan, linking arms with her to evade Jing Ziqian's scrutinizing gaze. Young Master Jing, Miss Yi may be a novice, thus, her speed control might have faltered momentarily. Li Qingsheng attempted to defend Jing Yi, yet the more he spoke, the more uncertain he became. Were Jing Yi not Jing Ziqian's sister, he would have considered sponsoring her for professional competitions. Naturally, his modest finances were insignificant in the presence of the Jing family. Have the car returned, Jing Ziqian ordered, turning to instruct the staff behind him. After more than 10 minutes of exhilarating play, his heart raced uncontrollably. If this continued, he might need to consult a cardiologist. Jing Ziqian shot her a glare, affirming, while I am absent, do not even think of touching a racing car. Concerned that Jing Yi might secretly visit the mountain track without him, he issued an early warning. Jing Yi drove like a wild stallion, uncontrollable even with shouts to halt. Racing itself is a perilous pursuit, and he could not ascertain her capabilities, hence he could not guarantee her safety with each reckless venture. Jing Yi pouted, feeling somewhat defiant, yet dared not voice her objections in the face of Jing Ziqian's dark expression. Ultimately, it was clear that Jing Ziqian was merely concerned for her well-being. However, young Master Jing didn't miss Yi race abroad? Li Chengsheng noted, observing Jing Yi's desperate attempts to catch his attention with fervent blinks. He had intended to inquire about her racing experiences overseas, genuinely curious about her skills, yet Jing Yi seemed to wish for this topic to remain unspoken. His voice dwindled to a whisper, inciting Jing Yi's frustration. What was wrong with Li Chengsheng? Did he not recognize the appropriateness of the moment? Both Jing Ziqian and Jun Zijuan appeared taken aback, evidently unaware of this matter. It seemed the entire Jing family was oblivious to it.
Hiding behind Yun Sion.
Jing Yi fervently wished to remain inconspicuous, yet Jing Ziqian was determined not to overlook her.
Vinky.
Is this your first time racing?
Vinky siket internale.
How could it possibly be her first time? Did they truly consider her exceptionally gifted? Well, it was merely a casual outing with friends, she replied, though her friends were, in fact, professional racers. Prior to her arrival here, Jing Yi had only a passing interest in racing, which is an exceedingly costly pursuit. Not to mention that professional competitors possess modified vehicles, dedicated racing teams, and specialized licenses. Each of these elements incurs substantial expenses, often deterring most enthusiasts from pursuing such a hobby. Later, upon her arrival, fortuitously, she befriended several individuals involved in professional racing. One evening at a night market, while awaiting her turn to purchase snacks, she witnessed a disturbance at the adjacent table. A group of inebriated men were dragging a young woman to the ground. And as one man raised a stool to strike her, Jing Yi rushed forward and knocked him to the ground. The group of men surrounding the table seemed poised to charge, yet even 2 fists could not withstand 4 hands. Especially since Jing Yi had to protect the girl who had collapsed. At that moment, another group rushed in, aiding Jing Yi in repelling the assailants. It was later revealed to Jing Yi that these individuals were professional race car drivers, some of whom had participated in international competitions. As they grew more acquainted, they noticed Jing Yi's profound interest in racing and took her to the racetrack on several occasions. Upon realizing that her passion for racing transcended mere enthusiasm, they became increasingly dedicated in their instruction, even encouraging her to pursue a path as a professional driver. Jing Yi declined, leaving her friends astonished. Although they found it difficult to comprehend, they respected her choice. Jing Ziqian, with his arms crossed, expressed skepticism towards Jing Yi's assertion that she could master drifting around corners without any interruption simply by playing casually. However, he refrained from pressuring her to clarify everything. Yet, following the events of the day, Jing Yi's attitude towards racing was marked with a sense of urgency in Jing Ziqian's mind. He no longer lingered on Jing Yi's situation, as the racetrack manager had been waiting nearby for quite some time. Jing Ziqian rarely visited the racetrack, and it was evident that the manager had come to report on matters concerning the venue. He, along with Li Chengsheng and others, stepped aside to discuss various racetrack affairs with the manager. Meanwhile, Jing Yi and Jing Zijuan returned to the grandstand, watching her entire racing performance on a small screen that recorded the event. Her expression bore no trace of pride. Upon noticing several evident flaws, her demeanor grew more serious. It seemed that her absence from racing for a while had rendered her somewhat out of practice. Observing Jing Yi's earnestness, Jing Zijuan tentatively inquired, "You really enjoy racing, don't you?" Jing Yi's fondness for sports cars, racing, and even her proficiency in martial arts appeared to be facets of her personality she hesitated to reveal to her family. Jing Zijuan had long been perplexed by Jing Yi's reluctance to share these interests with her family. Jing Yi paused slightly before nodding in acknowledgement. "Then why haven't you mentioned it to your family?" she asked, still focused on the screen. Responding to Jing Zijuan's inquiry, she nonchalantly replied, "It's just a hobby I indulge in occasionally. There's no need to bring it up." Jing Zijuan frowned slightly, clearly unconvinced by Jing Yi's reasoning. She believed that Jing Yi's silence stemmed not from casual engagement, but rather from a fear of her family's potential reactions, leading her to suppress her passions. Earlier, she had noticed Jing Yi's evident tension when their father mentioned the night, as though she feared his concern or reproach, prompting her to gloss over the topic. After a moment's hesitation, Jing Zijuan spoke earnestly. Hobbies do not vanish simply because one chooses to suppress them." She wished for Jing Yi to embrace her interests without excessive consideration for others' feelings, even if those others were family. Jing Yi glanced away from the screen and smiled softly at Jing Zijuan's words. "Junjun, did you see how worried second brother was just now? If he is concerned, imagine how much more worried uncle and auntie would be if they found out. It's no big deal. It's just a hobby." The more Jing Yi downplayed her interests, the more Jing Zijuan felt a pang of sympathy. Based on Jing Yi's demeanor, it is evident that her interests transcend mere hobbies. They embody a facet of her identity that she has chosen to conceal, wishing to spare her family from worry. Upon returning from the racetrack, Jing Zhe appeared pensive, maintaining this expression even upon arriving home. Jing Ziqian, concerned, inquired, "Junjun, what troubles you?" Jing Yi's gaze, filled with concern, also turned towards him. Jing Zhe managed a forced smile, stating, "It's nothing, just contemplating work matters." Jing Ziqian recalled that Jing Zhe's company was in the process of restructuring her team and assumed she was preoccupied with issues regarding her agent. "Is there anything I can assist with?" Although he had promised Jing Zhe not to pressure her about joining Xingji, Jing Ziqian still kept a discreet watch over her affairs. After all, they shared the same entertainment industry, and he felt a responsibility towards his sister's well-being. While he refrained from interfering in her career, he hoped to alleviate any minor concerns she might have. Jing Zhe's expression softened as she reassured, "It's merely trivial matters. You need not worry, urge." Just then, the sound of a car echoed from the courtyard, signaling the return of their elder brother. Jing Zhe hurriedly shifted the topic, fearing further probing from Jing Ziqian. Jing Yi also glanced in that direction, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. Jing Zhe had been engaged in a significant collaboration with the company, often returning home late from work. On several occasions, when Jing Yi was about to retire for the night, she observed Jing Zhe brewing coffee and laboring in his study. Today, Big Brother returned at a reasonable hour. Quite the rarity. Entering the living room, Jing Zhe noticed his 3 younger siblings gathered together. "Where are Mom and Dad?" he asked. Jing Zhe responded while heading to the kitchen. They went to a friend's gathering. Upon their return, they had not seen their parents. As Aunt Wang had mentioned, they left early for the event. Instead of retreating to his room to change, Jing Zhe waited for Jing Zhe to emerge from the kitchen before presenting 2 gift boxes to Jing Yi and Jing Zhe. These were items he had previously arranged for his assistant to acquire at a jewelry auction. As for the jade bracelet, since Lin Ruiqing was absent, Jing Zhe decided to keep it in the study until they returned from the gathering. Jing Yi glanced at the gift box in her hands, puzzled. Big brother. What is this? A faint smile graced Jing Ziyu's lips as he replied, there was a jewelry auction associated with a collaborating company. So I had someone acquire a necklace for each of you. He spoke as if it were a casual purchase from a street vendor. Curious. Jing Zi opened her gift box to reveal a pearl gemstone necklace adorned with a striking sapphire. Jing Yi, upon opening her box, was greeted by the brilliance of a diamond necklace. Her eyes widened in awe, captivated by the shimmering diamonds, yet it was the sapphire pendant that truly commanded her attention. Looking up in disbelief, she asked Jing Ziyu, brother, is this a gemstone? The sapphire radiated a vibrant blue light, and although she feigned ignorance, she understood all too well that such a gift from Jing Ziyu could not possibly be mere plastic trinkets. Jing Ziyu nodded, acknowledging that this particular sapphire among Baoding's auction items was quite special. To my eyes, it was satisfactory. Was that all it could be considered? Jing Yi's expression was somewhat complex, perhaps a reflection of her sheltered upbringing. Seeing that her two younger sisters were genuinely pleased brought a measure of satisfaction to Jing Ziyu, grateful that his assistant had successfully secured it. As Jing Ziyu ascended the stairs, Jing Ziqian, seated nearby, observed the two sisters exchanging gifts, a pang of envy stirring within him. It was one thing to be without a gift of his own, but now he felt devoid of his rightful standing as well. He had spent the entire day accompanying them, yet had not witnessed such joy on their faces. Upon descending, Jing Ziyu immediately noticed Jing Ziqian's somewhat sardonic expression, puzzled by his brother's demeanor. Where did you go today? Jing Ziyu inquired, settling onto the sofa, with his long legs crossed. Jing Ziqian replied with a hint of exhaustion. We took a trip to the racetrack. Jing Ziyu was aware that his brother had invested in a professional racing circuit, which was proving quite lucrative. However, Jing Ziyu could not help but question the cause of Jing Ziqian's peculiar expression. Was it not enjoyable? Very enjoyable. In fact, it was absolutely thrilling. Jing Yi could no longer contain her enthusiasm, even before Jing Ziqian had the chance to respond. A smile graced Jing Ziyu's lips. At least one of them found merit in today's escapades. Yet, upon hearing Jing Yi's exuberance, Jing Ziqian promptly doused their excitement with a splash of cold reality. Who knows if Junjun found it enjoyable, but Jing Yi certainly did. At the racetrack, she was like a wild stallion unleashed, always quick to report back. Jing Ziqian remarked, his lips twitching, yet he proceeded to fully divulge Jing Yi's triumphs, including her victory over his friends and her dazzling drifting techniques. Jing Ziyu raised an eyebrow. Given Jing Yi's fondness for the night, he could surmise her prowess to some extent. However, Jing Ziqian's account was surprising, as it did not align with the typical skills of an amateur racer. The term amateur aptly described Jing Ziqian, who, despite occasionally indulging in racing, was better characterized as a quintessential example of someone whose skills had stagnated while maintaining several professional racing cars. His focus was more on the benefits derived from the racetrack than on the sport itself. Hearing his brother's grievances, Jing Ziyun interjected, brother, Jing Yi is quite remarkable, and she is aware of her capabilities. He was concerned that the more Jing Ziqian spoke, the more Jing Yi might conceal her true potential. Jing Ziyu also chimed in, asserting that if one were to observe closely and still allow Jing Yi to encounter danger, it would certainly not be her fault. Jing Ziqian was taken aback. He had anticipated his eldest brother would side with him, but instead, he received such a rebuttal. Noticing Jing Yi engaging with Jing Ziyu in a cheerful conversation, he shot his brother a glance that conveyed his frustration. Jing Ziyu replied gently, if you wish to continue visiting the racetrack, by all means, do so. However, you must prioritize your safety. Should you suffer any injuries, do not expect your second brother to worry. I may not even support your endeavors. Jing Yi was taken aback by Jing Ziyu's endorsement for her to pursue racing. Her surprise was mingled with delight. Yes, yes. Rest assured, brother. I will always prioritize safety. Jing Ziyu cast a sidelong glance at the three siblings, who were basking in a delightful atmosphere, leaning against the back of the sofa, silently seething with frustration. Had Jing Ziyu witnessed Jing Yi's driving prowess, he would not have remained so unfazed. He raised his hand to check the time, casting a puzzled look towards the kitchen. Was Aunt Wang not at home today? Typically, by this hour, dinner preparations would have commenced, yet there was an unsettling silence. Jing Ziyun chuckled, eldest brother. We're dining out today. She had just spoken to Aunt Wang in the kitchen, informing her that there was no need to prepare dinner. Chapter 45. A Gathering of Youths. Dining out? Jing Ziyu raised an eyebrow, glancing at Jing Ziqian. Noting the surprise in his eyes, he realized that Jing Ziqian had just learned this as well. Where are we going? He inquired. It was indeed pleasant to occasionally gather for a meal. Jing Yi raised her hand with a suggestion. How about hot pot? Although Aunt Wang's cooking is exquisite, a change of palate is sometimes desired. Hot pot. This notion was quite novel to Jingzio. Even when dining out, his assistant would typically secure reservations at five-star establishments. And he had yet to indulge in a dedicated hot pot experience. I have no objections, he replied. Jing Yi quickly turned to Jing Ziqian, who lazily reclined on the sofa, deliberately elongating his words. Hot pot. I'll need to ponder that for a moment. Jing Ziyou smirked. Placing his cup on the coffee table, his tone languid. If Ziqian isn't keen, then it shall just be the three of us. Who says I'm not interested? Jing Ziqian retorted hastily. Jing Yi, elated, stood up. Then I'll go change with Junjun, and we shall head out shortly. Tonight is a gathering of the youth. Once again, he found himself teased by his older brother. Jing Ziqian, feeling indignant, watched as Jing Yi and Junjun ascended the stairs, playfully quipping, eldest brother. It's the time for youthful gatherings. Jing Ziyou replied leisurely, aren't you nearly 30 yourself? Jing Ziqian was merely 3 years younger, hardly fitting the youthful category. However, Jing Ziqian disagreed. As long as he had not yet reached 30, he considered himself still in the 20s. Besides, he maintained a lifestyle filled with youthful amusements. Unlike his brother, who seemed to exist solely for Hingjin Group, feeling unwell if a day passed without work. While awaiting Jing Yi and Jing Ziyun, the two brothers engaged in light conversation. What are you planning to do about Junjun's drama? Jing Ziqian inquired seriously. I have taken over the entire production, Jing Ziqian responded. I contacted the film production company a few days ago, and Xingji will cover the subsequent investment costs. The filming of the Begonia Remains had been completed, but prior to Li Yu's suspension, the production had not reached fruition. Xingji, after all, was merely an entertainment company. Despite having a dedicated production department, it still paled in comparison to professional film production companies. Jing Ziqian did not possess the arrogance to believe that Xingji's production team could manage the entirety of such a historical drama-esque production. Do you need my assistance? Jing Ziqian declined. It's just a drama. This level of investment is inconsequential to Xingji. Even if the series doesn't become a sensation, I am confident we can recoup our costs. Big brother, second brother, let us set forth. Jing Yi and Jing Zhe quickly prepared themselves, and the two brothers conversing on the sofa also rose to their feet. Jing Zhe Qian stepped into the courtyard, intending to retrieve the car from the garage. He had been genuinely taken aback by Jing Yi's driving style and decided it was more prudent for him to take the wheel. However, after a moment's contemplation, he glanced back at Jing Yi and inquired, shall I drive, or would you prefer to? No need, second brother, you can drive, she replied. What kind of expression is that? It's not as if I feel unwell when I'm not driving. Why are there others eager to take the wheel? Was Jing Zhe Qian merely concerned about her feelings? A little over 10 minutes later, the four of them arrived at the location Jing Yi had mentioned. Jing Zhe stood outside the hot pot restaurant, a hint of confusion evident in his deep-set eyes. Is this what gatherings among the youth look like? The exterior of the restaurant was bustling with activity, voices rising in a clamor, as a long queue of patrons snaked its way forward, waiting to dine. Dozens of stools had been placed outside for customers to patiently await their turn. Jing Zheyu carefully sidestepped a waiter distributing numbered tickets. Yet the waiter hurriedly handed him a ticket regardless, assuming Jing Yi's group was there to dine. After briefly explaining the number of patrons ahead of them, the waiter swiftly departed. Jing Zheyu stared at the number 87 in his hand, somewhat astonished. Were there really 86 people ahead of them waiting to eat? Jing Zhe Qian also expressed his disdain, maneuvering around the throngs of passers-by, questioning Jing Yi. We aren't seriously expected to wait for all those people to finish before we can have our dinner, are we? Of course not. Jing Yi called out to the waiter who had been distributing the tickets, showing him her membership on her phone. This was a membership she had borrowed from Shun Shi, a fervent hot pot enthusiast, particularly fond of this restaurant, which he frequented and generously recharged. The waiter paused, glancing at Jing Yi's membership level, his demeanor becoming markedly more cordial as he led the four of them inside. Inside the hot pot restaurant, diners were seated around tables, savoring the delectable dishes while engaging in conversation with friends or family. Some were laughing heartily, while others spoke in hushed tones. Several waiters deftly navigated through the crowd, promptly serving dishes and eagerly inquiring about the customers' needs. The waiter opened the door to a private room, asking, "How about this room?" Jing Zheyu surveyed the space. Though it was a bit small, it appeared clean and bright. Jing Yi looked at the three of them and, seeing no objections, replied, "It's fine." Once seated, the waiter presented a tablet. Jing Yi's eyes sparkled. It had been a long time since she had last dined at this hot pot establishment. What would you like to order? She asked eagerly. Jing Yi shook his head. You all go ahead. I'm fine with anything. Jing Yi and Jing Jun sat together, enthusiastically selecting dishes. How about the four-grid option? Sounds good. I heard they recently introduced several new broth bases. Then let us order 2 classic and 2 of the new varieties. A few minutes later, the table was brimming with an array of meats, seafood, and vegetables. The pots bubbling enticingly with steam rising. Brother, you should start serving. The tripe is almost overcooked. Jing Yi gracefully served herself with a public chopstick, while fresh beef tripe found its way into Jing Zijun's bowl. Observing Jing Ziyu's hesitance, she warmly extended an invitation to him. Meanwhile, Jing Ziqian had swiftly acclimatized to the bustling atmosphere, eagerly placing his favorite dishes into the pot. The lively scene before them brought a smile to Jing Ziyu's lips, prompting him to join in the culinary delight of hot pot. Wasn't this broth a tad too spicy? Jing Ziqian raised his cup and took a hearty sip of water. Noticing how much Jing Yi and Jing Zijun relished the spicy pot, unable to resist, he also picked up a few slices of fatty beef and indulged. The fiery flavor exploded in his mouth, akin to a blaze igniting within, clearly surpassing his tolerance. At that moment, Jing Yi's lips turned slightly red, but seeing Jing Ziqian's reaction to the spice made her burst into laughter. Ha, how could hot pot not be spicy? If you're afraid of spice, go for the tomato instead. Who else afraid? Jing Ziqian defiantly scooped more from the spicy pot. Chapter 46. Caught on camera. After the 4 had feasted to their heart's content, they stepped out of the hot pot restaurant, greeted by the bustling crowd outside. Upon hearing that Jing Ziyu and the others were preparing to head home, Jing Ziqian appeared reluctant. Is this truly what you call a gathering for the youth? Just dinner, and then off to bed? Jing Yi pondered, confused. Had she indeed labeled this as a youthful gathering? Jing Ziqian, noticing her expression, felt a jolt of alarm. He had inadvertently let slip too much. Jing Ziyu narrowed his eyes, casting a sharp gaze in his direction. Jing Zijun momentarily held his breath, his eyes betraying a hint of panic. Fortunately, Jing Yi did not dwell on the matter, her mind clouded by the fullness of her stomach. Mistakenly believing it was something she had inadvertently uttered. Youth must rest as well. My brother has to rise early for work tomorrow, Jing Yi remarked, playfully suggesting she might stay up late dancing, though she would likely succumb within half an hour. The others, relieved that she did not pursue the topic further, exhaled quietly. Otherwise, where would you suggest we go, Jing Xiao? Jing Ziqian feigned contemplation, striving to ease the earlier tension, while the 3 nearby grew increasingly impatient for his response. He indeed had places he frequented, yet most were entertainment venues unsuitable for bringing along 2 sisters. Besides, with Jing Zijun being a celebrity, their brother would surely object if he found out. Ultimately, the 4 returned to the vehicle, preparing to head home. Unbeknownst to them, in the corner of the parking lot, a man wearing a hat was discreetly capturing the scene with a camera. Once Jing Ziqian's car had departed, he emerged from the shadows and swiftly boarded a van. Follow them. The man, seated in the van, reviewed the photographs he had taken with satisfaction before dialing a number on his phone. Hello, editor. Guess who I just photographed? Jing Zijun, dining with 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. Crop out the woman? The man instantly grasped the editor's intent. Only the sight of a popular star dining with unfamiliar gentlemen would attract attention. If it were a large group, it would merely appear as a gathering without significance. With a smirk, the man replied, Understood, editor. I will edit and send it to you. In the early morning, at the Jing residence. Early in the morning, Jing Zhe received a call from her agent. The new agent, a professional woman in her 40s, was regarded as the star agent of her company. Trending on Weibo? I haven't had the chance to check my phone. Jing Zhe opened the app and discovered that her name was trending at the top, with the content revealing that she had dined late at night with a man and returned to the same residence. The trending topic quickly exploded, as the photographs captured not just one gentleman, but multiple figures, inciting speculation from all corners. Jing Zhe furrowed her brows. It seemed she had been photographed during dinner yesterday. Qing Jia, the person in the photo, is my brother. The agent, well aware, recognized the silhouettes as the young masters of the Jing family the moment she saw them. The reason her company had not promptly clarified the situation was twofold. Firstly, they were concerned about exposing the Jing family's identity, as Hung Jing was not a company they could afford to offend. Secondly, they wished to gauge the Jing family's stance before proceeding with public relations efforts. After contemplating for a moment, Jing Zhe replied, All right, I will discuss this with my family first. She ended the call and gazed at the glaring headline. Rising star Jing Yi dines late with two men, returns to residence together. The article featured photos of her with Jing Yi and Jing Qian, likely taken in the parking lot after leaving the hot pot restaurant. As for the phrase returns to residence together, there was merely a distant shot of a vehicle, with no clear image of the Jing family's villa gate. The previous night, a van had discreetly followed Jing Qian's car, but they were halted by a checkpoint, and they received no information from the personnel at the entrance. Ultimately, they could only return with a blurry photograph and the earlier pictures from the hot pot restaurant. Jing Yi scrolled through the comments, realizing why her agent had sounded so anxious. The responses were overwhelmingly negative.
Ah.
My General Jiusheng, tell me this isn't true. My heavens, two men? This evening is too scandalous. Could there be a misunderstanding? Perhaps they are family? Family, my foot. Jing Yi had previously mentioned that her parents had passed away, leaving her alone. One could revisit past interviews to confirm this. Isn't it said they returned together? Yet. We can't even see the residence in the photo. Perhaps the vehicle couldn't enter, but it seems the three of them must have returned to the same place. Without evidence, it's all slander. Three individuals? This was the first time she had seen such entertainment news featuring a trio at the center of it all. They certainly knew how to have fun. Me too. Me too. This truly broadens my horizons. The entertainment industry never ceases to astonish me. She has exhausted her goodwill. Having reaped enough benefits, it is time for her to distance herself from Junling. What do you mean by reaping benefits? That was due to Jing Yi's exceptional performance. The fans were in an uproar. Jing Yi had gained fame through Junlin, and now the drama fans wanted her to step back. That wasn't unreasonable, was it? The comment section was a chaotic mess, and it seemed that a mere statement would not suffice to resolve the issue. Jing Yi took her phone and descended the stairs. Downstairs. Before Jing Yi could make his way to the company, he received a message from security. They reported that a van had been following them the previous night, and the license plate had been noted. Jing Yi glanced at the retrieved information. Entertainment Circle World? Was it targeting Jing Zixian or Jing Zijuan? He handed his phone to Jing Zixian. Furrowing his brow, Jing Zixian inquired, Entertainment Circle World? Which obscure magazine is that? Indeed, it was a lesser-known publication. Otherwise, they would not have pursued gossip about the Jing family. It was likely aimed at Junjun. Just as Jing Zio was about to ask Jing Zijuan, he spotted her descending the stairs. Eldest brother, second brother, we were photographed yesterday. Jing Zio and Jing Zixian exchanged glances, confirming their earlier suspicions. Familiar with the tactics of entertainment journalists, Jing Zixian frowned slightly and asked, Did it trend? Jing Zijuan nodded and handed her phone to the two of them. As Jing Zio read the comments trending online, his expression darkened. The manager wants to consult with you before finalizing the public relations strategy. There is still no PR strategy in place? The trending topic has already exploded. Jing Zixian's tone reflected intense dissatisfaction. Had this been an employee of Xingji, they would have long since packed their bags. However, with Jing Zijuan present, he refrained from being overly harsh. Jing Zijuan hesitated. Sensing that perhaps due to the Jing family status, the company felt compelled to tread carefully at every step. This matter should be handled by Hengjing. Jing Zio proposed a solution. Chapter 47. The Public Relations Team. The Jing family convened a meeting to discuss the trending topic. Jing Yi enlarged the photos from the trending topic, scrutinizing them closely, yet she could not find her own image. Why am I not in the photos? Jing Zixian replied curtly, if your photo were included, it would not have simply been a night with two men, but rather a family gathering. This was a common tactic in the entertainment industry, and Jing Zixian found it unremarkable. Jing Yi suddenly realized they had intentionally edited her out. Jing Zio calmly stated, I lean towards having Hengjing issue a statement and a lawyer's letter. After all, continuing to conceal this serves no purpose. Jing Beiqing concurred with his elder son's viewpoint, noting that the notification should have been dispatched as soon as they located Jing Zijuan. It had been postponed due to her professional obligations. Jing Yi also agreed, recognizing it as the simplest and most direct solution. Lin Ruiqing turned to the still somewhat troubled Jing Zijuan and asked, What do you think, Junjun? She too was in agreement, yet emphasized that Jing Zijuan's stance should take precedence. Observing that her family had all expressed their opinions, Jing Zijuan found no grounds to refuse. After a moment's hesitation, she acquiesced. Then I will instruct the company's publicity department to issue the statement. Once the matter was settled, the group promptly sprang into action. Concurrently with the statement's release, Entertainment Circle World reported on Jing Zijuan dining late at night with a man, subsequently issuing an apology. The statement claimed that internal journalists had caused serious harm to Jing Yi through false reporting and selective editing, and it included the complete photographs along with the disciplinary actions taken against the journalists and the relevant editor-in-chief. As more netizens began to grasp the unfolding situation, the trending topic swiftly shifted to the heiress of Hengjing Group, Jing Yi, causing the back-end to nearly collapse. A series of popular headlines followed suit, all predominantly linked to Jing Yi. At the top of the trending list was Hengjing's official statement, which conveyed that several months prior, the president of Hengjing Group had located his long-lost sister, Jing Yi. It explained that Jing Yi had been dining with family the previous night and firmly stated that Hengjing would pursue accountability for the malicious slanders circulating in the entertainment industry. Accompanying this announcement were formal photographs and a legal letter released yesterday. I remarked that just by glancing at their silhouettes, one could tell they were exceptionally handsome. My goodness! Cinderella has transformed into a wealthy heiress. How delightfully fantastical! This is not merely about being a wealthy heiress. Hengjing ranks among the world's foremost conglomerates. Apologies. Are you aware of whom you slandered last night? Help! I can't believe I referred to the two young masters of the Jing family as pretty boys. To those upstairs, safe travels.
Who understands?
I am part of Hengjing, and yesterday, as I witnessed everyone hurling insults, I scarcely dared to utter a word. To those above, how could you know the truth yet remain silent? May you eternally find your instant noodles devoid of seasoning. I wouldn't dare speak up, the president hasn't commented. And as a mere employee, I wouldn't dream of revealing his information. Did no one notice the other young lady in the photograph? She is quite lovely. Is she a friend? Wasn't he the eldest daughter just found? Who is this newcomer? Speculation began to swirl beneath the trending topic regarding the relationship between the two girls. According to sources, the Jing family originally had only one biological daughter who was abducted at the tender age of 3. Subsequently, the matriarch of the Jing family, for reasons unknown, brought back another girl of similar age, the one depicted in the photograph. However, Jing Yi's mother vehemently opposed this, leading to the girl remaining abroad until her recent return. How peculiar that she chose this precise moment to return. This hardly qualifies as a false heiress. It seems more akin to a foster daughter. As long as she poses no threat to Zijun's position, it's acceptable. How could she not be a threat? Returning at this juncture is nothing short of an attempt to usurp the position of the Jing family's heiress. The world of the affluent is truly chaotic. That matriarch must be out of her mind. How could she conceive of replacing the true heiress with an impostor? Perhaps the substitute wouldn't even suffice. The direction of the trending topic began to shift as an assistant approached a woman reclining on a lounge chair, holding a phone. Sister Meow Meow. The online army has been dispatched, and the public discourse is now shifting towards that Jing Yi. Indeed, the woman on the lounge chair was the same Meow Meow who had previously encountered Jing Yi. With her eyes closed, she responded languidly, instructing the online army to be generous and, moreover, to maintain discretion. Understood, Sister Meow Meow. Meanwhile, Jing Yi, who was closely monitoring the public sentiment, sensed something amiss. Ever since the identities of Jing Yi and Jing Yi were revealed, a torrent of netizens began to comment on Jing Yi, their words steeped in malice. If he could not discern the orchestrated manipulation of public opinion, then his years in the entertainment industry would have been in vain. Jing Yi made a phone call, instructing Xiao Wang to investigate the individuals behind the trending topics and to have the public relations department address the issue promptly. After hanging up, Jing Yi's expression remained taut, his gaze fixated on the unfolding public discourse. Meanwhile, Jing Yi, also from the Jing family, learned of the situation through her manager. She was taken aback by the swift turn of events. Within mere hours, the public's attention had shifted from her to Jing Yi. It appeared that someone had orchestrated a smear campaign. Smear campaign? Jing Yi paced back and forth in her room, unable to comprehend why Jing Yi, who had only recently returned to the country and was not part of the entertainment industry, would be targeted in such a manner.
Wingye.
Can you find out who is behind this? There was a moment of hesitation on the other end of the line, and although no information was available, there were indications of movement from Xing Ji. Your second brother might know something. All right, please keep an eye on the public sentiment for me. Jing Zijuan then approached Jing Ziqian's study. Second brother, have you seen the news? Jing Ziqian understood her reference. Yes. I have already involved the public relations team at Xing Ji. Despite his words, his brow remained furrowed in concern. I haven't been able to trace the origin of the smear campaign. I found out it originates from a few internet CAFs in Jiangbei. This was Jing Ziqian's greatest perplexity. Jing Yi had been staying at home for the past few months, without mingling with others. How could anyone be so brazen as to launch a smear campaign against her? Jing Zijuan's brow furrowed deeper. Second brother. Could it be, because of me, that they have redirected the public's attention towards Yi? She pondered whether it was possible that her adversaries in the industry were deliberately trying to confuse the narrative by targeting Jing Yi instead. Unlikely, he replied. I have yet to come across any artist hiring a smear campaign specifically against a rival's family member, especially targeting someone as obscure as Jing Yi. Concern flickered in Jing Ziqian's eyes. Has she seen the comments? Jing Zijuan shook her head. She probably hasn't. When I went downstairs, Jing Yi was in the dining room enjoying dessert. She likely hasn't come across it yet. Chapter 48. Variety Show Invitation. Yes. Jing Yi quickly turned off her phone, smiling at the person on the stairs, appearing completely unaffected. Nevertheless, Jing Ziqian keenly noticed her actions, and a shadow of worry crossed his features. Jing Zijuan sidled up to Jing Yi. How are you? Has everything been resolved? Since you're all aware, why pretend as if nothing has happened? Jing Ziqian's voice suddenly interjected, causing Jing Zijuan to be taken aback. Jing Yi paused, lowering her gaze, obscuring her true emotions. Jing Zijuan hurriedly asked, did you see the comments? I saw some, she replied, her tone devoid of sorrow, akin to discussing an unrelated matter. Don't let it get to you, those people being entrenched in the entertainment industry. Jing Zijuan understood better than anyone the extent of harm that words could inflict. Jing Yi's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of resignation glimmering in her eyes. I'm not upset by their hurtful words. Let them say what they wish. It won't diminish my savings. Jing Ziqian settled himself opposite Jing Yi, his brows slightly raised. So, what have you seen in the comments? He harbored no doubts about the veracity of Jing Yi's words, for they indeed echoed her characteristic style. Jing Yi let out a soft sigh. I saw them mentioning Grandma. Her voice was gentle, as if wary of disturbing the memory of the late Grandma Jing. A flicker of anger surged in Jing Ziqian's eyes, yet he endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. Pass me your phone. Jing Yi glanced at him and unlocked her device, revealing a plethora of comments discussing Grandma Jing, most of which were far from amicable. These remarks ignited Jing Ziqian's fury. Whether Grandma Jing was right or wrong was a matter even Jing Beiqing lacked the authority to judge. Why should so many meddlesome individuals interfere? He promptly dialed Jing Zio, stepping into the courtyard and speaking with a serious tone. Jing Yi sat on the sofa, entranced by the coffee table before her. How could a mere morning's incident unravel such a multitude of issues? Even more perplexing was the fact that a deceased person was still subjected to scrutiny. Jing Jun gazed at Jing Yi, his eyes filled with concern, fully aware of what Grandma Jing represented to her. Do not worry. Second brother, and the others will handle it. Jing Yi took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, it must be so. Observing that Jing Ziqian had embarked on resolving the matter, she relinquished her distress, deciding it was best to leave such matters to those capable of addressing them. While she remained quietly in her place. Would you like some pudding?
Huh?
Jing Jun's expression morphed into one of surprise and confusion. Just a moment ago, he was pondering how to persuade Jing Yi, and now she was off to indulge in pudding? Noticing his contemplation, Jing Yi added, Aunt Wang just made it. If you don't eat it, it will get cold. When had Aunt Wang ever prepared warm pudding? However, seeing Jing Yi's seemingly carefree demeanor relieved Jing Jun considerably. Let us eat. Thus, Jing Yi led him to the dining area to savor the freshly made pudding. After Jing Ziqian hung up the phone, he found the living room empty. Glancing toward the dining area, he saw the two already seated, indulging in dessert. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he approached. What are you eating? Make sure to get me a serving. Simultaneously, Jing and Xingji issued several lawyers' letters, warning against the malicious comments directed at Grandma Jing and Jing Yi, finally calming the frenzied netizens. After all, this was Jing and Xingji. Receiving such a lawyer's letter would elevate the matter far beyond mere celebrity squabbles. Sister Miao Miao, Mr. Wang has withdrawn the hired commenters, citing that if they do not cease, the Jing family will soon trace it back to you. The assistant leaned closer to Jiang Miao Miao, quietly conveying the message. Her expression grew impatient as she shot a glance at her assistant, her eyes radiating a fierce intensity that caused the assistant to shrink back, avoiding her gaze. The assistant lowered his head, fearful of making eye contact. Understood. Jiang Miao Miao's voice brimmed with palpable displeasure. Since learning that the Jing family would announce Jing Jun's identity, she had instructed her assistant to arrange for the underlings to prepare. She was well aware that this situation would inevitably become murky. Otherwise, she would take it upon herself to stir the waters. The public scrutiny has yet to be fully directed towards Jing Yi. Yet Jing Ziqian swiftly discerned that even Jing Ziyou was on the verge of uncovering her whereabouts. What difference would it make to withdraw now? Should Jing Ziqian discern her unusual behavior at this juncture, all the strategic moves made thus far would be rendered futile. Jing Yi, consider this your stroke of luck. Meow meow. Everyone has completed their rehearsals. Would you care to review the itinerary for the upcoming event? Upon hearing the voice of her visitor, she immediately donned a cordial smile and responded gently. Once the individual departed, Jiang Miao Miao lowered her voice, expressing her discomfort and inability to endure an extended recording session, urging to keep a close watch on the editing afterwards. Very well, Sister Miao Miao, she replied, assisting Jiang Miao Miao towards the center of the stage. Variety shows? Qing Jie. I recall mentioning on the very first day that I am not particularly keen on frequent appearances in variety formats. Rather, I prefer to devote my efforts to scripts and acting. Jing Zijuan was on the balcony, engaged in a phone call with his manager. Upon hearing something from the other end, his brow relaxed slightly. A family variety show? How recently did this matter arise that they are already seeking us out? The Jing family's popularity has surged dramatically in recent days, prompting the variety show director to immediately reach out to Jing Zijuan's manager with earnest words, even expressing a willingness to accommodate all of Jing Zijuan's requests as much as possible. The manager, considering the recent media frenzy surrounding the Jing family, speculated that perhaps Hungjing and the Jing family could serve as a deterrent. However, both she and Jing Zijuan are entrenched in the entertainment industry and would prefer to achieve a mutually beneficial outcome through it. Moreover, the counterpart is a renowned director from the Fruit Station, whose recent hit variety shows stem from his innovative ideas. The manager believed that participating in this show would be a surefire investment. Jing Zijuan could use this opportunity to openly showcase her family members, effectively addressing public opinion. And the manager hoped that Jing Zijuan could also enhance her own popularity through this endeavor. After a moment's hesitation, Jing Zijuan, swayed by her manager's persuasion, could not deny feeling somewhat tempted. If a variety show could alter the current public sentiment regarding Jing Yi's attacks, it would be ideal. However, Jing Zijuan remained wary. Perceiving variety shows as a double-edged sword, mismanaged, they could easily yield adverse effects. Initially, she had not been solely devoted to acting and had participated in several variety shows. Though with lackluster results, her personality was simply not suited for such formats. Feeling somewhat perplexed, Jing Zijuan said, "How about this, Qing Jie? I will discuss it with my family and get back to you. After all, it is a family-oriented show. It would be prudent to consult with her elder brother and the others for their opinions." Chapter 49. Family Variety Show. The Jing family, including Jing Ziyou and others, were currently gathered in the living room, convening a family meeting. Jing Yi furtively glanced around, observing this and that. The frequency of these family meetings has certainly increased recently. The primary agenda of the family meeting was the variety show invitation received by Jing Zijuan's manager. This program, themed around familial relationships, intends to invite celebrities from 5 different families to participate in recording sessions, showcasing the daily interactions within various familial ties. Jing Zijuan was among the guests the director was eager to invite. Upon seeing Jing Zijuan's news, the director promptly reached out to her team. He recognized this as an exceptional opportunity, not to mention the recent popularity of Jing Zhe. The mere status of being a scion of the Jing family was enough for the production team to profit immensely. Naturally, it would be even better if they could capture the company president of Hungjing on camera as well. Jing Zhe was the first to voice his thoughts, stating, "I believe participating in a variety show could certainly alleviate the previous public scrutiny. I intend to go with the E."
Jing Yi, ziet het bestand Jingse.
Was not surprised by his words, yet she felt no particular joy. Her mind was preoccupied with the loss of her precious leisure time. Jing Zhe cast her a helpless glance. Upon their return, he had worried about the potential impact on Jing Yi. But Jing Ziqian assured him that she was fine, though he remained skeptical. It now appeared that Jing Yi was indeed indifferent to the opinions of others. However, while Jing Yi might be unconcerned, the rest of the family was eager to resolve the matter as swiftly as possible. Lin Ruiqing, not particularly familiar with these variety shows, turned to Jing Zhe and inquired, "Is it acceptable for just you and Yi to participate in a family-themed show?" Jing Zhe shook his head. "It's perfectly fine. The director wouldn't actually invite all 5 family members. Although it was labeled a family variety show, the director wouldn't genuinely require guests to bring all their relatives. Naturally, they would arrange different familial relationships as the subjects of observation." Jing Yi leisurely poured a cup of tea for Jing Beicheng, seemingly deep in thought. Beside him, Jing Qian declared, "I'll go as well." Jing Yi cast a curious glance at Jing Qian, finding it rather surprising. Isn't he already entrenched in this industry? How curious that he would show interest in participating in a variety show. Jing Qian was not so much interested in the show itself, but rather wished to accompany Jing Yi and the others, should any issues arise. His presence would provide a sense of security. Moreover, he was somewhat familiar with this particular show. During the last artist work report, his colleague Wen Qingyan had also received an invitation. Wen Qingyan's manager had initially intended for him to accept, but Wen Qingyan himself was not particularly keen on variety shows. Thus he seemingly declined the offer. It seemed that this director was indeed quite ambitious, seeking both popularity and guests who could attract their own following.
Ying Baicheng nodded.
Acknowledging that Jing Qian was more knowledgeable about how to present oneself on a variety show than the other family members, making his participation reassuring. At that moment, Jing Yu casually interjected, "Then I shall join as well." His statement astonished the others. Jing was momentarily taken aback. "Brother, what did you just say?" Jing Yi was left utterly speechless, wondering if she had misheard. "Brother, participating in a variety show means you want to be able to go to the office on time." Noticing the same expression of disbelief on the faces of the other family members, Jing Yu felt somewhat exasperated. Did they truly perceive him as a workaholic who couldn't function without a day's work? Clearly, Jing Yi thought so. When did our work-obsessed brother become interested in other pursuits? Could it be that Hengjing is venturing into the entertainment industry to conduct research? Jing Beicheng raised an eyebrow, surprised that he was unaware of Hengjing's plans for new business developments. Jing Yu replied, "Work can be managed remotely. The primary concern at present is how to address the public scrutiny surrounding Jing Yi. If only Jingza and Jing Yi were to appear on the program together, there is a high likelihood that the online discussions would escalate even further, making it increasingly difficult to navigate public opinion. Moreover, since Jingza has returned, he has yet to gain a deeper understanding of Jingza's profession, and this presents a splendid opportunity." Hengjing's CEO, Xingji, this director has truly struck gold. Jingza shares a similar sentiment. She does not rush to contact her agent, but instead glances at her two elder brothers, saying, "Big brother, second brother. Perhaps you should reconsider?" Although this is a family variety show, she never intended to drag both brothers into it. Jing Ziqian leans back in his chair, resuming his usual languid demeanor. What is there to consider? It's merely a variety show. It is indeed a chance for him to experience the work of an artist under his wing. Jingxia nods in agreement. Seeing that the arrangement is set, Jing Beicheng instructs, "I will have Uncle Li keep an eye on things. You may record at home since your mother and I want to be around." Jing Yi pauses for a moment before realizing Jing Beicheng and Lin Ruiqing had mentioned their plans to travel last time. Lin Ruiqing smiles. "Perfect timing for your filming at home. We are not particularly fond of having cameras pointed at us all day, so we plan to leave tomorrow." This was a decision made by Lin Ruiqing and Jing Beicheng after hearing about the collective filming for the variety show, leading her to decide to depart the following day. In any case, Jing Beicheng has already arranged the specifics, and with two sons keeping watch, there is little for them to worry about. Beside them, Jing Yi feels a twinge of envy. "I wonder what would happen if I told Uncle now that I want to travel with them." Jing Beicheng feels a pang of concern, taking a sip from his teacup while contemplating various responses. Jing Ziqian, on the other hand, is fervently thinking of ways to interrupt, determined not to allow Jing Yi to succeed. After all, this opportunity was arranged for her, and now she intends to pull a last-minute escape. Forget it. Uncle will surely refuse. This variety show is for me. And if she runs off, Jing Ziqian will definitely catch her. It seems you possess some self-awareness. Jing Ziqian glances at Jing Yi with a knowing look. Jingxia's lips curl slightly upward, showing no concern that Jing Yi would actually accompany Jing Beicheng and the others on their trip. No matter how whimsical or carefree her personality, Jing Yi surely understands the purpose of their participation in this variety show. Junjun, do I need to portray a specific persona? She has watched numerous variety shows. Even in reality shows, most still follow a script, making it impossible to reveal everything candidly. Seeing her eager demeanor, Jingxia smiles and says, "That is already sufficient." Jing Ziqian douses her enthusiasm with cold water. "What role do you wish to play? With your acting skills, you would be exposed in an instant." Being exposed would be far more troublesome. It is better to simply behave as she usually does during filming. Jingxia concurs, asserting that as daughters of the Jing family, there is no need to compromise oneself to please others. Jing Yi reflects on this and decides against complicating matters for herself. Chapter 50, The Offended. You're going to record a variety show. Shinshi exclaims in shock, nearly spilling her coffee. Upon learning of the events transpiring within the Jing family and discovering that Jing Yi was also affected, she summoned her for an inquiry, only to be met with astonishing news. Shinshi gazed at Jing Yi in disbelief, questioning her motivation to participate in a variety show. Are you venturing into the entertainment industry? Jing Yi sighed softly, clarifying that this was not a foray into stardom but rather a suggestion from Jing Ziyou and the others, claiming it was the quickest way to alleviate public scrutiny. Understanding this revelation, Shinshi nodded in acknowledgement. However, before she could regain her composure, Jing Yi's next statement left her utterly astonished once more. Shinshi's eyes widened in incredulity as she exclaimed, "Wait, your brother and the others will also be joining this family variety show." After all, those were two esteemed young masters of the Jing family, one a renowned president of Hengjing and the other a prominent figure in the entertainment realm, the owner of Xingji. The scale of this show was simply monumental. Shenxi found herself curious about the caliber of the director capable of enlisting both Jing family presidents to participate. Jing Yi reflected on previous conversations with Jing Zijuan, who had mentioned some of the director's works, including parent-child variety shows from the Fruit Channel, among others. She enumerated several well-known variety shows, all of which were popular during various time slots. Indeed, they were all shows she had watched. When did this come about? She pondered. Probably next week. In a few days, the director will be coming over to discuss filming details, although I will merely be a supplementary presence. Setting aside the matter of the variety show, Shenxi's thoughts returned to her concerns regarding the trending topics. She shared the same puzzlement as Jing Ziqian and the others, considering it peculiar that someone would employ an online army against Jing Yi. After all, Jing Yi was not involved in the entertainment industry and had only recently returned to the country, having met few people. As the conversation turned to this topic, while Jing Zijuan and the others had no idea regarding the perpetrator, a name surfaced in Jing Yi's mind. Holding her coffee cup, without raising it, Jing Yi's contemplative gaze revealed her deep in thought. Shinshi looked up at her, inquiring, "Have you thought of something?" Jing Yi bit her lip and asked, "Do you know Zhang Miaomiao?" Zhang Miaomiao? Shinshi pondered, contemplating for a moment. "Are you referring to that celebrity, Zhang Miaomiao?" Jing Yi nodded slightly. Reflecting on the previous conversation between Jing Zijuan and Jing Ziqian, they concluded that even if the individual orchestrating the online army was not a star, they would inevitably be connected to the entertainment world. Initially, she had thought it might have been a random incident involving stars, drawing attention to her. However, Jing Yi recalled a particular individual. If it were indeed someone from the entertainment industry, it would have to be Zhang Miaomiao, stemming from the parking space incident. Shun Shi frowned slightly. "Are you suggesting that because she was displeased with you for taking her parking spot, she orchestrated the online army?" It was merely speculation. Yet, aside from Zhang Miaomiao, Jing Yi did not recognize any other celebrities. Shinshi rested her chin on her hands, appearing somewhat troubled. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked up at Jing Yi. "Since Zhang Miaomiao is an employee of your second brother's company, why not leave it to him? No matter what, Jing Ziqian would surely protect his sister." Jing Yi raised an eyebrow, thinking that Shinshi's perspective was rather simplistic. Not to mention that this was merely Jing Yi's conjecture, since neither Jing Ziqian nor Jing Ziyou could ascertain the identity of the perpetrator. It was evident that the adversary had come well prepared. Even if she insisted it was Zhang Miaomiao, Jing Ziqian's belief would be futile. Moreover, she was increasingly concerned that this situation might alert Zhang Miaomiao's backers, rendering the situation uncontrollable. Shinshi still struggled to understand why, as the sister of her boss, Zhang Miaomiao would target her. Despite past conflicts, upon learning that Jing Yi was Jing Ziqian's sister, why would she still resort to such actions? Setting aside the fact that I am merely a false sister, I believe even if it were Junjun in my place, she would not take it to heart. This was not a mere conjecture from Jing Yi. She had previously discerned Zhang Miaomiao's attitude towards her. As one of the stars of Xingji, and possessing a close relationship with Jing Ziqian, she would hardly regard someone who had been her sister for only a few months with any significance. As for Zhang Miaomiao's perception of Jing Ziqian, the original text did not shy away from mentioning it. Zhang Miaomiao had initially idolized Jing Ziqian. Their interactions were minimal until Jing Ziqian intervened, requesting Zhang Miaomiao to look after his sister. It was then that Zhang Miaomiao began to pay attention to the relatively obscure little star, Jing Ziqian. Although she superficially agreed to Jing Ziqian's request, privately, she held Jing Ziqian in contempt. Her discontent became increasingly pronounced as she observed Jing Ziqian's subtle inclination towards Jing Ziqian. In the original narrative, Zhang Miaomiao deliberately took on the same role as Jing Ziqian in a drama, ostensibly acting as a supportive older sister guiding her in acting. She actually treated Jing Zexton harshly, repeatedly criticizing her and even hinting to fans about the unequal treatment she received within the production team and the company. Consequently, Jing Zexton's social media accounts, along with her Xingji profile, were inundated with messages filled with insults. Jiang Miaomiao's manipulations of the fans were not merely intended to create trouble for Jing Zexton, they signified a clear demarcation from Xingji, ensuring her own safety. In due course, this indeed became a significant boon to Jiang Miaomiao's schemes. She was taken aback, astonished that Jiang Miaomiao would not even regard Jing Zexton. Was she truly that formidable? Jing Yi raised an eyebrow, questioning otherwise. After all, she was someone capable of unsettling Jing Zixian. Of course, Jiang Miaomiao's audacity stemmed not solely from her rapport with Jing Zixian. A more crucial factor was the formidable backing she possessed. Every move Jiang Miaomiao made was calculated. Had it not been for Jing Yi's prior knowledge of the plot, she might have been unable to safeguard herself, let alone Jing Zixian, who harbored deep trust in Jiang Miaomiao. Speaking of this brought a headache to Jing Yi. She could comprehend the degree to which Jiang Miaomiao had contributed to Jing Zixian's career, considering they had been partners since their youth. Jing Zixian established Xingji, and Jiang Miaomiao's rise to fame had initially solidified Xingji's standing, propelling it ahead of numerous entertainment companies. However, without Jing Zixian, how would Jiang Miaomiao have achieved her current success? What are you planning to do? Even if you discern who is behind this, the lack of evidence must be quite vexing. I'm preparing to film a variety show, Jing Yi shrugged. What else could she do? One can only take things one step at a time. After all, it is still too early to draw conclusions. Jiang Miaomiao and her powerful backers have yet to complete their moves, leaving Jing Yi to observe the unfolding situation with patience. I must keep my eyes glued to the television. That is none other than General Jing of Hengjing. And let us not forget your second brother. Two dashing gentlemen indeed. This variety show is bound to be a tremendous success. Meanwhile, the director who extended the invitation to Jing Zikin shared a similar sentiment. Chapter 51. The male lead. Wen Qingyan. Director Su. Jing Zikin's agent has confirmed their participation, and both of Jing's esteemed brothers will join as well. The director before him radiated sheer elation. One could only imagine his excitement upon receiving such news. He hastily retrieved his phone, his hands trembling slightly with anticipation as he dialed. Hello, Mr. Li. This is Sui. Could you kindly relay to Emperor when that Miss Jing has confirmed her participation in this variety recording? What is Emperor Wen's stance on the matter? Minutes later, the director ended the call, lost in the ecstasy of this incredible surprise. He was informed that they would seek a prompt response after consulting Wen Qingyan. Having previously reached out to Wen Qingyan, the director was aware that this renowned actor typically shied away from variety shows, yet he yearned to take a chance. After all, what if? As anticipated, the response was an immediate refusal. However, due to prior expectations, the disappointment was not overwhelming. Not long after, Wen Qingyan's agent contacted him again, inquiring about the guest invitations and indicating that a response would be forthcoming once the final guest list was confirmed. If it were anyone else, such a statement would indeed come across as rather haughty, especially considering the director's esteemed reputation in the variety realm. Yet this was Wen Qingyan, who had garnered numerous accolades since his teenage years, and even a glimmer of hope brought immense joy to the director. It now appeared that hope was growing stronger. No variety show could feasibly secure the participation of the presidents of Hengjing, Xingji, and Emperor Wen simultaneously, but he might just accomplish it. This program was destined for greatness. Meanwhile, the man referred to as Mr. Li turned and knocked on the door. As the door swung open, Wen Qingyan stood at the threshold, a script in hand. Great Emperor Wen, the director of that family variety show called Jing Zikin, has confirmed his participation. Then inform the director that I shall participate, Wen Qingyan replied without a moment's hesitation, leaving his agent utterly speechless. It seemed the actor was unaware of the nature of the show, only having registered that Jing Zikin would be joining. Since his youth, he had been by Wen Qingyan's side, witnessing his meteoric rise to fame after being signed by Xingji following a breakout role. He had always been Wen Qingyan's agent. Thus he fully comprehended the actor's attitude. With arms crossed, the agent leaned against the doorframe. I must ask, Great Emperor Wen, are you certain you understand the theme of this variety show? It is indeed a family program, meaning Miss Jing will not be attending alone but accompanied by her family. Are you truly unconcerned about your intentions being uncovered? Wen Qingyan's lips curled into a subtle smile, exuding a warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. If he were truly concerned about being discovered by Jing Zijuan's family or netizens, he would not have participated in this variety show, nor would he have approached her. Would she even remember who I am? In the entertainment industry, even after spending several months together, sharing meals and living arrangements, once the work is done, the two can quickly drift apart. Furthermore, since Junlin, it has become increasingly difficult for Wen Qingyan to find opportunities to collaborate with Jing Zijuan. It has been a long time since they last met. The agent rolled his eyes, unwilling to endure his worthless demeanor. So, are you planning to bring your uncle and aunt to the show? Wen Qingyan, being an only child, truly had no idea who this individual intended to bring to the family-themed variety show besides his relatives. He shook his head, setting down the script in his hands.
No.
I will take my cousin. His parents are not accustomed to the camera, and besides, if we were to run into Jing Zijuan, they would certainly be the first to sense my feelings. The cousin Wen Qingyan referred to as the child of his uncle, someone who had grown up closely following him, making him more at ease to bring along. His agent was already quite aware of Wen Qingyan's sentiments and had even prepared a public relations plan for the eventual revelation of his romance. Wen Qingyan's path diverged from that of others in the entertainment industry at a young age. He had become an acclaimed actor and had maintained his status as a leading figure for many years. Although he was relatively young in the industry, most of his peers at the same level were 2 or 3 decades his senior. With no scandals or gossip, the acting prowess of Wen Qingyan allowed him to stand out distinctly in the vibrant world of entertainment. The agent's public relations strategy did not require excessive effort. Wen Qingyan had consistently followed an acting route, unlike the idol-driven personalities who needed to adhere to stringent romantic constraints. As for his fans, it could be said that due to Wen Qingyan's prolonged silence regarding his feelings, a few of his devoted supporters had begun to suspect that their idol harbored affections for someone. Yet, until now, this plan had not been set into motion. After Junlin concluded, Wen Qingyan declared that the timing was not right, fearing it would lead Jing Zijuan to misunderstand his deep immersion in the role. When his fanbase surged, he reiterated that the timing was still inappropriate, citing the heightened scrutiny from fans. He had thought that Wen Qingyan would continue to be the silent guardian in the background. Now, however, she had ascended to the status of a wealthy heiress, and the standards for her partner must have risen significantly. Did he truly believe the moment was now opportune? Wen Qingyan was perpetually anxious about causing trouble for Jing Zijuan. The agent was correct. He had always been overly cautious. Now, however, he need not worry, for she was supported by the Jing family, possessing ample resources to protect her. The agent, curious, asked, "Are you not afraid that her parents might look down on you? After all, it is the Jing family, ranked among the world's wealthiest. Not to mention the renowned Hingjing Group, and Jing Zijuan's starry path firmly occupies a leading position in the entertainment industry." Presently, Wen Qingyan was eyeing the precious daughter of this illustrious family. Such aspirations were not easily realized. Yet, a calm demeanor graced Wen Qingyan's features, unperturbed by the agent's concerns. Not to mention, Jing Zijuan's older brother was his boss. He was well aware of Jing Zijuan's character, which was why he had remained at Starry Path for so many years. From the character of Jing Zijuan, it is apparent that the Jing family is unlikely to judge individuals solely based on wealth or status. What truly matters to them is Jing Zijuan's demeanor. Regardless of her lineage or the wealth of her family, she is merely Jing Zijuan as recognized by Wen Qingyan, and nothing more. The manager curled his lip, finding this demeanor tiresome, as it always left him exasperated. Others participate in family variety shows, yet he alone seems intent on a dating program. The director of that show must be overjoyed. The elderly Wen Qingyan casually lifted his eyelids and cast a glance at the manager, subtly reminding him that he had recently been nominated for a Youth Achievement Award. The manager scoffed, having noticed that Wen Qingyan never cared about age until he became associated with Jing Zijuan. It was as if he wished to shave off a few years from his own age. Chapter 52. Variety Show Guests. Several star managers from Xingji Entertainment were reporting to Jing Zijuan. "Are you saying Wen Qingyan is preparing to take on that variety show again? Didn't he refuse before?" Jing Zijuan lifted his gaze towards Wen Qingyan's manager, his eyes reflecting curiosity. The manager appeared somewhat anxious and quickly smiled in an attempt to placate. "Yes. But considering he has been busy with films for the past few years, I encouraged him to give it a try, especially since I learned you would also be participating." Jing Zijuan regarded him for a moment before returning to listen to the next report. The manager could not discern whether Jing Zijuan believed his explanation, yet he had done his utmost to shield Wen Qingyan. Jing Zijuan found the recent behavior of his artists rather peculiar. First, there was Zhang Miao Miao, who had always prioritized scripts and crews, but now she began accepting work that lacked substance despite its popularity. Recently, her engagements had been handled by her manager, and while he knew she was busy, he was unaware of the specifics. Then there was Wen Qingyan, who had never participated in a variety show before, yet was now involved in a family-themed program. He recalled that Wen Qingyan was an only child. Jing Ziqian lifted his gaze once more to the manager and inquired, "Who is Wen Qingyan planning to bring to the show?" The manager felt a pang of tension and replied, "He intends to bring his cousin." Bringing a cousin to a variety show? Jing Ziqian frowned, pondering what these individuals had been contemplating lately. However, he refrained from further questioning, recognizing that Wen Qingyan was quite different from Jiang Miaomiao. Jiang Miaomiao was nurtured under his guidance, with scripts and projects initially vetted by him. Consequently, even now, Jing Ziqian instinctively cared about her career. In contrast, Wen Qingyan had already been a prominent actor before joining the company. Over the years, Wen Qingyan had clearly defined his trajectory, and Jing Ziqian had not overly concerned himself with his choices. The manager raised his eyes discreetly to observe Jing Ziqian, who was now engrossed in listening to others' reports. Only then did the manager breathe a sigh of relief. He hoped this hurdle had been successfully navigated. That night, the programmer behind the social media platform was still working late, as the system had crashed once again. At 8 o'clock that evening, the official account of a family variety show released a video, formally announcing the guests of the program. Jing Zio, Jing Ziqian, and Wen Qingyan quickly soared to trending status. Am I dreaming? Could it be that I will witness Wen Qingyan on a variety show in my lifetime? Is it truly the Wen Qingyan? I thought such appearances were mere rumors. Will Jing Zio's brother also make an appearance? That esteemed president of Hengjing. This is Wen Qingyan we are talking about. I shall remain glued to the screen. So, the illustrious actor is indeed participating in a variety show. Sister? Is Jing Zio referring to that imposter heiress? Their relationship seems rather amicable. Perhaps it is merely a ode. The public discourse may have impacted Hengjing, prompting a need for redemption through the show. Impacting Hengjing? Are you intoxicated or merely half awake? Do you perceive Hengjing as a small workshop you have encountered before? I refrain from commenting on other matters. But just the fact that the president of Hengjing is participating is enough to declare this show a resounding success. In a few days, the show will officially commence its live broadcast, leaving the Jing family with little time to peruse the netizens' comments. Jing Zio was busy arranging matters in his absence, while striving to resolve as much work as possible in the coming days. Jing Ziqian was coordinating with the variety team, ensuring not only his family but also his company's artists would participate. Some details still required clarification. Meanwhile, Jing Zio and Jing Yi were preoccupied with assisting Lin Ruiqing and her husband in packing, as they were all set to embark on their journey. Just as they bid farewell, the next day, the director arrived with the crew. "Miss Jing, greetings." Director Su appeared somewhat apprehensive. Upon stepping through the gates of the Jing residence, he felt a wave of unease, despite having filmed in many celebrity homes. He was still taken aback by the grandeur of the Jing estate. It was not merely the size of the villa that astonished him, but the vastness of the courtyard, which took him and the crew a full 10 minutes to traverse, especially in the bustling Jiangbei, where every inch of land is precious. Upon entry, they were met with various checks. Not just him, but the entire team proceeded with caution. Director Su, Jing Zio approached to greet him. Only then did Director Su notice Jing Yi standing behind her. If Jing Zio exuded grace, Jing Yi leaned more towards sweetness. Her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled as she smiled at him. "Hello, Director Su. Greetings to you, Miss Jing," he responded, recognizing her as the one at the center of the discussions. After some cordial exchanges, the photography team began to set up their equipment. Jing Zio glanced at Uncle Li, who stood behind her, and stepped forward with a polite smile. "Should I accompany you?" "Of course. Absolutely." Director Su nodded eagerly, aware that families of such stature would possess a strong sense of propriety. As he observed Uncle Li joining the team, Director Su turned his attention to Aunt Wang, who was bringing in refreshments. He hesitated. "Well, Miss Jing, since this is a family variety show, while it is not a requirement that families must have a cooking aunt, it would be preferable if you could participate in the preparation." "Just call me Zio," she replied, glancing at Jing Yi regarding Aunt Wang's comments. Jingza understood the Director Su's intention. If Aunt Wang were to assist with the cooking, it would inevitably result in a lack of filming material. However, Jing Yi adored Aunt Wang's culinary creations. She glanced at Jing Yi, seeking her opinion. Although Jing Yi felt a twinge of reluctance, she had no desire to complicate matters for the production team. With a gentle nod, Jingza indicated that they would refrain from relying on Aunt Wang during the recording period. Director Su noticed the exchange of glances between the two and was somewhat taken aback. It seemed the speculations from the outside world were rather misguided. Is there anything else you wish to convey, Jing Zizikin? After all, this was the Jing family. Even if he was unfamiliar with Hengjing, he was aware of Xingji. If there were any taboos, this variety show might not just fail to thrive, it could cease to exist entirely. Actually, there is one thing. Director Su straightened his posture, tension evident in his demeanor. My elder brother might have some matters to attend to at the company, so his on-screen time will be limited over the next few days. Director Su hastily replied, that is perfectly fine. We shall prioritize President Jing's schedule. Even if Jing Zio appeared on screen for a brief moment, it would be a momentous occasion. Who would dare harbor any further thoughts? Jingza chuckled. Then I must trouble you, Director Su. Is that all? Director Su was momentarily taken aback, having prepared to jot down several pages of notes, only to find there was merely this single point. It was worth noting that when he filmed other stars, there were always more than just one concern. The Jing family truly proved to be more amiable than he had anticipated. Chapter 53. Lost Shinsisi. Where exactly is that place you mentioned? I have been circling this street for half an hour and have yet to see the location you described. Jing Yi drove slowly along the road, glancing around in search of the place Shun she had spoken of. Yet, not only was the location elusive, but so too was the person. I'm so sorry. My car was hit. I'm still not there yet. I'm waiting for someone to tow it. Jing Yi immediately inquired with concern, Are you all right? The surrounding noise made it difficult for her to hear Shun Shi's voice clearly. I'm fine, just parked on the side of the road when it happened.
Fortunately, I'm unscathed.
It was uncertain whether to deem it luck or misfortune. Shun Shi had already set out, intending to stop by a familiar dessert shop to pick up some treats. But just as she emerged with her purchases, a loud crash echoed. She looked up to find her parked car had been badly damaged. One could only wonder how fast the other vehicle had been traveling to cause such destruction. Relieved to hear Shin she was unharmed, Jing Yi observed the street signs and proposed. Shall I come to pick you up? No need. You're already quite far from here, and I've contacted a driver from home to come for me. Then she added, By the way, if you're nearby, you might as well explore that amusement park. It's bustling with activity. Although she could not attend, she didn't want Jing Yi to feel her trip was in vain. With a sigh, Jing Yi parked the car by the roadside. Don't worry about me. What is there to enjoy alone? Since you have matters to attend to, I shall return home for now. We can arrange to meet another time. Jing Yi peered outside the car. It hardly appeared lively, with only a few people on the road. Very well, we shall explore together next time. Yes, do take care. Jing Yi hung up the phone, her gaze wandering in confusion. Although she had followed the route as instructed by Shin Shi, she had yet to encounter the grand Ferris wheel or the mall with its enormous display screen. Instead, she found herself in a vast open area that resembled a demolition site more than a shopping district. Could it be that she had lost her way? A headache began to form. She had intended to enjoy a leisurely outing with Shin Shi before her upcoming variety show, but it seemed that was a mere fantasy. She decided to rely on navigation instead. Without further ado, she tapped a few buttons on the car's display screen, setting the course for home. As the navigation voice chimed to life, Jing Yi started the car and set off once more, watching the trees blur past her as she drove along the wide road. Entering a quieter region, continue on the current road, then turn left onto the small path in 500 meters, the navigation instructed. Jing Yi eyed the road signs with skepticism. Not only did this route feel entirely different from the one she had just taken, but the buildings around her were unfamiliar. However, given her brief time in Zhongbei, she dared not challenge the authority of the navigation system. Listening to the voice, she soon spotted the small path it mentioned, deftly maneuvering the steering wheel as her vehicle smoothly turned onto the lane. Meanwhile, within that very small path, a confrontation was unfolding. Boss, the car has stopped. Let us get out. A man in the back seat struck his head with frustration, his tone harsh. Are you in such a hurry to meet your end? The speaker shrank back, silently awaiting the man's command. Their employer had instructed them to teach a lesson, emphasizing that while they should be firm, they must avoid any fatal consequences, for it would be them who faced the repercussions. The man squinted, fixating on the black sedan ahead. The earlier speaker whispered again. But it seems there are no cameras around here. The man cast a dubious glance around, noticing the desolation. It certainly appeared devoid of surveillance. Yet caution was paramount. He knew that the sedan contained Shun Huaichu, a figure currently surrounded by much discussion. Given the director's recent methods, It was clear that he was no ordinary individual, even if there were only 2 occupants in the car. "Boss, is that really Shen Huaichu from Huarwei?" The man shot him a glare, exclaiming, "Are you blind? Didn't you see him get in?" The subordinate rubbed his nose. He had indeed seen it, but had never expected the boss would truly take on that woman's job. "Tell the brothers. Grab the gear, and get out." "Yes, boss." Even if the situation was extraordinary, they had to resolve it, after all. It was only right to earn their keep. Shen Huaichu observed the 2 vehicles encircling him, his cold gaze betraying his impatience. He detested such vehicular cat-and-mouse games. And the moment his sedan accelerated, his annoyance peaked. He instructed the driver to halt, and the 2 vans followed suit. At that moment, they remained silent, likely deliberating on how to deal with him. Shen Huaichu closed his eyes, resting his neck against the seat back. The driver, who also served as his bodyguard, cautiously inquired, "Mr. Shen, should I step out and handle them?" Shen Huaichu gently parted his lips, observing their intentions. The bodyguard turned around, focusing intently on the approaching vehicles. 2 vans had their doors flung open, and several burly men emerged, wielding clubs, converging at the door of Shen Huaichu's car. The bodyguard tensed, aware that he could not act until Shen Huaichu gave the word, yet his instincts had already reacted to the threatening group. The middle-aged man, referred to as the leader, stood at the forefront of the 6 men, each brandishing a wooden stick. "Mr. Shen, please step out," he commanded. Shen Huaichu slowly opened his eyes. Even amidst the tense atmosphere, his gaze remained devoid of emotion. "Get out." The bodyguard promptly opened the driver's side door, causing the awaiting thugs to instinctively take a step back, only to receive a fierce glare from their leader. The 6 men then turned their attention to the bodyguard, who opened the car door, allowing Shen Huaichu to exit leisurely. The middle-aged man appeared somewhat irked, gritting his teeth as he remarked, "Mr. Shen, you truly remain unperturbed in such circumstances. Even now, you maintain such composure. What are you pretending for? In the end, you will be left crumpled on the ground like a dog." However, Shen Huaichu paid little heed to the group, not intending to exchange any words with them. He merely stepped out for fresh air, feeling a slight headache from the earlier speed of travel. "It seems Mr. Shen was already aware of our purpose. Are you not curious about who sent us?" The man's voice was laced with a challenge. Shen Huaichu cast him a cold glance, his eyes lacking warmth.
Who sent you?
To him, it made no difference. The outcome would be the same regardless. He shifted his gaze to his bodyguard, who immediately understood, nodding before rolling up his sleeves to face the group. The men tightened their grips on their clubs, warily watching the bodyguard, as the impending confrontation loomed. Chapter 54. A first encounter. Jing Yi followed the navigation into a narrow path. Faced with the unfamiliar road ahead, her confusion deepened, and her speed gradually diminished. Is this truly the way home? Perhaps I should turn back. At least the previous route was wide, while this path seems increasingly obscure. However, before she could reverse, several vehicles came into her line of sight. Jing Yi glanced at the group armed with clubs, an ominous premonition washing over her. Oh no! Have I stumbled into gang territory? I must leave quickly. Meanwhile, Shen Huaichu's entourage had also noticed the black sports car intruding. Before she could turn around, the leader dispatched 2 of his goons to intercept her. "Boss, it's a woman. Let her step out." Shen Huaichu regarded the encroaching vehicle with an impassive expression, eager to observe what other tactics these men might employ. The approaching thugs brandished their clubs, blocking her car's path and door. Jing Yi sighed, feeling the inevitability of the situation. Their stance suggested that should she attempt to flee, the clubs would come crashing down without hesitation. If her car were damaged, Jing Ziqian would likely impose further restrictions on her movements. She resolved to adapt to the unfolding situation. Jing Yi opened the car door, a faint smile gracing her lips as she glanced at the intimidating henchman. "Gentlemen, I merely passed through and inadvertently stumbled into your affairs. I have no intention of interfering." 2 of the minions brandished sticks, gesturing for her to move toward Shen Huaichu. "Enough of this nonsense. Get over there." A flicker of irritation crossed Jing Yi's eyes, yet she proceeded toward the gathering of individuals. Upon approaching, she discerned Shen Huaichu ensconced within their circle. So, they aimed to corner this affluent young master? Admittedly, he was rather handsome, albeit devoid of expression.
Who are you?
The leader of the group inquired. Jing Yi turned to him, responding sweetly, "I assure you, I simply wandered in by mistake, harboring no desire to disturb your activities. Rest assured, I have neither seen nor heard anything." Jing Yi wished to resolve this matter swiftly and return to rest, as she was set to record a variety show the following day. Lingering to watch them brawl felt like a waste of time. Pass through? In this remote wilderness, who would casually wander here? The leader's voice brimmed with skepticism. Jing Yi's patience began to wane. Could she be blamed for this? That wretched navigation system had led her astray, leaving her quite helpless. She vowed to discard that faulty device upon her return. Meanwhile, a flicker of curiosity passed through Shun Huaichu's indifferent gaze. Pass through? He was more inclined to believe that someone had orchestrated this charade, a tale of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Shun Huaichu squinted slightly, scrutinizing the girl before him. Her long, dark curls cascaded over her shoulders, and her lively, ebony eyes sparkled with mirth, punctuated by delicate dimples on either side of her smile. Had he not glimpsed her underlying impatience, he might have perceived her as nothing more than an innocent little lamb. Jing Yi noticed Shun Huaichu's scrutiny, realizing she had become a point of suspicion for both parties. Had she foreseen this predicament before departing? She would have consulted an oracle, otherwise, she and Shi would not have found themselves in such misfortune. One car had been sideswiped, and another had been ensnared by the navigation. Truly an ill-fated day for venturing out. Indeed, I merely passed through. Who do you think you're fooling? With a main road available, you intentionally chose these back alleys. One of the henchmen charged forward, shouting at Jing Yi. She cast him a sidelong glance, a hint of a smirk playing on her lips, her tone now devoid of its previous gentleness. Gentlemen, I've stated that I simply passed through. Am I deranged to join your conflict on my own? Mr. Shen, is this your chosen accomplice? The leader's tone dripped with sarcasm, eliciting derisive laughter from his companions. A girl as a helper?
Ha ha ha.
Shun Huaichu remained impassive, silent as ever. The opposing leader seemed to take offense at the mockery. He waved his hand to 3 of his men.
Attack.
The bodyguard beside Shun Huaichu positioned himself protectively in front of him.
Indeed.
There were those who had targeted Jing Yi from the outset, prompting her to tense and swiftly evade. Only Shun Huaichu remained composed, leaning against the car door, observing the ensuing chaos. Or perhaps he was merely watching Jing Yi. The burly subordinate lunged towards Jing Yi, his muscles bulging like a small mountain. His eyes brimmed with provocation as he swung his club menacingly. Observing the scene, Shun Huaichu remained motionless, seemingly indifferent to whether the subordinate or Jing Yi lived or perished. Jing Yi, however, swiftly evaded the subordinate's assault with an agility reminiscent of a leopard in pursuit of its prey. Her movements were both rapid and powerful, while the subordinate appeared somewhat clumsy, repeatedly thwarted by her deft maneuvers. As his frustration mounted, he swung his club with increasing ferocity.
Suddenly, Jing Yi retaliated,
delivering a powerful punch directly to the subordinate's face. He staggered back, astonishment etched across his features. He had not anticipated the strength of this seemingly delicate girl. Without pausing, Jing Yi advanced towards another approaching subordinate, landing blow after blow upon him. The struck individual began to show signs of fatigue, gritting his teeth as he charged once more, fear flickering momentarily in his eyes. While Jing Yi was occupied with her adversary, she failed to notice another assailant charging from behind, wielding a club. Instinctively, she raised her arm to block, and with a swift kick, she sent the subordinate sprawling to the ground. Clutching her arm, a cold glint flashed to her eyes as she pondered whether she should feel fortunate that her opponent wielded a club. Had it been a sharper weapon, her arm would likely have been stained with blood by now. Meanwhile, the bodyguard efficiently dispatched the remaining foes, leaving their leader crumpled on the ground, gasping for breath, his body bruised and battered. He could hardly fathom that 2 individuals had bested them so easily, especially with Shun Huaichu observing the entire ordeal with an air of nonchalance. And what of that woman passing by? The leader marveled at how she had managed to inflict such punishment on his men. Once the battle concluded, the bodyguard returned to stand quietly behind Shun Huaichu, as if the brutal combat had not involved him at all. Mr. Shen, aren't you curious about who sent us to teach you a lesson? The leader, still unwilling to accept defeat, found Shun Huaichu's indifference far more humiliating than the loss itself. Shun Huaichu halted his stride back to the car and slowly approached the leader, looking down upon him with an unwavering gaze. I don't wish to involve the authorities. The leader stared in disbelief. How could someone who had so thoroughly defeated them still consider calling the police? Chapter 55, The Rude and Self-Righteous Imbecile. Jing Yi stood nearby, scrutinizing Shun Huaichu from a distance. From the beginning to now, she had only heard him utter those 4 words, I don't wish to involve the authorities. So, he was capable of speech after all. He wasn't mute. If he wasn't mute, Jing Yi felt a twinge of irritation. This man had behaved like a grand lord, leisurely observing their scuffle. One might think it was a performance for his amusement. Yet, what could she do? He had bodyguards at his disposal, allowing him to sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Shaking her hand, she turned to return to her car, only to be obstructed by the earlier bodyguard. She clenched her fists, her gaze sharp as if awaiting a counterattack from the person across from her. She had previously noted the bodyguard's formidable strength. If a confrontation ensued, it was highly likely she would not emerge unscathed. The bodyguard remained immobile, prompting Jing Yi to shift her attention to Shen Huaichu, who wore an expression as icy as ever, rendering his handsome face a wasted canvas. Speak quickly. I am rather busy. At this moment, Jing Yi had lost all patience, the throbbing pain in her arm serving as a reminder of today's unexpected misfortune. Shen Huaichu stepped forward, scrutinizing the individual before him.
Who are you?
Jing Yi met his indifferent gaze, her delicate lips gradually forming the words, "None of your business." The bodyguard cast a discreet glance at Shen Huaichu, noting his lack of reaction before diverting his gaze. Shen Huaichu did not seem angered by Jing Yi's demeanor, rather, his curiosity deepened. From the vehicle and Jing Yi's attire, it was evident she did not hail from an ordinary family. He continued, "Who sent you?"
Who sent me?
What do you mean? Jing Yi thought to herself, perhaps this individual has watched too many spy films. She furrowed her brows slightly, a flicker of irritation crossing her features as she looked up at Shen Huaichu. I previously thought you were merely mute. Now it appears you might be deaf. I said I was passing through. Do you not comprehend what that means? Did he genuinely believe she was performing some sort of heroic rescue act? Shen Huaichu remained noncommittal, his deep, detached eyes fixed on Jing Yi, seemingly trying to discern the truth behind her words through their intensity. Jing Yi held her ground, meeting his scrutiny with unwavering resolve, her dark, clear eyes locking onto his. An inscrutable emotion flickered in Shen Huaichu's gaze. Let her go. His directive to the bodyguard to restrain Jing Yi was merely to ascertain her lack of connection to the matter at hand. Jing Yi shot Shen Huaichu a glare, her body relaxing slightly. She genuinely feared engaging with the bodyguard. She returned to her vehicle, and after turning the car around, she cast one last glance at Shen Huaichu, lamenting, truly an impolite and self-righteous individual. I did offer my assistance, yet not a word of thanks was forthcoming. With a huff, Jing Yi turned the steering wheel and drove away. Shen Huaichu watched the retreating vehicle's silhouette, solemnly instructing, investigate her identity. Allowing Jing Yi to depart did not mean he fully believed her words. Everything must be substantiated by evidence. The bodyguard followed closely behind, respectfully nodding, understood. After giving his orders, Shen Huaichu turned to head back to his car, striding past the individual lying on the ground without casting a single glance. Shortly thereafter, his vehicle exited the secluded neighborhood, and within minutes, police cars arrived. The person on the ground attempted to rise and flee, but was too battered to stand.
Meanwhile,
in the Jing household, Uncle Li was reporting to Jing Ziyu regarding the filming of a variety show, detailing how many pieces of equipment the photography team had installed and their specific locations. Naturally, areas like the bedroom and study were devoid of any devices, which was precisely why Uncle Li had accompanied them. Jing Ziyu nodded in acknowledgement, indicating he understood. Jing Ziyu lifted his gaze to the array of equipment in the room, some of which appeared rather familiar, the prominent Hungjing logo unmistakable. Is Xiao Yi out today? Jing Ziyu had not seen her all day. He initially assumed she was still asleep, but even at lunchtime, her absence was conspicuous. Indeed, Miss Yi left early this morning. Jing Ziyu nodded, somewhat astonished that she had managed to rise and depart so early. Once Uncle Li finished his report and exited the hall, he spotted Jing Yi approaching and greeted her with a slight nod. Miss Yi, you're back? Uncle Li. Jing Yi quickly donned a smile. Upon entering the living room, she noticed Jing Ziyu seated on the sofa, a flicker of anxiety crossing his expression, which was promptly caught by him. Elder brother, did you not go to work today? Jing Ziyu nodded slightly, glancing at Jing Yi. Yes, I am preparing for a variety show recording tomorrow. You left quite early, didn't you? Yes. I went out with Cece to stroll around. Had I known that leaving early would lead to such misfortunes, I certainly would not have stepped beyond the threshold of the living room. I must hurry. If elder brother discovers what happened, it would be disastrous. Misfortunes? Jing Ziyu was oblivious to what Jing Yi was trying to conceal. I will head upstairs first. Jing Yi's eyes crescented into a smile, feigning nonchalance as she prepared to ascend the stairs. However, Jing Ziyu called out to her.
Xiao Yi.
A jolt of anxiety coursed through Jing Yi's heart as she frantically pondered why Jing Zio had summoned her. Beside her, Jing Zio, without exposing her secret, merely expressed concern over whether she had encountered any trouble outside. He tentatively inquired, "Where did you go today?"
Winky paused momentarily. Oh?
"Just a nearby amusement park." "It should be an amusement park, even though I couldn't find the place Cece mentioned at all." "Is that so? Was it enjoyable?" Jing Yi forced a few awkward laughs. "Yes, quite fun, haha. Fun enough that my hand still aches. Darn it. That area must be bruised." Jing Zio's gaze shifted to her arm. Upon returning, Jing Yi seemed to have deliberately concealed that hand behind her, evoking a sense of suspicion. "What happened to your hand?" Jing Zio inquired directly, catching Jing Yi off guard. As she contemplated how to evade the question, Jing Zio pressed further. "Come here, let me take a look." His tone held an unmistakable firmness that left no room for refusal. Jing Yi stood at the staircase, her eyes betraying a hint of panic, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. She slowly approached Jing Zio's side and gradually extended one hand. Jing Zio scrutinized her, the other one. "Ah, I've been discovered." Only then did she reveal the hand hidden behind her back, biting her lip nervously. Jing Zio rolled up her sleeve, revealing a deep, purplish bruise that was clearly the result of a blow. Seeing Jing Yi's injury, Jing Zio's brow furrowed tightly. "Is this what you call nothing?" The dark bruise stood out starkly against her fair skin. Chapter 56. Be yourself. You may indulge a little more. Jing Yi insisted that it was merely a minor injury, deeming a trip to the hospital unnecessary. Jing Ziyu retrieved the family's medical kit and an ice pack, gently applying it to her wound. "What happened?" he inquired, observing her injury while seeking to understand the events of her day. His furrowed brow revealed no sign of relaxation as he sensed her inner turmoil. Glancing up at her momentarily, "To be honest," Jing Yi murmured, pressing her lips together, "I inadvertently stumbled upon a group fighting and didn't realize I had been hurt." "Where did this occur?" In response to this question, Jing Yi felt a wave of exasperation. It was all because of that wretched GPS. "I have no idea where it led me, which is how I encountered those people. You should really consider removing that navigation system from the car." Jing Ziyu found her expression fierce yet amusing. Despite her severe injury, she still had the presence of mind to worry about other matters. The tenderness with which he applied the ice pack made Jing Yi's eyes sparkle with delight as she watched him diligently tending to her wound. "You're so gentle, big brother." Pausing momentarily, Jing Ziyu continued to probe. "What sort of people were they?" Jing Yi recalled the man standing in front of the car, her eyes narrowing as unpleasant feelings surged within her, evident even in her tone. "An impolite individual." She then recounted how a somewhat handsome man, clearly of affluent status, was surrounded by a group of muscle-bound men wielding sticks. Jing Ziyu raised an eyebrow at her. "Do you wish they had been armed with knives instead?" He noted her enthusiasm while failing to perceive the underlying meaning in his gaze. "You don't understand how unpleasant that man's demeanor was. Even though I accidentally intruded, I still helped him deal with two of them. He didn't express any gratitude, and instead questioned who sent me. Isn't that absurd?" Jing Ziyu remained quietly focused on applying the ointment, his mind racing through images of wealthy young masters. The besieged individual must have held some status in Zhongbei, or he wouldn't have doubted Jing Yi's identity. However, his failure to recognize her immediately suggested he was either beneath the Jing family's notice or had only recently returned. Suddenly, a figure flashed through Jing Ziyu's mind. Even without his intervention, the man's bodyguards could have handled the situation. He didn't intend to claim credit for rescuing anyone. Yet, the audacity of suspecting her to be an enemy agent was laughable. Though somewhat handsome, he was clearly prone to wild assumptions. As Jing Yi vented her frustrations, Jing Ziyu realized this was the first time since her arrival at the Jing household that she had spoken so passionately about someone. It was evident she held a strong dislike for that individual. What had begun as an inquiry to clarify the situation had devolved into her one-sided complaints, leaving Jing Ziyu to listen quietly. Moreover, just how handsome could he be? She couldn't help but mention it amidst her grievances. "Didn't you hear them call his name?" Jing Yi reflected on that moment, recalling how the leader, sprawled on the ground, weakly uttered something about wanting to teach him a lesson. He spoke softly, and though the words were unclear, it seemed to pertain to some matter of authority. The leader had already been beaten to a pulp, and Jing Yi struggled to catch what he said. Jing Zio could only let it go. Yet the encounter lingered in his mind, prompting him to consider investigating further. Although Jing Yi insisted it was not directed at her, he preferred to be cautious. Observing the injuries on Jing Yi's hands, He felt a twinge of concern. Are you certain you don't need to visit a hospital? He inquired. Jing Yi shook her head dismissively, her expression carefree. It's merely a minor injury. It will heal in a couple of days. Besides, didn't my brother apply medicine for me? She recalled how, when she first learned martial arts, her injuries had been far worse, yet she had managed just fine. Jing Zio regarded Jing Yi, who appeared utterly unconcerned, and a flicker of compassion crossed his gaze. If it had been another girl suffering such grievous wounds, she would have likely succumbed to despair. Yet, Jing Yi bore her burdens alone, fearful of worrying others. A sudden wave of guilt washed over Jing Zio. Before Jing Yi came to the Jing family, he had never perceived any debt to her. The family had provided financially, and Grandma Jing had raised her. Now, however, he pondered whether her upbringing alongside her grandmother, without other relatives, had instilled in her a perpetual fear of being a burden, making her reluctant to let anyone fret over her well-being. She even chose to conceal her passion for dangerous pursuits, simply to spare them worry. During her time at Grandma Jing's, he had never met Jing Yi, only knowing that she was a girl cherished by his grandmother. Though she seldom spoke of her, Jing Zio could discern the affection Grandma Jing held for her. Jing Yi owed nothing to the Jing family, rather, it was the family that had entangled her in this web of chaos. She could have relished a carefree life abroad, untroubled by anyone's opinion of her martial arts or racing pursuits. Yet, upon joining the Jing family, she found herself ensnared in the scrutiny and conjecture of online commentators. Jing Yi often claimed that the Jing family had raised her, but in truth, only Grandma Jing had done so, and the funds came solely from her. This had no bearing on the Jing family's legacy. Instead, Jing Yi had always approached each member of the Jing family with gratitude. It was she who proposed the health check that revealed hidden dangers within Jing Mama's health. She was also the first to sense the peril Jing Ziyun faced and bravely rescued him alone. Had the Jing family truly offered her anything? Jing Zio doubted it. Perhaps all they brought her was a burden. As Jing Yi lowered her sleeves, she noticed Jing Zio appeared lost in thought and asked, "Brother, what troubles you?" Snapping back to reality, Jing Zio resumed his usual demeanor. "I was merely contemplating whether your hand is truly all right."
Vink iyisi millet biraytli, her dimple sevident.
Rest assured, it's nothing. But you mustn't tell our second brother. If Jing Zishuan finds out, it will surely become a hassle. For reasons unknown. Since the incident at the hotel involving Jing Ziyun, Jing Zishuan had taken on a rather motherly demeanor, which even Jing Yi found overwhelming. She cautiously glanced upstairs, wary of Jing Zishuan's potential descent. Jing Zio's lips curled into a smile. Zishuan hasn't he returned yet? Upon hearing this, Jing Yi let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest. That's a relief. Truly a relief. Seeing Jing Yi's anxious demeanor, Jing Ziyu contemplated offering a few encouraging words to his younger brother. Yet after a moment's reflection, he refrained from doing so. Perhaps it was best to hold his tongue. After all, he was in danger of becoming overly maternal. "Brother, I shall retire upstairs to rest," he announced. Jing Ziyu nodded, and as he observed Jing Yi's retreating figure, he could not resist calling out to her.
Yi.
Jing Yi turned around, puzzled, and Jing Ziyu's deep-set eyes were unexpectedly softened with tenderness. His tone was gentle as he reassured her. "Regardless of how you may perceive yourself, our family will always cherish you. Embrace your authenticity. Feel free to express yourself more boldly." Chapter 57. Beloved Family. The Beloved Family variety show commenced its broadcast. At 7 a.m, the influx of viewers nearly overwhelmed the streaming equipment. Director Su, witnessing the surge in numbers, felt a mix of excitement and trepidation, silently praying for the equipment to hold up under pressure. This program utilized both live and recorded segments, with the latter to be edited and released following the live broadcast. The streaming was divided into 5 channels, each corresponding to one of the participating guests, while Director Su would oversee the Jing Zhe family. Here they come. I'm here to witness the affluent family. 7 o'clock? Is the streaming that competitive now? Hurry. I want to see what President Hung Jing looks like.
Seyun.
I'm here.
So many people.
I'm here to see the true and false heiresses. Even though it was merely 7 o'clock, the barrage of comments in the live chat had already begun to scroll feverishly. As viewers engaged in conversation, the scene shifted to the recording team disembarking and entering the grand gates of the Jing residence. Was that really the entrance? I can't be mistaken. We've walked for so long without seeing a house. This is enormous. My imagination was far too conservative. Here we are. We've arrived at the courtyard. Before long, The viewers caught sight of the expansive courtyard, and along its central path, they spotted a three-story villa in the distance. This path was adorned with exquisite sculptures, guiding guests toward the villa, which stood majestically at the heart of the courtyard, sharply contrasting with the surrounding greenery. At this moment, the chat quieted somewhat, stunned by the vastness of the courtyard. This courtyard alone would take me half an hour to traverse. I think half an hour is an underestimate. Look, I can accept the spaciousness of a wealthy family, but this courtyard is excessive. It has quite the English flair. As the sound of knocking echoed, viewers eagerly anticipated who would be the first to appear on screen. A middle-aged man emerged. "Uncle Lee, good morning, everyone," he greeted, ushering the production team inside. Director Sue swiftly organized the crew to connect all the equipment, thus marking the official commencement of the Jing family's variety show. Viewers began to admire the villa's decor. And since the Jing family had yet to make an appearance, discussions about Uncle Lee's identity commenced in the chat. Who was that from the Jing family? Judging by his demeanor and appearance, he must be the butler.
Ha!
I thought he was President Jing's father. Don't be ridiculous. He clearly looks like a professional butler. While the chat continued its lively discourse, Jing Ziyu had already descended the staircase. Li Shu approached him, his body slightly bent. "Young master, are we starting now?" Jing Ziyu glanced at his watch, noting it was earlier than he had anticipated. Director Sue felt somewhat awkward. Indeed, he had arrived half an hour early. The barrage of comments had become overwhelmingly intense, and he feared that without some visuals, the equipment might not endure. At this hour, Jing Ziyu typically enjoyed his breakfast. But he suddenly remembered that Aunt Wang had already returned home to rest. His fingers paused on the button of his shirt. It seemed he would have to resolve his breakfast issues at the office. Meanwhile, the comments had erupted into chaos, with the screen displaying Jing Ziyu's name and profession. "Is this the president of Hingjing? So handsome. I thought domineering CEOs were purely fictional.
Wow.
He looks incredibly dapper in a suit.
Huh?
Is he leaving already? I've only been watching for a few minutes. Wait, he has to go to work? Even world-renowned CEOs must adhere to a schedule." Though Jing Ziyu had uttered not a single word, Director Sue observed the fervent discussions among the viewers, then turned to see Jing Ziyu ready to depart, filled with admiration. Some individuals merely standing there were captivating enough to draw attention. As the viewers remained captivated by Jing Ziyu's charisma, he had everything prepared and was somewhat surprised to see the director's team already in the living room. "Isn't it 7:30? Yet, out of professional courtesy, Jing Ziyu swiftly adjusted his demeanor, greeting everyone with a smile. "Good morning, everyone."
Ah.
"Good morning, Ziyu."
Ziyu.
"General Zhou, is this the long-lost heiress we've just found? What luck to have rediscovered the missing heiress. I doubt this is considered fortunate for Ziyu and her family." Not long after, Jing Ziqian also descended the stairs, and the comments erupted once more on the screen. Jing Ziqian, Star Trail Entertainment. I know. The boss of the esteemed actor one.
Wow.
The boss and the actor are both on the same variety show. The director is quite clever. So handsome. He feels entirely different from his elder brother. Compared to Jing Ziyu's composure, Jing Ziqian's roguish charm seemed to resonate more with the audience. Clearly aware of his appeal, he smirked at the screen and waved. Seeing the frenzied barrage, Jing Ziyu's first thought was that he would surely comment, perhaps even replaying the footage until his brother felt embarrassed. "What shall we have for breakfast?" Jing Ziqian, glancing at the empty dining room, realized that Aunt Wang had indeed gone home to rest. It seemed there was hardly anyone at home who could cook. Jing Ziyu had previously checked the refrigerator. Aunt Wang had prepared some instant meals, which merely needed reheating, along with a few fried eggs. After a brief span of over 10 minutes, Jing Ziqian surveyed the spread on the table and found it quite presentable. "Junjun, not bad. Is there a girl as well? Isn't that obvious? She clearly doesn't care about her presence." Indeed, the faux heiress is not particularly well received. This exclusion is rather blatant. She was the one who insisted on intruding. Su Dao gazed at the barrage of comments, a slight frown creasing his brow, surprised that, even after such a long time, everyone's attention remained fixated on Jing Yi. Just as the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The sound of footsteps from upstairs prompted both Jing Ziqian and Jing Zijuan to turn their heads in unison. Jing Ziqian, taken aback, questioned if he had heard correctly. It was barely 8 o'clock, and Jing Yi had already risen. The screen promptly identified her, further igniting the fervor of the comments. "Jing Yi? This hardly seems like a family affair. Ha ha ha, who would have thought her name would be the first to falter? She's practically an outsider. I can already envision how awkward it will be. Upon seeing Jing Yi descend the stairs, Jing Zijuan brought forth the bread and eggs he had prepared for her, placing them at her customary seat. What a rarity. Our Jing Yi has actually risen early. Quickly, Junjun, send a telegram to our parents. Mark it as a significant family event. Jing Ziqian teased as he picked up the bread. Jing Zijuan's lips curled into a gentle smile, a hint of warmth glimmering in his eyes. Jing Yi shot him a furtive glare, cautious not to be too impudent before the camera. Thank you, Junjun. Did you make this? She inquired with a smile. I only fried a couple of eggs and made the bread. Aunt Wang had prepared everything else, he replied modestly. That's still quite impressive, unlike some people, Jing Yi retorted, taking a hearty bite of the bread, which was both crispy and delectable. Her thoughts wholly consumed by her meal. Jing Ziqian shot her a look, as if to say that not everyone indulged in pre-prepared fare. Chapter 58. Live broadcast. Meanwhile, the other 4 participants in the live stream were equally lively. The beloved family variety show had invited 5 guests, among whom were actors Jing Zijuan and Wen Qingyan. The third was a singer, and the fourth, a singing and dancing idol. Both naturally attracted considerable attention, while the 5th guest, swimmer Chen Yu, had comparatively less popularity. However, the barrage of comments in his stream was notably cleaner than in the others. At that moment, in Wen Qingyan's live stream, his cousin Wen Yin was preparing breakfast. While Wen Qingyan had gone for a morning run, the camera followed him as he jogged around the neighborhood, but he remained silent throughout. Yet the stream's popularity did not wane in the slightest. When Yin was busy making sandwiches, and as the cameraman moved closer, he inquired, Does Emperor Wen usually cook at home? My brother rarely cooks. He's either filming or on his way to a shoot. When he does get a break, it's usually for something simple, When Ian explained, placing another slice of toast on the grill, cutting it in half to proudly display it to the camera. He had to maintain his physique, so he prepared shrimp for himself. Wen Qingyan was renowned in the industry for his discipline. No wonder he has remained popular for over a decade. His brother seemed quite attentive, appearing to be a different type compared to Emperor Wen. After Wen Yin finished preparing breakfast, and noticing that Wen Qingyan had yet to return, he suggested, Shall I show you around the apartment? The cameraman quickly nodded and followed him. This is my brother's study, and that room is his gym. The camera shifts toward the bookshelf, adorned with a myriad of books, predominantly scripts. Several shelves are filled with gifts from fans, including letters, figurines, and posters. Ah, that figurine is the one I gifted. The city. The city from King's Landing. Indeed, it is the original model from King's Landing, a city. A staff member inquires. That is the limited edition model from King's Landing, correct? This show was immensely popular back in the day, and its merchandise thrived alongside it. The bookshelf showcases one of the city models released during that time. When Ian also spotted the model she mentioned and nodded, Yes, my brother treasures it quite a bit. Oh dear, I wish I could stop obsessing, but Wen Qingyan is collecting the city models. What's wrong with that? You must admit. The other side of this city model features the character played by General Jiu Sheng, portrayed by Jing Zijuan. Over there, Wen Qingyan's cameraman, panting and breathless, has returned. Yet despite his exhaustion, he continues to aim the camera at Wen Qingyan. He appears utterly unfazed. Ah, so handsome. I watched him run for such a long time, and he remains so composed. Wen Yin waved at the freshly groomed Wen Qingyan. Brother, come have breakfast. Once Wen Qingyan took a seat, a nearby staff member seized the opportunity to ask, Why did you decide to participate in Dear Family? Wen Qingyan replied with a smile, After years of filming, I thought it was an opportune moment to take a proper break. Wen Yin glanced teasingly at the person across from her, then quickly returned to her sandwich. Meanwhile, having finished their meal, the 3 siblings from the Jing family began to show the cameraman around their home. The 3rd floor is Mai and Yi's room. Jing Zijuan explained the layout to the staff. The camera panned over the walk-in closet, showcasing a dazzling array of designer clothes, bags, and jewelry. I felt as if I were gaining a wealth of knowledge. The bags that are hard to obtain elsewhere are all here. Truly a rich family. The Jing family has put considerable thought into welcoming their recently found biological daughter. Were they saying upstairs? That indeed is their biological daughter. I must say, the one named Jing Yi truly has struck gold. After all, it's the Jing family. They must maintain a respectable facade. The following staff member inquired, Is this floor only for you and Jing Yi? Jing Zijuan nodded. Yes, below are my parents' and 2 older brothers' rooms, so I won't be taking you there. As for the basement, Yi knows it better. Shall we let her show you around? The staff eagerly agreed. Since finishing their meal, Jing Yi has been watching a movie with Jing Ziqian in the living room, without a word exchanged. Would you take the cameraman to explore the basement? Sure, Jing Yi replied, glancing at Jing Zijuan as he descended the stairs. She nodded and stood up, and the cameraman following her also rose, finally able to move. In truth, the younger sister is quite beautiful. One can only say Jing Zijuan is quite the distinguished individual. After all, he is an actor. You all might be worrying too much. I see their relationship is harmonious enough. Otherwise, would they be able to engage in such playful banter on the show? Please be quiet. I am merely curious about what lies in the basement. Jing Yi, equipped with a camera, descended to the lower floor and opened the door to the room, where the lighting was somewhat dim. Inside was a cinema. As the camera panned upward, it revealed a starry sky, a genuine celestial-themed cinema. The entire space was dominated by dark hues, including black leather sofas, making even the cameraman reluctant to depart, let alone the viewers who were already entranced. Jing Yi proceeded to descend another level, revealing an arcade. The camera shifted to the relatively brighter game room, filled with computers, equipment, and an array of arcade machines. However, what was the story behind that claw machine? A staff member inquired. What about that claw machine?
Oh, that is for Yun, Jing Yi replied.
She has no interest in these devices, yet she could spend an entire afternoon playing with that claw machine. This revelation piqued the interest of the online audience. Was the contrast truly that stark?
My gentle Yun enjoys such charming games.
Does spending an entire afternoon imply a lack of skill? Ha ha ha, an entire afternoon. A staff member then asked, does Xiaojing usually come to the arcade? Jing Yi chuckled. Indeed, it's just he and I who often frequent the arcade. Though he is rather inexperienced. Not only in games but also in clawing, he hardly manages to grab a few. The camera shifted back to the claw machine. After Jing Yi and the cameraman completed their tour of the basement, they returned to the living room, where they found Jing Ziqian with a somewhat displeased expression. Had Jing Yi been able to see the comments, she would have noticed viewers urging her to escape. Jing Yi, who do you say is inept at gaming? Oh no, I forgot we were live streaming. However, Jing Yi was unperturbed. I mean you. Every time we play you lose. Isn't that what makes you inept?
Today,
I shall not show you my skills. You have no idea how I earned my title as the king of the arcade. I am curious about how that came to be, Jing Ziqian replied, pulling Jing Yi towards the basement to play games, prompting the cameraman to hastily follow the two. Jing Ziqian smiled, somewhat resigned. They can't stand a day without bickering. You'll get used to it. Later, after they finished playing, the camera clearly captured Jing Ziqian's screen displaying the word failure. Chapter 59. Family members. Once the three siblings of the Jing family settled down, Director Su formally commenced the interview process, adhering to the standard protocol. What prompted your participation in this variety show? This was a customary question posed to every guest. Jing Ziqian had anticipated this inquiry, recognizing the audience's curiosity about his family. Rather than allowing them to speculate, he preferred to present the truth directly. Director Su continued. Among the 5 guests participating in the program, your family is the largest and also from a wealthy background. Does that make interactions more challenging compared to other families? The director's questioning was rather straightforward, with the intensity of the inquiries gradually escalating, unreserved by the Jing family status. Jing Ziqian replied with a smile. In fact, prior to the recording, our family interacted in much the same way. There is no significant difference. As for challenges, I have finally found my family. I cherish this bond immensely. How could I possibly find it burdensome? Some years ago, it is indeed true that Jing's adoptive parents passed away, which is quite heartbreaking for Junjun. However, one might argue that it is not all that dire, as this is the Jing family, renowned for its affluence. What is it like to have a younger sister by merely a month? Jingza appeared unfazed, displaying no signs of offense at the pointed inquiry. There are many feelings involved. Although I refer to her as my sister, it is rather I who receives more care. After a few more light exchanges, Director Su called Jing Yi over to continue the interview. There is much discussion online regarding your relationship with Jingza. How do you perceive this matter? The audience was taken aback by the immediate dive into the topic, eagerly awaiting Jing Yi's response. Jing Yi remained unperturbed, stating, I am aware of the truth regarding the genuine heiress. Is it truly that forthright? How could one not know, given the extent of online discourse? Being aware does not hinder others from claiming the title of Jing family's daughter. Jing Yi continued, I do not take offense to their remarks, nor do I allow those words to impact my daily life. Director Su pressed on. What kind of person do you believe Jingza to be? Jing Yi smiled, her dimples accentuating her expression. Jingza is a very gentle soul, appearing quiet and composed. Yet she is resolute about matters she deems significant, particularly her profession as an actress. And what about the eldest and second eldest? Jing Yi chuckled. My elder brother is an unwavering workaholic. Out of the 365 days in a year, he dedicates 360 to work. As for my second brother, he is more carefree, often making sarcastic comments, presenting a rather cheeky demeanor, yet he possesses a tender heart beneath his sharp tongue. Her sweet demeanor evoked sympathy from numerous viewers. In truth, they all seem to coexist harmoniously. Ha ha, it is amusing to think that such a prominent star could be reduced to a figure of mockery. However, as a fan of Junjun, I must concede that Jing Yi truly understands her well. A few flattering words are merely that. I trust no one here genuinely believes it. If someone were to offer me such riches, I too would gladly shower them with compliments daily. Meanwhile, other guests were undergoing similar interviews. Singer Ching Cheng recorded a variety show alongside his parents, both of whom are doctors. Due to the nature of his profession, he does not often see them, which is why he accepted the show. On the first day of filming, his parents were unable to attend due to an unexpected hospital commitment. Cheng Cheng chuckled wryly. See, they are even busier than I am. I wonder if they will make an appearance on screen later. The bullet comments were filled with sympathetic sentiments. Athlete Chen Yu, comparatively less popular, was the only guest accompanied by his wife. Early in the morning, he prepared breakfast for her, and the two were relishing their intimate breakfast time together. On the other hand, singing and dancing idol Li Xiaocheng participated with her elder sister. Li Xiaocheng beamed sweetly, cherishing the opportunity to reconnect. As they had grown up together but seldom lived together after entering the workforce, she playfully posed for the camera, instantly capturing the audience's attention.
Ha ha ha.
The orange is exceedingly adorable, far more so than the pretense some individuals exhibit. This is what true cuteness embodies. Do not assume that possessing a dimple qualifies one as cute. Why has the neighbor suddenly arrived? In Orange's live stream, discussions about others are strictly prohibited. However, was it not the fans who initiated the conversation? When two similarly styled girls converge in the same space, comparisons are inevitably drawn.
Li Xiaocheng, Abaluba idol.
Naturally attracts attention. Upon learning of her participation in this variety show, her fans began to familiarize themselves with the other guests. Unbeknownst to her, Jing Yi has inadvertently garnered a few admirers, much to the discontent of her fans. Furthermore, with Li Xiaocheng appearing alongside her sister, a hornet's nest has undoubtedly been stirred. Li Xiaocheng seems poised for success. Although she and Jing Zikan belong to different realms, the comparisons within this show are unavoidable, and she naturally hopes to outshine. The camera shifts to Li Xiaocheng in the kitchen, where a staff member inquires, Sister, are you preparing breakfast? Before she can respond, Li Xiaocheng interjects with a smile. Oh. She probably just rummaged through the fridge. She is quite busy with work and rarely has time to cook for herself. By the way, the sister is an alumna of the same prestigious university as Orange. Both sisters are exemplars of excellence. How many in the entertainment industry have completed their university education, let alone from renowned institutions? I sense you are subtly alluding to the neighbor. This exemplifies a genuine sisterly bond, devoid of the machinations typical of high society. Li Xiaocheng approaches the kitchen, playfully requesting her sister to make space for her, taking the bread from her hands. Do you often look after your sister? She is asked while slicing the bread. Yes, although I am usually quite busy myself. My sister tends to be absorbed in her work and neglects her health when caught up. Therefore, whenever I find the time, I return home to prepare meals for her. Meanwhile, her sister appears somewhat out of sorts in front of the camera, displaying signs of discomfort. Li Xiaocheng, noticing this, reassures her, it's all right, I'll handle it. You can wait in the living room. The sister hesitates, but eventually exits the kitchen. After cutting the bread, Li Xiaocheng notices the sandwich ingredients nearby, feeling a bit awkward. Yet she quickly conceals her emotions. This orange has brought out so many ingredients, likely believing they are all suitable for consumption. Oh. I thought you were going to prepare sandwiches. Why have you sliced the bread? The sister's name is Orange, how charming. Orange is indeed a gentle younger sister, treating her elder sibling with such kindness. Chapter 60. Face-to-face banter. In the Jing household, 3 individuals are seated in a row, engrossed in a television program. The large screen displays the drama The Sovereign, featuring Jing Zikan's character, General Jiao Sheng, standing amidst a battlefield strewn with corpses, with her remaining soldiers dwindling. Clad in battle armor stained crimson with blood, she wields a sharp spear, her gaze resolute and unwavering. Facing the oncoming enemy, she exhibits no hint of fear. The camera zoomed in, capturing the unspoken resolve etched upon Jing Zijuan's face as she engaged in a fierce battle with the opposing leader, ultimately succumbing to his blade. As she fell, gazing up at the azure sky, she murmured, "Chu Yuancheng, I have stood by you for 19 years. This is my final act of defiance." In the distance, Chu Yuancheng, portrayed by Wen Qingyan, rushed forward, disbelief washing over him as he witnessed this tragic scene. His complexion turned as pale as a sheet. Lips pressed tightly together, he stumbled off his horse and sprinted towards her. Upon realizing that the general, played by Jing Zijuan, had drawn her last breath, his eyes brimmed with anguish and despair, as though his very soul had been torn asunder. Jing Yi was utterly moved by this narrative, her eyes glistening with tears. Beside her, Jing Ziqian expressed mild distaste but nonetheless handed her a tissue, while Jing Zijuan felt a tinge of embarrassment.
Au poignant.
Junjun and Emperor Wen are indeed a perfect match. My Junqing. Jing Zijuan's eyes flickered. She had never heard Jing Yi mention her admiration for her and Wen Qingyan. Casting a glance at the slightly sullen Jing Ziqian, she quickly turned her head to feign interest in the television. Jing Yi remained engrossed in the show, oblivious to the shift in the expressions of the two individuals beside her. The barrage of comments alongside the screen echoed similar sentiments. My General Jiusheng. Your Yuanqing married that woman just 3 months after your passing. Though I am not a fan of Jing Zijuan, I am infuriated by the conclusion of Junlin's story. I will forever believe that Chu Yuanqing loved only Jiang Jiusheng. By the way, have these three been seated in front of the television for an hour without any intention of engaging in other activities? Clearly. Director Su also sensed the need for change and inquired, "It's almost lunchtime. Are the three of you planning to cook?" Jing Yi was jolted from the narrative. Glancing left and right to find both individuals staring at her, an uneasy feeling creeping into her mind. No way, can't we order takeout? I never said I would cook. Jing Ziqian's eyes brightened. He merely intended to delegate this responsibility to Jing Yi, but unexpectedly found a delightful twist. Jing Zijuan instinctively sought Jing Yi's opinion. Cooking was nothing but a trifling matter to Jing Yi. Before she could articulate her thoughts, Jing Ziqian had already made a decision. Jing Yi shot him an exasperated glance. Easier said than done. After all, you're not the one doing the cooking. Sighing inwardly, she resigned herself to this harsh reality. Not that she couldn't stubbornly insist that Jing Ziqian take on the culinary duties, but rather that she feared being poisoned by his cooking. To clarify, I can only prepare simple home-cooked dishes. The two individuals seated on the sofa nodded in unison, obediently refraining from dissent. Who would have thought that Jing Yi was the only one among the three capable of cooking? Haha, Junjun and little Jing are simply too compliant. Let us change our clothes and go buy groceries, Jing Ziqian suggested, puzzled. Aren't there various ingredients in the kitchen? Jing Yi shot him a glance. I only need some fresh, simple ingredients. The food in the fridge can only reach its optimal flavor in Aunt Wang's hands. Using it now would be a waste. Can she really cook? Surely. She doesn't intend to buy pre-made items? What could she possibly need that requires such grandeur? A few individuals swiftly changed their attire, preparing to visit the nearby supermarket, while the cameraman accompanied them to the garage. Are we heading to the nearby supermarket? Jiang Zijuan chuckled. It's quite a distance. And we'd have to carry the groceries back. After all, just reaching the main entrance is already somewhat of a trek. The camera shifted to the garage, capturing each vehicle with precision. Apologies, have I mistakenly entered the live stream of a car exhibition? Zhang's family consistently redefines my perception of luxury. Is that the night? The one rumored to have been purchased by a mysterious tycoon? If one were to exchange a car for a house, which would you choose? Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow, surprised that Jiang Ziqian seemed unperturbed by her driving today. Jiang Ziqian ignored her, casually selecting the red SUV that Jiang Yi frequently drove. Once Jiang Yi settled into the driver's seat, a staff member inquired from the back seat where Jiang Ziqian was seated, "Is there anyone at home who particularly enjoys cars?" Leaning back, Jiang Ziqian replied, "It's all quite agreeable, but the one who adores cars the most is the one in front." He gestured with his chin towards Jiang Yi, who was at the wheel. "We usually have a driver when we go out and seldom drive ourselves, but Jiang Yi enjoys it immensely. That night is her favorite vehicle." Jiang Zijuan exchanged a glance with Jiang Ziqian, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. At this moment, he was more talkative than before. The staff member continued, "Is it the black sports car positioned in the center?" Jiang Ziqian nodded. "That car was originally purchased by my brother as a piece of art. It has almost become Jiang Yi's exclusive ride." Upon learning about the Knight's value through the comments, the viewers grew increasingly excited. You can just drive away with a limited edition sports car? It's the Knight. Why would you drive it? I even think touching it would be a crime. However, if it's left unused, wouldn't that be wasteful? Besides, isn't it someone else's car? It's their prerogative, whom they wish to let drive it. The Knight is not only costly in terms of purchase price, but its maintenance is equally expensive. The cost of upkeep will undoubtedly exceed that of the initial purchase. After a little over 10 minutes, they arrived at the nearby supermarket. Jing Yi and Jiang Zijuan leisurely strolled ahead, while Jiang Ziqian, feeling bored, pushed the shopping cart behind them. The cart was filled with an array of snacks, devoid of any trace of ingredients for lunch. Junjun, what do you want for lunch? Jiang Yi asked. If you tell me, will you make it? Jiang Yi selectively ignored Jiang Ziqian's sarcastic remarks. Jiang Zijuan glanced toward the fresh produce section. I'm fine with anything, just make what you excel at. Doesn't anyone care what I do like to eat? Jiang Ziqian lamented while trailing behind with the cart. Little Jiang is quite adorable. I initially thought he was the suave, rebellious CEO type, but it seems he is actually the tsundere type. Ha ha ha. Trailing behind and muttering is quite amusing. He mused that Junjun and the others seemed to have nearly forgotten there was someone behind them. Who would have thought? The domineering family is quite down to earth. Come on, it's just a reality show. What is so extraordinary about it? Chapter 61. Siblings Cooking. Upon returning from the supermarket, Jiang Ziqian was assigned the task of washing the ingredients, observing merely the act of washing vegetables. The floor around this individual was soaked with water. Jing Ziqian noticed the disdain on Jing Yi's face and inquired, "What's wrong? Do you think my washing is inadequate?" Jing Yi, inwardly scoffing, was momentarily silenced by Jing Ziqian's interruption, quickly retorting sweetly, "Not at all. You're doing great. Keep it up." Jing Ziqian's lips twitched slightly, recognizing the insipidness of her praise. Jing Zijuan was merely assigned the task of juicing, using the fruits that Jing Ziqian had already washed. He diligently scrubbed the ingredients, determined to expedite his brother's resolution of company matters. These burdensome tasks should not rest solely upon his shoulders. I couldn't help but feel that little Jing Zijuan might wash the cauliflower to oblivion. Ha ha ha, it seemed as though he was venting his frustrations on the vegetables. Who would have imagined that the formidable star, Jing Zijuan, would obediently assist his sister at home? Once he completed his tasks and changed into dry clothes, he collapsed onto the sofa, his previous attire thoroughly soaked. Do not be deceived by the seemingly simple work. It was certainly no less taxing than his duties at the office. At that moment, Jing Yi had already commenced cooking. Grasping a spoon, she expertly sought Ed in the pan. The camera swiftly panned to the steaming shrimp, a rich aroma of tomato sauce wafting through the air, tantalizing the senses. Although the online viewers could not savor the scent, they could certainly appreciate the striking contrast between the plump white shrimp and the vibrant red sauce. Jing Zijuan presented the plated shrimp in tomato sauce, and Jing Ziqian hurried over upon spotting it. Truth be told, this dish alone showcased Jing Yi's culinary prowess. Having learned to care for herself from a young age, preparing simple home-cooked meals was quite manageable for her. When living alone, she often cooked for herself and frequently assisted chefs at the welfare home. However, after transitioning to this new life, she had not needed to lift a finger, which is why her cooking skills had remained unknown to them. In the kitchen, Jing Yi had begun another dish. The fish sizzled in the skillet, turning golden brown before she flipped it. She added a sprinkle of black pepper from a nearby bowl. Once the fish was adequately cooked, she commenced plating, accompanying it with fresh vegetables and a small bowl of lemon juice. At that moment, the black-bone chicken soup she had been simmering was also ready. Jing Yi lifted the lid, and the camera quickly focused on the bubbling broth. Thankfully, Aunt Wang had provided ample base ingredients, making it quite convenient. It indeed looked quite appetizing. To be honest, I was feeling hungry too, uncertain of how long the delivery would take. Fortunately, I had already ordered in advance. Such ingenuity. Not to mention, it was simply the pre-prepared soup base by the servant. What was so impressive about that? I must say, some individuals are truly nitpicking. With all the dishes finally on the table, Jing Ziqian found the scene rather astonishing and immediately snapped a photo to share in the group chat. What a large home. Is this takeout? Lin Ruiqing, who was still traveling and had not managed to catch the live stream, assumed it was takeout ordered by the three of them, worried that if there was no delivery, the few people recording at home might not have much to eat. Jing Yi made it. Jing Yi made it? How impressive. Lin Ruiqing was taken aback. The dishes in the photograph were exquisite, and she hadn't anticipated that Jing Yi possessed such culinary skills. They appeared quite delightful. There sat the taciturn Jing Beicheng. I will dine at home tonight, he stated. Jing Zio, still at the office, gazed at the photo sent by his younger brother, feeling an unexpected pang of imbalance. Jing Zixian, with a smile gracing his lips, was in high spirits as he prepared to enjoy his lunch. Elder brother mentioned he would be home for dinner, he said, while deftly picking up a piece of shrimp. Not bad at all. Jing Yi paused slightly as she lifted a piece of fish. Now there's another mouth at the dinner table, but that's elder brother. It's only right. Just a few meals. She lowered her gaze to taste the fish. It was quite delicious, crispy on the outside and tender within, indicating she had not lost her touch. Jing Zixian thought it sufficient for his elder brother to eat. If he wanted to eat, he would inevitably complain. A tinge of jealousy stirred within Jing Zixian, causing him to hasten his movements, prompting Jing Yi to cast a curious glance at him. How ravenous can this person be? A flicker of amusement danced in Jing Zio's eyes, yet his hands moved quicker still as the shrimp dwindled rapidly. Meanwhile, Wen Qingyan's family was also at the dining table. To avoid falling into another silence, the staff occasionally posed questions to the duo. Does the esteemed Wen plan to undertake any specific projects for this variety show? After pondering for a moment, Wen Qingyan looked towards the camera. I don't have any concrete plans at the moment. I merely wish to spend more time with my family. His participation in the show had been a spontaneous decision. How could he possibly have any plans? He intended to take it one step at a time, trusting that he would encounter others during the show. The staff persisted, so how does the esteemed Wen wish to spend this time? Haha, the director certainly has a tough job. Isn't this merely a rephrased question, conveying the same meaning? I'm truly amused. The director's efforts to elicit more dialogue from Wen Qingyan are commendable. It's no wonder the esteemed Wen seldom participates in variety shows. They often lead to awkward silences. How to spend it? Wasn't he this akin to the prior inquiry? Wen Qingyan found it somewhat amusing. Musing that he did indeed have an idea. During the recording, will we be confined to our respective families? The staff responded. In the initial stages, the 5 families will engage in activities of their own choosing, whether staying at home or participating in other activities, as long as it is a family-oriented endeavor. It is permissible. Later on, we will arrange for the 5 families to gather and interact. Wen Qingyan nodded in satisfaction. That's wonderful. I was thinking that just my little brother and I would be rather dull. It would be delightful to gather with the other families. The staff quickly inquired. Is the esteemed Wen familiar with the other guests? The production team had previously informed Wen Qingyan about the other 4 guests, and now they sought to gauge his opinions on them. Wen Qingyan smiled. I do know them all. However, we are not particularly close. I have watched Chen Yu's competitions. He is quite impressive. The one I am most familiar with is Zio, as we have worked together on a project. So, with whom do you wish to gather? Help. There was no attempt at disguise here. He simply wished to meet Jing Zio. Calm down, calm down. The esteemed Wen might just believe that a larger gathering would be more lively. This is the most amusing joke I have heard this year. Wen Qingyan enjoys lively gatherings. To take a step back. Could it not be that he simply wishes to spend time with Jing Zixian? At this moment, the barrage of comments has transformed into a frenzy of adoration, drowning out everything else. In Chapter 62, titled Health Tea Punishment, the Jing family finds itself embroiled in an intense battle. After their meal, Jing Zijuan suggests they engage in a leisurely game. The 3 of them uncover an untouched deck of playing cards and commence a game of landlord. Jing Zixian and Jing Yi's faces are plastered with an abundance of sticky notes, nearly obscuring their eyes, while Jing Zijuan's notes seem rather sparse in comparison. I can hardly contain my laughter. This is not merely a game of landlord, but rather a one-sided battle between Jing Zixian and Jing Yi, regardless of their identities. Both Xiao Jing and Jing Yi are determined to outmaneuver one another. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that one day I would find such joy in watching others play cards during a live stream? Jing Yi has just bombed Xiao Jing. A bomb. Jing Zixian, furious, feels the notes on his face quiver as he exclaims, Jing Yi, we are all farmers. Only Junjun is the landlord. I play a pair against 3. How can you throw down 4 fours? I want to accept it. Who told you to mock my health tea earlier? You must be prepared to drink it. After dinner, Jing Yi initially intended to brew a cup of health tea to aid their digestion. But Jing Zixian immediately recognized it as the very tea his brother had tricked him into drinking. He promptly declined and began a torrent of criticism. Jing Yi then decided to use this cup of tea as a penalty for losing the game. The player with the most notes on their face must drink it to the last drop. Their antics only piqued my curiosity about the health tea's dreadful taste. I witnessed Junjun sneak a taste just moments ago, and her expression immediately conveyed a profound existential crisis. Xiao Jing seems on the verge of losing, with notes threatening to overflow from his face. Ha ha ha, I cannot wait to see who the unfortunate soul will be. Beside them, Jing Zijuan is nearly incapacitated with laughter, reclining on the sofa while examining her cards. It seems that regardless of how poor her hand may be, she is destined not to lose. Especially since she just sampled a sip, there is no way she could down an entire cup of it. Observing the notes on the faces of the two beside her, she is likely to escape that cup of tea unscathed. Jing Zijuan plays a pair against 3, and Jing Ziqian casts a sidelong glance at the still and silent Jing Yi.
Play.
You have already unleashed your bombs. Do you not dare to challenge a pair against 3? I dare not, Jing Ziqian retorts with a glare, promptly playing a pair himself. Now it is Jing Zijuan's turn to falter. She shakes her head, signaling for the next player. Just as Jing Ziqian is about to continue, Jing Yi promptly plays a pair of kings. Did you not say you could not handle it? A pair of kings against a pair of 3s is quite the mismatch. Jing Ziqian clenches his cards tightly, regarding her recent play of 4-4s. Is that not a case of underestimating? I cannot handle it. Jing Yi glances at her cards. They had previously agreed that even if one team loses, the player with the most cards must affix an additional note. She plays a pair, only to be countered by Jing Ziqian. 3 with 1, 3 6s against a pair of 7s. 3 with 1, 3 8s against a pair of 2s. Jing Ziqian silently raised his gaze to glance at Jing Yi, who taught her such a reckless way of playing. Do you have a pair against 2? Why didn't he reveal it earlier? Jing Ziqian's tone was tinged with a sense of despair, while Jing Zijuan beside him trembled with laughter. Ultimately, it was Jing Zijuan who claimed the final victory, leaving Jing Ziqian with 2 additional cards and consequently 2 more penalties. When Jing Zio returned, he found the 3 in the living room, 2 of whom were so heavily penalized that their faces were barely visible. Are you playing cards?
Dinky.
Elated from her win against Jing Ziqian, waved at Jing Zio. Brother, you're back. Come join us for a game. However, Jing Ziqian firmly refused, urging, brother, don't play with her. She's dreadful at cards. President Jing is home. I haven't seen President Jing all day. Finally, I've been waiting for you. President Jing needs to make more appearances. The corners of Jing Zio's mouth lifted. It seemed they were enjoying themselves at home, which alleviated his earlier concerns about their comfort. As he was about to head upstairs, he spotted a familiar liquid on the table. Stopping in his tracks, he glanced at Jing Yi and tentatively asked, what is that drink? Oh, it's health tea. I initially prepared it for them to aid digestion, but now it has turned into a punishment. Jing Zio understood. As long as it wasn't tea meant for him, it indeed resembled a form of punishment. I bet President Jing has definitely tasted the health tea made by Jing Yi. Haha, I'm becoming increasingly intrigued by that cup of tea. Even the illustrious President Jing is afraid of it.
Come.
Let us place our bets. Who will ultimately receive that cup of health tea? A salted fish. It's definitely going to be little Jing. After Jing Zio went upstairs, the 3 began counting the paper strips on their faces. Jing Zijuan quickly finished counting her 5 strips. Meanwhile, Jing Ziqian and Jing Yi were still tallying theirs, and not only were those present tense, but the online viewers were also on edge. Jing Yi finished counting first, waited a few seconds, and then Jing Ziqian concluded as well. She prepared to take the initiative. How many do you have? Jing Ziqian, unwilling to back down, firmly held his paper strips. You say first. No, you go first. Should we say it together? Jing Zijuan, worried that their standoff might cause them to miss dinner, suggested. Both agreed with a nod, and Jing Zijuan began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. 28. 25. Jing Yi joyfully raised her hands, exclaiming, Yay! I won! Junjun, I won! When Jing Zio came downstairs, he witnessed the 2 girls clasping hands in celebration, while Jing Ziqian stared in disbelief at the paper strips in his hand. It seemed his brother was destined to drink that cup of health tea, Jing Zio quickly concluded. Jing Yi's eyes sparkled with delight as she personally handed the health tea to Jing Ziqian. Here you go, second brother. Jing Ziqian was taken aback by how soon he had to face that cup of health tea again. His hand trembled slightly as he held the tea, thinking, if I drink this, I might not be able to continue filming the variety show. Jing Yi shot him a glare, exclaiming, it's not that exaggerated. This is health tea, not poison. He felt it was not exaggerated at all, if he was not mistaken. He was probably the only one in the household who had ever consumed this concoction. A bet is a bet. Jing Ziqian pinched his nose and gulped it down in one go. Water. Jing Zio had long prepared the water and handed it to Jing Ziqian. Observing Jing Ziqian's expression, he felt a tinge of relief for having returned a bit later. Haha, Jing Ziqian is truly a comedic genius. Indeed, President Jing must have experienced that tea, or else he wouldn't resonate so deeply. Help me, I could watch them play cards endlessly. It's utterly hilarious. As night fell, the Jing family began to bustle about for dinner. Jing Ziqian was entrusted with washing the vegetables, while Jing Zio took on the preparation of the meats. A rather novel experience for him. Meanwhile, Jing Yi was in charge of cooking, and Jing Zijuan handled the plating, creating a cozy atmosphere in the kitchen. Jing Zio was delighted to finally enjoy the dinner prepared by Jing Yi. Chapter 63. The Li Shaoqing sisters. The Jing family's dinner consisted of coconut chicken stew, and the delightful aroma began to waft through the dining room. At the designated time, netizens resumed their routine of watching the variety show as if it were a food broadcast. Jing Zio picked up a piece of chicken, the sweet essence of coconut harmonizing perfectly with the savory flavors of the chicken. Consequently, another dinner photo was shared in the family group chat. Beicheng, look at the coconut chicken that Yi made tonight. Jing Beicheng and Lin Ruiqing had just returned to their hotel, exhausted after a day of hiking. Lin Ruiqing, sprawled on the sofa, opened Jing Zijuan's live variety show and was greeted by the sight of the 4 children enjoying their dinner. Initially lacking any appetite, she suddenly felt a pang of hunger. Jing Beicheng emerged from the bathroom, dried his hands, and joined Lin Ruiqing, observing the lively scene on the phone screen. A barely perceptible smile graced his lips. It seemed that even in the absence of a home-cooked meal, they were thriving. Lin Ruiqing smiled in agreement, acknowledging the hard work of Yi. Jing Beicheng glanced back at the screen, reassuring her, don't worry, with similar ingredients, it should suffice. The director insists they cook every time. That's good. Shall we have coconut chicken for dinner as well? The smile on Jing Beicheng's face deepened, radiating warmth. All right, I'll have the hotel arrange it. What are our plans for tomorrow? Lin Ruiqing instinctively rubbed her slightly sore calves, which Jing Beicheng took over to massage. Despite the fresh itinerary, their age made it challenging to endure such exertion. Continuing to knead her calves, Jing Beicheng suggested, we can rest at the hotel tomorrow. There's no rush. I'll have the hotel send someone to help you relax. Meanwhile, Jing Yi and the others were discussing their plans for the next day. Jing Zio served 2 bowls of soup, placing them in front of Jing Yi and Jing Zijuan. Noticing Jing Ziqian's wistful gaze, he also filled a bowl for him. Elder brother, are you going to Hengjing tomorrow? Jing Zijuan inquired. He nodded. Yes, there are a few matters to attend to. Jing Zijuan recalled Director Su's request from noon. Is it convenient for us to visit the company and find you? Director Su was aware of the public's curiosity regarding the globally renowned Hengjing group, but hesitated to disturb Jing Zio directly, opting instead to seek assistance from Jing Zijuan. Of course, there's no inconvenience. It's not as if the gates are heavily guarded, Jing Zio replied, shaking his head. It's perfectly manageable. Let us visit you in the morning, suggested Jing Zai quietly as he and Jing Yi vied for the chicken. Upon hearing Jing Zai's plans for the next day, he remarked, it just so happens that I need to return to the company tomorrow. I haven't been there for several days, and must attend to some tasks that cannot be handled online.
What?
I was looking forward to visiting Hengjing tomorrow, but now it seems I cannot meet with little Jing Zong? Such a difficult choice. Why must I choose only one? Is it true that we can go to Hengjing tomorrow? Thus, the group successfully finalized their itinerary. At dawn, as Li Shaoqing's live stream commenced, fans flooded in. Though the backdrop was not Li Shaoqing's home, she waved at the camera, greeting, good morning everyone. Good morning, Orange. Good morning. You still look as lovely as ever, Orange. Where are you and your sister headed so early? Li Shaoqing replied with a smile. Are you curious about our plans for today? We are visiting our alma mater. She shook the bento box in her hand, adding, I even brought breakfast. Sister, let us go. Her sister, Li Shaoqing, seemed to just grasp the situation. Smiling as she was led away, Li Shaoqing gestured toward the camera, indicating their school. Her sister gazed at the school gate with a hint of nostalgia. Given their similar ages, there was a time when they both attended this university together. Sister? Li Shaoqing's sister snapped back to reality. What are you daydreaming about? We've arrived at school. Li Shaoqing's sister offered a slightly awkward smile. It's nothing. I just woke up too early and feel a bit dazed. Isn't it impressive? Why does sister seem a bit off? She appears to be overshadowed by her younger sister. In fact, Orange resembles an older sister more. Li Shaoqing's sister made her first appearance in a pair of black-framed glasses and a simple sweatshirt, contrasting with the vibrant Li Shaoqing. as the sisters walked onto campus. Li Xiaoqing shared the scenery with her online audience. That building is where my sister and I attended classes. I actually loved the foreign language major. But my sister has always been my role model, so I resolutely enrolled in her biomedical program, Li Xiaoqing boasted, while her sister listened quietly. Indeed, it was quite a sacrifice. Because of her choice of major, she would not pursue her own strengths. It's impressive, but don't you find it rather peculiar? It's a bit hard to judge, isn't it? Why not choose what you love? There's no need for everyone to share the same goal. Orange adores her sister so much. Indeed, Orange is the best. However, some people should refrain from making unnecessary comments. I hope you aren't just someone they found nearby. After exploring the campus with their camera, the two finally felt fatigued and settled on a patch of grass to enjoy breakfast. Li Xiaoqing's sister instinctively opened the bento box and offered it to Li Xiaoqing. However, before she could truly engage, Li Xiaoqing suddenly seized the bento box and offered a suggestive glance, presenting her sweet and lively demeanor to the camera. Her sister instinctively recoiled, her hand curling back. Li Xiaoqing opened the bento box and showcased its contents with a flourish, exclaiming, "Tada! Today's breakfast features a delightful sandwich. I even shaped it, isn't it adorable?" She then handed one to the person beside her. "Sister, thank you." A cameraman moved in closer, capturing the moment, and inquired, "This school seems quite distant from Orange's hometown. What inspired you to attend school here and settle down?" "Settling down came after being discovered by a talent scout during my time at school." Li Xiaoqing replied with a bashful smile. "Indeed, I was unearthed. One cannot overlook the discerning eye of talent scouts." Subsequently, I smoothly debuted and became part of a girl group. Fortunately, my sister works here as well, and I wish to live with her, which is why I decided to settle in this area. As for why I chose the school, you would have to ask my sister. My parents were quite surprised by the decision too. Li Xiaoqing's sister, who was enjoying a sandwich, momentarily paused at her words, attempting to maintain a natural expression. "There isn't any particular reason. It's a prestigious school, after all, who wouldn't he aspire to attend?" Chapter 64. It's him again. As students came and went, one recognized Li Xiaoqing, exclaiming, "Is that Orange?" A girl cautiously approached and inquired. Li Xiaoqing smiled radiantly, showcasing her idol's charm. "Hello." The girl, visibly excited and blushing, declared, "Orange, I'm your fan. I adore you." Li Xiaoqing stepped forward and embraced her, saying, "Thank you." The girl's excitement escalated. "Can I take a picture with you?" "Of course." "Is that really Li Xiaoqing?" "It seems to be her." "They're taking a picture." Other students became aware and gathered around. Observing her sister warmly engaging with the fans, Li Xiaoqing's sister silently contemplated, lost in thought. A staff member inquired, "What does it feel like to see your sister so adored?" Li Xiaoqing's sister smiled subtly, having anticipated this question. "I feel immensely proud. Orange has always been exceptional. Witnessing her transformation from a small child into such a beloved idol brings me great joy." The staff received the desired response and did not press further, shifting the focus back to Li Xiaoqing amidst the crowd. "I attend this school, but I surprisingly went home yesterday. I've missed out on a fortune." One exclaimed, "How envious. Not only do you have Orange's autograph, but also a photo together." Did anyone find Li Xiaoqing's sister's answer a bit peculiar? It seemed rehearsed. Sister can be somewhat awkward. Orange has mentioned this before. Meanwhile, Jing Yi and Jing Yi were in their room, preparing to head to Hongjing Group. Jing Yi was alone in the dining area, enjoying breakfast, a seafood porridge that Jing Yi had prepared early that morning. Although a significant part of it was due to her own cravings, it did not hinder Jing Yi from relishing his meal. When dining alone, he epitomizes the essence of a perfect aristocratic gentleman, his graceful gestures captivating the audience entirely. Although Xiao Jing is consistently handsome, I find myself quite hungry merely gazing at the kanji. Indeed, when he refrains from speaking, he exudes an extraordinary charm, particularly when he is not bickering with Jing Yi. By the time Jing Zio had finished his breakfast and stepped outside, Jing Yi and Jing Zikan emerged from their respective rooms, having already dined earlier. Descending the stairs, they made a beeline for the garage. The filming crew hurried to keep up, arriving at the familiar garage, where they conducted a customary round of filming. Jing Yi initially intended to drive night, but upon noticing the cameraman trailing behind, she realized space would be insufficient. Ultimately, she opted for her usual SUV. After more than half an hour, they arrived at the towering edifice of Hongjing Group. The camera swiftly panned upwards, allowing viewers to fully appreciate the impressive structure before them. Remarkably, this marked Jing Yi's first visit to Hengjing Group, a globally renowned technology company. She parked the vehicle in the parking lot, this time exercising caution, opting for the security of the lot despite available street parking. Accompanied by the camera crew, they entered the lobby, where Assistant Chen was already awaiting them at the entrance. Having calculated the timing based on Jing Zhong's instructions, he anticipated their arrival and had arrived a few minutes early.
Miss Yun, Miss Yi, Hui greeted politely.
Hello. One cannot help but notice, every employee at Hengjing possesses an undeniable charm. Not just any employee, mind you, that is the assistant to Jing Zhong. Did you notice his thoughtful manner? It is indeed considerate. The two Miss Jings are easily confused after all. My only concern is whether this vast building is exclusively for Hengjing's employees. Assistant Chen guided them to Jing Zio's floor, which houses only his office and the presidential office staff, rendering it relatively quiet. As Jing Zio had previously instructed, he did not impede the filming process. Assistant Chen poured hot beverages for Jing Yi and her companion, then turned to the staff, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. Your drinks are over there. Since I am unaware of your preferences, I prepared a variety." The camera shifted to the nearby table, which was laden with coffee, milk tea, juice, and mineral water, sufficient quantities for each flavor to cater to everyone, not to mention the assortment of desserts nearby. Please wait a moment. Jing Zhong will conclude his meeting in 5 minutes. The filming crew inquired, "May we film on this floor?" Assistant Chen replied with a smile, "Of course. You may film freely, except in the presidential office and meeting room." With permission granted, the cameraman ventured into another room to capture footage. Meanwhile, Jing Yi's eyes reflected curiosity. It was her first time visiting her brother's company, and she peered inside with interest. As the two engaged in casual conversation, it was not long before the cameraman returned. Although he had been granted freedom, he deemed it unnecessary to capture every minute detail, having gathered sufficient material. At this moment, the door to Jing Zio's office swung open, and the camera promptly shifted its focus. However, the figure that emerged was not Jing Zio, but rather a man clad in a sleek black suit. His features were striking yet understated, with clean lines and a handsome visage that bore no expression. The tailored suit accentuated his tall frame, embodying every quality that captivated netizens. 2 minutes. I demand this man's information, exclaimed one. There are too many handsome men at Hengjing. Another chimed in. This is simply too attractive. I could wait a day for this. Director Su, where's your character introduction? At that moment, Shen Huichu's assistant swiftly stepped forward, blocking Shen Huichu from view. Casting a warning glance at the camera, recognizing the identity of the intruder and their reluctance to be filmed, the crew promptly redirected the lens. Just then, Jing Zio emerged from within, apologizing, "I am sorry. It was the variety show's filming team. I neglected to inform Mr. Shen in advance. That was my oversight." Jing Zio had been engrossed in contract discussions with Shen Huichu and had momentarily forgotten about the cameras scheduled to arrive at the office that day. Shen Huichu gently brushed aside his assistant, his voice level and calm. "There is no need for apologies, Mr. Jing. It's not a significant matter." His gaze shifted to the sofa where Jing Yi sat. She, too, met his eyes, her expression anything but welcoming. That arrogant, presumptuous person. A flicker of surprise crossed Jing Zio's eyes. The wealthy heir Jing Yi had encountered previously was Shen Huichu, even without hearing Jing Yi's thoughts. Shen Huichu could discern a hint of unusual emotion in her gaze. He was not particularly astonished, for he had researched Jing Yi after their last encounter, and the reality seemed to diverge from the rumors. "Mr. Jing, I shall take my leave," he stated, a slight smile playing on his lips as he turned to depart. Fully aware of Jing Yi's piercing glare. What a pompous individual, she thought indignantly as she watched him walk away. Chapter 65. Part-time bodyguard today. A task would be announced regarding living expenses for the upcoming week. Jing Zio accepted the task card that Director Su offered, glancing at the work assignment with a hint of confusion. Observing his reaction, 3 individuals leaned in closer. Director Su continued, "Before we commence recording next week, expenses will be strictly monitored based on this part-time job's earnings." Jing Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as she examined the task card. "What? I have to control my spending in my own home." Director Su clarified, "Indeed, regardless of where you all go next week, you must utilize the money earned from this job." Jing Yi raised her hand, and Director Su gestured for her to proceed. "I would like to ask, don't the older brothers working at the company count as part-time work?" Director Su chuckled in exasperation. "Of course, that cannot be counted. How audacious. You expect the president of Hengjing to work part-time? The laughter erupted among the group. How could that possibly be considered a job? Who would dare to have President Jing working for them? Jing Yi interjected, "Where do you all wish to go next week? We must know the destination to plan our next course of action." Jing Yi hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to embark on a journey. Remaining cooped up at home had become rather tedious. Beside him, Jing Yi nodded in agreement, having longed for an escape. Recording a variety show was distinctly different from languishing at home. Although there would be numerous cameras, it was certainly preferable to being confined indoors. Observing their enthusiasm, Jing Yi offered no objections. "Where do you wish to go?" He pondered, considering where he might find work. As the group deliberated, Jing Yi's eyes sparkled with inspiration. "How about a road trip? This way, we can go wherever we desire." Jing Yi felt his interest piqued. That sounds delightful. It seems like a lot of fun. However, it was ironic that, despite knowing they needed to earn money for the recording, she suggested an expensive road trip. Indeed, what is she thinking? Is she under the impression that they don't need to earn money themselves? Yet, the prospect of a road trip was undeniably enticing. After all, you have a brother who can earn money. Why are you all in such a rush? Despite the bickering in the comments, the four of them settled on the idea of a road trip, leaving the question of how to fund it for later. Although a road trip promised enjoyment, the associated costs would undoubtedly be substantial. Jing Yi rested her chin in her hands, feeling somewhat troubled. Her skills were limited, and she found herself at a loss for what to do. Jing Yi began to assess her abilities. What about racing? Competing for prize money? No, that won't work. I'm too slow. I need something with daily pay. Upon hearing her consider racing, Jing Yi instinctively felt the urge to oppose, but fortunately, Jing Yi quickly dismissed the idea, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. What about becoming a bodyguard? She suggested, recalling some self-defense techniques she had learned, her gaze shifting to the three others in the room. First, she considered Jing Yi, but quickly ruled him out. No, my elder brother is far too busy and, besides, the driver is already his bodyguard. That would be taking someone else's job. Jing Yi had no objections, though he worried about Jing Yi becoming bored. Jing Yi then turned her attention to Jing Yi, who instinctively straightened his posture, feeling a sense of pride. If she wanted to be his bodyguard, he wouldn't mind at all. Absolutely not. Following him would surely lead to incessant nagging. Not to mention the inevitable recounting of his illustrious history. How terrifying. Jing Yi gritted his teeth in frustration. Ultimately, Jing Yi decided on Jing Yi. I should just stick with June. It's not quite like earning money from family, and I can protect her too. She raised her hand enthusiastically. Director Su felt a jolt of concern, uncertain of what peculiar idea had struck this young lady. Can I be a bodyguard for June? Director Su was taken aback. One of the rules stated that cheating was not permitted, and working for family members was considered cheating. Moreover, with Jing Yi's small stature, would being a bodyguard not be farcical? Why did she always seek loopholes? While others recorded smoothly, she seemed intent on finding ways around the rules. Did she truly think this was endearing? Was being a bodyguard something one could undertake so lightly? Perhaps she merely wished to bask in Jing Yi's fame. Hearing Director Su's comments, Jing Yi promptly retorted, "Having Yi as my bodyguard means she earns money for my company. It's not me who pays." Indeed, Jianzi did not speak falsely. Her manager and assistant were directly appointed by Daqin Entertainment, with their salaries also provided by that entity. Director Su, feeling a sense of urgency, continued, "To serve as a bodyguard is also a form of cheating, as the nature of the work does not align with the guest's capabilities." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three members of the Jing family grew somewhat complex, leading Director Su to wonder if he had misspoken. Jing Yi raised her gaze towards Director Su, contemplating that as long as it could be demonstrated that Yi possessed the requisite abilities for the position, she could indeed serve as Jun's assistant bodyguard. Yes, Director Su replied, feeling somewhat helpless. Jing Yi signaled to Jing Yi, who, flexing her wrists, stepped forward. Then send someone out to spar with me. Director Su looked at Jing Yi with a mix of exasperation and concern. The staff behind him wore expressions of fear. After all, she was the daughter of the Jing family. What if someone inadvertently caused her harm? Could we refrain from this? The staff are merely trying to earn a living. They have no time to play with a young lady of your stature. However, given that it was Jing Zong who had spoken, it was possible that Jing Yi truly possessed some skill. What a joke. If this is not staged or merely a game, I shall consume my keyboard. Jing Ziyuan lounged elegantly on the sofa, his legs crossed, observing the staff who cowered behind him with a slight smirk. Rest assured, if anything goes awry, it will not be your fault. Should you land a hit on her, there will be a reward. Simply send out a few strong ones. Jing Yi shot him a glare, remaining poised in her place. Upon hearing Jing Ziyuan's words, Director Su felt somewhat reassured. The living room was under surveillance, and the esteemed owner of Xingji Company could not possibly speak without honor. Director Su called forth two staff members who appeared relatively robust. Both seemed somewhat tense. Miss Jing, we apologize for any offense. Jing Yi smiled brightly. It's quite all right. You may come at me together. The two exchanged glances before launching their assault. Jing Yi's previously smiling demeanor swiftly faded as she calmly observed their movements. As she deftly evaded their punches, she quickly aimed a kick at one of their knees. Seeing his companion fall swiftly to the ground, the other man, though surprised, gritted his teeth and charged again. He lifted his foot, preparing for a flying kick, only to find Jing Yi swiftly capturing his leg, followed by a rapid elbow strike directed at his chin. The staff member, frightened, shut his eyes. Yet, he merely felt a rush of air as Jing Yi halted just before making contact with his chin. With a smile, she released him and helped the astonished staff member, who lay on the ground, back to his feet. Chapter 66. Is she qualified to be a bodyguard? The barrage of comments suddenly fell silent. Although many had speculated it was a staged performance, they only truly understood the reality once Jing Yi began to demonstrate her skills. How could this possibly be fake? Setting aside the speed of her evasions, her reactions were nothing short of astonishing. Her strikes were extraordinarily swift. I can guarantee with my career that she undoubtedly excels in combat. Should I be thankful that Jing Yi does not recognize me? Otherwise, the things I previously said would be quite regrettable. Who would have imagined that such a seemingly gentle and beautiful girl could strike with such ferocity? Not only were the netizens astonished, but Director Su, who had been observing the entire scene, was equally taken aback. Moments ago, he was preoccupied with concern that his subordinates might inadvertently harm Jing Yi. However, upon witnessing her dexterous evasion and her counterattacks, as well as the two staff members sprawled on the ground, he felt a shift. How about it, Director Su? Am I qualified to be a bodyguard? Jing Yi exclaimed, pulling someone up while her lips curled into a smile, eagerly gazing at Director Su. He nodded with difficulty. What more could he say? Thus, Jing Yi's journey as a bodyguard was officially set in motion. Director Su then turned his attention to Jing Ziyou and Jing Ziqian, who were seated on the sofa, reveling in the unfolding drama. What kind of labor were the esteemed Jing and young Jing preparing for? A twinge of anxiety flickered within him. One oversaw Hengjing, while the other managed Xingji. How could he dare to ask them about working? Nevertheless, it must be said, a small thrill coursed through him. Jing Ziyou had already devised a plan. Having two individuals at home to accomplish the task should suffice, right? Director Su hesitated slightly, but nodded. There was no stipulation that everyone had to work. However, since Jing Ziyou had made that statement, it indicated he was already aware, allowing Jing Ziqian to set aside his worries. Meanwhile, on social media, a video featuring Jing Yi and the staff quickly ascended the trending charts. The contrast was simply too striking.
Wow.
So impressive. I thought she was a sweet girl, but turns out she's a drill sergeant. Is this the fake heiress from before? Ready to make her mark in the entertainment industry? This is the family variety show she participated in with Jing Zijuan. I wholeheartedly recommend it. I'm nearly in stitches from her antics and young Jing's. This act is so blatant. Director Su has truly succumbed for the sake of money. What you see is live streaming, not edited footage on the other side. When Qin Yan and Wen Yin found themselves lost in contemplation, they had yet to conceive ideas for their next episode, but without funds, nothing could be accomplished. Hence, the two were pondering ways to generate income. Wen Yin cautiously glanced at his brother and suggested, "Brother, how about you do a photo session? Charging 20 per picture would make us a fortune." What a ridiculous notion. When Qin Yan shot him a disapproving look. Yet the online community found this idea quite appealing. Judging by the current momentum, even if the price were to increase tenfold, patrons would likely flock in droves. Regrettably, his brother dismissed the suggestion, prompting Wen Yin to seek other avenues for earning. He murmured, "I thought this idea was rather good. What about performing on the street?" Noticing the look from Wen Qin Yan, Wen Yin quickly added, I would perform on the street." He certainly lacked the audacity to suggest that his brother take to the streets. When Qin Yan was an exceptionally talented actor, if God had opened one door for him, another would inevitably close, such as in the realm of singing. The more Wen Yin pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Singing on the street, with his brother's fame, would undoubtedly attract a considerable crowd. What could I do? When Qin Yan inquired, A mascot. When Ian blurted out, "Haha, my brother certainly has the audacity." There was no helping it. When it came to singing, the esteemed one actor was utterly at a loss. "I want to go. I want to go." The envy of sisters in another region was palpable. Ultimately, when Qing Yan had no choice but to agree, considering he wouldn't he be the one singing. Meanwhile, athlete Chen Yu and his wife have decided to take on part-time coaching positions at a swimming pool. Singer Ching Chung is preparing to work in a hospital as a service staff member, which will also provide the production team with an excellent opportunity to film some of his parents' work. As for Li Xiaocheng, she has just received her assignment. Does part-time work pay well? Li Xiaocheng inquired, her eyes widening slightly. Sister, what are your thoughts? Li Xiaocheng's sister remained as silent as ever, offering only a few words. I haven't given it much thought. Li Xiaocheng, seemingly unfazed, replied with a sweet smile, I have an idea. How about we make some delightful desserts and sandwiches to sell at the market? Truly, she's a gem. Her skills are abundant, and she can even whip up confections. Orange mentioned her fondness for sweets, yet given her slender frame, one could surmise she possesses that enviable ability to indulge without gaining weight. How adorable Orange is. So different from the rude person next door. Indeed, what is so remarkable about martial arts that warrants such boasting? Is she referring to Jing Yi? I fail to see any hint of arrogance. Fans pretending to be bystanders, please leave. This space is not welcoming to you. Hurry away, her fans are notoriously vicious. The comment section erupted, while Li Xiaocheng continued to discuss their market stall plans with her sister. Sister, what do you plan to make? Li Xiaocheng's sister, initially thinking her inquiry was earnest, opened her mouth to respond, only to catch the knowing look from Li Xiaocheng. Instantly, she understood it was far from a genuine question. She forced a smile. How could I? You know I've never made any desserts. Li Xiaocheng beamed brightly. Then please assist me. We shall prepare some puddings, cakes, and of course, your favorite sandwiches. Thus, the plan for their dessert making was solidified. As nightfall descended, the live broadcast drew to a close, and Li Xiaocheng, with a radiant smile, bid farewell to her online audience. Once the staff departed, her cheerful demeanor faded. She turned to her sister, pointing at the array of ingredients they had selected for their upcoming task. Sister, you will manage this, right? Those ingredients were all you're doing, and they must be ready before the machines start up tomorrow morning. Her sister nodded silently, yet Li Xiaocheng's eyes flickered with displeasure. Even if you're usually so stoic, can you not be a bit more lively on camera? Our parents have urged you not to hold me back. Had I known, I would have brought them along instead of a wooden plank. With a furrowed brow, Li Xiaocheng prepared to retire to her room, only to turn back and remember to make the desserts. Her sister gazed at the pile of ingredients for the sweets, still expressionless, murmuring, That's why I suggested going somewhere far away. To keep my distance from you all. It was you who chose to pursue me. Chapter 67. A Day in the Life of a Bodyguard. On Jing Yi's first day as a bodyguard, she rose earlier than anyone else. At this moment, Jing Yi sat in the living room. Jing Zio adjusted his cufflinks as he descended the stairs and caught sight of Jing Yi, pausing in his tracks, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes.
Yi.
Jing Yi turned her head and greeted him. Good morning, big brother. Not only Jing Zio, but even the viewers who entered the live stream early in the morning were taken aback upon seeing Jing Yi. Besides having to rise early to prepare breakfast, Jing Yi was typically the last to come downstairs. Jing Zio voiced the viewers' curiosity. Why are you up so early today? Jing Yi made her way to the kitchen, retrieving the breakfast of toast and fried eggs, and thoughtfully prepared a cup of coffee for Jing Zio. Aren't you supposed to be a bodyguard for Junjun? It's better to wake up early to get ready. I'll be heading out to shoot a magazine with Junjun shortly. Jing Yi was well aware of Jing Zijin's schedule for the day, which primarily consisted of two events, a magazine shoot and an interview-style variety show. Thank you. Have you eaten yet? Jing Zio asked as he accepted the plate and coffee. She smiled, her dimples creating an adorably charming sight. Junjun mentioned there's a delicious handmade bun shop near the magazine shoot location, so I'm planning to go there with her later. Jing Zio's lips curled into a smile, appreciating the breakfast Jing Yi had prepared upon rising early. Indeed, only delicious food could coax Jing Yi out of bed so early. Ha ha ha. I was wondering why she only made 2 servings for breakfast. The first day as a bodyguard, and up so early. This job requires early mornings. I doubt Yi can handle it. Jing Zio's gaze was filled with affection. Meanwhile, Jing Zijin hurried down the stairs, calling out, Yi, I'm ready. Let us go. Noticing Jing Zio in the dining room, she greeted him. Good morning, big brother. Are you leaving so early? The time with the photographer is approaching, she replied. The two waved goodbye to Jing Yi and quickly joined the camera crew. Given her role as a bodyguard today, Jing Yi chose a more business-like sedan. Sitting in the car with the camera crew, they focused their lens on Jing Yi, who was diligently driving. Are you prepared for your first day as a bodyguard? Jing Yi turned the steering wheel, keeping her eyes on the road. Of course. I've made ample preparations and am well acquainted with Junjun's itinerary for today. Besides being a bodyguard, I'm also Junjun's assistant for the day. An hour later, Jing Zijin was seated in the makeup room, her executive manager coordinating with the magazine's camera crew and the stylist. Meanwhile, Jing Yi sat beside her, enjoying breakfast and occasionally feeding Jing Zijin. Watching Jing Zijin take a bite and then set her food aside, Jing Yi once again marveled at the fact that not everyone could be an artist. However, she pondered whether she was a somewhat inadequate assistant. With this thought, she casually asked Jing Zijin, "Aren't I a bit unqualified as your assistant?" Jing Zijin chuckled. "Did you not drive me here today? And aren't you my bodyguard? Your duty is to stay by my side and protect me. And you are doing splendidly so far." Comforted, Jing Yi resumed her breakfast as the makeup artist discreetly glanced at her. It's hardly a matter of being unqualified. If one were not informed otherwise, they might think Jing Yi merely came to keep company. A staff member from the magazine knocked on the door. "Jing, are you ready?" "I am," she replied. As Jingza was preparing to walk over, she suddenly remembered that Jing Yi was still in the makeup room. If you're bored, feel free to wander around. I'll be shooting outdoors, and it's a bit chilly outside, so there's no need to wait for me." The executive agent, observing Jing Yi, who had already finished her breakfast, couldn't help but reflect on the irony. Wasn't it a bit excessive to worry about her comfort? This hardly conveyed the usual tone of an assistant. Jingza led the executive agent outside for the photo shoot, while Jing Yi tidied up her breakfast packaging before following suit. Having taken on the role of a bodyguard, she thought it best to be diligent. 10 minutes later, Jing Yi dozed off in a reclining chair. Just moments before, she had been watching Jingza change poses, but gradually, her eyelids grew heavier, and she succumbed to sleep right there on Jingza's chair. The camera, in an understanding manner, shifted its focus to the slumbering Jing Yi before returning to Jingza. Having just finished a set of shots, Jingza was about to change into her next outfit when she noticed the already asleep Jing Yi. A smile played at the corners of her mouth, her eyes sparkling with warmth. "Li Jie, could you please fetch a garment for Yi to drape over herself? She certainly woke up too early today." Nearby, the magazine photographer looked on in confusion, having never before witnessed an assistant overshadowing the artist. Their own artist was still engaged in the shoot, yet there Jing Yi lay asleep. A sudden thought crossed the mind of onlookers. This sister duo certainly made for an interesting narrative. Jingza is so gentle. Isn't she supposed to be acting as a bodyguard? Yet here she is, sleeping away? Is earning money truly that easy? But then, the employer had not voiced any objections. Why should Orange, who had spent the night crafting desserts, feel outdone by someone merely resting in a chair? Exactly. It hardly seems fair. Wait, did you all mistakenly enter the wrong live stream? Shouldn't you direct your envy toward the main event? What? Are fans of Li Xiaoqing invading? Meanwhile, Li Xiaoqing had already prepared desserts and set up her booth before the broadcast began. A throng of people had gathered around her stall. With a smile, she cautioned her fans to watch their step and stay safe. Beside her, her elder sister appeared somewhat haggard, though none paid her any heed, as all eyes were fixated on Li Xiaoqing. She was handing packaged cakes to fans, her face adorned with a smile. Before long, her booth was emptied, and the reluctant fans had no choice but to depart. As silence fell over the stall, Li Xiaoqing bent down to tidy up, her eyes revealing her displeasure. Observing her sister's leisurely pace only heightened her frustration. "You know," Li Xiaoqing thought to urge her sister to hasten, as she longed for a moment of rest after a morning spent preparing cakes and collecting money. Exhaustion loomed over her, just as her mounting irritation threatened to spill over. She realized the cameras were still rolling. Quickly, she concealed her emotions and playfully said to her sister, "Sister, let us go out to eat soon. I'm so tired. I doubt I have the energy to cook."
All right.
Viewers online expressed their sympathy, lamenting over Orange's plight and questioning why her sister seemed so unhelpful. Indeed, she always wears a frown. It's Orange who does all the work, laboring through the night, and yet, she has to manage the stall herself. However, I noticed that it was my sister who packaged the cakes, while Li Xiaoqing merely handed them to the fans and engaged in social interactions. Just now, I seem to have witnessed Li Xiaoqing losing her temper. Of course, she would be upset. After an entire night of hard work, She must be utterly exhausted, especially with her sister behaving in that manner. I came to observe just how arduous the life of a celebrity truly is. A small cake sells for over 100? It's not like I'm the one buying it. What do dogs even say? Chapter 68. The Hidden Ones. In the afternoon, Jing Yi had an interview for a variety show. Jing Yi felt somewhat embarrassed about having fallen asleep earlier, and Jing Yi refused to leave his preparations even for a moment. Jing Yi chuckled softly as he glanced at Jing Yi, who was sitting upright beside him. You really don't need to stay by my side. Everything is ready. Once the recording wraps up, we can head back. Jing Yi shook her head in refusal. Since this was the final task, she was determined to fulfill her duty diligently. Before Jing Yi could say anything further, the executive manager approached to announce that rehearsal was about to begin. Jing Yi had no choice but to relent, suggesting that during rehearsal, she should find a spot to sit and rest during the formal recording. Jing Yi nodded in agreement. Once the rehearsal concluded, Jing Yi and the host were discussing the final segment, while Jing Yi surveyed the audience and noticed a few individuals holding banners that read June curiosity piqued.
She approached them.
The girls, who appeared to be of a similar age to Jing Yi, were visibly excited upon her arrival. They recognized her as Jing Yi's sister and could tell from his demeanor that he cared quite a bit for her. Sister, one girl exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Upon noticing Jing Yi looking their way, she quickly covered her mouth, her expression flustered. Jing Yi, puzzled, asked, "Are you calling for me?" The group nodded in unison. Jing Yi inquired, "Why do you call me sister? You all seem to be about the same age." "Because you are Jun's sister." Another girl exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Well, that certainly diminishes my seniority," Jing Yi replied with a smile. "Are you all fans of Jun?" She sat down beside them, engaging in light-hearted conversation. From their chatter, she learned that they were all university students from the area. They had discovered Jing Yi's schedule through the studio and promptly signed up to attend his interview. "So, you had to sign up?"
Wink je moest.
Glancing around the audience and feeling content to be among Jing Yi's fans. "Please wait here. I will inquire with Sister Li about whether I can sit with you in the audience," she said. The girls watched with excitement as Jing Yi walked away. Jun's sister is so beautiful," one exclaimed. "Indeed, she and Jun have such different styles." Another added, "Thank goodness we didn't believe what we read online. It seems Jun has a wonderful relationship with his sister." Meanwhile, Jing Yi approached Jing Yi's executive manager to ask about seating arrangements. The manager looked up and replied, "Of course, that's no problem. Jun was concerned you might be bored. So, he arranged for you to sit in the front row. If you wish to sit there, just exchange this ticket with someone in the back." She thought to herself that surely no one would refuse a front row seat, and she could easily swap with someone seated further back. After resolving the matter of seating, Jing Yi brought several cups of coffee over and handed them to the girls behind her.
Thank you for supporting Junior.
"Could I have a copy of that banner?" Jing Yi had even brought coffee to exchange for it. Hearing this, one of the girls quickly offered a banner. As they had brought plenty for the possible appearance of Jun Zilan at the recording venue, Jing Yi unfolded the banner, which was adorned with a gradient of plum blossom colors, featuring an image of Jing Jun and the artistic characters for his name. It was clear at a glance that a great deal of thought had gone into it. The cameraman zoomed in, focusing on the banner. The viewers then saw Jing Yi's eyes sparkling with excitement as she waved the banner towards the center of the stage.
Tuft.
I suddenly find Jing Yi rather adorable.
Ha ha ha.
The bodyguard has transformed into a fan.
Talk about multitasking.
Jing Yi sat in her seat, chatting casually with a few fans, while the audience gradually filled in. Some spectators recognized Jing Yi and occasionally turned to look at her. "Isn't that Jing Jun's sister?" "Yes. I was just watching their live stream today. She seems to be here as a bodyguard." The variety show commenced its official recording. The live stream could not fully disclose the content of the show, so the camera occasionally shifted to Jing Jun, but mostly captured Jing Yi's reactions. The show primarily revolved around questions directed at the artists, and Jing Jun was not the only guest present. However, due to the distinct atmosphere, the host frequently directed questions towards Jing Jun recently. "You have garnered a lot of attention. Finding your parents must have been a significant turning point in your life." Jing Jun nodded with a smile. "Indeed." The host continued, "How do you perceive this turning point?" Jing Jun hesitated briefly before softly responding, "For me, the only significance is that I have family again." Though it was a simple statement, it moved the audience. The viewers in the live stream could not hear what was being said on stage, but they were touched by Jing Yi's expressions. "I believe anything can be fabricated, but the bond between two sisters cannot be feigned." Sometimes when I watch Jing Yi, I feel that she relies more on the sister than on her two brothers. The connection between girls is not solely about rivalry. Jing Yi answered with poise. And the host probed further, but the changes brought by this transformation, along with your identity, are they not also significant? The venue fell silent, seemingly unprepared for the host's pointed question, yet Jing Yi appeared to anticipate it. Prior to the rehearsal, staff had approached her, subtly indicating that the interview questions might be somewhat incisive. Jing Yi smiled and affirmed, yes, these material conditions are indeed unavoidable. Even my second brother is in the entertainment industry. The host was taken aback by Jing Yi's candid response. In fact, it's not just you. During the period when your identity was revealed, nearly everyone questioned why I would continue on the same path after having found a powerful family. Even my family thought the same. This is a question that piques my curiosity, the host interjected. Jingza smiled gently, a serene expression gracing her face. I felt as though I might succumb to the doubts cast by everyone around me and was inclined to compromise. Yet, there was one person who truly understood me. Jingza turned her gaze toward Jing Yi, who sat in the back row, and the camera immediately shifted to capture Jingza before returning. Jing Yi would be the first to stand before me, shielding me from all criticism. Only she understood that if I yielded to the skepticism of others, the audience would no longer call me Jingza. In an instant, all eyes in the audience turned toward Jing Yi. She had been lost in Jingza's words, and upon feeling the weight of so many gazes upon her, she awkwardly smiled in various directions. Haha, although I had no idea what was being said on stage. Jing Yi's expression was simply too adorable. I hadn't expected her to be the one hiding in the shadows. That bewildered little look of hers, ha 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 ha. Jingza's gaze softened further. Chapter 69. Blood relations on social media. Netizens were abuzz discussing Jingza's remarks during the variety show. Does anyone know what Jingza said while recording the show today? In the comment section, the most liked reply read, I was there. It was during the host's inquiry about Jingza's thoughts on her identity transformation, and she spoke of the doubts she faced recently. Most importantly, she mentioned that Jing Yi is the only one who knows her true thoughts and that Jing Yi would stand before her and speak on her behalf. In the end, Jingza declared that if she compromised, the audience would no longer call her Jingza. I was there too. When I heard that, I burst into tears. Is this another version of me in this world? What does it mean that they wouldn't call her Jingza anymore? It's quite obvious. If she hadn't persisted, she would probably be referred to as Jingza Qian's sister or the sister of CEO Jing Zio of Hengjing by now. But isn't everyone aware of her identity now? Isn't that just trying to cover up the truth? At the very least, they should acknowledge her stance. As the discussion among netizens continued, it veered off course, leading to comparisons between the sisterly bonds of Jing Yi and Li Xiaocheng. Both sets of sisters shared familial ties and were part of the same variety show, igniting increasingly fervent debates. Personally, I felt that the relationship between Jingza and Jing Yi was much closer, while Li Xiaocheng and her sister always struck me as somewhat peculiar.
I feel the same.
I never dared to say it before, but honestly, I can't even remember Li Xiaocheng's sister's name. At least our Li Xiaocheng and sister Orange share blood ties. The ones next door seemed to be riding the wave of popularity. Some fans chimed in, don't pretend to be bystanders. What's fake is fake. Stop pretending to have a deep sisterly bond. Then tell me, what's Li Xiaocheng's sister's name? Always calling her Li Xiaocheng's sister. Doesn't anyone have a name?
Li Xiaozhen.
Observing the discussions unfolding beneath, grew increasingly irate. What's going on? Wasn't I supposed to be talking to the fans? Why are there still so many supporting Jing Yi? Her manager, calm and composed, strolled leisurely on the sofa, ignoring her outburst. I'm asking you a question. What's your attitude? The agent cast a brief glance at her, his expression revealing his discontent. What attitude do you expect? The company has painstakingly secured a promising variety show for you, and you have only garnered a modicum of popularity? And you dare inquire about my attitude? Li Xiaocheng, do not be so arrogant.
Li Xiaochen restrainet her deme anor somehat.
Yet her teeth remained clenched in frustration. Luga, you witnessed it too. It is not I who seeks trouble, but Jing Zijuan and Jing Yi. Were it not for them, how could I have been overshadowed? Those people claim I am inferior to her. And what do you intend to do about it? Hire online trolls? Do not forget what her brother does. If they trace it back to you, it would be unfortunate, but what if it leads back to the company? You ought to consider how to attract fans through your performances on the show, the agent retorted, rising from his seat, shaking off his attire as he turned to leave. Lamenting the time wasted on a soon-to-be husband, Li Xiaocheng glared fiercely at his retreating figure, her eyes brimming with animosity. Inferior? She would not be outshone. In a fit of rage, Li Xiaocheng swept everything off the table, recalling the agent's scorn, her entire being trembling with fury. Clenching her jaw, she thought, I refuse to believe I will be outdone by you two pretentious sisters. Meanwhile, having completed her first recording session, Jing Yi remained blissfully unaware of the brewing tensions, indulging in a much-needed nap in her room. Once she had sufficiently rested, she descended the stairs to encounter the familiar face of Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang, you have finally returned. As Aunt Wang emerged with her lunch, she was met with the beaming smile of Jing Yi, which filled her with joy. If you hadn't come back soon, I might have starved to death. Jing Yi exclaimed dramatically, though Aunt Wang, noticing the deeper lines around her eyes, replied, Aren't you quite the cook? Had I not watched the live stream, I would have thought you were starved during the recording. During her time off, Aunt Wang had also tuned into the family's broadcasts, surprised to see Jing Yi demonstrating her culinary skills with such finesse. Jing Yi eagerly sampled Aunt Wang's signature dish, her face lighting up with delight. Those are merely home-cooked meals. They cannot compare to your cooking. It was no exaggeration. Thus far, no one had ever prepared meals as delicious as Aunt Wang's. The exhaustion she had felt during this period seemed to dissipate in an instant. Watching Jing Yi eat with such enthusiasm, Aunt Wang regarded her with affection. Her appetite was truly infectious. Have the older brothers already gone to work?
Wink Yi inhuidet.
Glancing up at Aunt Wang during a brief pause. Ziyou and Junjun left early this morning, and Ziqian also headed to the company after breakfast, Aunt Wang replied. Jing Ziyou was known for his punctuality, so it was no surprise. Jing Ziyun was scheduled to negotiate endorsement deals with advertisers today, which Jing Yi was aware of. What was surprising was how diligently Jing Ziqian worked even after finishing the recording, a fact that left her astonished. It seemed she was the only one without pressing obligations. Sipping her nourishing soup, Jing Yi felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Meanwhile, in the office of the president of Hengjing Group, Assistant Chen stood before the desk, reporting to Jing Ziyou regarding the matters he had asked him to investigate a few days prior. In the morning, after departing from Huerue, Mr. Shen was pursued by several vans, which subsequently cornered his vehicle onto a narrow road along Shibu Avenue. A few minutes later, Miss E followed the navigation's directions onto the same path, leading her to encounter the individuals in the vans surrounding Mr. Shen. Jing Ziyou lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, his gaze deep and contemplative. Assistant Chen lowered his head, awaiting Jing Ziyou's next directive. Have we clarified the identities of those in the vans? Jing Ziyou inquired. Assistant Chen promptly responded, Yes, we have confirmed that they were hired by Mr. Shen's aunt, the wife of the former president of Huerue. Mr. Shen reported the incident to the police that day, and the assailants were apprehended. At this point, Assistant Chen couldn't help but mentally criticize Mrs. Shen's poor judgment. Setting aside her choice of husband, whose capabilities were lacking and whose management of Huerue was equally deficient, he also had questionable character, maintaining several mistresses. Moreover, the individuals she hired, despite the considerable expense, were nothing more than a gang of blusterous thugs, armed only with clubs and easily subdued in mere moments. Jing Ziyou was somewhat aware of Shen Huaichu's familial affairs, yet these details were not his primary concern. His reason for instructing Assistant Chen to investigate the incident surrounding Shen Huaichu was solely for Jing Yi's sake. It was rare for Jing Yi to display such disdain towards someone, particularly after discovering that her previous altercation involved Shen Huaichu. The convergence of these events prompted Jing Ziyou to worry about the potential emotional entanglement between Jing Yi and Shen Huaichu. Chapter 70. What? Are you reluctant to part with Jing Ziqian? Jing Ziyou acknowledged that Shen Huaichu was indeed a formidable individual and an exceptional partner, earning his respect for his capabilities. However, as Jing Yi's elder brother, he did not believe Shen Huaichu was a suitable match for her. Shen Huaichu's methods were astute, revealing a ruthless character, one who was not easily softened and possessed a cold demeanor, compounded by his complex family background. The more he pondered, the more furrowed his brow became. Yet, for the time being, it appeared that their encounter was merely serendipitous. Having ascertained that Jing Yi and Shen Huaichu's interaction was coincidental, Jing Ziyou instructed Assistant Chen to cease further inquiries. That will suffice. You may leave, he stated. Assistant Chen nodded slightly, understood. He turned and exited the office, closing the door behind him. Boqi, when can I leave Xingji? In a private residence in Jiangbei, Jiang Miao Miao lay nestled in a man's embrace. The man on the sofa wore a white shirt, his tie loosely knotted and held by Jiang Miao Miao in her hand. while the cuffs of his shirt were adorned with sparkling diamond cufflinks. Hearing Jiang Miao's words, he leisurely tilted his head back, his slender-framed glasses resting on his nose. A faint smile gracing his lips. Didn't Ti mention? Once you've attended the celebration banquet and concluded your business, I will take you away. Jiang Miao paused slightly in her grip on the man's tie. In a short while, Xingji would host a celebration banquet in honor of Jiang Miao for receiving the Golden Lotus Award. Though this accolade was insignificant in her acting career, Jiang Miao still insisted that her manager and the company orchestrate such an event.
Why?
Nature has conspired to entrust her with a task, to present a glass of wine to Jing Yi at the banquet, a glass laced with a certain substance. Observing her silence as she lowered her gaze, the man's affectionate, peach blossom eyes momentarily darkened, hinting at an inexplicable danger. His tone revealed no trace of displeasure. What could be amiss? Was she reluctant to approach Jing Yi? Certainly not. Jiang Miao promptly lifted her head in denial, fearful of the man's misinterpretation. Her only concern was whether the powder he had given her might yield excessively dire consequences. After all, Jing Yi had been instrumental in guiding her to her current achievements, and she occasionally pondered whether she might be too callous. Noticing Jiang Miao's hesitation, a barely perceptible smirk of mockery graced the man's lips, yet his embrace around her remained gentle. Do not fret, the dosage will not cause Jing Yi any suffering. At worst, it may merely affect Xingji. Sensing her lingering uncertainty, a flicker of displeasure crossed the man's eyes before vanishing moments later. You are aware that our family and the Jing family have long been in a covert struggle for dominance in Jiangbei. If I wish to wed you, I must first present a gift to my family, ensuring my father views you more favorably. Furthermore, given the Jing family's strength, this minor inconvenience will merely create some troubles for them. In this regard, the man spoke truthfully. He had never anticipated that this slight disruption could completely undermine the Jing family, as Xingji held little significance in his eyes. His ultimate aim lay with Hengjing Group, particularly to rescue the beleaguered Jing Ziyou, who was stretched thin. Upon learning of the collaboration between Hengjing and Huarui, the resolve to thwart their partnership intensified in the man's mind. He could not allow their cooperation to succeed. Thus, he orchestrated Jiang Miao to plan this celebratory banquet, at which she would execute his devised scheme. Jiang Miao bit her lip, determination flickering in her eyes. She nestled back into the man's embrace, adopting a posture of reliance. A subtle smile curved the man's lips. He was confident that Jiang Miao would accomplish this task, for she had no other alternatives left. His fingers gently stroked her hair, and from an angle where she could not see, his dark eyes brimmed with chilling indifference. At that moment, it felt as though the warm presence in his arms was not a human, but rather a compliant pet. Meanwhile, when Qing Yan had returned to Xingji, a rare occurrence, to address some work-related matters, with only the script reading meeting scheduled for the following week, he recalled that there would also be Jiang Miao's celebratory banquet at the end of the month. He paused in his script review, looking up at his manager in confusion. A celebratory banquet? Is it for the recent Golden Lotus Award? The news of Jiang Miao winning the Golden Lotus Award was not a secret, yet given her previous accolades, this particular award seemed almost devoid of value. The sudden announcement of a celebratory banquet inevitably raised suspicions. The manager nodded, having learned of this news upon arriving at Xingji that day, and he too found it peculiar. While on his way to address work matters, he had encountered Jiang Miao's manager, who had mentioned the banquet being organized for Jiang Miao. A celebratory banquet for Miao? Indeed, she is nearing the completion of her project, allowing her a moment of respite. I have already extended an invitation to Director Jing. Please remember to inform Emperor Wen. The tone of Jiang Miao's manager did not quite convey a genuine invitation. Rather, it sounded like an offhand remark made upon encountering someone by chance. Wen Qingyan's manager had grown accustomed to this. Although both Jiang Miao and Wen Qingyan are artists under Xingji, one being an acclaimed actress and the other a celebrated actor, their apparent lack of competition belies a subtle rivalry. Jiang Miao seems to harbor an obsession with outshining others, regardless of who they may be. Thus her demeanor towards Wen Qingyan is far from amiable, limited to a facade of polite exchanges when they cross paths at the company. As for Wen Qingyan, he does not hold a favorable view of Jiang Miao's character. The industry may praise her for her acting prowess, congeniality, and professionalism, but Wen Qingyan is acutely aware of the origins of her talent, leading him to maintain a cool distance from her. Staff members at Xingji privately refer to the two as kings who do not meet. Are you planning to attend? I hear she has already invited Director Jing. I shall not go. Instead of spending my time there, I would prefer to devise a plausible excuse with Xiao Yin. After all, isn't this Jiang Miao Miao, as usual tactic? What is there to be surprised about? The manager cast a resigned glance at him. You truly are a man of action. He mused that the previous romantic scheme could be revised and perhaps sent out at any moment. The excuse Wen Qingyan had in mind was to feign a chance encounter with Jing Zijuan and his group. Yes. He had gleaned from the production team that the Jing siblings were planning a self-driving trip for their recording next week. Initially, he anticipated seeing Jing Zijuan only after the recording's post-production, but with this newfound information, how could Wen Qingyan remain patient until then? He could easily orchestrate a fortuitous meeting during their road trip. Wen Qingyan looked up at his manager. Since you have nothing better to do, help me brainstorm a few excuses. The manager could not suppress a roll of his eyes. His esteemed emperor always claimed he had idle time. Yet if not for accompanying this esteemed individual to the company, he would be far too busy. Why not just say it was a coincidence? It feels far too contrived otherwise. The manager sighed, skeptical that Wen Qingyan could concoct an excuse that would suffice. Regardless, any excuse would inevitably seem forced. It would be better to simply state it was by chance. Chapter 71. The Masquerade Ball. Early in the morning, Jing Yi was summoned by Xinxi. Jing Yi, with her mouth slightly agape, dozed against the passenger seat, only rousing from her slumber once the vehicle came to a halt. As she stumbled to follow Xinxi, who was guiding her forward, she appeared utterly exhausted. Cici, what kind of banquet is so significant that you would drag me out at this hour? She inquired, having never heard of any gathering commencing in the morning. Xinxi, while ensuring Jing Yi avoided any obstacles, pondered how much time was needed for preparation. If they were to truly begin preparations in the afternoon, how could they possibly be ready in time? Moreover, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Even if she had pulled Jing Yi from her slumber at dawn, they had already had breakfast, and yet she still seemed so lethargic. Jing Yi pondered her options. Just yesterday, while discussing a trip to the racetrack with Jing Ziqian, he had nonchalantly suggested that he would take her when he had the time. Frustrated, she challenged him to a game, wagering that the loser would concede, and they ended up playing late into the night. As she pushed open a grand door, she ushered Jing Yi inside. What followed was an extensive makeup session lasting several hours, during which they also indulged in takeout. Having finished her transformation first, Jing Yi sat on the sofa, observing Xinxi, who seemed to relish the process, remaining composed in front of the mirror for hours. Jing Yi, feeling a twinge of hunger, longed to reach for the snacks on the coffee table, but the constriction around her waist held her back. Her attire did not permit indulgence. She donned an ensemble imbued with an air of dark elegance, a deep crimson, almost black, strapless fitted gown, accentuated by a high waistline and a layered skirt of varying lengths. The stylist had not overly complicated her hair, merely arranging a few braids at the front while letting wavy locks cascade down her back, framing her exquisite features. Around her neck lay a necklace crafted from thorny rose vines, and beside her rested an intricately designed mask, its contours formed by delicate rose branches adorned with lifelike miniature buds. While she admired Jing Yi's appearance, Jing Yi felt exhausted and devoid of further thoughts. With a sigh, she supported her chin in her hands, awaiting Xinxi's completion. During the styling, Xinxi had mentioned that the gathering was hosted by a friend she knew, transformed into a masquerade for a touch of whimsy. The wealthy often find ways to entertain themselves with grand soirees. As Xinxi's tone suggested, she was no stranger to such affairs. Gazing at Xinxi's satisfied reflection in the mirror, Jing Yi casually remarked, "How would I know? Instead of sleeping, why hold a banquet? All you do is sleep." Meanwhile, the makeup artist concluded the final touches, smiling at Xinxi. "Miss Xin, you're all set. You may change into your attire." Just as Jing Yi began to relax, she realized that this preparation was merely the prelude to the ball. When Xinxi emerged clad in a shimmering silver-pleated gown, accentuated by a metallic chain shawl and holding a matching mask, Jing Yi gasped, "Wow, whose daughter is this? She is stunning." Xinxi cast a quick, amused glance at Jing Yi, disregarding her playful jibe. "However," she added, "Miss Xin, this gathering seems to be more than just a casual affair, doesn't it? If it were merely for fun, would you have dedicated an entire day to preparation?" Noting Jing Yi's realization, Xinxi chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, the masquerade was not solely for entertainment. It had attracted many eligible bachelors from Jiangbei. "So, you're attending to encounter handsome men?" As Jing Yi and Xinxi settled into the vehicle heading to the final venue, Jing Yi quipped, "Otherwise, It's likely to be filled with young people, certainly many handsome men. Jing Yi held mixed feelings towards Shun Shi's expectations, even harboring a hint of skepticism. After all, how could one discern a handsome face when masked? Shun Shi, feeling a pang of frustration akin to that of a mentor witnessing a promising student falter, gently tapped Jing Yi's forehead, exclaiming, "It's not a full-face mask. How could you not see? Moreover, what truly matters is one's demeanor."
The aura.
Reluctantly, Jing Yi capitulated. All right. I wish you luck. It's a wish for our good fortune." Shun Shi interjected. Jing Yi expressed her indifference, for she found little intrigue in the soiree. Even in Jing Ziqian's esteemed company, one could not guarantee the presence of handsome suitors, let alone at a mere ball. Her only thought was whether there would be food at the gathering. Noticing Jing Yi's silence, Shun Shi pressed on. "Respond, will you? What's on your mind?"
What?
Jing Yi appeared to finally register the conversation, her round eyes widening in confusion. With a sigh of exasperation, Shun Shi continued, "I meant, what if you encounter a dashing gentleman at the ball, and he turns out to be your destined partner, and thereafter, you both live happily ever after?"
Stop.
Jing Yi interrupted, cutting off Shun Shi's fanciful musings. This had always been the pattern. Each time romance was mentioned, Shun Shi would become lost in daydreams. Ironically, she had never experienced a relationship herself. As soon as someone expressed interest, her affection would plummet, cooling rapidly. The most vivid memory was during their junior year, when Jing Yi had just begun to forge a friendship with Shun Shi.
During that time,
Shun Shi incessantly gushed about an upperclassman, whom she deemed a charming rogue, one she found irresistibly attractive. Jing Yi's ears had nearly grown callous from hearing about him. She even learned that the upperclassman had prepared an extravagant gift for his impending graduation, which made Jing Yi momentarily gasp at the thought of its expense. After she presented the gift, the very next day, the upperclassman sought out Shun Shi. Jing Yi, witnessing the scene unfold, was present for the upperclassman's confession. Yet, she pondered deeply, for the timing struck her as peculiar. The confession came a mere day after receiving the gift, prompting her to consider the implications. Concerned for Shun Shi, she feared that the latter might be taken advantage of, apprehensive that she would readily accept his advances. To her astonishment, Shun Shi's initial reaction was, "What? A relationship?" accompanied by an unmistakable reluctance. Not only was the upperclassman taken aback, but Jing Yi was equally surprised by Shun Shi's response, as she had presumed their interaction was merely one of reciprocal admiration. Since that day, Shun Shi's perspective on romance had continued to baffle Jing Yi. Do not dwell on whether others may find their true love. Rather, contemplate when you might remain steadfast and not flee when someone confesses their feelings, Jing Yi advised. Though Shun Shi felt a twinge of defiance, she could not refute the truth in Jing Yi's words. Otherwise, she would not be so captivated by handsome faces while remaining single. Chapter 72, A Professional Approach to Mischief. Miss, we have arrived. The chauffeur of Shun Shi's family delivered her to the venue of the ball. Shun Shi eagerly gazed ahead. She adored such mysterious and liberating gatherings. The ball was held outdoors, in a sprawling camping area, where the lighting was not overly bright, with only strings of chandeliers casting a soft glow, rendering the night all the more enchanting. It was indeed quite a picturesque affair,
Jing Yi surveyed her surroundings,
where masked guests either engaged in lively conversations while holding glasses of wine or had formed pairs, dancing gracefully in the center of the stage. Shun Shi seemed to spot a familiar face and waved at a girl, who approached with a smile. Shi, you made it." Shun Shi nodded with a smile. "Thank you for inviting me to your ball. This is my friend. You can call her Xiao Yi." "Hello," Jing Yi greeted politely, nodding at the host of the ball. "Hello, your mask is exquisite," the girl remarked, pausing for a few seconds to admire Jing Yi's delicate mask. "Thank you," Jing Yi replied with a smile, genuinely appreciating her own mask. Shun Shi refrained from elaborating on Jing Yi's identity, knowing that with masks on, one could hardly discern who is who. Otherwise, given Jing Yi's status, she would hardly have a moment's peace throughout the evening. "Well then, Shi, enjoy yourself with your friend. I must go greet the guests," Shun Shi said. "All right, you go ahead," Jing Yi replied as Shun Shi handed her a glass of champagne, frequently glancing at the guests milling about. "Look over there." Shun Shi directed her gaze towards a man clad in a tailcoat and black cloak, adorned with a deep crimson mask. Is he a gentleman or a vampire? No wonder Shun Shi had taken an immediate interest. He was the only one dressed in such a manner. "Go and strike up a conversation with him," Jing Yi nudged Shun Shi's shoulder. Shun Shi shook her head vehemently. "No way. You are my guest." I can't leave you here all alone. That's just not who I am. Jing Yi chuckled. Don't worry, go charm him. I'll wander elsewhere. After all, she had come to meet handsome men. What was the point of staying together the entire time? She hesitated for a moment, then held up her fingers in a gesture for 10. 10 minutes. I'll come find you in 10. Okay. Jing Yi watched Shi's retreating figure, noting how stunning her dress looked under the lights. Looking around, Jing Yi stepped aside. Although she had little interest in the ball, the night view of Zhongbei was truly breathtaking. Leaning against the railing, she relished the gradually warming weather as a gentle breeze caressed her. How delightful! Jing Yi set down her glass, preparing to stroll further to admire the scenery. However, instead of picturesque views, she spotted a familiar figure. There he was, lounging on a recliner, utterly alone, raising a glass as he gazed at the nightscape of Zhongbei. Who else could be so pretentious but Shen Huaichu? Since their last encounter at Hengjing, Jing Yi had learned that he was the newly appointed president of Huarui, the very same Shen Huaichu that Shi had mentioned, who was orchestrating a complete overhaul upon his return. Seeing someone she wished to avoid, Jing Yi contemplated leaving immediately, but just then, two girls approached him. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she thought, perhaps it would be entertaining to observe the unfolding drama. As the two girls exchanged a few words, Shen Huaichu's expression shifted to one of impatience. It was unclear what he had said, but the girls appeared somewhat put out. Clearly, the anticipated excitement was dwindling. Shen Huaichu was nothing short of an iceberg. Alternatively, should she stir up a bit of trouble for him? Jing Yi curled her lips into a subtle smile, adjusting her mask as she deliberately chose a corner position, enhancing her appearance of solitude and vulnerability, ensuring that the two girls could see her without being overly conspicuous. As the girls approached, they were mocking Shen Huaichu, exclaiming, "What kind of person attends a ball with such a cold demeanor? Yet he is quite handsome. Not bad at all." As they continued walking, they noticed Jing Yi in the corner, and came to a halt. "Miss, what's the matter with you?" Jing Yi lifted her gaze, feigning a trembling voice. "I'm fine. I merely wished to observe him from a distance." The girls exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. For it seemed she was gazing in the direction of that very man. "Is the person lounging over there your boyfriend?" They were not genuinely concerned for her, but rather eager to uncover the nature of her relationship with him. Jing Yi appeared somewhat troubled, yet, seeing their apparent concern, she nodded and continued, "I know it's all my fault. I'm not elegant enough, not beautiful enough, not virtuous enough," her voice growing increasingly melancholic. The girls assessed Jing Yi. Her skin was flawless, her figure enticing, and though her full face was obscured, she radiated beauty. Their expressions were complex, with looks like yours. "Isn't satisfied?" Jing Yi, with a hint of grievance, brushed away a tear from her eye, a glimmer of amusement flashing in her gaze. Deftly portraying Shen Huaichu as the epitome of a perfect, albeit flawed, gentleman. Shen Huaichu lifted his eyes, surveying the cluster of people before him, who had begun to glance at him, their gazes far from friendly. He remained indifferent until he spotted a familiar face among the crowd, the one standing in the center, gesturing assertively, clad in a black suit. "Ah! Who would have thought that beneath such a polished exterior lies such a character?" One of the girls exclaimed. "Indeed. He is nothing but a scoundrel," the other added, their voices rising in volume. A smile crept upon Jing Yi's lips. It was time to gracefully withdraw. At that moment, Shen Huaichu slowly rose and approached. As he drew nearer, Jing Yi instinctively hunched down, attempting to slip away unnoticed. However, perhaps owing to Shen Huaichu's formidable presence, the crowd around them quickly dispersed. Jing Yi cleared her throat a few times, steeling her resolve, wishing to feign nonchalance as she attempted to leave. "Stop right there. Wait, why should I feel guilty? I'm wearing a mask, after all." As she frantically contemplated her escape, she failed to notice Shen Huaichu's long fingers reaching up, almost brushing her mask. In an instant he had seized her mask, a smirk playing on his lips as he leisurely remarked, "Miss Jing, what a coincidence. Oh no, has she been caught?" Before Jing Yi could contemplate her next move, Shen Huaichu leaned in closer, causing her to panic and retreat a few steps, only to stumble over the lounge chair behind her, landing upon it. "Next time you wish to play tricks on someone, perhaps do it more professionally." A few slanderous words hardly constitute mischief. His voice was low, laced with a hint of danger, and Jing Yi could feel the warmth of his breath. Chapter 73. He is your distant uncle? As the number of dancers in the center of the ballroom increased, the atmosphere grew ever more fervent. leaving no one to notice the somewhat ambiguous exchange between Jing Yi and Shen Huaichu in the corner. Jing Yi's dark, lustrous eyes were fixed intently on the man before her, her mind racing with the thought that she could not afford to lose. "Uncle?" Shen Shi's voice suddenly broke through. "Uncle!" Jing Yi exclaimed, abruptly pushing Shen Huaichu away and swiftly rising to her feet to face the newcomer. Not only was Shen Shi present, but a man accompanied her as well. Shen Huaichu, having been pushed aside, did not appear angered by Jing Yi's actions. Instead, he adjusted his suit collar and shifted his gaze toward Shen Shi and the man beside her. Jing Yi glanced back and forth between Shen Shi and Shen Huaichu, her expression one of disbelief. Shi, is he your uncle?" Shen Shi appeared equally astonished, nodding in a daze. She could hardly believe that in just 10 minutes, her friend had experienced such a sensational turn of events, and with none other than her own uncle. Indeed, Shen Huaichu was the very Shen family scion Shen Shi had mentioned earlier, with familial ties that warranted her to address him as uncle. Though she had not met Shen Huaichu often, Shen Shi had been informed by her parents on numerous occasions about their familial relationship. Upon receiving a clear affirmation from Shen Shi, Jing Yi felt a wave of confusion wash over her. She had assumed Shen Huaichu and Shen Shi were merely related, but to discover he was truly Shen Shi's uncle? Did this not lower her own standing further? Had she known, she would not have entangled herself with him here, now. The situation had grown more complicated. With each of them lost in their own thoughts, the man beside them observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. "Brother," Gulin said with a smile as he approached Shen Huaichu, prompting Jing Yi to finally take note of this man. He appeared to be of similar age to Shen Shi, but his calling Shen Huaichu brother indicated that he too was of an elder status akin to Shen Shi's uncle. Jing Yi silently criticized the convoluted nature of their familial hierarchy. At such a young age, he was already an uncle to someone. Gulin, the son of Shen Huaichu's aunt, was his younger cousin. Shen Shi, glancing at Shen Huaichu, discreetly moved to sit beside Jing Yi. "You didn't tell me Shen Huaichu was your uncle. How did you end up with my uncle?" Two voices echoed simultaneously in each other's ears. Jing Yi looked up at Shen Huaichu, who was engrossed in conversation with Gulin, seemingly oblivious to their exchange, allowing her to relax and continue speaking with Shen Shi. "I ran into him by accident. Didn't I mention that our families have some sort of connection? Yet you failed to clarify it was an uncle-nephew relationship." Shen Shi regarded Jing Yi with admiration, her uncle such a cold individual. And yet Jing Yi had the audacity to strike up a conversation. Truly remarkable. Jing Yi shot her a glare, insisting, "Quickly dispose of those thoughts from your mind. This man, if one is not careful, can lead you to concoct romantic tales." Caught in the act of her musings, Shen Shi chuckled softly. She had merely dared to entertain such thoughts in her mind, refraining from expressing them in Shen Huaichu's presence, yet here she was, exposed. Meanwhile, Gulin was also probing Shen Huaichu about his relationship with Jing Yi, having observed the undeniable tension between them, especially given Shen Huaichu's character. It is uncertain whether he could procure first-hand information from Shen Huaichu. If so, he could report back to his mother. Shen Huaichu, sensing Gulin's thoughts, cast him a cold glance. "You are overthinking it," he remarked. Gulin raised an eyebrow and shrugged, conceding, "Fine. It seems there is nothing of value to be gleaned from Shen Huaichu." His gaze shifted to Jing Yi, who appeared to have concluded her discussion about his brother. Gulin had heard whispers about the Jing family bringing back 2 heiresses, particularly since they were currently participating in a variety show. "Hello, Miss Jing." Gulin initiated the greeting. "Hello." Jing Yi, uncertain of his identity, hesitated to address him appropriately. Gulin smiled, introducing himself. "I am Gulin, his cousin." This was their first encounter, and naturally, Jing Yi would not be as brusque with him as she was with Shen Huaichu. "Mr. Gu, do you know my brother?" she inquired, omitting any mention of their earlier intimate demeanor, yet her question was rather direct. Jing Yi glanced at Shen Huaichu and forced a smile. "Not really. I just think that Mr. Shen bears a striking resemblance to someone I find quite disagreeable. What a coincidence." Shen Huaichu's gaze turned towards her, seemingly unfazed by the slight. His indifferent expression now tinted with a hint of distinction. "How fortunate we are to encounter Cece's cousin." Gulin observed the interplay, sensing an undercurrent of tension, as if they were not strangers at all. To alleviate the awkwardness, Gulin continued conversing with Jing Yi. "I recently watched the live stream featuring Miss Jing and her family. It was quite entertaining." This was not merely a polite remark, as he had primarily watched it alongside his mother. "Is that so? Thank you." Jing Yi's eyes sparkled, her red and black gown accentuating her allure. embodying a charming yet enigmatic dark fairy. She appeared to be thoroughly enjoying their conversation, which prompted Shan Huaichu to narrow his dark eyes slightly, observing her shift in demeanor. I also learned from the live stream that Miss Jing has a penchant for racing cars? Gu Lin remarked. Well, it's not too much. After all, Knight drives quite differently from other cars, she replied. Upon mentioning Knight, Gu Lin's interest peaked. I can imagine. Anyone who loves cars cannot resist the allure of Knight. I had the fortune of seeing it at an auction and considered acquiring it, but alas. The bids from Jing Yi were exorbitantly high. In a while, the Jiangbei Mountain Circuit will host a car racing championship. If Miss Jing is interested, you should attend. Jing Yi's eyes lit up at this news, but her enthusiasm quickly dimmed. I have heard about it. But my second brother is extremely wary of me practicing at his racetrack, let alone participating in the event. Now, it was Gu Lin's turn to be astonished. He had assumed Jing Yi merely harbored a fleeting interest, not realizing she could actually drive a race car. Miss Jing, you can drive a race car? Jing Yi chuckled softly. I can manage a bit. Gu Lin remained skeptical about this claim. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the topic when he noticed Shan Huaichu's displeasure etched across his face, reminding him of the latter's aversion to such frivolities. He did not continue the topic, and Jing Yi also sensed the anomaly. However, she chose to disregard it, focusing instead on the mask that Shan Huaichu held in his hand. If it were anything else, it might have been inconsequential. But this particular mask was one that Jing Yi held dear. She reached out towards Shan Huaichu. Mr. Shen, may I have my mask back? Seated on the lounge chair, Shan Huaichu's dark eyes glimmered with a hint of coldness and amusement as he cast a fleeting glance at Jing Yi, playfully shaking the mask in his hand. Is this the one Miss Jing is referring to? Isn't it obvious? Jing Yi replied with a forced smile, her eyes flickering with a spark of irritation. Yes. Chapter 74. Shun Tuesday. Jing Yi had anticipated that Shan Huaichu would return the mask to her. Instead, he withdrew his hand. With a subtle smirk, he remarked, I assumed this was a gift from Miss Jing. Beside them, Shan Shi widened her eyes in astonishment, gazing at Jing Yi. Have they reached the stage of exchanging gifts? Jing Yi glared at Shan Huaichu, suspecting that he was doing this intentionally. Fueled by a mix of anger and sarcasm, she stood up. While Gu Lin observed her with curiosity, and Shan Shi instinctively scooted her bench back a bit. With a smile, Jing Yi approached Shan Huaichu, suddenly leaning in closely. He looked into her laughing eyes, crescent-shaped and bright, and even caught a whiff of the faint citrus fragrance that wafted from her, delicate and sweet. Shan Shi covered her mouth, captivated by the dramatic scene unfolding before her, while Gu Lin remained engrossed in the spectacle. Moments later, Shan Huaichu regained his composure, only to find that Jing Yi had snatched the mask from his grasp. With a triumphant smile, Jing Yi leaned closer to Shan Huaichu's ear and whispered, Mr. Shen, it seems I can tease you as well. She proudly waved the mask in front of him. Well then, Mr. Shin, Mr. Gu, I shall take my leave. Jing Yi turned to Shan Huaichu, raising an eyebrow slightly. Shi, let us go. With that, she pivoted to leave. And Shan Shi hurriedly bid farewell to the two elders before following in Jing Yi's wake. Shan Huaichu watched Jing Yi's retreating figure, a smile playing on his lips, though his demeanor grew increasingly cold and perilous. Gu Lin remained silent, yet he had already taken note of Jing Yi's character. Meanwhile, Shan Shi had lost interest in the handsome men, tugging at Jing Yi to inquire about her connection with Shan Huaichu. Quickly, tell me, when did you conceal your acquaintance with my cousin? Jing Yi still struggled to adapt to Shan Shi's reference to Shan Huaichu, finding it rather peculiar. It was on the day your car was hit. I was diverted by the navigation and ended up colliding with someone who was surrounding him. Shan Shi excitedly interjected. And then it was like a hero saving a damsel in distress? Jing Yi shot her a glance, promptly dousing her enthusiasm. You're overthinking it. I was merely an unfortunate victim and had to endure the suspicion of some arrogant fellow who thought I was a spy sent by someone. Shan Shi's excitement waned, replaced by a tinge of disappointment in her gaze. I thought it was a tale of love at first sight. Love at first sight? I nearly got detained.
Vingi internalis koffed.
Shan Shi was not surprised that Shan Huaichu was besieged. She had heard of the retaliatory actions against him from various sources. And I haven't even asked you. Why didn't you tell me that Shan Huaichu is your cousin? Shan Shi was perplexed. She had mentioned a familial connection between them. How could it be the same? Never mind. You only need to know that I have no relationship whatsoever with Shan Huaichu. If there were any, it would be with someone I loathe. Seeing Jing Yi's resolute declaration, Shan Shi dared not retort, even though in her mind, she envisioned a serendipitous bond between the male and female protagonists. Enough about me. Weren't you supposed to meet that vampire gentleman? How did it go? Jing Yi shifted the topic. Mentioning that individual, she felt somewhat disinterested. Prior to their conversation, he had appeared quite cool with his vampire aesthetic, but once they began to chat, he seemed rather ordinary. Jing Yi, intrigued, inquired, "Why is that? Did he say something?" "I barely exchanged a few words with him, and he's already suggesting dinner for tomorrow. Doesn't that seem rather frivolous? As long as you're happy." Meanwhile, Gulin smirked, reclining with a champagne flute in hand. "Brother, it seems there's a misunderstanding between you and Miss Jing." Although he was unaware of the specifics of their misunderstanding, it was evident that Jing Yi harbored a certain disdain for Shan Huaichu, whose demeanor also struck him as peculiar. Shan Huaichu gently caressed the rim of his glass, his chiseled features betraying no emotion, and his profound gaze was inscrutable. Misunderstanding?
None.
Shan Huaichu was certain that there was no misunderstanding between them. It was simply that Jing Yi did not like him. Is that so? Gulin withdrew his curious gaze, sensing that his brother's mood was rather bleak, and decided to tread lightly. "What was that live stream about earlier?" Gulin asked. Momentarily confused, failing to grasp what Shan Huaichu meant by live stream, until he recalled the earlier conversation with Jing Yi regarding their family's live broadcast. His brother's attitude towards Jing Yi was indeed unsettling. "Oh, isn't the other daughter of the Jing family a celebrity? They're currently filming a family reality show." Shan Huaichu suddenly remembered the cameras he encountered last time. So that was what was being discussed that day. He downed the remaining contents of his glass, set it back on the table, and rose to his feet. "I accompanied you to the gathering. Be sure to inform Aunt." After speaking, Shan Huaichu departed, while Gulin swirled his drink, observing his brother's retreating figure with a knowing glint in his eyes. In the Gu household, a middle-aged woman sat on the sofa, engrossed in videos on her phone, the sound of Jing Yi's cheerful exclamations resonating in the air. Gulin immediately recognized that she was once again indulging in Jing Yi's videos. Hearing the sound of Gulin entering, Shan too glanced up at her son before quickly returning her attention to the screen. "You're back? Did your brother go with you?" This gathering was at Shin Tu's behest for Shan Huaichu to attend. Otherwise, he would merely oscillate between the company and home. He did. And he stayed quite a while. Although most of the time he was alone, he could not betray his brother's trust. Gulin leaned closer. "Mom, are you really watching Jing Yi's videos again? Aren't you tired of it? What can I do? The recording for the Jing family's show won't arrive for another 2 days. I can only watch the videos. You have no idea how adorable Yi is." "So you're already calling her E? If I were to tell you that your nephew might be interested in that I suspect you would lose all interest in watching any videos." However, Gulin had no intention of courting disaster if his brother were to discover this. He would have myriad ways to discipline him. Shin too happened to learn about the Jing family's participation in the variety show and was quite astonished. Given the Jing family's stature, she could hardly fathom their motivation for joining such a program. Little did she know that after watching the live broadcast, she would find herself utterly captivated. Once the video concluded, Shin too set her phone aside and inquired about Gulin's gathering that day. Ever since the demise of her elder brother and sister-in-law, her nephew had transformed entirely, particularly since he began plotting to reclaim Wari and the Shen family legacy. At that time, Shen Huaichu was merely 19 years old, having endured a decade since the tragic loss of his parents. When Shen too learned of his scheme, she trembled with disbelief. It was indeed her second brother who had orchestrated the accident years ago. Regrettably, the sole witness had perished along with that fateful event. "Are you not afraid I will inform him? He is my second brother." Chapter 75. A Road Trip. At that time, Shen Huaichu was still a newly minted adult, lacking the emotional control he possesses today. His stern visage was marred by uncontainable fury and sorrow. "And this plan is merely a rudimentary concept, one that my current capabilities cannot realize. Thus, I have prepared for the next 10, 20, or even 30 years. I will undoubtedly reclaim what belongs to my parents." Shin too felt a profound sadness for her departed brother and sister-in-law, for her avaricious and selfish second brother and sister-in-law, and for Shen Huaichu himself. "What about your life?" Shen Huaichu's expression turned bitter. "Aunt, what life do I have left?" Now that the dust had settled, Shin too hoped that Shen Huaichu might venture out into the world beyond. Indeed, we also encountered Shen Shi and her friends. Gulin relinquished his coat to the maid and collapsed onto the sofa. "Shen Shi? Shun too momentarily struggled to recall who Xin Shi was until Gulin mentioned her father's name.
Oh,
She is that round-faced little girl. Shin too remembered that she had attended a banquet hosted by the Gu family with her mother. Shen Shi's friend? Shin too pondered Gu Lin's choice of words. Lying on the sofa, Gu Lin's brow furrowed slightly, yet Shin too refrained from pressing further. That night, Jing Zio was on the balcony, coordinating work with assistant Chen as preparations for the new recording session commenced. He would be away from the company for some time, necessitating clear communication regarding certain tasks. Jing Yi and Jing Ziyun were engaged in a video call with Jing Beicheng, while Jing Ziyun sat beside them, finding the display of affection in the video call rather excessive, thus opting to keep his distance. "Aunt, is Tianqiu Mountain fun?" Jing Yi gazed eagerly at Lin Ruiqing on the screen. After reaching their destination, they had checked in to inform their family, who were surprised that the first stop for the two was mountain climbing. "It's enjoyable, albeit a bit exhausting, but quite interesting." Jing Ziyun leaned against Jing Yi, smiling at the video of Lin Ruiqing and the half-visible face of Jing Beicheng behind her. "What about you? Have you been well during this time?" "Very well. In a couple of days, we will begin the second recording session. Otherwise, we might just run into you." That would indeed be a pity. After all, they were preparing to fly to another country the day after tomorrow. How carefree. In her eyes, Jing Yi was filled with envy. Jing Zaiqian glanced at her, puzzled by the source of her envy, as she herself was set to travel in just a few days. As they chatted, Lin Ruiqing recalled the scene from the last recording when Jing Yi had cooked. If you're going on a trip, you shouldn't have to cook. What will your brother and the others eat?" Lin Ruiqing felt a pang of sympathy for Jing Yi during those days when she had to wake up early to prepare breakfast. Despite being someone who loved to sleep in, she never believed that girls must cook, especially when there was a housekeeper at home. Why not make use of her? Moreover, with two older brothers around, why should the youngest bear the responsibility of taking care of them? Jing Yi smiled brightly at Lin Ruiqing. "Don't worry, Auntie. Next week we'll be driving ourselves, so I won't need to cook." "That's good to hear. You and Jun should just enjoy yourselves and not worry about these trivial matters." "Did you hear that, Xiao Qian?" Lin Ruiqing suddenly called out to Jing Zaiqian, who shifted the camera towards him. With a hint of exasperation, Jing Zaiqian replied, "I heard you. If I couldn't hear such a loud voice, that would be quite troubling." "Auntie, when are you planning to return?" Jing Yi leaned against Jing Zaijun, her voice softening. Not to mention Jing Yi, even Jing Zaijun found himself missing Lin Ruiqing and the others. Jing Zaiqian shot a glance at the two of them. "Haven't you two outgrown your dependency?" Jing Yi shot him a glare. "You're just jealous." Lin Ruiqing smiled affectionately at the two girls on the screen. "We'll be back by the end of the month, and we'll rest for a few days." It seemed that daughters were indeed more considerate. One son was a workaholic, while the other appeared to be a debt collector.
Vinkje chocolate.
"So, that means you'll return to rest for a few days before continuing your travels?" I never expected that once Lin Ruiqing and Jing Beicheng set off, they would be unable to stop. After chatting with Lin Ruiqing for a while, Jing Yi ended the video call. Listening to Lin Ruiqing share amusing travel stories, she felt a surge of excitement about their upcoming road trip.
Yun.
"If we're going on a road trip, where do you want to go?" She sat cross-legged on the sofa, discussing potential destinations with Jing Zaijun. Intrigued by Jing Yi's enthusiasm, Jing Zaijun suggested, "How about the seaside? There's a famous glowing ocean in a city nearby Jiangbei. They say the sea glows at night. Is it really that magical? All right, let us settle on this location first, and then plan our itinerary around it." Jing Zaiqian quietly listened to the two as they devised their plans, but ultimately could not resist dousing their enthusiasm with a dose of reality. The so-called glow is produced by a type of single-celled dinoflagellate. In the ocean, when these dinoflagellates reach a certain concentration, they create the phenomenon known as the glowing sea. The light is emitted because these algal cells contain luciferin and luciferase, which react to external disturbances and emit blue fluorescence. Furthermore, this is not necessarily a good sign. "What are you doing?" Jing Yi exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Jing Zaiqian replied curiously, just imparting some essential knowledge about biochemistry. Immediately following, he remarked, "Moreover, I must remind you that we have only 1 week to record, and considering the time spent traveling and having fun, it is simply impossible to schedule so many locations." Although Jing Ziqian had doused their enthusiasm twice with cold water, Jing Yi could not help but concede that he was correct, her expression tinged with disappointment. Jing Ziqian appeared somewhat uncomfortable. He disliked seeing Jing Yi in such a dispirited state, devoid of her usual vibrancy. Why this expression? If you wish to go, we can certainly venture out together once the recording concludes. Such a casual remark. After it ends, everyone will return to their own affairs. And there will be no opportunity to enjoy ourselves together. Over there, Jing Yi had finished attending to company matters. For camping, let's head to Shiyuan, as it is quite close to Zhongbei. Conveniently, I own a house in the mountains, which allows us to fulfill all three of your plans in one go. Jing Yi approached and sat among them, methodically outlining the plan. While it could not accommodate all of their desired itineraries, his proposal was indeed the most optimal solution. Jing Yi gazed at Jing Yi with admiration. Wonderful. Brother, you are truly remarkable. No wonder you are the president. This is simply impressive. Jing Ziqian shot Jing Yi a glance, finding her overly sycophantic. Chapter 76. Wealth. Wealth. Mr. Shin, here are the details of this morning's meeting and activities, which have been coordinated with all departments. Additionally, this is the necessary documentation for the meeting, including contracts to be signed. The detailed agenda has already been sent to your email. The assistant placed the folder on Shun Huaichu's desk, stepping back to return to their position. Shun Huaichu did not lift his gaze, merely responding with a terse, "Understood." Observing this, the assistant exited the office. Once outside, the assistant felt a twinge of curiosity, as it seemed they had heard lively sounds emanating from Shun Huaichu's computer. Was it merely a figment of their imagination? In the president's office, Shun Huaichu was watching the live broadcast of the Jing family's variety show. On the screen, Jing Yi appeared, looking somewhat fatigued but evidently joyful at the prospect of an outing. It seemed she was getting along quite well with the Jing family, which was Shun Huaichu's immediate impression. He had researched Jing Yi's background and was aware that Jing Yi held a favorable view of her. It appeared their relationships were better than he had anticipated. Observing Jing Yi's crescent-shaped eyes and her dimples, Shun Huaichu found it somewhat striking. If a little hedgehog pricks just one person, wouldn't that person be delighted regardless of who it might be? Shun Huaichu maintained a stoic expression, yet a hint of irritation flickered in his eyes as he reached to turn off the screen. Mr. Shun, it seems I could playfully tease you as well. Jing Yi's appearance from that day floated through his mind. He hesitated. Meanwhile, during the recording of the second episode of the variety show, the Jing family members were confronting the director. Director Su was in a discussion with Jing Zijuan regarding Jing Yi's work remuneration, with some discrepancies arising between the two parties. Jing Zijuan discreetly glanced at Jing Yi, realizing they had miscalculated. They had planned their itinerary yesterday, but this particular matter had not been discussed. Director Su, I report them. They are colluding. Haha, it seems they may not have agreed on how much to set. Indeed, the fertile waters shall not flow to outsiders. As Jing Yi contemplated embarking on a road trip, she thought it wise to secure a higher financial backing, discreetly signaling 2 fingers to Jing Zhe. Instantly, Jing Zhe turned to Director Su, inquiring about 20,000. Director Su gazed silently at the two, incredulous that they believed he could be so blind. This was simply impossible. Please provide the necessary documentation. Setting aside the mere 2-day work stint, how could one expect such a lofty daily wage for anything less than a top-tier bodyguard? After much negotiation, Jing Yi's remuneration was begrudgingly settled at 2,000. This was akin to a severe markdown. How could 4 individuals manage a road trip on such a meager sum? All hopes now rested on Jing Ziyu. The trio in the living room turned in unison to Jing Ziyu, who calmly retrieved several documents from the side and handed them to Director Su. He explained, "This is the relevant proof of my modifications to a company's software program, which contains detailed records. This constitutes my work, which took only 10 minutes. Director Su stood momentarily stunned, taken aback by the realization that someone had indeed gone so far as to acquire formal verification. Upon examining the payment amount listed in the documents, his eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, 120,000? Were we not merely discussing a program modification? In a state of shock, he hastily displayed the content of the documents to the camera, omitting certain private information. What a staggering sum. 120,000. What kind of labor is this? Truly, he is the elder brother, earning such a substantial amount with ease. Is it not perplexing? While Orange struggled to earn a mere 20,000, here he was, effortlessly making 6 times that. The production team ought not to be so sycophantic. What? Does the upstairs crew know what they are saying? This is a program modification, not cake-making. Fans should direct their enthusiasm towards their rightful idol. After all, President Jing has laid out irrefutable evidence in black and white, even providing the specifics of the modifications. As one familiar with programming, I understand the value of President Jing's undertaking. Regardless of the fans' uproar, director Su had already established the travel budget for the Jing family, given the meticulous documentation presented. Thus, the filming expenses for the Jing family this time amounted to 122,000. Jing Yi, unconcerned about her paltry earnings, eagerly inquired, "So, Director Su, can we start packing our bags and prepare to depart?" Upon receiving a nod of affirmation, she eagerly pulled Jing Yi to the upstairs, prompting the filming crew to hasten their steps to follow. Conversely, Jing Qian and Jing Yu remained unhurried, still engrossed in their respective tasks. "Aren't you two going to pack your bags?" Jing Qian inquired lazily. "It's merely a week. We can throw a few things together." Moreover, due to their work obligations, the servants had already prepared their travel bags in advance, allowing them to depart promptly when the time came. The camera then shifted to the industrious Jing Yu. "President Jing, where is your first destination?" Without lifting his gaze, he remained focused on the screen, knowing that only after completing the final arrangements could he join his sisters on this journey. "Our first stop is Shiyuan. And the others wish to go camping." Conveniently, near the Jing family's estate. The Jing family's estate? Su Dao found himself in a bit of a predicament. Jing Zong, according to the regulations, all expenses incurred during the trip must be covered by the earnings from our work. What if the netizens latch onto this? After finishing his final task, Jing Zio closed his laptop and set it aside, turning to the camera. "Rest assured, I will cover the costs at the original price." Jing Ziqian chimed in, "Su Dao, you need not worry. Even our transportation is rented on the spot." He waved his phone, displaying the chat history with the rental company, having just arranged for a motorhome. This was the first time Jing Ziqian had taken on so much responsibility himself. Su Dao sighed in relief, his gaze towards the two filled with gratitude. When inviting the Jing family, he had harbored concerns. Although the Jing family brought their own audience, they were, after all, a prominent family. And Hengjing Group is a leading global enterprise. He had prepared himself for the possibility that the Jing family might be difficult to please, yet during their interactions, he found the Jing family to be more amiable than most celebrities he had encountered. Every day I marvel at how handsome Jing Zong is. It turns out there truly exists a polite, humble, and exceptionally capable CEO in real life. Little Jing Zong cooperated as well. Despite constantly bickering with Jing Yi, he quietly prepared everything for his sister. Such a tough choice. Should one prefer the composed and refined Jing Zong, or the charmingly arrogant little Jing Zong? "Sister, I suggest you stop daydreaming." Meanwhile, Jing Yi and Jing Ziyun were in their room packing their luggage. Since their trip would only last a week, they decided to bring a single large suitcase. Although it was Jing Yi's room, it was Jing Ziyun who was gathering clothes inside. Chapter 77. Departure for the road trip. Jing Ziyun was in Jing Yi's room packing clothes for their trip. At that moment, Jing Yi had finished her preparations, displaying her clothing, toiletries, and various small items to the camera. She then settled comfortably on the sofa, awaiting Jing Ziyun. "Is this all Yi is bringing? Is she going to prepare any cosmetics?" The camera panned to the suitcase, revealing that Jing Yi's belongings occupied only half of it, leaving some space for Jing Ziyun's small items. "This is quite enough. I'm not fond of makeup, so I didn't bring any. I've wanted to mention this for a while." Jing Yi and Jing Ziyun both looked stunning without makeup. Jing Ziyun was famously not fond of cosmetics. She only wore makeup when on shows, and typically appeared barefaced in candid shots. "Do you really believe everything people say about you?" The filming staff continued to inquire. "Ziyun's room next door? Why is she gathering things from your wardrobe?" The camera appropriately shifted to the wardrobe silhouette. Jing Yi smiled. "She occasionally sleeps in my room, so some of her clothes end up here. Have I changed color?" Sisters are too adorable. This is truly the tale of a genuine heiress. I could almost envision a novel. Is this just an act? Such is common in the entertainment industry. Their sisterly bond is evidently genuine. Never mind, let us not trouble someone who is pretending to be oblivious. A few minutes later, Jing Yi descended the stairs with her luggage. Upon seeing her, Jing Ziqian stood up to take the bags, a look of disdain on his face. "Are you planning to stay out overnight? Have you packed so much?" Jing Yi initially intended to retort, but upon observing his gestures, her heart softened. She recalled her first visit to the Jing family. "Why are you standing there dawdling? If you continue to procrastinate, who knows if we'll arrive by nightfall." All this sentimentality is futile. Jing Yi tugged at Jing Ziyun and headed outside, feigning ignorance of Jing Ziqian. Jing Ziqian received a disdainful glance. Feeling somewhat bewildered, "Brother, what with Jing Yi's attitude? I was only trying to help her with her luggage." Jing Yi sighed. If you spoke less, she might regard you differently. After giving Jing Qian a gentle pat on the shoulder, he strode out of the living room, prompting Jing Qian to hastily follow. The self-driving tour officially commenced. The RV rented by Jing Qian was quite spacious, as it needed to accommodate filming equipment. Jing Yu navigated the winding mountain roads, with scenery unfolding around them like a captivating painting. The camera occasionally panned to the four individuals. Jing Yi and Jing Jun rested at the rear of the RV, while Jing Qian and Jing Yu engaged in conversation, occasionally shifting their gaze to the window. On either side of the road, lush trees swayed gently in the breeze, seemingly beckoning to passers-by. As they progressed along the mountain path, peaks gradually came into view, revealing a verdant meadow like a jewel nestled within the hills. A refreshing gust of wind swept through the vehicle, dispelling the staleness inside and invigorating their spirits. The comfort was so profound that even the cameraman could not help but gaze outside, relishing the contrast to the bustling metropolis, where fatigue seemed to evaporate.
How enviable.
A self-driving tour. This is simply delightful. The atmosphere among them is so harmonious. I can hardly keep my eyes open. Why does this stretch of road seem so familiar? It resembles the route near Weningdi. The Jing family's live broadcast remained quiet for quite some time, with only the soft exchanges between Jing Qian and Jing Yu audible in the RV. Yet, the fervor in the live chat did not diminish. Instead, viewers basked in the tranquility of the moment. Several hours later, they arrived at their final destination, a mountain villa nestled against the forest, with a vast expanse of grassland before it, already equipped with various camping gear and provisions. You two sleep far too much, Jing Qian exclaimed as he exited to retrieve the luggage, muttering to himself. However, Jing Yi and Jing Jun paid him no mind, having already begun to explore the residence. Consequently, Jing Qian had no choice but to play the role of the laborer. This is too wonderful. How much must this cost? I can solve this problem. Jing Zong mentioned that since this location is part of the Jing family's estate, the price is almost 1/12 of his labor cost. For a day's stay, I could live here for a lifetime without the internet. Wait a moment. Something seems amiss with Wenqingyan. This route is far too similar. A small number of viewers noticed the parallels in Wenqingyan's route, but the majority remained enchanted by the Jing family's mountain villa. Shall we rest for an hour before preparing for the camping activities? All three agreed, especially considering that Jing Yu had been driving for several hours. Thus, the Jing family's live broadcast fell into silence once more, leaving many viewers both amused and perplexed. Meanwhile, on the other side, when Qingyan's live broadcast continued, he was driving while Wen sat in the passenger seat. The netizens, observing the scenery through the lens, felt an increasing sense of unease. I would like to utter a phrase reminiscent of the past. The swallow's return, familiar yet distant. I had just exited Jing Zijuan's live stream, and this road, had I traversed it before? Initially, I thought everyone was merely overthinking, but it turned out to be the very same road. If you were to say this was a coincidence, I would never believe it. The barrage of comments was fervently debating, while the filming crew received notifications and turned to glance at the cheerful driver, when Qingyan, a staff member, opened their mouth, seemingly about to speak, but hesitated, swallowing back the words. Never mind. If the fans were not worried, why should he be? When Ian cast a furtive glance at the live stream, attempting to salvage the moment. Brother, the air here is truly delightful. Yet it appeared that there was no accommodation. Was it appropriate for us to drive aimlessly like this? A smile tugged at the corners of Wenqingyan's lips, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes, only to be met with a furtive glare from Wen. He was attempting to salvage the situation, while the other seemed completely unfazed. When Qingyan finally remarked, "It's all right. Worst case scenario, we'll sleep under the stars. What should two grown men fear?" Reverting to the morning when the duo decided to embark on a road trip that week, not only did the netizens fall silent, but the production team did as well. Was the esteemed actor also planning a self-driving tour? When Qingyan appeared somewhat perplexed, "Is there anyone else going?" The staff remained silent. She couldn't believe that for so many days, when Qingyan had not received any news regarding the Jing family's road trip. So, where were the esteemed actor and Xiaoyin heading? When Qingyan's smile softened further. Not yet, but perhaps we'll explore the neighboring province. The staff responded, the neighboring province? Could it possibly be the Shiyuan where Jing Zijuan and the others are headed? It was not until hearing the report from the executive director that Sue realized why when Qingyan had taken on this variety show. He had initially assumed the actor wished to avoid unwanted guests, but it turned out that the entire endeavor was ultimately for one person. Sue hesitated for a moment, seated in the van, watching the caravan ahead. Xiao Lu, prepare yourself. Our turn for fortune is about to arrive. Chapter 78. Escalating Popularity. Just as when Qing Yan approached the location of Jing Zijuan and his companions, a topic had already surged to trending status. Dear family, when Qing Yan and Jing Zijuan on vacation. Beneath the topic, images of when Qing Yan and Jing Zijuan's road trip were displayed, clearly showing that the scenery passed by both vehicles was utterly identical. I swear. When Qing Yan must have done this on purpose. Claims of wheel drive wherever the road takes us were nothing but fabrications. Is my Junqing about to come to fruition? After all these years, could it truly be happening? There were even considerate netizens who highlighted the dialogue between Wen Qing Yan and Wen Yin. Look at the expression on Wen Ji's younger brother's face. It's the epitome of someone listening to their brother ramble. Don't tell me this is mere coincidence. Coincidence enough to reach Shi Yuan, and now it coincidentally leads us to the Jing family's villa? That is deep within the mountains. Could it be that Jing Zijuan is the person who has resided in his brother's heart for all these years? What is happening? What is happening? What have I missed upstairs? I feel as though I am already at 90% certainty. If not, then either my 10 years of fandom has clouded my judgment, or my brother's mind is somewhat unhinged. I pondered why he suddenly agreed to participate in this variety show. Initially, I thought it was merely because his boss was involved, leading him to relent. How naive I was.
Truly.
What on earth are you all discussing? Is there a secret that cannot be openly shared? The director of this show must be raking in profits. I am utterly heartbroken. My Junqing. I once believed they were merely strangers. Can fans not be moved by their emotions? Surely your brother's interest was piqued only after seeing Jingza enter the affluent circle. Keep your words clean. Even if the Jing family is wealthy, Wen Qing Yan has not idled away her years in the entertainment industry. Junqing. Jiusheng, your brother Yuanjin is here to seek you. The popularity of the family variety show has surged dramatically, and thankfully director Su was well prepared. Otherwise, the live stream would surely have crashed from the influx of viewers. The majority of the attention is concentrated on Jingza and Wen Qingyan's stream, while the other channels experience comparatively lower engagement. Prior to this, Li Xiaocheng had been planning a trip, but received news from her agent. Finding an excuse, she excused herself to the restroom and opened the app. Indeed, she discovered everyone was engrossed in discussions about Jingza and Wen Qingyan. Li Xiaocheng felt a surge of anger that was nearly unbearable, accompanied by a sense of humiliation. The fervor surrounding the two seemed to mock her. See, they can effortlessly outshine you with a mere gesture. You sisters cannot compete with Jingza as sisters. You simply cannot measure up to Jing Yi. Li Xiaoqing tightened her grip on her phone, remaining lost in thought in the restroom while the staff outside began to worry, as her earlier demeanor was far from pleasant. Sister, is Xiaoqing unwell? Li Xiaoqing's sister, bewildered, looked up, grasping the implication behind the staff's concern, and rose to approach the restroom door. Orange, are you alright? Get away. Li Xiaoqing's furious voice echoed. Her sister instinctively glanced at the staff, her expression somewhat awkward. But she promptly covered for her. Orange might be feeling unwell. I will check. No, this attitude is quite unacceptable. I have always sensed that the relationship between Li Xiaoqing and her sister is rather insincere. Orange is merely unwell. Do not take this opportunity to sow discord. Who hasn't he argued with family? Orange's face was certainly pale. She must be feeling ill. Just as her sister was about to knock, Li Xiaoqing, realizing they were still filming, quickly composed herself and opened the door. Orange, are you feeling unwell? Li Xiaoqing immediately feigned stomach pain. Sister, I'm truly sorry. My stomach hurts terribly, which is why I spoke harshly earlier. Please don't be angry with me. Regardless of the truth. Li Xiaoqing's sister had no intention of holding a grudge, moving forward to support her. Even the staff approached, asking, is Xiaoqing alright? Do you need to go to the hospital? Li Xiaoqing weakly shook her head, indicating that she merely needed to rest in her room. Saying this, she allowed her sister to assist her back. The comments were filled with sympathetic sentiments. After escorting Li Xiaoqing back to her room, the focus of the camera shifted solely to her sister. To alleviate any awkwardness, the crew suggested that she prepare something simple for Li Xiaoqing to eat. Her sister considered this option, realizing it was preferable to sitting idly on the sofa. She ventured into the kitchen, where the online audience was still discussing Li Xiaoqing's condition, and her entrance elicited some surprise. Although Li Xiaocheng had mentioned that her sister was too busy with work to cook, her actions did not resemble those of a novice. Curiously, a crew member inquired, "Sister, so you can cook?" Her sister hesitated momentarily, a flicker of panic evident in her eyes. "I've just watched others make porridge," she stammered, "so I thought I'd give it a try. I'm not as skilled as they are." The crew member did not voice any skepticism, but continued to film her actions. After the comment, her movements noticeably slowed, as she deliberately feigned clumsiness. "Strange, isn't it? Your sister must know how to cook," the crew mused. Li Xiaocheng, watching intently, felt perplexed. "You're all overthinking this. I don't find it odd at all." Meanwhile, the comment section was flooded with fans attempting to explain, yet some viewers remained unconvinced. On the other side, Li Xiaocheng was oblivious to the discord brewing in her live stream. She was busy contacting online trolls to disrupt Jing Yi's broadcast. Since her manager was unhelpful, she resolved to take matters into her own hands. Her live stream's popularity paled in comparison to the others, and now they were siphoning off some of her attention. A situation she found intolerable. Though she had considered going to Jing Yi's travel destination, it was now too late. Following him would only appear as if she were riding on coattails. Instead of gaining followers, she feared she would attract more ridicule. Meanwhile, Li Xiaocheng was fervently contemplating how to record this episode of the variety show to regain her lost popularity. In the kitchen, her sister had nearly finished preparing the porridge and was deliberating whether to call Li Xiaocheng out, wanting to inform her beforehand to avoid a repeat of earlier events. However, the crew had already signaled her to bring it over. Such a heartwarming sisterly moment would surely not be missed by the production team. With a sigh, her sister lifted the bowl of porridge and walked toward Li Xiaocheng's room. The cameraman hurriedly followed, eager to capture the anticipated scene. She gently knocked on the door. Chapter 79. A Forced Encounter. As Li Xiaocheng's door swung open, she displayed the same frail and pitiable expression. "Jingzi, I made porridge. Would you like to try some?" Upon hearing her sister's words, Li Xiaocheng's demeanor shifted dramatically. Her sharp gaze locked onto her sister as she questioned, "You made porridge?" Even the cameraman was momentarily taken aback, but Li Xiaocheng quickly regained her composure, altering her expression. "Sister, I'm so surprised. You don't even cook. And you made porridge for me? Are you hurt?" With concern, Li Xiaocheng grasped her sister's hands, seemingly inspecting for any injuries. As the elder sister was about to respond with a no, she felt the pressure on her hand and quickly changed her words. "I was slightly burned. But it's all right. It's my first time making porridge, and fortunately I had seen you do it before, so it went fairly smoothly. Shall I take it to your room?" Li Xiaocheng nodded and made room for her. "Then you take your time to rest. I shall step out for a moment."
All right.
"Thank you, sister." After her sister and the cameraman departed, Li Xiaocheng fixed a fierce glare upon the bowl of porridge, wishing she could smash it if not for the fear of being overheard. In that fleeting moment of displeasure, her expression did not escape the notice of numerous netizens. "Now I finally understand what was amiss. Li Xiaocheng seems to be playing the role of the perfect little sister. Indeed, what normal sister would place her hand on the bowl of porridge that her sister was holding? Is she complaining that it's not hot enough?" I saw her sister's hand turn red. Those with a heart perceive everything as tainted. Is it wrong for Jing Yi to show concern for his sister? I can only say, the implications are chilling upon further reflection. Meanwhile, in Jing Yi's live streaming room, viewers eagerly awaited the encounter between Wen Qingyan and themselves, unconcerned with the squabble of others. Jing Yi awoke to find it was already afternoon, the villa perfectly positioned to witness the sunset. She stretched luxuriously. In the camping area below, Jing Zio and Jing Ziqian had begun preparing ingredients for their evening meal. Upon seeing Jing Yi descend, Jing Ziqian was about to mock her when his phone rang. Checking it, he found it was Wen Qingyan. "Hello, Qingyan? You're blocked outside?" Jing Ziqian furrowed his brow slightly, while the bullet comments erupted in laughter. "I'm about to die from laughter at my brother." He thought it would be a chance encounter, only to find the villa has security. I must say, the security at the Jing residence is indeed impeccable. Ha ha ha. When the movie Emperor should be grateful that his boss recorded this variety show. Help. Xiaoyin is about to die of embarrassment. Someone save the child. Jing Zio looked up at Jing Ziqian, who had just hung up, and inquired what happened. Jing Ziqian, with a complex expression, replied, "Wen Qingyan has arrived at the foot of the mountain." Jing Zio, perplexed, asked, "At the foot of the mountain? How could Wen Qingyan be down there?" Meanwhile, Jing Yi had already shouted up to Jing Ziu, "Jun, the movie Emperor is here. Help! Chasing someone all the way to the mountains." And it had to be when the movie Emperor. Hearing Jing Yi's voice, Jing Ziyu hurried downstairs, equally astonished by the news. A few minutes later, security allowed Wen Qinyan and his companion to enter, with their business vehicle parked in front of the villa. Mr. Jing, Wen Qinyan greeted Jing Ziqian with a warm smile, exuding calmness, while Wen Yin beside him appeared slightly flushed and embarrassed. Upon seeing Jing Ziqian approach, he hurriedly bowed his head in greeting. "Hello, Mr. Jing." Jing Ziqian crossed his arms and nodded at Wen Yin before scrutinizing the individuals before him. "Qinyan, how did you come to be in Shiyuan?" To preserve some dignity for his company's artist, Jing Ziqian merely mentioned Shiyuan, avoiding the direct implication of their presence at his private villa. When Qinyan, seemingly oblivious to Jing Ziqian's annoyance, continued with a gentle smile, "Isn't this for recording a variety show? Xiao Yin and I originally planned to go wherever the road took us, but upon arriving in Shiyuan, we discovered you were also filming here.
So, we decided to drop by."
Jing Ziqian continued to cross his arms, fixated on him, while Jing Ziyou wore an expression of bewilderment. In contrast, Jing Yi was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Only Jing Zijuan seemed genuinely surprised.
Qinyan.
What a coincidence. Are you on a road trip as well? The eyes of the four individuals turned toward him in unison, and even when Yin found it hard to believe that Jing Zijuan was actually buying into his brother's rather flimsy excuse. "Oh, my dear Junjun. Only you could think that Emperor Wen's arrival is purely coincidental." Jing Ziqian couldn't resist the urge to mock. What a stroke of luck. The villa is surrounded by valleys for 5 miles, and yet you managed to find your way here? He was completely unconcerned with any notions of prestige. All he could ascertain was that the man before him surely had his sights set on his sister. This cunning fox had concealed his intentions for far too long. Jing Zijuan, now realizing the situation, cast a look of astonishment toward Wen Qinyan, who smiled back at her, his eyes harboring unspoken secrets. Feeling a rush of warmth, Jing Zijuan averted her gaze, glancing at Jing Yi, who was still engrossed in the unfolding drama. Embarrassment washed over her as she lightly tapped Jing Yi's forehead, cautioning her to temper her enthusiasm. Yet, Jing Yi only laughed more heartily. Junjun finally gets it. My goodness, I've never thought her so slow-witted before. Ha ha ha. I see you threatening Jing Yi. How delightful. Truly, little Jing was adept at banter. What a marvelous show. Am I watching a dating reality show? Regardless of Wen Qingyan's intentions, Jing Ziqian found it difficult to dismiss him, especially since he had already come this far. Then come lend a hand with dinner. I certainly won't feel sorry for Wen Qingyan having driven for hours. Wen Qingyan's smile deepened, the first step of his plan having been successfully executed. Jing Zijuan glanced at him. Qingyan, it's been a while. I finally have the chance to greet you. Wen Qingyan replied softly, Ziqin, it's been ages. Since the conclusion of Junlin, although we've occasionally crossed paths at award ceremonies, opportunities for conversation have been scarce, given our distant seating arrangements. The audience was nearly losing their minds. And Jing Yi was close to a frenzy. Summoned by Jing Ziqian to assist, she washed the ingredients, her eyes still fixated on the two before her. A smile involuntarily playing at her lips. Focus on your vegetables. She chided silently, casting a furtive glare at the emotionally volatile individual beside her. Jing Ziqian was not in the mood for mischief today, and it would be prudent to avoid confrontation. After admonishing Jing Yi, Jing Ziqian immediately turned his gaze back to Wen Qinyan, who remained engaged in conversation with Jing Zijuan. Wen Qinyan, are you planning to skip dinner tonight? His tone made Jing Zijuan feel a bit awkward, yet Wen Qinyan remained unperturbed, chuckling softly before excusing himself to assist Wen Yin. In the past, Wen Qingyan's fans would have retorted fiercely, but after all, their brother was here to pursue his lady love. In this moment, Jing Ziqian was no longer Wen Qingyan's employer, but rather a potential ally in the familial sphere. Chapter 80. Truth or Dare. As night fell and the stars twinkled brightly, a gentle breeze brushed against their faces, carrying a hint of chill. At that moment, a lively group gathered around the villa nestled deep within the mountains. Certainly, the lively atmosphere was primarily instigated by Jing Yi and Wen Yin. By the time Jing Zhe and the others had nearly finished their meal, Jing Yi still held onto her skewers. Jing Zhe, concerned that she might overindulge, occasionally glanced her way, pondering whether the box of digestive tablets he brought would suffice. Meanwhile, Wen Qinyan was fixated on Jing Zhe. Thus, the gaze around the dining table comprised Wen Yin, Jing Zhe Qian, Wen Qinyan, Jing Zhe, and Jing Yi. Jing Yi was engrossed in the meat skewers on the table, while Jing Zhe chose not to engage in their interactions. Jing Yi was well aware of Wen Qingyan's intentions but felt that Jing Yi had no such inclinations, leaving the matter open to debate. Moreover, with his brother watching, he felt there was no need for him to intervene. Jing Yi placed a cup of digestive tea in front of Jing Yi, genuinely worried that she might overeat and struggle to sleep later. Finally, Jing Yi decided to halt her consumption, despite the food on the table still beckoning her. Reclining in her chair, she sipped the digestive tea that Jing Yi had provided, her gaze fixed on the production team. Jing Yi had also arranged for the staff to order sushi and pizza, which appeared quite appetizing. Jing Yi's intense gaze was almost comical, prompting a near laugh from Jing Yi. Was she not the embodiment of someone who eats what's in front of her while eyeing what remains? Beside them, Jing Ziqian continued to observe Wen Qingyan. "You won't be joining us for the next few days, will you?" he inquired. Wen Qingyan shrugged, her expression amiable. After all, they were on a self-driving trip, and following Jing Yi made things more convenient. Jing Ziqian now perceived Wen Qingyan as his employee, which was quite bothersome. The gentle breeze in the mountains carried the unique fragrance of the local flora, drawing one into a reverie. Jing Yi had no time to indulge in their conversation. Instead, she leaned back in her chair, relishing the soft caress of the breeze. It was truly a leisurely experience. "I wish to travel to such places with my family." The word envy had been uttered, so often it felt tiresome. Is this the game of the affluent? With such wealth for leisure, wouldn't it be better to donate to the less fortunate? Having consumed a few substantial dishes, the atmosphere seemed to shift, prompting Director Su to raise a small sign indicating that the group could engage in a few games. Jing Yi contemplated whether to play truth or dare.
All right,
Came Jing Yi's feeble voice. Jing Yi felt she had hardly registered her own words before agreeing. She took Jing Yi's hands, pulling her upright, and turned to Jing Ziqian and the others. "Are you all in? It's rather dull just sitting here." Everyone nodded in agreement. The production team then presented them with props, a spinning wheel and some paper and pens. Jing Yi perked up, eyeing the props on the table. "Are we to write down punishments and questions?" Upon seeing Jing Yi nod, she excitedly took a pen, eager to write. Jing Ziqian, without needing to think, surmised that the contents would likely not bode well and hastily grabbed paper and pen to jot down his own ideas. "Shall we begin?" Jing Yi and Jing Ziqian gazed intently at the spinning wheel, nodding in unison. Jing Yi gently set the wheel in motion, and it began to whirl. Only these two were anxiously focused on the wheel, fully immersed in the experience.
what was going on with them?
Just moments ago, they wore expressions of disdain. Yet, the prospect of playfully tormenting one another rendered them utterly entertained. Jing Yi appeared exceedingly obedient in this moment. I found myself feeling a twinge of anxiety. The wheel finally came to a stop, pointing directly at Jing Ziqian. Jing Yi leaped up joyfully, exclaiming, "Yay! Truth or dare?"
Jing Ziqian, feeling disheartened,
lamented his misfortune. "Dare it is." Jing Yi feigned a cunning demeanor as she drew a slip of paper from the box, reading aloud with enthusiasm, "Pull leg hair." With that, she eagerly sought out props from the production team. To her delight, they provided her with a roll of tape. Jing Ziqian could confidently assert that this was undoubtedly the handiwork of that mischievous Jing Yi. Reluctantly, he rolled up his pant legs, bracing himself. Upon witnessing Jing Yi apply a substantial amount of tape, he widened his eyes in disbelief. "Why did you apply so much?" Jing Yi looked at him with feigned innocence, stating that it would hurt just the same, regardless of the amount. As she spoke, she swiftly yanked off the tape.
Ah!
That hurt like a slap. Did Jing Yi think he had only attended kindergarten? Jing Ziqian couldn't help but laugh. And even Jing Yi couldn't suppress a smile. "Let's do it again." Jing Ziqian, in a fit of frustration, spun the wheel once more. In that moment, it was as if the gods of variety shows had descended, and the arrow landed on Jing Yi. The camera zoomed in for a close-up, capturing the bewilderment in her eyes.
Come on!
Brain pop. Jing Yi hurriedly pushed away the person charging at her. "You haven't even asked me truth or dare."
Jing Ziqian, feigning innocence, replied, "Oh,
"Is that a requirement? I already drew it. Let us save it for next time." In a flash, he playfully tapped Jing Yi on the head, the sound echoing through the microphone. "I predicted they would inevitably bicker. Little Jing truly is remarkable. Every time I find him incredibly handsome, he reveals his exceedingly childish side. His immaturity is reserved solely for playing with his sister. Little Jing took his revenge on the spot, leaving Jing Yi's forehead flushed. Wen Qingyan, taken aback, had never imagined his boss possessed such a facet. He could no longer recall Jing Ziqian's professional demeanor, only the antics he shared with Jing Yi. After being outsmarted, Jing Yi held back her desire for revenge, but the wheel failed to land on Jing Ziqian again. The pointer directed towards Wen Qingyan, who opted for truth. Jing Ziqian rummaged through the box, pulling out a slip. Upon glimpsing its contents, she hesitated momentarily. However, the camera had already shifted to her, compelling her to read aloud. Is there someone present whom you have feelings for?
Wow.
What a stroke of luck. Indeed, this was a truth question penned by Jing Yi, aimed solely at Wen Qingyan, yet she never anticipated it would actually be drawn. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. And just as Jing Ziqian prepared to select a different question, Wen Qingyan spoke up. What is the punishment for not being able to answer? It is a well-known fact that failing to respond to a truth question incurs a penalty, yet why was this question unanswerable? What difference did it make from an outright admission? Jing Yi pressed her lips tightly together, striving to contain her excitement, a sentiment mirrored by the online viewers who began to revel in the barrage of comments. Jing Zijun hastily uttered a casual punishment, which lightly brushed by. Chapter 81. Freedom with Shackles. The game continued. Jing Yi reclined in her chair, utterly content, while Jing Zijun cast a humorous glance in her direction. When it was Jing Ziyu's turn to spin the wheel, the pointer wobbled and settled on Jing Yi. Just as Jing Ziqian was about to make his move, Jing Yi promptly declared, I choose truth. He resignedly returned to his seat. Jing Ziyu drew a slip of paper from the box, glanced at it, and then looked up at Jing Yi. He gently pinched the paper, concealing its contents from view. If you could return to the past, would you still choose to board that plane? Jing Yi was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, she began to ponder seriously. Both Jing Ziqian and Jing Zijun felt a tinge of anxiety as they awaited her response, while Wen Qingyan remained oblivious to the implication behind Jing Ziyu's question, sensing it held significant weight for the Jing family. Jing Yi lifted her gaze and smiled, her eyes sparkling with clarity, her dimples dancing playfully. Absolutely. What would I lose if I hadn't gone? The loss Jing Yi referred to was certainly not of a monetary nature. Even without hearing her voice, Jing Ziyu and the others understood that she was not alluding to material possessions. Jing Zijun leaned in closer to Jing Yi with a smile, and Jing Ziqian's lips curled into a grin. The warm atmosphere rendered Jing Yi somewhat bashful. She cleared her throat a few times, beckoning everyone to continue, and spun the wheel once more. This time, it was Jing Ziqian's turn, and without surprise, he opted for truth. Jing Yi reluctantly drew a question, and upon reading it, her expression shifted to one of surprise as she read aloud. Why did you establish Xingji? Jing Ziyu leaned back slightly in his chair, raising his eyes to meet Jing Ziqian's. This was a question he had posed to his brother several times, yet the answers had likely evaded even Jing Ziqian himself. Unlike other prominent families, the Jing family believed that the capable should bear the responsibilities of succession, yet Jing Ziyu was more concerned about his brother's thoughts. After all, a company was merely a company. Nothing could surpass the importance of family. However, Jing Ziqian had declined, asserting that he was never cut out for that role and that he would rely on Jing Ziyu to support him. For years, this question had troubled Jing Ziyu. Jing Ziqian turned to glance at Jing Ziyu, hesitating for a moment. There were two reasons. Firstly, to expedite the search for Jun. The entertainment industry afforded access to a broader array of individuals, a consideration Jing Ziqian had factored into his initial decision. Jing Zijun looked at Jing Ziqian, her eyes glimmering with emotion. No one in her family had ever given up on her. Clearly, Jing Ziqian was also unaccustomed to the poignant atmosphere, quickly articulating the second reason. It could be described as youthful defiance. He wanted to prove that even without the Jing family, he could still attain what he deserved. Jing Ziyu's gaze grew complex. Realizing that this was why Jing Ziqian had chosen to venture into the entertainment realm, a domain the Jing family had never engaged with. Jing Ziqian raised his glass of wheat juice and downed it in one gulp, as if to mask something within. Due to his inherent disposition, Jing Ziqian has never shown an interest in the realms of the internet or finance, enjoying a relatively carefree existence thanks to the protective presence of his elder brother. However, this ease vanished with the whispers of those around him. In his youth, Jing Ziqian was surrounded by a multitude of affluent young men, once believing that they shared a kinship of spirit, only to later realize that it was merely the privilege of being the scion of the Jing family that afforded him such company. Jing Yi rested her chin in her hands, observing Jing Ziqian, a sheltered young master who had yet to experience the harsh realities of life. Both Jing Ziqian and Jing Ziyou felt a pang of sympathy, but upon hearing Jing Yi's words, their emotions became somewhat conflicted. Jing Ziqian found himself momentarily at a loss for words, yet he could not deny the truth in Jing Yi's observation.
Ah,
I was just feeling sentimental. And now this? What does Jing Zong mean by referring to the airplane? Is he indulging in cryptic language? It must pertain to the flight arranged by the Jing family to fetch Jing Yi home. Truly, he is a young master, unaware of the tribulations of the world. He is already more fortunate than many. Why then is he so discontented? Has anyone else noticed the recent influx of bitter comments in the livestream? As dusk approached, Jing Ziqian glanced at the time and decided to draw one final participant before concluding the game. Jing Yi, feeling fatigued, leaned against Jing Ziqian, her eyelids heavy as she gazed at the spinning wheel, startled by the pointer's sudden stop. What kind of luck is this? To be selected last? With all the dares exhausted, Jing Ziqian was left to rummage through the truth box for a slip of paper. This one was penned by her. And he turned to Jing Yi, earnestly inquiring, "What does your hobby signify for you?" Such a mundane question? When Qing Yan and the others were taken aback, unsure if this was a genuine inquiry or a profound interview. However, Jing Yi did not respond with the expected exuberance, instead staring blankly at the note.
Yi.
A child at the orphanage has fallen ill, and grandmother cannot attend your sports meet. Enjoy yourself with your classmates.
E.
Please refrain from engaging in such perilous games after work. Had I not chanced upon it, I would have never known you indulged in those dangerous activities. All right, grandmother. I was merely curious, and went to take a look. Do not worry, I will not partake in them again. Grandmother at the orphanage has always treated her with kindness, caring for many children, and thus Jing Yi cannot allow her to fret. However, in truth, she had no classmates to play with. She was merely grateful if they did not provoke her. Are those your friends? Are they race car drivers?
Oh.
They are merely the ones who assisted me last time. Do not worry, I am just having a meal with them to express my gratitude. Is that so?
I find those hobbies quite captivating.
Captivating? They are far too dangerous. Grandmother Jing had only her for company. She could not burden her aging relative with worries. What does my hobby signify? Jing Yi gazed into the distant valley, murmuring, "For me, it signifies freedom with shackles. Racing embodies freedom, a passion of hers, yet it remains confined. A freedom that cannot be unleashed." The audience was perplexed by what Jing Yi had expressed, yet the Jing family comprehended it entirely. Among them, Jing Ziqian displayed the most pronounced reaction. When Yin observed Jing Ziqian's state of bewilderment with a hint of confusion, Jing Ziqian gently caressed Jing Yi's hair. As her intention in writing this was to prompt Jing Yi to reflect deeply, was it truly gratifying to continuously evade or even relinquish her passions? This was also to help Jing Ziqian understand how Jing Yi cherished her interests. The second brother held a deep affection for her, as well as for Yi. Yet his methods often placed them in difficult positions. Jing Zio lightly patted Jing Ziqian's shoulder, wishing for his younger brother to genuinely grasp how to treat someone well, rather than adhering solely to his own approach. After their exchange, Jing Yi had already begun to yawn languidly. Chapter 82. Sunrise. Li Shaocheng remained in the company's office, having contemplated extensively the previous day. In a bid to counteract the fervor surrounding Jing Zijuan and Wen Qingyan, she resolved to engage in her forte, singing and dancing. She recruited several new artists from the company, masquerading as herself to teach them dance, which indeed resulted in a slight uptick in the live stream's popularity. After concluding her broadcast, the staff had just exited when her manager burst through the door, visibly enraged.
Li Shaochen.
Did I not expressly tell you to avoid provoking the Jing family? The manager appeared exceedingly furious, and Li Shaocheng, caught off guard, momentarily faltered. She had indeed enlisted internet trolls to disrupt Jing Zijuan's live stream, but she had not anticipated being discovered so swiftly. Luca, let me explain? What more is there to say? They escalated the matter to Mr. Su. What further justification can you provide? Anxiousness surged within Li Shaocheng, her lips paling as the anger she once felt dissipated, replaced by regret. She stepped forward, grasping her manager's sleeve, pleading, "Lugo, please help me explain to Mr.
Su.
I truly didn't mean to. I was just momentarily overwhelmed." Her manager, growing impatient, shrugged her off. "Let me tell you, Li Shaocheng, do not think that just because you are a former idol, you can evade the consequences. Even if you were a top-tier star, once the Jing family speaks, you will struggle to survive in this industry." Li Shaocheng's breath quickened, as she seemed unprepared for such dire repercussions. Her manager shot her a glance, attempting to quell his rising fury. Were it not for Li Shaocheng's actions, he would not have faced Mr. Su's wrath. This is merely a warning. Complete this variety show, and subsequent arrangements are on hold. With that, the manager exited. The implication was clear. She was to be sidelined. Li Xiaoqing's clenched fists trembled slightly, her eyes harboring a profound resentment. Her sister, standing in the corner, expressed concern, cautiously probing, "Qingcheng, are you all right?" Li Xiaoqing turned to glare at her. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't been so useless, my live stream wouldn't have suffered such low engagement. How did I end up in this predicament?" Her sister recoiled slightly from the intensity of Li Xiaoqing's gaze, while the accusations continued unabated. "Every day, you act like a wooden figure and refuse to speak. Your inability to embody a persona is quite evident. Just take a glance at the popularity of the neighboring sisters, and then compare it to your own. Who would even care for your porridge? You were clearly told not to cook. Yet, you still went ahead. Was it a desperate attempt to show off? I certainly was not. Enough. I do not wish to see you. Leave at once." In that moment, Li Xiaoqing's sister felt not embarrassment, but rather relief. Without uttering a word, she turned and departed, leaving Li Xiaoqing to continue her tirade inside. In the early morning, the Jing family's live stream studio flickered to life, even before dawn had broken. I thought my eyes were deceiving me. Had it truly begun? Was it not a tad too early? Surely, it was not the production team that was sleepless, but rather the guests. A playful wager. Who would be the first to appear? Certainly not Jing Yi. To the astonishment of the few early viewers, Jing Yi's figure materialized. She stepped out of her room, noticed the camera shifting towards her, and approached the lens, waving her hand in a hushed greeting. "Good morning, everyone," she murmured, despite it being barely 6 o'clock. No need to whisper, as we all must rise eventually. Gazing out the window, Jing Yi noted the darkness still enveloping the world, rendering the nearby forest invisible. They had planned to watch the sunrise together. Just as she lamented the early hour, Jing Zijuan emerged from his room, greeting the camera softly as well. The two made their way to the kitchen. "Hey, would you like something to eat beforehand? We still have to wait for the sunrise," he expressed, concerned that Jing Yi might feel hungry. Jing Yi approached the refrigerator, examining the ingredients within. "Let us brew some coffee. I'll toast some bread." She retrieved the bread from the fridge, preparing to place it in the oven. At that moment, when Qing Yan also exited his room. "Good morning," he greeted. "Good morning, Brother Qing Yan," they replied. When Qing Yan rolled up his sleeves and approached Jing Zijuan, inquiring, "Is there anything I can assist with?" Following the events of the previous day, Jing Zijuan no longer felt at ease around when Qing Yan. Jing Yi smiled softly, quietly tending to the breakfast preparations. Is he really so transparent with his feelings? Is he that sweet in the early hours? Have they mistakenly entered the wrong live stream? "Oh, I forgot. Their live streams are identical." Jing Zijuan quickly responded. "There's really nothing much to help with. We're simply brewing coffee." When Qing Yan smiled gently, saying, "Then I shall assist with the coffee preparation." With that, Jing Zijuan acquiesced, while Jing Yi quietly moved aside to toast the bread, occasionally glancing at the two. "I am but an invisible presence," she thought. Noticing Jing Zijuan's hand come to a halt, when Qing Yan asked with concern, "What's the matter?" Jing Zijuan shook his head. "It's nothing. Just felt an urge to tap on the side and disrupt the spectators." Soon, the trio had prepared breakfast. Jing Yi carried the toasted bread outside the villa. The camera followed them to the lawn, where a valley lay ahead, shrouded in a hazy white light. Jing Yi placed the bread down. Glancing at the peaks before looking back at the villa, her elder brothers had yet to make an appearance. She took out her phone, calling out, "Elder brother, the sun is nearly rising. What are you all dawdling about?" Moments later, Jing Ziyou and his companions descended the stairs and took their seats in a row. Jing Yi remarked, "I never imagined that one day it would be you waking me up." Jing Yi, feeling indignant, shot him a glare. "Don't underestimate me. The bread you are eating was baked by me this morning." Over there, the sky began to brighten gradually, a faint ray of light piercing through the horizon, expanding and intensifying. Jing Yi excitedly nudged the person beside her, urging, "Stop chatting. The sun is about to rise." All eyes turned in unison toward the horizon, captivated by the breathtaking view before them. Soon, the distant mountains were brushed with a delicate golden hue, enveloped in morning mist, as the dawn light grew ever brighter. Gradually, the sun began to ascend, revealing its full splendor. In that fleeting moment, the world seemed to pause in tranquil silence, leaving only the gentle sunlight and the resplendent sunrise. The six of them sat quietly, savoring the moment of dawn. As the camera pulled back, They were framed in a row against the backdrop of the rising sun. A scene of exquisite beauty. Chapter 83. Little Tomato, Safe Travels. By morning, the sun fully illuminated the valley, casting a warm, golden light upon the villa. Numerous viewers gradually entered the live stream, and the popularity of both channels remained as vibrant as ever. I heard they watched the sunrise this morning. Did I really miss out on such a fortune? Indeed, you did. I can only say it deserves to be one of the most healing moments of the year. I heard the esteemed actor Won and Jing Yi made breakfast together. Did I miss that too? Well, I truly couldn't rise for the 6 a.m. live stream. I'll just watch the edited clips later. The morning was brimming with overwhelming information. Meanwhile, the comments were fervently discussing the sunrise event, while Jing Yi and Jing Yi had already planned to stroll through the woods. The trees in the valley stood tall and robust, their branches lush and verdant, creating natural barriers. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting a bright glow upon the bark. Jing Yi and Jing Yi ventured deeper along the woodland path. Not far off was a clear spring, where water cascaded over rocks, forming winding brooks that meandered through the forest, flowing with crystal-clear waters. A few fallen leaves floated on the surface, drifting with the current. Jing Yi, intrigued, pointed at the path, exclaiming, "If only we could race down this road. It would be absolutely fantastic." Jing Yi looked at her with a smile, noting that when there were fewer people around, Jing Yi's spontaneous remarks flourished. She did not require a docile and sensible younger sister. Rather, she yearned for Jing Yi to grow freely and boldly. Just as Jing Yi protected her, Jing Yi wished to safeguard the other side of Jing Yi, regardless of whether she enjoyed racing or martial arts. Meanwhile, Jing Yi and Wen Qingyan were preparing lunch, while Jing Ziyuan assisted Wen Yin in gathering some simple ingredients. Jing Yi flipped the steak in the pan, the meat sizzling as it cooked, one of the few main dishes he could adeptly prepare. Wen Qingyan was preparing his signature dish nearby when Jing Yi casually inquired, "Did you and Emperor Ying meet while filming?" When Qingyan looked up and chuckled, sort of. Jing Yi raised an eyebrow, sort of. "So, that means not exactly. It seems their acquaintance predates what I had imagined. Please, just call me Qingyan," he added, feeling somewhat awkward with the title of Emperor Ying. Initially, he found it strange, but after hearing it frequently these past few days, it felt rather peculiar, perhaps due to the influence of Jing Yi's family or his own imposing presence. Regardless, when Qingyan was indeed struggling to adjust, Jing Yi accepted his suggestion, and from that moment on, they engaged in a formal conversation. Haha, is this the big brother-in-law's interrogation? When Qingyan felt a tinge of nervousness. The contrast between the two was stark. While Jing Yi's side exuded warmth, Emperor Ying found himself in a rather tense situation. Once Jing Yi's steak was nearly ready, he refrained from further questioning, instead taking a plate to serve the dish. When Qingyan turned away, exhaling a sigh of relief, he was on the verge of being unable to endure any more inquiries. He glanced towards the end of the road and casually asked, "Haven't Zio and Miss Jing Yi returned yet?" Jing Yi also looked in that direction, remarking that the scenery was lovely and Yi likely enjoyed it. So, Zio might be entertaining her. When Qingyan remarked, "Their relationship is truly commendable." This was not mere flattery, it was a genuine sentiment after a day spent observing them. Jing Yi smiled. They arrived at the Jing family around the same time. I wonder how the family would react to the presence of two young ladies. When Qingyan listened quietly, noting that this was Jing Yi's first public explanation of the matter, and the audience had grown silent. However, compared to the attitudes of others in the Jing family, it seemed they were more concerned about each other's feelings. When Zio first arrived, she was quiet, unsure of how to interact with her family. Then Yi came along, and she found something to do, instinctively tending to her younger sister, who was merely a month her junior. When Qingyan smiled softly, recalling the moment he first met Jing Yi. Speaking of the two girls, Jing Yi appeared noticeably gentler. Initially, Yi had no desire to return. When Qingyan was taken aback, surprised to learn of such underlying circumstances, Jing Yi couldn't help but chuckle lightly, noting how everyone assumed that, given the Jing family's status, she wouldn't want to miss out, yet in reality, she might prefer the freedom of staying abroad. It was a valid point. After all, Jing Yi was raised by Grandma Jing, so financial concerns were far from her mind. Don't be naive. How could that amount compare to the Jing family's wealth? Yet if it were up to him, he would also choose not to return. The Jing family had plenty of money and people, and just imagining it seemed rather cumbersome. It was only because it was Grandma's wish that she returned. Compared to me and my brothers, Jing Yi, She truly understood Zio best. She was aware of Zio's passion for acting and what truly mattered to her deep down. In fact, she could even sense when Jing Zio was in danger before anyone else. Beside him, Jing Ziqian remained silent, quietly listening. When Ian observed the tomato in his hand, which had been washed several times, unsure whether to interrupt, as the skin was on the verge of tearing. Ultimately, he refrained from speaking. After all, this was his brother's superior, and if the tomato became damaged, so be it. During this time, Jing Zio had completed all the cooking, while Wen Qingyan had finished his tasks as well. He glanced into the pot, sensing that something was amiss. Jing Zio felt the same void on the plate. Qian, does it really take that long to wash a tomato? And what about the mushrooms I asked for? Someone needs to step in. The tomatoes are suffering. Perhaps, if one were to peel tomatoes, blanching them in boiling water would suffice, eliminating the need for excessive rubbing. Hearing Wen Qingyan's call, when Ian instinctively looked at the tomato in Jing Ziqian's hand, which had now lost its skin, Jing Ziqian, noticing the state of the tomato peel, realized he had been too vigorous. He caught the young man's gaze beside him, clear his throat, and, feigning nonchalance, carried the washed ingredients over. Jing Zio observed the tomatoes in the basin and then looked up at his brother. Is this how you wash tomatoes? Jing Ziqian maintained a stern expression, replying yes. This way, they're cleaner. While they were indeed clean, the state of them was rather tragic. When Qingyan chuckled as he took the tomatoes and placed them into the pot, remarking they're fine. After all, they'll all be boiled together. No need to chop them, as they will disintegrate anyway. Being his boss, he felt it necessary to preserve some semblance of dignity, especially since he was keen on impressing his second uncle. Jing Zio continued to stare at the small tomatoes, while Wen Qingyan prepared to cook them, knowing that after frying, their shapes would likely vanish. Jing Ziqian averted Jing Zio's gaze, relieved that Jing Yi and the others were out and had missed the scene. Chapter 84. The Abandoned Jing Ziqian. On the other side of the world, Jing Beiqing and his wife were also watching the live stream featuring Jing Ziqian and the others. Although they were on vacation, Lin Ruiqing couldn't help but think of their 4 children at home, checking the live stream whenever they were out. Lying on the sofa, she laughed, while Jing Beiqing supported her gently, fearing she might fall. Beiqing, look at your son. He managed to wash a tomato like this. Naturally, Jing Beiqing noticed the tomato in Jing Ziqian's hand and scoffed. That little rascal, he turned a simple tomato wash into this mess. Meanwhile, on the screen, Jing Yi and Jing Ziqian were slowly walking back to the villa along the road. Beiqing, this place seems to have better scenery than Tianqiu Mountain, Lin Ruiqing remarked, her attention fully on the live stream. Hearing her, Jing Beiqing leaned closer, as the screen displayed a lush and vibrant scene. Tianqiu Mountain was renowned for its unique terrain and lake views, contrasting with the Jing family's valley villa in Shiyuan, but he refrained from interrupting Lin Ruiqing's enjoyment. If you like it, we can go to Shiyuan after we return, he suggested, recalling their previous visit together. Lin Ruiqing shook her head, explaining that she was merely expressing her thoughts, believing the scenery to be delightful due to the joy radiating from Jing Yi and the others, who were clearly having a wonderful time over the past few days. If we were to go out, the atmosphere would be entirely different. Jing Beiqing did not perceive this as an issue. He thought that they could simply take the children along later. Lin Ruiqing shot him a reproachful glance. Whenever this topic arose, Jing Beiqing seemed to regard the 4 children as mere trinkets, easily taken away at will. In the scene, Jing Yi was conversing with Jing Ziyun about mountain driving. Lin Ruiqing inquired of Jing Beiqing what Jing Yi meant by mountain driving. Mountain driving refers to car enthusiasts navigating winding roads. Lin Ruiqing was somewhat perplexed. She knew Jing Yi enjoyed driving sports cars, but she could not discern the difference between that and driving in the city or on a racetrack. Jing Beiqing gazed at the highway on the screen, explaining that the urban environment is congested, often depriving one of the joy of driving. In contrast, racetracks primarily focus on speed, while driving on such roads leans more towards the enjoyment of the experience. Lin Ruiqing nodded, seemingly grasping Jing Beiqing's explanation, her gaze returning to the screen. She was not particularly worried about Jing Yi's passion for racing. If anything, only Jing Zishuan tended to overreact. She preferred to believe that Jing Yi was a sensible child who knew how to protect herself. Upon learning of Jing Yi's interest, Lin Ruiqing resolved to select an appropriate gift for her. Once Jing Ziyun was located, Lin Ruiqing presented him with the annual birthday gifts she had prepared, ranging from small longevity locks to substantial real estate, all handed over to him. However, since Jing Yi's arrival at the Jing family, she had yet to bestow upon her a proper gift. Beiqing, Please keep an eye out for any car exhibitions in the coming days. We might as well visit one and purchase a gift for Yi. Sure. Meanwhile, Jing Yi remained oblivious to the impending gift. Currently seated in a corner with Jing Ziyun, observing the standoff between Jing Zishuan and Wen Qingyan. Do you not have any plans of your own? Jing Zishuan maintained a facade of calm, though he was internally seething. Wen Qingyan remained affably composed, replying, Mr. Jing, it is precisely because we lack plans that we drove here. Since you are also embarking on a road trip, why not join us? Jing Zishuan had never imagined that the grand star of his company could be so brazen. Yet, he could not confront the matter head-on, otherwise this young man would surely become even more insufferable. He had no intention of being a pawn for others. With a forced smile, Jing Zishuan remarked, after all, we are dealing with 2 live streams. Wouldn't that lead to confusion? It would be inconvenient for Director Su as well, wouldn't it? Yet, Jing Zishuan was mistaken. Director Su had been unable to suppress his smile for days, relishing the high ratings and refusing to let go. Hesitant to offend Jing Zishuan, Director Su did not echo his sentiments. Observing Su's demeanor, Jing Zishuan realized that the program's direction was untenable. He shot a glare at Su, his irritation growing upon seeing Wen Qingyan's beaming smile. Jing Yi, feeling a tinge of boredom, wondered how long the two would deliberate. Junyun, shall we take Big Brother and leave? Jing Ziyun smiled and replied, sure, let's bring Xiaoyin along as well. That child is standing in the corner with his luggage. It seems rather pitiful. Jing Yi immediately consented, turning to take the driver's seat. Jing Zejun approached Xiaoyin, instructing him to place the luggage in the vehicle. Wen Yin glanced at the still confrontational Wen Qingyan, hesitated momentarily, and then followed Jing Zejun to stow the luggage in the RV. He stepped aboard, noticing Jing Zeyou engrossed in work, which made him somewhat anxious. Jing Zeyou looked up at the newcomer, smiling as he said, feel free to do your own thing, don't mind me. The RV was equipped with gaming devices, and after Jing Zejun handed one to him, he returned to the passenger seat, with the camera operator hastily following suit. Ha ha ha, what kind of plot is this? Which family's live stream am I watching? Some were playing, while others noted that the younger brother had already run off with someone. I anticipated that Jing Yi would certainly make a grand move. But there was no need for anticipation. They were all set, just waiting for the vehicle to start. Little Jing, stop the noise. Your sister is about to drive away. The netizens' guesses were not mistaken. By the time Jing Zetian realized what was happening, the RV had already started moving. He stared in shock at the departing vehicle, while a hint of panic flickered in Wen Qingyan's eyes as he searched for Wen Yin, who was nowhere to be seen. Jing Zejun leaned out, cheerfully addressing the two. Brother Qingyan, catch up with our car, and don't forget to bring my second brother. See you at the seaside, second brother. At that moment, Wen Qingyan finally spotted his brother, Wen Yin, who was smiling and waving at him, looking utterly delighted.
Jij me simply in stitches.
I'm about to burst from laughter. Little Jing looks so pitiful. Wen Qingyan was still searching for his brother, who had now become someone else's sibling. Jing Zetian was nearly exasperated. What kind of siblings were these? They left him behind without a care. They had time to bring along someone else's brother, but no time to wait for him. Fuming, Jing Zetian climbed into the passenger seat of the vehicle behind, fastening his seatbelt and crossing his arms. Seeing that Wen Qingyan was still standing there, he urged, hurry up and drive. We'll be far away soon. With a sigh, Wen Qingyan resigned himself and returned to the car. He could already foresee the heavy and silent atmosphere that would linger in the vehicle for the next few hours. Chapter 85, The First Seafood Feast. By the time Jing Zetian and Wen Qingyan arrived, Jing Yi and the others had already settled into the seaside cliff villa that Jing Zeyou had reserved in advance. The villa featured floor-to-ceiling windows on all sides, making full use of the surrounding natural scenery, beautifully reflecting the colors of the sea and sunlight. It was truly stunning. Outside the villa was an enormous infinity pool connected to the ocean, with sofas and loungers nearby, providing the perfect spot to enjoy the sea view. However, Jing Zetian had no inclination to admire the sea or the beautiful house. He strode angrily into the villa. Where is Jing Yi? He knew all too well that the only one capable of abandoning him by the roadside was none other than Jing Yi. Not finding her, he spotted Jing Zejun approaching, his gaze directed toward the sofa. That sofa faced the glass, obscuring the sleeping figure atop it from Jing Zeqian's view. Jing Zejun tugged at Jing Zeqian's sleeve, whispering, second brother, keep it down, Yi just fell asleep. After several hours of driving, Jing Yi was still full of energy when she got out of the car. She sat on the sofa for a while, gazing at the scenery outside, and soon dozed off. Jing Yi furrowed his brows, wondering why he hadn't called her to the bedroom to sleep. I was afraid that if I woke her, she wouldn't want to sleep anymore, he thought. Besides, the sofa was quite spacious, making it perfectly suitable for a restful slumber. Realizing Jing Yi was already dozing off, Jing Yi left to tidy up. Walking gently, Jing Yi approached the sofa. Jing Yi was nestled comfortably, her sleeping face serene, with long eyelashes casting soft shadows across her features. Compared to her usual demeanor, she appeared more tranquil. She seemed to be in a deep sleep, even as the blanket nearly slipped off her. Jing Yi murmured softly to himself, "She only looks obedient at times like this." He carefully adjusted the blanket over her before departing from the living room. Little Jing is so gentle. The usually playful Jing Yi, when not bantering with her, seemed incredibly handsome. Yet, I quite enjoyed watching their sibling exchanges. It reflected their close bond. From Jing Yi's perspective, the view outside was truly breathtaking. Upstairs, you are so oblivious, ignoring such a handsome and gentle little Jing. By the time Jing Yi awoke, dinner was ready, with seafood spread lavishly across the table. She changed into a black tank top and light denim jeans, eagerly approaching the table to replenish her energy. Hearing Jing Yi say that the entire feast was prepared by Wen-yin himself, Jing Yi turned in surprise towards the bashful Wen-yin. "You're amazing, Xiao-yin." Wen-yin smiled shyly. "It's not that impressive. My brother and sister Zhe-jun helped out." Jing Yi still found it impressive. She always believed that someone who could handle seafood must be a skilled cook. Before her lay garlic butter lobster, thoughtfully cut into pieces, and Jing Yi's eyes sparkled as she grasped her chopsticks. "Well, I won't hold back. When have you ever been polite?"
Yingse kiantist.
As he cracked a crab for both Jing Yi and Jing Zhe-jun, Jing Yi picked up a piece of lobster meat and put it into her mouth, her eyes shining even brighter. "So delicious. Xiao-yin, you truly are a master." She busily indulged in the feast. Before long, Jing Zhe-jun and Wen-yin gradually set down their chopsticks. Jing Zhe-jun was always quite moderate when it came to dining, and Wen-yin, preparing for an upcoming shoot, was also intentionally controlling his diet. The few people at the table began to chat. Jing Zhe-qian recalled a text from Jiang Miao earlier that morning and turned to Wen-yin, inquiring, "Are you going to the company's celebration banquet at the end of the month?" "The celebration banquet?" Jing Yi paused her shrimp peeling and looked up at Jing Zhe-qian. Wen-yin hesitated slightly. After his manager had mentioned it, he had discreetly investigated, but ultimately found nothing unusual. However, he still felt something was amiss about the event. He casually asked, "I heard Tauge mention it. Why is there suddenly a celebration banquet?" Since there were cameras present, Wen-yin spoke somewhat vaguely. In truth, Jing Zhe-qian also found it strange. Jiang Miao had been acting oddly lately, shrouded in mystery. Just a while ago, she had been fervently seeking exposure, and now she had seemingly entered vacation mode.
Now,
Yet another celebration is being organized for an award of little significance, and even Jing Zhexian is perplexed by Jiang Miao's intentions. However, considering their years of friendship, Jing Zhexian cannot outright refuse her request for a celebration. If she wishes to hold one, let it be. A bit of festivity could be quite pleasant. Could it be Jiang Miao? Jing Yi set down her shrimp and regarded Jing Zhexian earnestly. "Second brother, she cannot be the Jiang Miao I know, can she?" The person beside her nodded in affirmation. Jing Zhexian felt as though Jing Yi was questioning him, and he pondered the nature of her animosity towards Jiang Miao. It was indeed not the appropriate moment to seek clarification. Jing Yi diverted her gaze and resumed eating her shrimp. "At the end of the month, I shall inquire about Jing Zhexian later," and set a reminder. Jing Zio's gaze also turned towards her. It was evident that Jing Yi was quite concerned about Jiang Miao, but her feelings did not seem to stem from admiration. Rather, there was an air of caution. What could be the reason behind this? Jing Zhexian too was curious. Jing Yi had always held a negative view of Jiang Miao. So, what had sparked her interest in the celebration? Moreover, it was not just Jing Yi. He sensed that both Jing Jun and Wen-yin also harbored unfavorable impressions of Jiang Miao. Perhaps it would be best to wait until after the celebration to address these matters. Who is this? Who is this? Once again, they are speaking in riddles. Is it the celebration for Xingji? What good fortune has recently unfolded? From the looks of Emperor Wen, he seems reluctant to attend. Is Jiang Miao's celebration at the end of the month? I heard from a journalist friend that she is indeed hosting a celebration then. Jiang Miao's celebration? Yet, she has only recently received the Golden Lotus Award. Speculation continued in the comments, while the guests at the dining table carried on their conversation. When Qing Yan spoke gently, I have work that day, so I shall not be attending. Jing Zixian said nothing, but Jing Yi lifted her head. Second brother, I will go. Please invite me when the time comes. Jing Zixian cast her a skeptical glance. Surely, she would not intend to disrupt the event. Jing Yi shot him an annoyed look. What kind of gaze is that? Is it not permissible for me to join the festivities? June. Are you free at the end of the month? Come along. Jing Jun had originally wished to avoid this gathering, as her relationship with Jiang Miao was rather strained. However, since Jing Yi had brought it up, she contemplated for a moment and realized that she had no prior commitments during those days. Jing Yi beamed at her second brother, and before she could speak, when Qing Yan interjected, Jing Zixian, I suddenly believe it would be prudent to attend. After all, it is an important celebration. Jing Ziyo, Jing Zixian, Jing Yi, and the unexpectedly blushing Jing Jun, along with Wenin, who felt embarrassed by his brother's antics, continued their meal. Chapter 86, The Second Stop, the Island. Brother, what do you think is the point of their actions? Don't they mind the sun? Jing Zixian reclined lazily on a lounge chair, gazing in confusion towards the sea, where Jing Yi and Jing Jun were racing towards the shore, only to run back with the waves. Jing Zio observed the two girls with a smile. As long as they found joy in their antics, that was all that mattered. Jing Zixian scoffed slightly, still unconvinced of the childishness and folly of their behavior. He turned to glance at Wen Qingyan, who was also seated in the tent. He inquired, aren't you going out? Wen Yin had already gone to play on the jet ski, while he remained leisurely in the tent, seeking refuge from the sun. Wen Qingyan shook his head. He was not fond of Wen Yin's amusements. Over at Jing Zijuan's side, he was engaged in playful antics with Jing Yi, and it would not be appropriate for him to join them. It was far better to rest within the confines of the tent. When Qing Yan lifted his cup and gestured toward the two beside him, and the three of them simultaneously took a sip of water. Were it not for my witnessing the contents poured out, I would have genuinely believed it to be wine. These three are utterly adorable. They hardly resemble the archetype of successful individuals. Haha, who in the world toasts with water? Clearly, these three are the oldest in attendance. On the other side, Jing Yi's gaze fell upon the jet ski in Wen Yin's direction, igniting her curiosity. Jing Jun, would you like to try that? Jing Zijuan looked toward the jet ski she indicated. Sure, you can take me. As a child, she had harbored great interest in such activities, yet had never summoned the courage to partake. Now, with someone adept at driving, she was eager to give it a try. Elder brother, second brother, Jing Yi and her companions were already geared up. Jing Zijuan firmly embraced Jing Yi, and before their departure, they waved in the direction of Jing Zio.
Upon seeing this,
Jing Zixian immediately stood up, but then, as if recalling something, he sat back down, his eyes fixed intently on their figures. Jing Zio glanced at Jing Zixian and then at the slightly anxious Wen Qingyan, and with a smile, he remarked, you must learn to trust her. Trust and concern are not mutually exclusive. As Jing Yi took off, Director Su promptly adjusted the camera to follow, capturing only their silhouettes. The live stream showcased the panoramic view of Jing Yi on the jet ski, the turbulent sea before her surging with waves, splashes flying as she sped across the water. Jing Zijuan felt a twinge of nervousness, yet each bump sent her heart racing with exhilaration. Suddenly, a massive wave surged toward them, and without hesitation, Jing Yi met it head-on, propelling the jet ski into the air, carving an elegant arc and leaving a trail of foam in her wake. The viewers in the live stream were captivated by her impressive maneuvering, and Wenin, standing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim, Sister Jing Yi is so cool. When the jet ski returned, both were thoroughly drenched, yet their faces beamed with excitement. Jing Zixian approached with 2 towels, feigning disdain as he said, you look like drowned rats. Wrap yourselves up quickly. Jing Zijuan chuckled shyly, taking 1 towel to drape over Jing Yi before covering himself. Jing Yi appeared utterly delighted at that moment. Second brother, do you want to give it a try? It's really a lot of fun. He had no inclination for such leisure, thinking, what? Douse myself in seawater? Jing Yi shook her head, saying, second brother, you simply do not understand the joy of the game. Even Jing Zijuan was still reveling in the thrill of the experience they had just shared. I suggest you change into dry clothes before discussing fun. In your current state, with the wind blowing, it would be a miracle if you don't catch a cold. Jing Yi's earlier performance was truly impressive. Little Jing was indeed worthy of that proud label. No wonder Jing Yi's initial assessment was that of a sharp tongue and a tender heart. Sigh, upstairs. Don't think I'm unaware of the colorful thoughts in your mind. Avert your gaze. During the time that Jing Yi and the others were changing clothes, Wen Yin had already returned to the tent, discussing jet skis with Wen Qingyan. Brother, Jing Yi looked so cool while riding the jet ski. Jing Ziqian arrived just in time to hear this remark. If you keep praising her, she'll be on cloud 9. Despite the teasing, a smile involuntarily crept onto Jing Ziqian's lips, indicating his good mood. Wen Yin chuckled, aware that Jing Ziqian was merely being modest, but he was genuinely curious. Ziqian, is Jing Yi really quite skilled at driving? Wen Qingyan glanced at Wen Yin, noting how his younger brother, who had been so nervous upon first meeting Jing Ziqian, had become more familiar with him than he was.
Jing Ziqian signed, seemingly resigned.
Skilled? Extremely skilled. The first time I took her to the racetrack, she defeated my racing buddies. How could she not be skilled? Hearing this, Jing Ziyu's expression reflected pride. Wen Yin's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly surprised that the seemingly gentle and beautiful Jing Yi excelled not only in martial arts but also in racing.
Meanwhile,
the barrage of comments was rife with skepticism, with some attributing Jing Ziqian's praise to a sister filter, while others offered less flattering opinions. However, Jing Ziqian remained oblivious, or perhaps indifferent, continuing to discuss Jing Yi's hobbies until the figures of Jing Yi and Jing Zijun appeared, prompting him to feign innocence about the previous conversation.
What were you talking about?
Jing Yi asked with sparkling eyes, her curiosity piqued as she approached, noticing the sudden silence. Wen Yin was about to explain that they were discussing her racing skills when Jing Ziqian preemptively spoke up. Xiao Yin mentioned that there's a well-known go-kart track in this area and asked if he might be interested. Wen Yin opened his mouth in surprise, momentarily frozen, unable to recall ever bringing that up, nor did he know there was a go-kart track nearby. Wen Qingyan suppressed a smile, observing Wen Yin's dazed expression. Some people are just stubborn. Clearly, he had researched this for his sister, but insisted on attributing it to someone else. Xiao Yin, this is your fault. Since Xiao Jing said it was you, it must be true. His brother was simply too adorable. My brother is laughing so hard he's shaking. Isn't that a bit dangerous? While Xiao Jing said that, surely there's some exaggeration involved. How dangerous can go-karting really be? Jing Zijun looked at them in confusion, unaware of the riddle they were trying to solve. Noticing this, Wen Qingyan moved closer to Jing Zijun and quietly filled him in on the details, causing Jing Zijun's eyes to brighten and a gentle smile to grace his lips. In the meantime, Jing Ziqian was busy diverting Jing Yi's attention, completely missing this exchange. However, Jing Ziyu caught sight of it and mentally noted that if one wished to be the esteemed son-in-law of the Jing family, one must withstand the trials that lay ahead. Jing Ziyu elegantly sipped from his cup, standing out in the lively atmosphere. Chapter 87. An Ideal Collaborator. Jing Yi was quickly diverted by the mention of go-karts. Are we going to race? As she eagerly anticipated the moment, could Jing Ziyu truly deny her? If they were to go, it must wait until the afternoon. The mere possibility was enough. Having received a satisfactory answer, Jing Yi beamed as she settled beside Jing Ziyu. Elder brother, are you all not going to have some fun? Is it alright to spend the entire morning in the tent? Jing Ziyu declined. He was genuinely uninterested in such matters. Compared to the entertainment outside, resting in the tent was far more relaxing. Jing Yi stretched languidly and inadvertently noticed Jing Ziyun and Wen Qingyan deep in conversation about acting. She chuckled softly and whispered to Jing Ziyu, elder brother. Isn't Wen the Emperor of Film's intention rather obvious? She could hardly believe that someone as astute as Jing Ziyu would overlook such an evident matter, especially as netizens had begun to dissect every frame. Jing Ziyu raised an eyebrow slightly. It is quite apparent. Do you have high hopes for them? Jing Yi's eyes widened. After all, this was a canonical pairing, the designated leads. Yet, a thought crossed her mind, and she added, whether I have hopes or not, my opinion holds little weight. Though she was quite fond of this official pairing, ultimately, it depended on the progression of their relationship. Since her arrival, she had never considered anyone in this world as mere figments of imagination. Being real individuals, they possessed their own thoughts and choices. Every decision marked a pivotal moment that could alter the outcome. If, regardless of the choices made, the conclusion remained unchanged, then all her efforts during this time would have been in vain. She might as well have stayed abroad and enjoyed a few carefree years. Jing Ziyu was somewhat surprised. He had assumed Jing Yi's enthusiasm for the lively interactions between Jing Ziyun and Wen Qingyan stemmed from genuine support for them. His gaze reflected admiration as he remarked, you are correct. Such matters do hinge on the attitudes of both parties. At least Jing Ziyun currently regards Wen Qingyan as a senior rather than a suitor. It is prudent to wait until their relationship genuinely evolves before making any assertions. Jing Yi observed a sudden shift in Jing Zio's expression, a hint of danger lurking within. Elder brother, what are you thinking? Although she could not pinpoint the reason, she inexplicably felt a twinge of concern for when the Emperor of Film. Jing Zio's eyes flickered as he smirked slightly. I was contemplating what kind of boyfriend you might seek in the future. Jing Yi, taken aback, pointed at herself in bewilderment.
Me?
Why bring me up all of a sudden? Jing Zio rephrased, or, do you believe that Shin from Huawei is the type you would fancy? Jing Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to her companion. How could that be? That arrogant and frigid fellow is hardly worthy of being a friend. Jing Zio chuckled softly. You truly have an unwavering disdain for Shin Huaichu. Elder brother, why would you mention him? Jing Yi glanced at the camera still focused on Jing Ziyun and Wen Qinyan, her voice barely above a whisper. Jing Zio smiled faintly, lifting his gaze. It's nothing. Merely an example that popped into my mind. Jing Yi furrowed her beautiful brows, her expression laced with distaste, especially recalling Shen Huaichu's mockery during the last ball, which only fueled her ire. Indeed, such a handsome face was wasted. However, Jing Yi was quite curious about Jing Zio's opinion of Shen Huaichu. Brother, what kind of person do you think he is? Since the two companies are collaborating, your perspective as a partner should be rather distinct. Jing Zio calmly raised his cup of water, stating, he is an exceptional partner for collaboration. This is undeniable. In terms of capabilities, Shen Huaichu is indeed a remarkable individual, especially considering the ups and downs he has faced over the years, which only deepened Jing Zio's admiration. He added, he possesses great abilities. Yet he is also a person of near-cold rationality. Jing Yi nodded in agreement, recalling how frosty he always appeared. Jing Zio chuckled lightly, thus, as a partner, he is quite commendable. Beyond that, I shall refrain from further commentary. Just as Jing Yi was about to say something to Jing Zio, Jing Ziqian's voice interjected. Jing Yi, what secret conversation are you and brother having behind my back? Jing Ziqian initially intended to join the discussion with Wen Qinyan and the others. But given the specialized nature of their discourse and Wen Qinyan's deliberate steering of the topic towards acting, which seemed to captivate Jing Zio, he found it prudent to withdraw. Upon returning, he discovered Jing Yi and Jing Zio engaged in hushed conversation. Jing Yi, feeling indignant, retorted, what do you mean by behind your back? Brother and I are discussing something of great importance. Jing Ziqian crossed his arms, a look of disdain on his face. What important matter could you possibly have? What were you just discussing? In an effort to maintain her assertiveness, Jing Yi stood up, hands on her hips, declaring, I won't tell you. Weren't you and Xiao Yin just whispering secrets without informing me? Jing Ziqian was momentarily taken aback, surprised that she remembered that detail. He thought he had successfully evaded it. Jing Yi's eyes sparkled with pride. Surprised, aren't you? My memory has improved. Now you tell me what you were discussing, she insisted. Jing Ziqian shrugged and reclined back into his chair, nonchalantly responding, never mind, I'm no longer interested. In this exchange, Jing Ziqian emerged victorious. When Qingyan turned his head to observe the commotion, noting, is there any connection between Jing Zio and Miss Jing Yi? Jing Zio glanced over and smiled, rest assured. They're always this noisy, it's not an issue. The live stream at that moment was bustling with activity, with netizens engaging in fervent discussions. New viewers, is this live stream always like this? Haha, don't worry, you just happened to catch the Daily Essential segment, it's quite worth it. What were Jing Yi and the CEO just talking about? I couldn't hear a thing. New viewers, I suggest you watch in 3 segments. Camera 1, the couples zone, also known as the dating variety show section, occasionally interspersed with in-depth interviews with actors. Camera 2, the sibling rivalry zone, primarily featuring quarrels among siblings. Here, it's advisable to adjust the volume. Camera 3, the leisure and entertainment zone, or the theater zone, where you can enjoy the perspective of a top corporate president, as well as that of a neighborly younger brother. Interestingly, Wen Yin was the sole young and bewildered audience member present. As his brother pursued a romantic interest, he had planned to enjoy the amusement facilities at the seaside, only to be met with the rising clamor beside him. Now, he found himself in a dilemma, unsure whether to stay or leave. As Wen Yin found himself at a loss, Jing Zio approached with a plate of snacks, nibbling while watching the spectacle. Primarily, Jing Zio had no particular fondness for such treats. Otherwise, he too would have prepared a platter to enjoy the show, feeling a bit more at ease. Wen Yin thought that since Jing Zio was watching, he might as well join him. Chapter 88, The Sunset Grand Prix. As the sun began its descent, the group meandered their way to the go-kart track mentioned by Jing Ziqian. This venue, known as Island Racing Valley, boasted both indoor and outdoor go-kart tracks, renowned throughout the country. The sunlight of the setting sun cast a golden hue upon the track, which was paved with smooth asphalt, stretching into the distance in a winding, serpentine fashion, resembling a parabolic arc that traversed the entire area. Given its location on an island, the surroundings lacked dense vegetation, enhancing the spaciousness of the scene. Jing Yi leaned against the railing, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy as she gazed at the track before her. Jing Ziqian, propped against the railing, turned to Jing Zio, saying, "Brother, don't say I didn't warn you. You'd best be prepared mentally." Jing Zio understood his implication, chuckling as he patted his shoulder. "Just enjoy yourself. Why must you always oversee her?" Jing Ziqian snorted, retorting that he could hardly keep her in check now. After all, he had issued his warning. Whatever happened next could hardly be blamed on him. Ha ha ha, little Jing's maternal instincts are becoming increasingly pronounced. What mental preparation! How dangerous could go-karting be? This track is enormous. It must be exhilarating to drive. I'm tired of being envious. Once the production team established their positions, Jing Ziqian and Wen Qingyan proceeded to settle the payment. Soon enough, Jing Zio and the others donned their professional gear, with the delighted expressions on Jing Yi and Wen Yin particularly evident. Jing Ziqian silently criticized, "They look like children," which was overheard by Jing Yi. Her bright smile radiated across her face, the dimples at the corners of her mouth lingering. "Brother, if you lose to this little child, it would be quite embarrassing." Jing Ziqian raised an eyebrow, arms crossed. "Am I to lose to you? Last time, I merely abstained from participating. Just wait and witness your brother's exceptional racing skills." Jing Yi confidently smiled, seemingly assured of her prowess. "Then let us wait and see." While the two exchanged playful banter, Wen Qingyan was still instructing Jing Zijuan on how to master the go-kart swiftly. In truth, Jing Zijuan had already heard the basic operations from the staff, but her nerves persisted until she spotted Jing Yi's figure.
Yi, vink je kranchet beside her.
Patiently explaining how to avoid collisions with other carts while adjusting her posture. Though the content was largely similar, Jing Zijuan noticeably relaxed in her presence. Wen Qingyan stood by, momentarily taken aback by the scene, feeling somewhat superfluous. "Ha ha ha ha, brother, why not make some room? You seem a bit unnecessary. Could they not be discussing the same thing?"
Ha ha ha.
The demeanor was unmistakable. Jing Zijuan truly relied on Jing Yi. I previously believed that General Jing spoke with a certain charm. Yet it turns out that she truly resembles a dear sister. I never anticipated that Wen Qingyan's greatest obstacle would be Jing Yi. Wen Qingyan, I thought you were an ally, yet you turn out to be a rival? Standing to the side, Wen Qingyan felt an increasing pang of sorrow, mixed with a hint of amusement. Wen Yin chuckled softly. His brother appeared somewhat pitiable. The commotion nearby captured Wen Qingyan's attention, prompting him to glance over, only for Wen Yin to hastily don his helmet and assume his position in the go-kart, exuding an air of readiness. Wen Qingyan averted his gaze, observing the affectionate interaction between the two sisters and the mirthful, relaxed expression in Jing Ziyun's eyes, causing him to sigh inwardly. Indeed, the road ahead is fraught with challenges. Despite his reluctance, Wen Qingyan reluctantly returned to his seat, for there was presently no place for him beside Jing Ziyun. Jing Zio noted the expressions of the group, a smile flickering in his deep-set eyes beneath the helmet. Had he not mentioned that it wouldn't be so easy? Moments later, once Jing Ziyun was ready, Jing Yi returned to her vehicle. With her helmet secured, her bright, clear eyes radiated an unusual seriousness, as if the track before her transformed into a battlefield belonging solely to Jing Yi. Jing Ziyun stood alongside her, equally earnest, exuding an aura distinct from his usual demeanor. The audience in the live stream became tense, captivated by this match between the two. At the starting line, a massive countdown display loomed overhead. The race commenced. It was evident in the live stream that among the 6 go-karts, 2 shot forth like arrows released from a bow, starkly contrasting with the others. These were the go-karts of Jing Yi and Jing Ziyun. Wen Yin followed closely behind, succeeded by Jing Zio, while Jing Ziyun and Wen Qingyan brought up the rear, the latter seemingly disinterested in their rivalry, instead safeguarding Jing Ziyun from behind. Ahead on the track, Jing Yi and Jing Ziyun's go-kart sped along the winding course, deftly maneuvering through obstacles and turns, their positions closely contested. The exhilarating competition immersed the live stream audience, who fell silent, their eyes glued to the unfolding spectacle. Jing Yi gripped the steering wheel tightly, her full attention focused ahead, her foot pressing down unwaveringly on the accelerator. Before her lay the famed curves of the island racetrack. As the race intensified, Jing Yi recognized that the forthcoming stretch was the ideal opportunity to create distance. Jing Ziyun's go-kart clung tightly to the apex of the turn, wary of Jing Yi's potential overtaking maneuver. However, as he entered the curve, Jing Ziyun momentarily drifted away from the inner line. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of Jing Yi's sleek black go-kart zipping past, executing a flawless overtaking maneuver through the bend. Jing Ziyun floored the accelerator, determined to catch up. Yet Jing Yi's go-kart had already established a notable lead. With the pursuing go-kart shaken off, Jing Yi's speed noticeably increased, and buoyed by her first lap experience, she navigated the subsequent turns with newfound ease. In just a few minutes, Jing Ziyou once again caught sight of Jing Yi maneuvering the go-kart. Gripping the steering wheel, she accelerated forward with an impressive confidence that belied her status as a novice on this circuit. Each turn was executed with remarkable fluidity, devoid of any hesitation. Particularly after completing a lap, she displayed a keen ability to anticipate the trajectory of each curve, expertly controlling the vehicle. Jing Ziyou had previously speculated about Jing Yi's passion for racing, but he now found himself compelled to acknowledge that he had underestimated the significance of motorsport in her heart. Meanwhile, director Su aimed to enhance the online experience for viewers by equipping each go-kart with specialized cameras. Initially, he had placed his bets on Jing Ziyou, anticipating that his perspective would be the most captivating. However, mere minutes later, he witnessed Jing Yi's go-kart emerge as the most radiant presence on the track, illuminated by the setting sun. Chapter 89. Would it be convenient for us to race a match? In the Dear Family livestream, viewers immerse themselves in the go-karting experience. I never imagined I would navigate a go-kart from this perspective. I am truly impressive. Wake up upstairs. The real talent is Jing Yi. So this is what Xiao Jing meant by being mentally prepared. I can't help but shout, Master, please take me under your wing. Wait. How can someone drive like this and not pursue a career as a professional racer? Is it that she isn't interested? Jing Yi crossed the finish line first. The black go-kart drifted to a stop at the side, and as she removed her helmet, she inadvertently loosened her hair tie, allowing her long, cascading locks to flow freely. The golden rays of the sunset bathed her in a warm glow, making it appear as though each strand of hair shimmered with light. At that moment, Jing Yi's smile radiated brilliance, captivating all who beheld her. Shun Huaichu witnessed the scene, his gaze lingering on the screen as he instinctively took a screenshot. A few seconds later, he paused, his slender fingers subtly shifting, his pupils widening slightly. What was he doing? Shun Huaichu tossed his phone onto the coffee table and reclined on the sofa, his previously impassive expression now betraying a mix of frustration and confusion. He rose to pour himself a glass of ice water. The transparent cup brushed against his lips, and the cold liquid slid down his throat. Setting the glass down, he remained in place, staring blankly ahead, lost in thought. Since their last encounter, he had felt increasingly unsettled, inexplicably drawn to watching the Jing family's live streams. And now, behaving like a voyeur by capturing screenshots. Could Gulin's words have struck a chord? Brother, you seem to feel differently about Miss Jing Yi. Upon hearing this, Shun Huaichu let out a cold laugh, dismissing the comment as a misperception, suggesting that one might consider an eye examination. Was Gulin really that provocative? Was there anything unusual about his demeanor? Returning to the sofa with a stern expression, he heard Jing Yi's laughter emanating from the screen. He glanced at it and quickly exited the stream. Remembering the previous screenshot, Shun Huaichu contemplated deleting the photo. Yet, as he gazed at the radiant smile captured in the album, he hesitated, his finger hovering over the delete button, ultimately refraining from pressing it. Meanwhile, Jing Yi had secured the championship and was proudly boasting to Jing Ziyou, second brother. I won. Originally, Jing Ziqian intended to confront her once more. Yet upon witnessing her radiant and dazzling smile, he ultimately could not bring himself to do so. Instead, he tenderly tousled her hair and praised, indeed. Jing Yi is truly remarkable. Jing Yi's joy only intensified at his words. Soon after, Jing Ziyou and others crossed the finish line in succession. Jing Ziyou removed his helmet and approached, saying, Yi, your second brother was absolutely right. When you drive, it's as if you're a wild stallion unleashed. Jing Yi, mistakenly believing Jing Ziyou thought she drove too swiftly, subdued her smile slightly and was about to respond when Jing Ziyou, with a playful smirk, patted her head and warmly reiterated, You're truly impressive. Jing Yi, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, smiled shyly, her nose inexplicably tinged with moisture. Meanwhile, when Qing Yan, astonished, brought Wen Yin to Jing Zijun's side. So, Miss Jing Yi is such a formidable racer? When Ian exclaimed excitedly. I always wondered why she was so adept at operating jet skis. It turns out she can really handle a race car. When Qing Yan, puzzled, inquired, is there a necessary connection? Not at all, when Ian replied with a brilliant smile. I just think they're both quite impressive. Jing Zijun observed the cheerful Jing Yi from a distance, his gaze imbued with tenderness. Perhaps you could have her demonstrate her racing skills for you. She adores it and excels at it. The audience remained captivated by Jing Yi's impressive karting prowess when a middle-aged man approached. Greetings, he said. Jing Yi looked over in confusion as the man smiled and introduced himself. I am the owner of this karting track. Jing Ziyu acknowledged him and awaited his next words, which soon came. I would like to ask if this young lady would be willing to race against me. The owner directed his gaze toward Jing Yi, recalling how she had effortlessly shattered their track's third-place lap record earlier, even without being a regular. Having spent considerable time in karting, the owner was eager to challenge someone of her caliber, prompting his bold inquiry. Jing Ziqian furrowed his brow and stepped forward to shield Jing Yi. But she gently grasped his arm. Understanding that the owner harbored no ill intentions, she recognized that many racing enthusiasts wished to compete with those they admired, much like her own friends. With her eyes sparkling, Jing Yi smiled and replied, that sounds great. I suppose this is a fortunate opportunity for me, allowing me to race for free. Seeing her agreement, the owner's expression brightened. He hadn't expected this group to be so accommodating, thinking they might decline. Thank you, immensely. Just do your best, and please be cautious. I may have a slight advantage on the track. His statement wasn't a boast. He navigated the karting course nearly every day, knowing it intimately. Jing Yi's smile radiated confidence and composure, seemingly unperturbed. That's all right, I have my own advantages in weight, which balances the scales. How thrilling! This shall be a contest between experts. Someone remarked. Did I notice correctly that Jing Yi set the third-place record on her first visit? Here they come. A no-prize guessing game, albeit belated. I wager on the owner. Familiarity with the track often prevails.
Betting on Jing Yi.
And thus, the race between Jing Yi and the karting track owner commenced. The online commenters were not mistaken. The boss was evidently well acquainted with the racetrack. Each movement he executed was almost instinctual, requiring no conscious thought. The two competitors maintained a remarkably close contest without any significant distance between them. Jing Ziyu and others stood at the railing, observing the duel. As spectators, their perception was distinctly different from that of the participants. One Ian glanced at the competing carts and asked, Brother, who do you think will prevail? When Qing Yan hesitated, acknowledging the boss's evident proficiency, which suggested he would be a formidable opponent. At that moment, Jing Yi also sensed the disparity in competing against the boss. He was intimately familiar with the track, knowing every potential overtaking point. Each turn provided no opportunity for her to surpass him. Meanwhile, the boss in the other cart was not without his challenges, as he could perceive Jing Yi as shadow in his peripheral vision. As a newcomer to this course, Jing Yi proved to be remarkably skilled. Entering the final lap, Jing Yi gripped the steering wheel tightly, displaying unwavering determination, while the boss showed no signs of relaxation either. However, viewers in the live stream felt the outcome was already determined. Suddenly, at the last bend, the boss's cart experienced a slight skid. Although he corrected his direction promptly, his speed was compromised. Now was the moment. The boss's misstep allowed Jing Yi to seize the opportunity. Her previously calm eyes sparkled with newfound resolve as she surged ahead, crossing the finish line first. Jing Ziyu's eyes widened in astonishment as he leaped with joy, exclaiming, Brother! Second brother! Yi has won! Yi has won! Jing Ziyu's eyes glimmered with pride and joy. Brother! Sister Jing Yi has triumphed. When Ian's face flushed with excitement as he enthusiastically shook Wen Qingyan's arm. Meanwhile, Jing Ziyuan, equally thrilled, clasped Wen Qingyan's shoulder, exclaiming, Qingyan, isn't my sister incredibly talented? When Qingyan replied, she is indeed impressive. But could you all let go of me while you celebrate? On the racetrack, Jing Yi's cart came to a halt. She removed her helmet, revealing a radiant smile accentuated by her dimples. She waved energetically at Jing Ziyu and the others, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes sparkling with exuberance. Jing Ziyu rushed over, his excitement palpable, and enveloped Jing Yi in a hearty embrace. You're remarkable. Wasn't that a professional-level race? I'm exhilarated just watching. Jing Yi is phenomenal. So, It turns out when Xiao Jing always claimed Jing Yi was adept at racing, he was telling the truth. Incredible. She must have shattered records again. At that moment, the boss approached, a hint of regret in his demeanor, yet he could not help but acknowledge Jing Yi's excellence. With a smile, he extended his hand. Congratulations, you are truly exceptional. Jing Yi returned his smile, reciprocating the gesture. It was merely luck, she replied. The boss chuckled lightly, for he did not consider it mere fortune. He had possessed a significant advantage, and even with the miscalculation at the final turn, it remained within the realm of his capabilities. Rather, it is Jing Yi who, apart from her familiarity with the racetrack, has already surpassed him with that final overtaking maneuver. Her composure and calmness indeed mark her as a natural talent for racing. I wonder if you would be willing to join my team? The team whose owner passionately introduced his ensemble, encompassing accolades from major competitions, sponsorships, and year-end dividends, among other things. What do you think? Jing Zaiqian, arms crossed, observed Jing Yi's awkward demeanor, showing no intention of alleviating the situation. The karting owner's words failed to impress even him, let alone Jing Yi.
Winky.
With an embarrassed smile, replied, I'm truly not very adept at it. Thank you for your kindness. The owner's pupils widened slightly in surprise, confusion mingling with a touch of disappointment. However, since she had already declined, he did not press further. Haha, what a pity, boss. It's quite remarkable to be noticed by the team owner, isn't it? Yet, the resources offered might not quite match the stature of the Jing family's daughter. At the very least, young Master Jing may not find them appealing, as he is said to have invested in a racetrack himself. When it comes to resources, none can rival him. Meanwhile, on social media, Jing Yi's racing footage surged into trending topics, igniting fervent discussions among netizens and adding notable heat to the reality show featuring her beloved family. After graciously declining the boss's offer, Jing Yi and her companions returned to their seaside camp. Until nightfall, Jing Yi's smile remained unyielding, even prompting playful remarks from netizens about her cheerful demeanor. Following dinner, the group reclined on the beach, specifically Jing Yi, Jing Zai-jun, and Wen-yin lay on the sand, while the other three settled into lounge chairs. As night enveloped the world, moonlight blanketed the earth, and the coastal waters shimmered with a bluish phosphorescence, resembling scattered diamonds in the sea, creating a dreamlike ambience. The distant waves gently lapped against the rocks, producing melodious sounds, as if the ocean were serenading the night's visitors with a tender symphony. Scattered about the beach were a few individuals, with Jing Zai-yu and the others resting on wooden chairs. A thin beach cloth lay beside the wooden chairs, where Jing Yi and Jing Zai-jun reclined, while Wen-yin rested next to Wen-qing Yan's seat. Gazing upwards, a myriad of stars illuminated the night sky, radiating a soft glow akin to glimmering gemstones. The tranquility and comfort of this moment seemed to envelop even the netizens in a shared sense of enjoyment. Just moments ago, Jing Yi and her friends had been playfully exhausting themselves. Otherwise, they might still be frolicking along the shoreline. Jing Yi pointed to the star-studded sky, remarking, "The night is dark blue when the stars are out, resembling a velvety cover." Jing Zai-jun, captivated by the scene, found himself lost in the beauty surrounding him. How fortunate we are not to have stayed indoors. Jing Yi's eyes sparkled with delight, her smile revealing charming dimples. Is this the moment to make a wish? Jing Zaiqian, reclining with his eyes closed against the chair's back, jested at Jing Yi's words. What wish would you make upon a star? Will it truly grant your desire? You'd be better off wishing with him or Jing Zaiyu. That would be far more feasible. Jing Yi sat up, shooting Jing Zaiqian a glare. This is romance. Always dousing others' enthusiasm. Jing Zaiqian shrugged, conceding that if she believed it, then so be it. Jing Yi turned to her elder brother, Jing Zio, with a smile. What wish do you wish to make? In truth, Jing Zio's thoughts mirrored those of Jing Zaiqian. For him, the act of wishing seemed impractical. He believed he could fulfill his desires on his own. Yet, since his sister had inquired, he felt compelled to respond. Health for my family. This was the one wish that could not be fully realized through wealth or status. Jing Yi then glanced at Wen-qing Yan beside him. After a moment's hesitation, he smiled gently and said, I hope that wherever my loved ones go, they are surrounded by sunshine. When the film emperor truly knows how to express himself. Jing Yi quietly glanced at Jing Zijuan, who felt a warmth rise to his ears under Wen-qing Yan's gaze. Noticing Jing Yi's attention, he gently tapped her shoulder, urging her to tone it down. Reluctantly, Jing Yi stifled her curiosity and asked, What about you, Xiaoyin? Wen Yin smiled shyly, wishing for the health of both his beloved family and the one he cherishes. Jing Yi's eyes sparkled. Had Xiao Yin found someone he liked? Wen Yin paused, his face flushing in surprise, appearing flustered. Jing Yi decided not to press him further and turned her attention back to Jing Zijuan. He softly declared, "I wish to become the person I aspire to be." Jing Yi immediately responded, "Of course you can. You are Jing Zijuan." He smiled at her, secretly wishing for Jing Yi to thrive and be as free as the wind. "Now, I wish for Jing Yi to close her eyes," she complied, bringing her hands together to enter the wishing mode. "Jing Yi, did you forget someone?" Jing Ziqian was still waiting for her to ask about his wish, but instead, she excitedly began preparing to wish. Chapter 91. Not as good as the sisters next door? Jing Yi opened her eyes and tilted her head, looking at Jing Ziqian in confusion. "Didn't you say it was meaningless? You still should have asked." She gazed at Jing Ziqian with a look of indulgence. "All right, what is your wish?" Jing Ziqian gritted his teeth, forcing a smile as he looked at Jing Yi. "I wish Jing Yi would be a bit more obedient and not always retort." Jing Yi innocently raised her hands. "That's a bit greedy, isn't it? You already have a well-behaved sister. Asking for another one to be obedient is a wish that will never come true."
Ha ha ha.
Wen Yin could no longer contain his laughter, and the others also struggled to suppress their smiles. The atmosphere was filled with joy. Jing Ziqian exclaimed, "I declare this round won by Jing Yi." Their camaraderie was delightful. Meanwhile, the live stream of the sisters Li Xiaocheng next door felt stifling. "Dear, it's not appropriate to mention other live streams here. It could lead to conflict. This is perhaps the essence of travel variety shows. So healing. Now, share your own wish." Jing Yi shot a silent glance at Jing Ziqian, her frustration evident. Jing Ziqian was truly becoming indignant. Jing Yi quickly returned to her previous posture, earnestly stating, "I hope the story can continue, rather than becoming a fleeting dream upon awakening." The eyes of Jing Ziyou and the others softened, gazing at Jing Yi with warmth. After Jing Yi uttered her wishes, she did not immediately open her eyes but maintained her posture, silently making her wishes. "I hope Grandma is well in heaven. I hope my aunts and uncles enjoy good health. I hope my elder brother can rest more. I hope Jing Ziqian continues to take pride in his starry path. And I hope Jun can fulfill her dreams. Perhaps that is a bit too many, so I will wish a few more times later." Jing Ziyu gazed at the closed eyes of Jing Yi, his eyes radiating tenderness. Jing Ziqian's slender eyes were filled with indulgence. "Jing Yi, your wishes are indeed a bit numerous." Suddenly, Jing Zijun leaned against Jing Yi, closing his eyes to conceal his reddened eyelids. This heartwarming scene unintentionally captivated the online audience. "Orange, we shall take our leave for now. See you during the next recording." The staff tidied up the filming equipment and bid farewell to Li Xiaocheng. Noticing her sister standing behind, she wished to say something, but after some contemplation, she decided against it. Once the group exited the apartment, an assistant beside the staff inquired, "Brother, is it all right not to say goodbye to Li Xiaocheng's sister? I mean, wouldn't it be somewhat impolite?" The staff sighed. "I too wish to bid her farewell. But did you not notice her increasingly peculiar demeanor?" The assistant then realized that indeed, her mood had been quite erratic lately. "You stay in the living room. I have to follow the shoot. If I give even a bit more screen time to the sister, her expression will darken." Several times, he found himself uncertain whether to shift the camera. He opted to keep it fixed in the living room. The assistant's expression grew complex. "Aren't they supposed to be sisters? Why is it worse?"
Sure.
"How dare you say such a thing?" The staff glanced around nervously. Comparisons within the same industry were the gravest taboo, especially since Li Xiaocheng was particularly sensitive about the Jing sisters. The assistant quickly silenced herself, momentarily forgetting her professional decorum. "Just bear it a little longer. The next recording will be the final episode, and then we will reunite with the main crew." The assistant breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, it was quite uncomfortable staying at Li Xiaocheng's home. While the audience may witness Li Xiaocheng's cheerful demeanor, the staff felt the oppressive atmosphere behind the scenes. In areas beyond the lens's reach, the assistant remarked, "Brother, I heard the neighboring live stream room has incredibly good treatment." Her voice dripped with envy. She could see her colleagues' social media posts, filled with afternoon teas, 3 meals a day, and even travel arrangements by the production team. The staff sighed. He too felt a pang of envy every time he saw Director Su's posts, suspecting that Director Su had anticipated the Jing family's generosity, which is why he chose to be associated with them. Not only was the treatment superior, but the atmosphere there was also delightful, and their popularity soared. They even frequently trended on social media, while their situation grew increasingly bleak. Thankfully, the next recording would bring them back together. Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to the production team with a smile, Li Xiaocheng closed the door, her expression darkening. Her sister stood still, calming her breath. Recently, Li Xiaocheng's demeanor had become increasingly unsettling, causing her to feel a twinge of apprehension, which only solidified her resolve. Li Xiaocheng sat silently on the sofa, lost in her thoughts. "Sister," she uttered, and her sister's heart skipped a beat, her pulse racing. Striving for a composed tone, she replied, "What's wrong?" Li Xiaocheng's gaze was fixed ahead, unfocused, her tone wavering. "Tell me, am I truly inferior to that pair of sisters next door?" Her sister's fingers dug into her palms. Once again that refrain. She had heard it countless times over the past weeks. Licking her parched lips, she said, "Cheng, you needn't compare yourself to anyone. You are uniquely you." Li Xiaocheng's cold stare turned towards her. "So you believe I am not as good as them, do you?" Startled by the intensity of her gaze, her sister instinctively took a step back. Summoning unexpected courage, she met Li Xiaocheng's eyes. "No, I merely wonder why you always feel the need to compare yourself to others, especially to those you've never even met." Li Xiaocheng was the youngest daughter in the family, cherished by her parents from a young age, receiving a level of affection that could be likened to demanding the stars while being handed the moon. Fiercely competitive, she could not tolerate anyone surpassing her, especially with the adoration she received from her parents. Li Xiaocheng excelled academically, often securing the top spot in her class. Her brilliance was such that when her sister enrolled in a prestigious university for a science and engineering major, Li Xiaocheng, in her senior year, fought tooth and nail to change her major and gain admission to the same institution. Her dedication was so relentless that she practiced dance tirelessly, aspiring to become a leading performer. Yet, this very excellence instilled fear within her sister, a fear so profound that it made her wish to escape their home, to flee from Li Xiaocheng. In her youth, she had rebelled, asking their mother why she always had to yield to her younger sister, why she had to be overshadowed. Her mother had replied, "Cheng is still young. She needs a bit of confidence and a sense of accomplishment." But why should Li Xiaocheng's confidence and sense of achievement come at her expense? What was to become of her own life? Li Xiaocheng sneered. "Never seen them? Even those who have met me still compare me unfavorably to them. Should I not care?" The scrutiny, the comments, the comparisons were all affronts to her dignity. Her sister's eyes reflected a bittersweet understanding. "Li Xiaocheng, your life should not be measured against that of others.